The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 699 to Chapter 874. Hearing his subordinate's words, the leader of the yellow-clothed men look at each other, then their gazes fall on Mayan, revealing greedy and amazed expressions. You're right. He swallows, approaching Mayan step by step, although it would take a lot of time to get a woman pregnant with a child. But if we bring back such a top-notch product, it would be different. After saying that, he thinks that he would see the angry and fearful expressions of this group of people. Who knew that Shui Yan and Guan who would only look at them with pity, minding their own business and continuing to attack the strange beasts? They don't know what method they've used, but these strange beasts don't seem to see them at all. They just roar and concentrate on attacking Shui Yan and Guan Hu. As for Mayan, she finally raises her head, slightly narrowing her eyes at them. Tell me, where did you trash come from? Trash? This woman has eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. She actually dares to call them trash? The yellow-clothed man takes a step forward, looking at her with malicious eyes, about to speak. Suddenly, there's a loud bang, and a sharp pain comes from the back of his head. The yellow-clothed man gives a muffled groan, his whole body throwing itself to the ground. Then, he saw a small figure and a round fat rabbit step over his body one after another. Xianxia. Xianxia. We found the jade dragon snake. Xiaobao doesn't notice the yellow-clothed man under his feet, as he pounces into Mayan's arms. The fat rabbit also makes a howling sound, bouncing to the side. It even audaciously steals a piece of barbecue from Demingju's side. To show off its contribution. You dare. The yellow-clothed man gets up from the ground, his face covered in dust, two nosebleeds flowing from his nose. He roars, I'll kill you, bang, there's another sound, and he's kicked to the ground once again. But this time, he can't get up. The last thing the yellow-clothed man hears is the roar of beasts, as well as the rumble of 10,000 beasts galloping. Then, with a snap, the yellow-clothed man's head is crushed, red, yellow, and white brain matter spilling all over the ground. In a split second, he's dead. The remaining yellow-clothed man doesn't even have the time to resist, and is also trampled into a puddle of meat. Xiaobao hugged Mu Yan and hugged her neck tightly. Although there was no fear on his little face, he still revealed a nervous expression. The fat rabbit jumped up and down. It was the first time it let out a weak whimper in front of a mutated beast. It's not that this rabbit is weak, but there are simply too many enemies. This rabbit can't control them all. Mu Yan's expression is somewhat dignified. It seems that this jade dragon snake is the leader of all the beasts in this Wuwang mountain range. Therefore, when the fat rabbit caught the jade dragon snake, the strange beasts that were supposed to be sleeping during the day all woke up and chased after them. However, for some reason, these strange beasts suddenly stopped in front of Mu Yan. All of them glared at them and howled. The might of 10,000 beasts was released. No matter how strong a martial artist was, they could only tremble under such a formation. Shui Yan and Guan Hu also turned pale and hide behind Mayan. Shui Yan grabbed Mu Yan's sleeve and said in a trembling voice, Miss, what should we do? As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with beasts. It was too terrifying. Rustling sounds could be heard from the bushes nearby, as well as the muffled cries of a woman. But at this time, Mu Yan has no time to care about them. The jade dragon snake was in the fat rabbit's body space. The reason why these beasts didn't attack was probably because they were afraid of the fat rabbit's pressure. But if they didn't release the jade dragon snake, these beasts wouldn't let it go. However, it was impossible for her to hand over the jade dragon snake. This was her greatest reliance for the Nether Flame army to ascend to the Cultivation continent. Mayan turns her wrist, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in her palm. Since he couldn't take it by trickery, he might as well take it by force. However, before she could pluck the strings, her wrist was grabbed. Demingju's wide palm gently moves along her wrist, finally wrapping her small hand in his palm. It's just some strange beasts. How could Madame bother to deal with them? This monarch will help you deal with them. Mu Yan frowns and looks at him, saying somewhat fiercely, you stay here obediently, don't make a move. This guy, could it be that he's forgotten that if he interferes too much in the Yanwu continent, he will suffer a backlash, especially when it comes to killing? If there are too many casualties, the backlash Demingju will suffer will certainly be even greater. Yan, can I understand that you're worried about me? Di Mingju grabs hold of Mayan's hand as she tries to struggle free, his fingers interlocking with hers. Then, with a faint smile, she said, "However, you are underestimating your future husband too much. To deal with these strange beasts, I don't need to kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, he let go of Mu Yan's hand and took a step forward, looking at the densely packed strange beasts. Meeting this man's eyes that were as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, the exotic beasts at the front of the line couldn't help but shiver. Then, Di Mingju narrowed his eyes and growled, "Scram." In the next moment, an invisible pressure suddenly spreads out with Di Mingju as the center. Mu Yan and the others did not feel anything, but those strange beasts that were still ferocious just now seemed to have felt some kind of terrifying aura. Their eyes were filled with terror as they turned around and ran. Even the fat rabbit howls and quickly hides inside Mayan's space. In just a few short breaths, the surroundings were completely empty, not even a single mutated beast could be seen. Mayan turns her lifeless gaze towards Di Mingju. She had always known that this man was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. Even Xiaobao stares blankly at Di Mingju, his big blue eyes rippling with the emotion of a child's worship. Di Mingju only feels that his mood is indescribably comfortable. When Jun Shangdaran was in the Xiaoxian continent, he was worshipped and revered every day, but he never felt that it was a big deal. But today, when he looked at Mu Yan and Xiaobao's eyes, he only felt indescribable joy. However, before he can take the opportunity to flirt with Mayan, Mu Yan's line of sight had already turned to the bushes at the side, her voice neither cold nor indifferent. "Are you still not ready to come out?" After a long time, the bushes shook violently, producing the sound of clothes rubbing against each other. Soon after, a man and a woman crawled out from the underbrush and kneeled in front of Mayan. Both of them were in a sorry state, and there were many wounds on their bodies. The woman was as thin as a stick and her face was pale, but her belly was bulging. It was obvious that she was pregnant. Mu Yan went straight to the point. "Who are those people chasing you?" The pregnant woman and the man looked at each other before shaking their heads with tears in their eyes. I don't know who those people are. I only know that they are beasts, they are all deranged beasts. Ah. My belly hurts so much." The pregnant woman suddenly lets out a mournful scream, clutching her stomach and collapsing. Ing-er, how are you?" "She's going to give birth." Mu Yan's calm voice comes. The man is startled, nervously looking at Mu Yan, then kowtows to her. "I beg you, please save Ing-er, I beg you. As long as you can save Ing-er and the child's life, I'm willing to be your slave for the rest of my life." Mu Yan crouches down to examine the pregnant woman's body. Soon after, her brows tightly wrinkle. Because this pregnant woman's physical condition is very poor, she's all skin and bones, but the baby inside is very well fed. Moreover, this pregnant woman's bone structure is only 15 or 16 years old. It's simply not a suitable age for pregnancy. It's simply impossible to safely give birth to a child with such a body. Unless, in Mu Yan's mind, the surgery that Bailey Lewin wrote down in his notes, cesarean section. However, as soon as she thinks of this surgery, her mind unconsciously flashes to the scene of her previous life being cut open and Xiaobao being dug out. Her face turns deathly pale in an instant, and she subconsciously reaches out to grab Xiaobao, hugging him tightly in her arms. Xiaobao doesn't know why his mother suddenly hugs him, and it's a little tight, a little painful. But Xiaobao doesn't make a sound. Instead, he wraps his little hands around Mu Yan's neck, and softly says, "Nyangqin, don't be afraid, Xiaobao is here." Xiaobao has always known that his mother is very afraid of losing him. When he was even younger, Mu Yan would always wake up in the middle of the night in the cave and hold him in her arms, covered in cold sweat, as if he was a treasure that had been lost and regained. Xiaobao likes how his mother cares about him, values him, and loves him. Because he also loves his mother the most, Mu Yan takes a deep breath, feeling Xiaobao's small and soft body in her arms, and slowly calms down. After so many years, she has learned to forget that hellish past life. But in fact, those painful memories of the past have always been engraved in the depths of her soul. From time to time, they would drill out and gnaw at her until she's covered in bruises. But she has long been accustomed to it, and can easily get through it. However, the next moment, her body, together with Xiaobao, is pulled into a warm embrace. Di Mingju's low, husky, magnetic voice rings in her ears. "Yan Yan, no matter what you've experienced in the past, from now on, I will accompany you and your son. I won't let anyone bully you again. At that moment, Mayan only feels a warm current flowing from Di Mingju's body into her body, dispersing all the coldness and emptiness from her body. She reached out and hugged the man tightly, not letting go until the pregnant woman moaned again. Mu Yan took another deep breath and used the knife to cut open the pregnant woman's stomach. What are you going to do? The man revealed a horrified expression. You're the same as those animals. Are you going to cut opening her stomach and take our child from inside? No. No. The man lunged over, trying to snatch the pregnant woman away. Giving her back to me. I will never allow you to hurt Ing-er and the child. Mu Yan frowns, the information revealed in this man's words, but now was not the time to think about this. Guanhu, tell this man not to make any noise and disturb my surgery. Under the effect of Mu Yan's draft, the pregnant woman, who was still moaning, also falls asleep. The man's face is covered with tears. He looks at Mu Yan, who's cutting open the pregnant woman's belly bit by bit, but he's unable to move. An hour later. The baby's cries resound in everyone's ears like a kitten's cry. Mu Yan looks at the man with a lifeless face, as if he's already stupid. She says indifferently, "It's a boy." The little pink dumpling is wrapped in a fluffy blanket, kicking its little hands and feet from time to time. Everyone curiously gathers around, their faces filled with amazement. Nyangqin, is this a newborn baby? Xiaobao can't help but reach out and poke, so soft and small. Could it be that when Xiaobao was born, he was also like this, although it's soft and tender? It's so wrinkled that it doesn't look good at all. In the future, when Nyangqin gives birth to a little sister, will she also be this ugly? No. Definitely not, Nyangqin's little sister, of course she's the best. Xiaobao's thoughts scatter. Meanwhile, Mu Yan has already washed her blood-stained hands in the stream that Shui Yan had just found. She looks at the pregnant woman who's slowly opening her eyes. Because of the draft used to clean and treat the wound on her abdomen is almost healed by the time Mu Yan stitches it up. Mu Yan then feeds her a draft that replenishes qi and nourishes blood. After giving birth, the woman's complexion is unexpectedly rosier and more beautiful than before. Ing-er, you're still alive? That's great. That's great. The man pounces on the pregnant woman, hugging her and crying. After a long time, the two kneel down towards Mu Yan, and slowly reveal their identities. The man's name is Ma Yuan, and the girl who has just given birth, but is less than 16, is called Lu Ying. What's shocking is that these two people didn't even know each other a year ago. I'm a direct descendant of the Lu family in Huangyao's, Maple City. The elders in my family have always said that I'm very talented. A year ago, on my 15th birthday, I broke through to profound stage. Lu Ying's expression was somewhat absent-minded. It was clearly a memory from over a year ago. However, to her, it was as if a lifetime had passed. At that time, I thought I was the happiest, the most high-spirited person I had ever been. But in the blink of an eye, I was imprisoned in a small house that neither the heavens nor the earth responded to. A man I didn't know pounced on me, ignoring my struggles. I tried to resist, I tried to commit suicide, but I didn't succeed. I really wanted to die. Lu Ying's words were incoherent. Her eyes were unfocused, but her body was trembling non-stop. It was obvious that she had suffered a great shock. Ma Yuan quickly hugged her and comforted her carefully for a while before Lu Ying calmed down. However, Mu Yan frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know who captured you? What is their purpose?" Ma Yuan grabbed Lu Ying's hand, looked at Mu Yan, and continued speaking on her behalf. "I don't know the specific identity of those people, but I can be sure that their status is definitely not low. The main reason they captured women with outstanding aptitudes like Ing-er is to get them pregnant with fetuses. Then, when the fetuses have been raised for 8 or 9 months, they will remove these fetuses from the women's abdomens." A trace of fear appeared in Ma Yuan's eyes. Ma Yuan's voice stopped abruptly. Because he discovered that Mu Yan's expression was bone-piercingly cold, and the sharp killing intent around her body caused his entire body to feel cold and numb. He couldn't even speak clearly. Only when the outrageously handsome man by her side pulls her into his arms and gently caresses her, does Ma Yuan's expression recover. Continue. Ma Ding calmed himself down and said, that group of people raise pregnant women like Ying they call them, so, and those men who force these women to become pregnant are called, breeding pigs. I am one of the, breeding pigs. Mu Yan's eyes are filled with deep disgust. It wasn't just insulting titles like sow and breeding pig. More importantly, she had never expected Ma Yuan to be one of those scumbags who humiliated innocent women. Feeling the murderous intent in the eyes of Mayan and the others towards Ma Yuan, Lu Ying suddenly pounced over and blocked Ma Yuan. She said loudly, "Don't blame Big Brother Ma. He is a good person. He was forced. Moreover, because of me, even his family was killed by those scum. Please don't kill him." Ma Yuan pushed her away and revealed a bitter smile as if he had accepted his fate. "Ying don't say any more. No matter what, I'm the scum who forced you. Miss, if you think I deserve to die, then just kill me." However, Lu Ying shook his head with all his might, and cried towards Mu Yan, "Big Brother Ma Yuan's family has been captured by that group of beasts. If he is not obedient, those people will tear his family apart. Big Brother Ma Yuan has no choice." As it turned out, the breeding pig that the organization caught also required the man to be extremely talented. Only then could they ensure that the fetus that was conceived was sufficiently outstanding. Some of these, breeding pigs, were willing scumbags who wanted to defile more women. But there were also some people like Ma Yuan who had no choice but to be coerced. However, something unexpected happened during this process. Just like fate, Ma Yuan fell in love with Lu Ying the moment he saw her. Lu Ying also slowly fell in love with Ma Yuan due to his gentleness towards her. Their child could be said to be the fruit of their love. However, this crystal was about to be taken out. Before it could see the light of day, it would be strangled to death. Even Lu Ying would definitely die during this process. How could Ma Yuan bear to see his lover and child die so tragically? Therefore, for the first time, he disobeyed the organization and rescued Lu Ying, who was about to give birth. Because of this, his family was killed by the organization. Even they, if they had not met Mu Yan, would have ended up in a miserable state. The two of them cried miserably. The baby wrapped in the blanket seemed to feel something and began to cry as well. Shui Yan couldn't help but say, "Don't cry. Although you guys had a hard time in the past, meeting young Miss is your greatest fortune. If you really have no home to return to, then come back to Hellflame Valley with us." Hellflame Valley? Lu Ying and Ma Yuan asked simultaneously. However, Lu Ying had a confused expression on her face. However, Ma Yuan's complexion greatly changes. He looks at Mayan in shock. You are the Enchantress of Medicine, Mayan?" The Enchantress of Medicine June Mayan, who rose to fame in just one short year, trampling the godly Dr. Qianqing under her feet, beating the ghost city into submission, and causing Jingqing country to be destroyed overnight? She lightly brushes the hem of her clothes, as if carelessly saying, "Speak, who are you? What's the origin of that organization?" Ma Yuan's expression changes, as if he's experiencing a fierce struggle in his heart. Even Lu Ying looks at him in surprise. "Brother Ma?" Ma Yuan steels his heart and kowtows heavily towards Mayan. "If it's you, Madam Enchantress, perhaps you really have the ability to contend against them. That organization, in fact, was founded by Tiandao sect." What? As soon as these words come out, whether it's Lu Ying or Guanhu Shui Yan, they all reveal shocked expressions. Lu Ying is even more incredulous. How is this possible? Isn't Tiandao sect the largest upright sect in the Yanwu continent? Shouldn't they be upholding justice, rooting out the strong and helping the weak? How could they do such a deranged thing? Ma Yuan sneers, his face full of ridicule. Upholding justice, rooting out the strong and helping the weak? In fact, Tiandao sect, the leader of the world's practitioners in name, is actually the dirtiest and most disgusting place in the world. For their own benefit, what kind of deranged thing can't they do? Mayan's expression doesn't have the slightest bit of shock. She only lightly asks, "The people of Tiandao sect want to use fetuses with excellent aptitudes to refine elixirs?" "Yes." Ma Yuan clenches his teeth. "I also found out by accident. Several elders of Tiandao sect have already reached the peak of pre-celestial, and even complete pre-celestial, but they are still unable to temper their body and soul, and welcome the thunder tribulation. There are also some elders who attract the thunder tribulation, but fail to cross it. These people all want to ascend, want to live forever, but their lifespans have already reached the end. In order to obtain more lifespans, in order to increase their strength and ascend as soon as possible, these people found a deranged method from ancient books. That is, to cut out the unborn fetuses with excellent aptitudes, along with the mother's womb palace, refine them into elixirs, and then take them. Every time they take one, they can increase their lifespan by 2 or 3 years. However, as they take more and more elixirs, their age far exceeds 100 years, and their need for this kind of elixir increases. Naturally conceived fetuses can no longer meet their needs. Therefore, they came up with this method of capturing unmarried women with excellent aptitudes, and then raising the fetuses. When Luing heard the last part, she clenched her teeth tightly. Her whole body was trembling. Why? How could this be? My little brother was proud of joining Tiandao Sect's outer sect, but how could they be such beasts? Woo woo woo. Ma Yuan embraced Luing, who was sobbing uncontrollably, in his arms. His expression was one of unspeakable grief and indignation. But no matter how much grief and indignation they felt, they could only turn into helplessness and despair in the end. Once again, Ma Yuan kowtows towards Mayan, Madam Enchantress, I only beg you to save those innocent girls who are being kept in captivity, and to completely destroy that disgusting place. The pills that the Tiandao sect uses to nurture the fetus are all piled up in the underground palace. As long as those pills are destroyed, the people of the Tiandao sect will not be able to nurture the fetus in a short period of time. Mu Yan is silent and does not speak. Ma Yuan suddenly thought of the heavy guards in the underground palace and the powerful Tiandao sect, and immediately felt a wave of regret. Although those women were innocent, but if Miss June were to save them and bring trouble upon herself, how could he feel at ease? Ma Yuan wished he could give himself a tight slap. He was about to speak, but he heard the man beside Mu Yan say in a low, magnetic voice, "You don't like it?" Mayan's eyes are heavy, but she doesn't speak. Di Mingju's tone is even more indifferent, as if he's talking about a family matter of chatting and eating. If you don't like it, then just destroy it. What's there to hesitate about, Ben Jun Ken? Mayan casts a glance at him. Behave yourself, you're not allowed to make a move in the Yanwu continent. I will deal with the Tiandao sect myself. I'm just calculating if there's an auspicious day this month that's good for killing. Di Mingju looks at the little girl's fiendish appearance, thinking, Ben Jun really spoils you to the heavens. You actually dare to tell Ben Jun to settle down a bit. But thinking like this in his heart, Jun Shangdaren's actions still obediently settle down. When Shui Yan and Guan Hu hear Mayan's words, they suddenly become excited. Miss, are we finally going to attack the Tiandao sect? Haha, that's great. Ever since the last battle in Jingqing country, how long has it been since we last moved? Our brother's bones are about to go moldy. I've long disliked those bastards from the Tiandao sect. Now I can finally destroy them. Ma Yuan and Luing were dumbfounded. Wait a minute, he had only asked Miss June to help save those innocent girls. How did it develop to the point of destroying the heavenly Dao sect? That was the Tiandao sect. Tiandao sect, Yanwu continent's most powerful sect, the number of elders who have reached the pre-celestial level is innumerable. Was the Tiandao sect so easy to destroy? Upon hearing Ma Yuan's stuttering question, Shui Yan sneered. So what if it's the Tiandao sect? As long as my young mistress wants to do it, there's nothing she can't do. Isn't Xianxia powerful? Isn't Jingqing country powerful? Isn't it still destroyed by my family's miss with a flick of her finger? Not to mention, the Tiandao sect is even harboring our young miss's greatest enemy, Xianxia. We've long wanted to annihilate the Tiandao sect. Now that it has delivered itself to our doorstep, it's simply courting death. Ma Yuan looks at Shui Yan and Guan Hu, who are spitting saliva as they speak, without the slightest bit of fear. Then he looks at Mayan, who has a tender and beautiful complexion, just like a pure and innocent girl. He gulped silently. Princess. Princess. In front of us is the Wuwang mountain range, and it's already close to dusk. It's too dangerous to go in now. Why don't we go back? At the edge of the Wuwang mountain range, Li Waner led a group of subordinates. Her face was twisted and her eyes were filled with hatred. Shut up. That slut dared to humiliate this princess must capture her, pull out her tendons, and peel off her skin. Whoever dares to disobey this princess's order, just wait to be chopped up and fed to the dogs. Under Li Wan'er's tyrannical power and threat, the group of guards had no choice but to follow her into the Wuwang Mountains. Yesterday, Li Wan'er was ruthlessly taught a lesson by Mu Yan, and the guards around her were also mostly dealt with by Mu Yan. How could Li Wan'er have ever suffered this kind of grievance? Her heart is filled with hatred, but there's nothing she can do about Mu Yan. It wasn't until this morning when a new guard arrived from Huangyao country that she decided to wash away her shame. Therefore, even if she knew the dangers of the Wuwang Mountains, Li Wan'er still desperately rushed in. But soon, Li Wan'er regretted it. As the night fell, Li Wan'er's ears were filled with the terrible roars of beasts. But there was no one around her. She was separated from her bodyguard. "Hey, there's a woman here. Quickly see if it's the escaped bitch." Just when Li Wan'er was panicking, she heard the voices of several men. "It's good that it's a human," Li Wan'er breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Bold wicked people, this Princess Li Wan'er is here, quickly come and greet me." In the dark shadows, several men in yellow clothes slowly appeared. The leader's eyes unscrupulously swept over the princess and said in a low voice, "Princess, you really are the daughter of the Li family. TSK, since you're a princess, your bones must be good. Leader is right, we can't find that bitch, we'll definitely be punished when we go back, but if we bring a princess back." Hee. The voices of these people were very soft, Li Wan'er couldn't hear them clearly. She impatiently shouted, "A bunch of trash, what are you waiting for? Why don't you quickly send this princess out of this damn place? Don't worry, when this princess gets out, there will be no lack of benefits for you." The leader revealed a gloomy smile and walked towards Li Wan'er step by step. "Good. Since it's the princess's order, we will definitely let the princess leave this damn place." Li Wan'er looked at the man's gloomy eyes, frowned and said with disgust, "What are you? You dare to look at this princess like that? Believe it or not, this princess will let someone dig out your eyes." Before she finished her words, her eyes suddenly went black and she fainted. When she woke up again, Li Wan'er felt a burst of cold all over her body. From time to time, she could hear women crying, moaning, and hysterical cursing. Li Wan'er frowned and wanted to roar, but her whole body was limp and she couldn't even move. She reluctantly opened her eyes and found that she was in a dark and empty room. Around the room, there were iron cages. When Li Wan'er saw the scene in the iron cages, she was so scared that she almost screamed. Because in each cage was a naked woman. Some of them were like walking corpses, motionless, without any signs of life on their faces. There was also a man who was riding on her. The man was constantly moving his body, but the woman under him had a numb expression, as if the one being defiled was not her at all. There were also 2 or 3 women who struggled and cried under the men's bodies, but what they got in return was even more inhumane abuse. Even Li Wan'er, who had always been vicious by nature, couldn't help but shiver when she saw these hellish scenes. At this moment, she heard a somewhat familiar female voice. "You haven't caught that escaped sow yet? Princess, please calm down. Those 2 bitches escaped into the Wuwang Mountains. Now that it's already dark, I'm afraid they've already been eaten by the strange beasts in the Wuwang Mountains." Yes. Princess, please calm down." The man's voice is full of fear as he says shakily, "We didn't do a good job. I didn't expect that this group of sows would be so shameless. I told them to stay in a separate room and serve them well, but they dared to run away. Princess is wise, letting them be like real sows, mating in public, giving birth in public, and not letting them wear a single piece of clothing. Like this, let's see how they can run, and whether they have the face to run." Li Wan'er raises her head with difficulty and looks in the direction of the voice. When she sees the woman's face in the faint candlelight, Li Wan'er suddenly widens her eyes. Gong Qianxia. No wonder she felt the woman's voice was familiar. This person turns out to be the princess of Jingqin country. Li Wan'er once saw this woman at a banquet in Huangyao country. Hearing Li Wan'er's voice, Gong Qianxia looks over. The yellow-clothed man standing beside her immediately said, reporting to Princess, "Although we didn't find those 2 bitches, we met Li Wan'er alone in the Wuwang mountain range. We felt that Li Wan'er's aptitude was pretty good, so we brought her back." Gong Qianshua's gaze lingers on Li Waner's body, as if looking at an applauding plaything. Li Waner immediately becomes angry and says, Gong Qianshua, what are you looking at? Hurry up and let me go. If you dare to touch a single hair of mine, my father will absolutely tear you to pieces. Gong Qianshua laughed in a low voice when she heard this. Then, the light laughter turns into unbridled laughter. She glances at the man in yellow next to her and says slowly, You did well. The man in yellow hears this and immediately breathes a sigh of relief. He knows that he escaped a disaster. Gong Qianshua's gaze falls on Li Waner again and she faintly says, Since it's the princess, of course we must give the princess enough treatment. I remember that Li Waner is usually very desolate. I'm afraid it's not enough to have just one man. Go find a few more breeding pigs for the princess. I believe Her Royal Highness will be satisfied, ha ha ha. The man in yellow immediately obeys and quickly whistles. Soon, 3 to 5 muscular men with half-naked bodies walked out. These men's cultivation is very high, but their appearance is very ugly. Seeing Li Waner lying on the ground, unable to move, they all revealed sinister expressions. Li Waner's expression finally changed. She screamed and wanted to retreat, Gong Qianshua, you bitch. I am the princess of Huangyao country. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch me? Your Jingqing country has already been destroyed by Jun Mayan, who in the world doesn't know that? You trash, if you dare to lay your hands on me, I promise to make you wish you were dead. My father will never let you off. Hearing Li Waner say, Your Jingqing country has already been destroyed by Jun Mayan, Gong Qianshua's face distorts. Then, her smile became somewhat sinister. Your father won't let me go? Heh. Don't you know that your imperial father is also counting on the pills we produce to prolong his life? Li Waner's face froze, and she said in disbelief, What did you say? Gong Qianshua waved her hand, and the yellow-clothed man immediately dragged out a woman from a cage in the corner. Li Waner looked over nervously, only to see the naked woman staring at the ceiling. There was no focus in her pupils. And on her belly, there were 2 hideous scars. But this was not what shocked Li Waner. What shocked her was the woman's appearance, Mu. Imperial Mother? Li Waner's voice trembled as she screamed. This woman's appearance was exactly the same as her imperial mother who should have died in childbirth 2 years ago. Li Waner's imperial mother was imperial concubine Qing in the imperial palace of Huangyao country. She still remembered that more than 2 years ago, her imperial mother was pregnant with a child. The imperial doctor said it was likely to be a boy. At that time, Li Waner thought that by helping her brother ascend the throne, she would be able to do whatever she wanted. However, he didn't expect that his mother would suddenly disappear a month before the birth. When she was found, she was already an unrecognizable corpse wearing his mother's clothes. Gong Qianshua slowly walked in front of Li Waner and grabbed her hair, forcing her face to stick to the scars on imperial concubine Cheng's belly. Do you know what the pill your imperial father ate was made of? It's the baby in this woman's belly, your brother. Gong Qianshua looked at Li Waner who was desperately shaking her head in horror, and laughed even more happily. Your mother's aptitude is really good. She's already had 2 fetuses removed, but the essence in her body hasn't been exhausted yet. That's why we still kept her womb palace, and in just 2 months, she's pregnant with her 3rd child. But after this child is removed, she will be useless. At that time, we will cut off her womb palace. Gong Qianshua's gaze fell on Li Waner's pale face, and her smile was like that of a devil, but I believe that your imperial highness's aptitude must be better than your imperial mother's, so you will definitely be able to have more fetuses. No, no, no. You can't do this to me. Li Waner finally broke down and cried, I don't want to be a sow, I don't want to get pregnant, I don't want to have a fetus removed. Gong Qianshua, please let me go, I will do anything you want me to do. Please let me go. However, her screams and cries did not attract the slightest bit of sympathy. 3 strong men walked up to her and dragged her to the side without hesitation. They tore off her clothes. These, breeding pigs, had done this countless times. Hearing Li Waner's screams, threats, and cries, not only did he not feel the slightest bit of pity, he became even more excited. One man after another disregarded her struggles and cries as they ravaged her body. In the beginning, Li Waner cursed and cried hysterically. In the end, she lost all her strength and could only moan as she drowned. At this moment, she suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of regret. In front of her eyes, it was as if the resentful and hateful eyes of the men she had played with before appeared. Those men had been drugged by her and were humiliated by her. If they didn't serve her well, they would be rewarded to her subordinates and end up in a miserable state. And at this moment, her humiliation, despair, and pain seemed to overlap with those men. The heavenly Tao reincarnated. Now, this retribution had finally fallen on her head. The man in yellow shoved the drug into Li Wanner's mouth. Her body couldn't help but heat up. She shamelessly catered to the man's invasion. "Princess, the elixir you gave is really of the highest quality," the yellow-cloaked man fawningly says to Gong Qianxue. "After taking the elixir, the probability of these sows conceiving a fetus has increased a lot. Presumably, this elixir must have come from Master Jian Feng's hands." Gong Qianxue proudly smiles, not saying anything. The yellow-cloaked man continues to flatter. "In this world, the only person who can make Master Jian Feng casually take out an elixir is you, princess. Master Jian Feng is truly devoted to you, princess." Gong Qianshua's eyes darken, then she suddenly points to a woman in the corner and says in a low voice, "Pull that woman onto the dissection table for me." The yellow-cloaked man stares blankly at her, "But that woman's fetus is only 7 months old, I'm afraid that the effects of the elixir might not be the best." Gong Qianxue coldly looks at him. "You want to disobey my orders?" The yellow-cloaked man is startled. This subordinate doesn't dare. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and pull that sow over." Gong Qianshue's expression is gloomy and dark. She also doesn't want to use a fetus that's not even a month old to refine elixir. However, the injury caused by that slut Jun Mayan several months ago still hasn't healed yet. Jian Feng has tried all kinds of methods, but he still couldn't let her body recover to its original state. In desperation, Jian Feng mentioned this place to nurture pill embryos. As long as she uses these specially raised pill embryos to refine a kind of elixir with the prescription, she can definitely recover immediately, and her strength might even improve. But these pill embryos are raised by the highest-level elders of the Heavenly Road sect to prolong their lifespan. Jian Feng tried every possible way to persuade the elders to agree to let a fetus heal Gong Qianxue. That is the already more than 8 months old fetus in Lu Ying's belly. Gong Qianxue is anxious, and she couldn't wait to come here, wanting to dig out the fetus along with her wound palace to let Jian Feng refine elixir to treat her injury. She didn't expect that Lu Ying would actually run away. In this way, the elders of the Heavenly Road sect might not agree to a second fetus. How could Gong Qianxue accept this? Since there's no 8-month fetus, 7 months is also fine. In any case, she must heal her injuries, restore her cultivation, and then find that slut Jun Mayan to take revenge. When the pregnant woman is dragged in front of Gong Qianxue, she unwaveringly protects her belly, her face full of panic and pleading. "I beg you, don't kill my child. If you want to eat, eat me. Please." This was the first time the girl was pregnant. Even if the father of this child was a scumbag demon, an animal who forced her. However, as the child in her womb grew day by day, the girl's maternal instincts were aroused, and she wanted to protect the fetus in her womb. "My name is Chen Lingyu. I am the daughter of an elder of the Purple Sun School. As long as you are willing to let my child go, I am willing to pay any price. I beg you. I beg you." The Ziyang house? Gong Qianshue's gaze fell upon Chen Lingyu, and the smile on her face became sinister and terrifying. "So you're from the Ziyang sect. Looks like I've made the right choice." Ziyang sect, wasn't that the sect that betrayed her? Bai Yichen was in. If it weren't for that Bai Yichen, Shen Jinglin wouldn't have run away, and that slut Jun Mayan wouldn't have made preparations in advance, turning the tables around. Now that she had failed to capture Bai Yichen, she could vent all her anger on Chen Lingyu. Without any anesthetic, the man in yellow picks up a knife and cuts open her bulging belly. Don't hurt my child." Chen Lingyu lets out a mournful wail and struggles desperately. "I beg you, don't hurt my child. Gong Qianxue, you are so crazy, you will get what you deserve. Even if I become a ghost, I will never let you go. Child, my child, Blood spreads on the dissection table, and Chen Lingyu's mournful cry echoes in the huge underground palace. The girls locked in the cages all revealed a look of sorrow and despair, as if they were the same kind of people. Even Li Wan'er, who was being defiled, stares blankly at this scene. Thinking that one day this will be her end, she can't stop her tears from gushing out. She really wants to die. If it is such a future, she would rather die. The fetus in Chen Lingyu's belly is cut out alive. The man in yellow quickly takes out a jade box, puts the fetus in the box, and hands it to Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue looks at the bloody fetus in the jade box with satisfaction. Especially when she sees that the baby in the box even bounces his calf, she is even more happy. This means that the baby's vitality is very strong, and refining it into elixirs will naturally have a better effect. Gong Qianxue closes the jade box and is about to leave. But the hem of her clothes is suddenly grabbed by a hand covered with blood. I curse you, not to have a good end, and go to the 18 levels of hell after death. Chen Lingyu's eyes stare at her, and the hatred in her eyes is like a sea of blood that fills the sky. There was no longer any trace of innocence on her young face. All that was left was a gloomy, cold, and deathly darkness. Gong Qianxue frowns, shakes off her hand, and sneers, "This woman's uterus has been cut off, completely useless, throw her body out to feed the dogs." Yes, princess. Thousands of men in yellow are about to lift Chen Lingyu's body. Suddenly, there is a loud bang outside. The whole underground palace shakes, and the dust and stones above rustle down. Gong Qianxue frowns and asks in a deep voice, "What happened?" The yellow-robed man was also surprised. "This subordinate will go take a look." However, before he could finish his sentence, a few yellow-robed men covered in blood stumbled into the room with fear written all over their faces. "Commander, someone has come to kill us, our brothers can't hold them back." The yellow-robed man revealed an expression of disbelief. "How is this possible? This place is so well hidden. Moreover, the guards outside are all at heaven rank. In this Yanwu continent, how many forces can contend with this organization? Even if they could resist, they would vaguely know that their side was inextricably linked to the Tiandao sect. Who would dare to offend the number one sect in the world, the Tiandao sect?" Gong Qianxue's expression changed, and a bad premonition surged in her heart. However, before she could confirm with the yellow-robed man, the iron door of the underground palace gave out a loud bang and collapsed. A figure dressed in clothes as white as snow appeared at the door, looking at Gong Qianxue lazily and coldly, causing Gong Qianxue's pupils to suddenly contract. "Jun Mayan. It's actually Jun Mayan, why was she here?" Gong Qianxue's lips tremble, the hatred and fear in her eyes mix together. She hoarsely spits out 3 words, "Jun Mayan." As soon as she thinks of Jun Mayan's methods, and the humiliation and pain she once suffered when she fell into her hands, Gong Qianxue's body trembles like a sieve. "You! Hurry up and stop this woman!" Gong Qianxue screamed and ordered all the men in yellow to attack. He frantically retreated and then took out a token from his bosom. This token was given to her by Jian Feng to protect her life after he saved her last time. Its function was to teleport. However, there's no spiritual energy in the Yanwu continent. If she wants to activate this token, she can only consume a large amount of blood essence. Gong Qianxue was originally injured and had not yet recovered. This time, she had consumed a large amount of blood essence. She was afraid that she would never have the chance to ascend to the cultivation continent again. But at this moment, she had nowhere else to go. If she falls into Jun Mayan's hands, she will definitely die a very ugly death. A large mouthful of blood sprayed onto the token. Gong Qianxue's face was deathly pale, but the token lit up with a faint light, enveloping her within. Gong Qianxue fiercely glared at Mu Yan, who was not far away, and screamed, "Jun Mu Yan, just you wait, I will let you know the consequences of offending me." Gong Qianxue. Before she could finish her sentence, a white ball suddenly hit her in the chest. Gong Qianxue only heard a cracking sound from her ribs, and a sharp pain came from her chest. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She can't hold on to the baby's jade box in her hand. It flies out and falls into Mayan's hand. "My core embryo!" Gong Qianxue screamed unwillingly. This was her hope for recovery, however, the light from the token had already enveloped her completely, causing her to disappear without a trace. Mu Yan looks at the place where Gong Qianxue disappeared and frowns. Disappeared into thin air? It's just a low-level teleportation array. Di Mingju's voice comes from the side, and the man takes advantage of this opportunity to pull her into his arms. This kind of transmission array generally only has a radius of 5.5 miles. If you want to catch her, Yan Yan, it'll be as easy as turning over your hand. Mu Yan looks at the jade box in her hand and chuckles, there's no need, let's just wait to go to the Heavenly Road sect. There is no spiritual energy in the Yanwu continent. Gong Qianxua might have paid a considerable price to activate the transmission array. It's a pity that we can only linger on for a few more days. Di Mingju looks at the high-spirited young girl in his arms, her lazy and arrogant appearance. He only feels that he likes her very much. He, Di Mingju's woman, naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Miss, everyone in this underground palace has been dealt with. Guanhu and Shui Yin take the people of the Ink Camp and the Grand Void Camp who have just arrived, and throw the tied-up man in yellow and those, breeding pigs, on the ground. As for the naked women in the cages, Shui Yan asked the Grand Void Battalion's people to take out clothes and put them on. However, when some women saw them, they would be slow to react and shed tears, asking themselves if they were saved. There were also some women who seemed to have lost their minds. No matter if they were saved or fed food, they didn't react at all. Even Guanhu and Shui Yan, who were hard-hearted people, couldn't help but feel sour in their hearts as they watched this scene, feeling more and more that Tiandao sect and Gong Qianxua weren't human. When Li Wan'er found out that it was Mu Yan who had barged in, she thought that she wouldn't have a good ending. Feeling the pain in her body and the warmth of the robe, Li Wan'er finally couldn't help but cry. Miss! Miss! Shui Yan suddenly saw Chen Lingyu on the dissection table and screamed, it's senior sister Chen. Miss, quickly take a look. Can senior sister Chen be saved? Shui Yan was originally a disciple of the Purple Sun sect, but she didn't enter the sect because she admired its martial arts. It was because Bai Yichen had saved her life. Therefore, after Bai Yichen left the Purple Sun sect and joined the Dark Flame Army, Shui Yan also left with him. However, Bai Yichen and Shui Yan were very attached to the Purple Sun sect. Especially after they chose to leave, the elders of Ziyangzong not only didn't blame them, they even prepared a lot of drafts and weapons for them. Now that she saw her senior sister Chen in such a state, how could Shui Yan not be shocked? Mu Yan quickly steps forward and checks on Chen Lingyu's condition. Her breathing had stopped, and her heartbeat had also stopped. It was obvious that there was no hope for her. Shui Yan had also learned some medical knowledge, so she couldn't help but reveal a sorrowful expression. But when Mu Yan sees Chen Lingyu's stomach being cut open and the fetus being taken out alive, a burning flame flashes through her eyes. In her previous life, Xiaobao had also been poached away by the Su family like this by Gong Qianxua. If she had not been reincarnated, her ending would have been as miserable as Chen Lingyu's. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, takes a step forward, and quickly sutures the wound on Chen Lingyu's abdomen. Shui Yan wipes her tears, her eyes red as she watches Mayan stitch up Chen Lingyu's body. Just when she thought that the young miss only wanted to keep senior sister Chen's body intact, she realized that the young miss didn't give up. Mu Yan stuffs a pill into Chen Lingyu's mouth, and props up her chin to make her swallow it. However, Chen Lingyu's aura was still completely gone, and her heartbeat was still dead. Shui Yan said with red and swollen eyes, Miss, senior apprentice sister Chen is already dead. No matter how powerful you are, it's also impossible to resurrect a dead person. Please don't be sad. However, Mu Yan's calm and steady voice came to her ears, that might not be the case. Not necessarily? Not necessarily what? Not necessarily dead? Shui Yan's eyes widened. Guanhu and the girl who was still conscious also revealed shocked expressions. Even Di Mingju is looking at his wife with great interest. Could she really bring the dead back to life? How was this possible? Mu Yan quickly recalled Bailey Liuing's notes. Then, he placed his hands on Chen Lingyu's chest. Once. Then, he pried open Chen Lingyu's mouth and slowly exhaled. Di Mingju's face immediately turns black. Her Yan Yan is actually kissing someone else, even if it's a woman. Jun Shangdaran naturally doesn't know that this is artificial respiration, a method of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. But Mu Yan knows. She remembered what Bailey Liuing had written in his notebook. If a person's heart suddenly stopped beating, there was a chance that they could be saved by performing CPR within a short period of time. This was Mu Yan's first time using CPR. She didn't know if it would be successful. But looking at Chen Lingyu's corpse, she couldn't help but think of herself in her previous life. If God hadn't given her a chance, would she still be able to have Xiaobao again? Could she still save her brother and father in this life and establish the Nether Flame Army? Can she still meet Di Mingju? Cough, cough, cough. Chen Lingyu suddenly opens her eyes, takes a deep breath, and then starts coughing violently. The entire underground palace is strangely silent, only Chen Lingyu's coughing echoes. Even Di Mingju shows a shocked expression. Chen. Senior Sister Chen, are you a human or a ghost? Shui Yan approaches Chen Lingyu, trembling with fear, and pokes her arm, warm, alive. God, Senior Sister Chen, you're alive? You're really alive. Chen Lingyu stares blankly at Shui Yan, then looks around, her line of sight focusing a little. Soon after, cries of surprise rise and fall all around. Alive, there's clearly no breathing and no heartbeat, but she's still alive. Don't you know that our Miss is omnipotent? She can revive the dead, regrow flesh and bones, and bring the dead back to life. That's nothing difficult. Chen Lingyu slowly lowers her head to look at her belly, and then suddenly seems to remember something. My child. My child. Don't worry, the child is still alive. Mayan opens the jade box, cuts open the placenta, and takes out the baby inside. Chen Lingyu snatches the child, as if she's robbing it. The baby's skin is blue and purple, as if it's dead. Chen Lingyu's complexion greatly changes. Just as she's about to scream, she sees Mayan taking out a silver needle and pricking it on the baby's back. The baby's body twitches violently, and the blue and purple on the surface of its body fades. Soon after, it cries out with a wah. Alive! Alive! Even the child is alive. It's really amazing. Long live the Miss. The women imprisoned in the underground palace, seeing this scene, think of their dead children, and each and every one of them grieve. If they had met this girl earlier, would their children have been able to survive? But in the end, the main culprits are these beasts who imprisoned them and wantonly defiled them. Chen Lingyu tightly holds the baby in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tired from crying, the baby falls into a deep sleep. Only then does Chen Lingyu look at Mayan. Did you save me and my child? She's not like the others, deeply grateful to Mayan for saving her life. Her eyes were as calm as a pool of stagnant water, as if there were no ripples in them at all. Shui Yan hurriedly said, Senior Sister Chen, it was young Miss who pulled you back from the gates of hell. You don't even know that you didn't even breathe or have a heartbeat just now. You saved my life and my child's. The rest of my life belongs to you. Chen Lingyu calmly interrupts Shui Yan's words, looking straight at Mayan, but before that, I have one thing to do. Gong Qianxue, I must take revenge with my own hands. When the 3 words Gong Qianxue were spat out from her lips and teeth, it was as if they had been torn and ground up countless times, carrying a hatred that could devour the heart and burn the bones. Mu Yan says unhurriedly, you decide your own fate, it has nothing to do with me. But if you want to find Gong Qianxue for revenge, I'm sorry, but you have to line up. She was not the only one who wanted to take revenge on Gong Qianxue in the Hellflame Valley. There were also Bai Yichen and Yan Haoyan. Naturally, Chen Lingyu could only sit at the back. Chen Lingyu was stunned. But she heard Mayan chuckle and point to the tied-up man in yellow. However, you can first collect a little interest from the Heavenly Road sect and Gong Qianxue. Chen Lingyu and the girls who were still conscious looked at the man in yellow. You can't lay your hands on us, we are the people of the Tiandao sect. If you kill us, the Tiandao sect will never let you off. Chen Lingyu's face reveals a sinister and terrifying smile. Then, she takes the medicine that was originally given to them and feeds it to these people. The only difference is that the breeding pigs are fed drugs that enhance their sexual desire. But what the yellow-clothed men take is a drug that makes their whole body weak. The effects of the drug kick in, and each and every one of those breeding pigs let out moans that make people blush and their hearts beat faster. Chen Lingyu lets the girls untie them, and throws them all into a big cage. Then, the breeding pigs, unable to vent the effects of the drug, begin to howl and chase after the yellow-clothed men, tearing off their clothes. Even if they're all men, when the effects of the drug kick in, they can't do anything about it. These yellow-clothed men were originally high and aloof, dictating the life and death of others. But at this time, they're locked in a cage, desperately chased by the men in heat, their clothes torn to shreds. Their bodies are pressed against the iron railings, wantonly trampled. Their cultivation has long since disappeared under the effects of the drug, but their consciousness is still clear. They can only experience this hellish despair and pain. At first, the yellow-clothed men would still curse and beg for mercy, but in the end, all that's left is a hair-thin scream. The entire underground palace is filled with a bloody and nauseating smell. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, how does it feel to be treated as a sow? How does it feel to be defiled at will? Animals. You're a group of heartless animals, all of you will die a horrible death. Boo-hoo, children, Xianxia has avenged you. The women's blood-sobbing cries make the originally carefree vengeance tainted with a mournful taste. Those who originally thought that this kind of revenge is a bit terrifying, can't help but feel the same when they hear the women's cries. They only feel that this kind of punishment for this group of animals is far from enough. Di Mingju covers Mu Yan's eyes, not letting her see this dirty scene. Mu Yan doesn't resist, but takes out the Tian Emochin and slowly plays it. Floating like a dream activates. Waking up is pain, dreaming is hell. Even if these people die, their souls will never be free. This is the price they pay for being heartless. The raging flames burned this bloody and dark organization into ashes. The underground palace below was also blasted into dust by Mu Yan. Ma Liang and Lu Ying, who were waiting outside, listened to the rumbling explosion, then looked at the raging flames, and Mu Yan and the others who walked out of the flames unscathed. They were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. It was destroyed, the nightmarish place that had trapped them for so long had been destroyed in just one night, and it had been destroyed so easily. When Lu Ying saw the young girl walking out, as well as Chen Lingyu, who was also carrying a child, she could no longer hold back her tears. Their nightmare was finally over, wasn't it? She could finally start a new life, and all of this was brought to her by the girl before her, Jun Mayan. A large portion of the girls rescued from the underground palace chose to follow Mayan to live in the ghastly Flame Valley. This included Lu Ying, Ma Yuan, and Chen Lingyu. There were also a small number who chose to return to their original families. As soon as Li Waner saw her imperial mother, who had already lost consciousness, being supported by Li Waner, she felt extremely disgusted by her so-called imperial father. It was only then that she realized how filthy and disgusting the palace that seemed to be golden and magnificent was. Mu Yan had always welcomed anyone who sought shelter with her. Li Waner wanted to follow her, and she didn't refuse. The Hellflame Valley could accept all kinds of people. However, to truly become a part of the Netherflame army, one could only do so through a long period of hard work and perseverance. As for sneaking into the Hellflame Valley to pry for secrets, that was just a joke. This was because ordinary people could only live in the periphery of the Netherflame Valley. The ones who truly knew the secrets of the Netherflame Valley were the 4 core elites of the Netherflame army. Now, these girls were just a group of ordinary people under her protection. After dealing with these, Mu Yan is about to leave. Suddenly, there was a violent fluctuation in space. Mu Yan was startled. She waved her hand in the air and Xiaobao immediately appeared in her arms. But right now, Little Bao's face was flushed, and his eyes were bewildered. His little body was trembling non-stop. Xiaobao. Mu Yan's expression could no longer remain calm. Her hand that wanted to check Xiaobao's pulse was almost trembling. Little Big Brother is going to advance. The soft and gentle voice of a little girl suddenly came from within Xiaobao's body. Because I advanced too quickly, my mental state is still unstable. That's why an inner demon was born. If I don't think of something immediately, little brother might die. Even if little Big Brother succeeds in advancing, it will be very difficult for him to cultivate in the future. Sob sob sob, what should I do? Qiu Qiu's strength isn't enough right now, so I can't help little Big Brother, but Qiu Qiu doesn't want little Big Brother to get hurt. Even more so, I don't want little Big Brother to die. Sob sob sob. The one who spoke was the little phoenix ball that had signed a contract with Xiaobao. But little Phoenix's explanation, not only did it not make Mayan feel at ease, it made her anxious instead. Xiaobao actually developed an inner demon. Everyone who practiced martial arts knew what an inner demon was. Once the inner demon took shape, the best outcome would be the destruction of one's cultivation, and the worst would be. Mu Yan doesn't dare to think further. At this moment, her mind was a mess. She looked at Xiaobao, who was burning red and twitching in her arms. Mu Yan only feels like her heart is being cut by a knife. Don't be afraid. Di Mingju's voice is soft and low, like a cool breeze blowing away the icy fog in front of her eyes. It's just a low-level heart's devil, nothing more. Di Mingju's son, how could he not be able to overcome it? Mayan subconsciously raises her head to look at Di Mingju, her eyes unconsciously carrying a trace of pleading. Di Mingju, what should I do? How can we save Xiaobao? Don't be afraid, Yan Yan. Di Mingju lowers his head and gently kisses the space between Mayan's eyebrows. His voice carries a bone-piercing tenderness. I won't let anything happen to our child. After Di Mingju says this, he raises a finger and presses it between Xiaobao's eyebrows. Yingmei couldn't help but frown. She seemed to want to dissuade him, but in the end, she endured it. As a pure energy flowed into the space between Xiaobao's eyebrows, his twitching body gradually calmed down. The redness on his skin, which seemed to be on fire, also gradually faded. The surrounding air trembled violently as if it was stirred up by some terrifying force. But after a cold glint flashes in Di Mingju's eyes, he calms down. For a moment, Di Mingju's complexion pales. Di Mingju's complexion quickly recovers. He moves closer to Mu Yan, and looks at her with a smile that isn't a smile. Ben Jun naturally has to pay some price. If Yan Yan feels that you owe Ben Jun, how about giving yourself to me? This idiot. He's actually still teasing her at this time. Mu Yan glares at him fiercely, and reaches out to grab his wrist to examine it. Only after confirming that there's no major problem, does she breathe a sigh of relief. Di Mingju slightly frowns, looking at Xiaobao thoughtfully. Just now, in order to suppress the demon inside Xiaobao's body, he used God power. But ordinary people can't bear pure God power, and it will inevitably overflow. Once the God power overflows, the space of the Yanwu continent will fluctuate, and he will receive a backlash from the rules of the heavenly Tao. However, just now, when he sent the God power into Xiaobao's body, it was completely absorbed by Xiaobao. Even if it overflowed, it was only a wisp, and he quickly suppressed it. Xiaobao can actually completely absorb his God power? It's like that little body is completely compatible with his own power. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, there has never been anyone who could completely withstand the God power of the polar domain sovereign. Why, can this little guy? Niangqin. Xiaobao's soft and husky voice interrupts Di Mingju's thoughts. The little guy's blue eyes fall on his face, and he softly calls out, Daddy. Di Mingju's heart trembles. A kind of shock that blood is thicker than water spreads through his body. At this moment, he actually feels that Xiaobao is his child, a child connected by blood. Mu Yan's full attention is on Xiaobao, so she doesn't notice Di Mingju's abnormality. But contrary to her usual behavior, she doesn't hold Xiaobao in her arms to kiss and hug him. Instead, she looks at him with a straight face. Xiaobao, tell Niangqin, what is your heart's demon? Xiaobao has been by her side for so long, getting along with him day after day, but she completely doesn't know when Xiaobao had a heart's demon. Such a small child, no more than 4 or 5 years old, but he already has a heart's demon. Fortunately, Di Mingju was there this time and saved him. But what about later? If this heart's demon isn't eliminated, will Xiaobao encounter danger again when he advances? His thick and long eyelashes gently droop. Xiaobao is like a child who has done something wrong, and his head is lowered, but he refuses to speak for a long time. Jun Machin. Mu Yan raises her voice, her expression cold. If you don't speak, Niangqin won't like you anymore. Patter, tears fell from her long eyelashes, drop after drop. When the Nether Flame Army saw Xiaobao's pitiful appearance, their hearts were about to melt. They wished they could present the best things in the world to him. However, there were 2 people with hearts of stone who did not move at all. Di Mingju looks down at him, faintly saying, if you don't even have the courage to face it, what qualifications do you have to be my, Di Mingju's, child? Lil Treasure's body trembled, and then he looked up. Her tearful eyes look at Mayan. I want to protect Niangqin. I want to become as strong as Daddy, to protect Niangqin. I don't want Niangqin to protect me every time, to get hurt because of me. The tip of Mayan's nose turns sour, and tears come to her eyes. She reaches out and pulls Xiaobao into her arms, hugging him tightly. Idiot Junmachan, what nonsense are you thinking about every day? What Nyangqin wants the most is not for you to become strong, but for you to live happily by Nyangqin's side. But, Xiaobao gloomily wants to speak, but is interrupted by Mayan. But it seems that Nyangqin used to look down on you too much, and spoiled you too much. Xiaobao stares blankly, looking up at Mayan. Mayan pushes him towards Di Mingju. Since Xiaobao calls you daddy, then the task of training Xiaobao will be handed over to you in the future. I'm warning you, you must train my baby son to become the most powerful man in the world. Di Mingju's brows are deep, the corners of his mouth curl into a smile as he says in a hoarse voice, Yen Yen, do you know what you're saying? Mayan's face turns red, and she says in a fierce manner, what is it? I just want Xiaobao to recognize you as his adoptive father, that's all. Don't talk nonsense with me. Everyone from Hellfire Valley, their families' miss and son-in-law's daily display of affection is simply unbearable. Mayan takes a deep breath, avoiding Di Mingju's burning gaze. Looking at Xiaobao, she says in a low voice, if this is Xiaobao's wish, Nyangqin will support Xiaobao to fulfill it. Because in Nyangqin's heart, Xiaobao has always been very, very strong. One day, you will be stronger than your daddy. Xiaobao's eyes suddenly light up, like two of the most beautiful sapphires. He rushes into Mayan's arms, hugging her tightly, and says in a low, muffled voice, Nyangqin, one day, I will defeat daddy, and then snatch you back. Mayan, Di Mingju. Benjun trained you just to snatch Yin Yan from Benjun? Everyone from Hellfire Valley can't help but laugh lowly. The Mrs. family of three has such a good relationship, so happy. Just then, a sudden shout comes from the sky, which bandit dares to behave atrociously in my heavenly road sex territory. Almost as soon as the voice is heard, a figure rushes over from the horizon, landing in front of everyone. Seeing the person, Ma Yuan screams in horror, Wan, it's Elder Wan. Elder Wan of Heavenly Road sect is also one expert who has reached the peak of Pre-Celestial. Just one step away from the peak of Pre-Celestial. Only one step, and he will reach the Pre-Celestial peak. Just like Gong Qianshua's subordinate, Duo Yen, who was also at the peak of the Xiantian realm, but under Elder Wan's hands, he probably wouldn't even be able to last for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Ma Yuan had even heard that this Elder Wan had annihilated a small sect by himself. Elder Landon. Elder of Yen of Wan of sect. When he saw the burned underground palace and the rescued young girls, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Of Chen, of Mu. You are the ones who are audacious enough to go against my Tiandao sect and even destroy our underground palace? One of the of Tian, families the of Aao. Of Wan, of Shao of Chen, of Jun of he, Chen, he of Elder Wan is already over 100 years old, but he has been able to live well, and his cultivation has been progressing little by little. Relying on the elixirs refined from the fetuses in the wombs of these girls. Elder Wan's sinister gaze swept across Muyan's body. Just by looking at it with his naked eye, he could already tell how good this girl's aptitude was. If he could capture her and use her as the mother of the pill embryo, the fetus that was born would definitely be incomparably fresh and delicious. Elder Wan stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. This old man is really lucky. I saw the flames in this direction, so I was worried and came over to take a look. I didn't expect to run into you rats. You want to touch my Tiandao sex things, and you even sent such a beauty to me. Elder Wan's impudent gaze sized up Muyan's beautiful face. If it's such a beauty, this elder would like to try and personally let you conceive a fetus and then eat it. Compared to that, the taste of the fetus must be incomparably good. What a perverted, disgusting old man. When the members of the Nether Flame Army heard Elder Wan's words, all of them glared angrily. How could they allow their young miss to be humiliated like this? Shui Yen smiled coldly and said, Smelly old man, at your age, are you sure that thing under your head can still stand up? Bah, this kind of toad dares to covet our miss? Why don't you go back and take a piss to see what kind of virtue you have? Elder Wan flew into a rage. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Even in the Tiandao sect, who wasn't respectful to him and didn't dare to go against him? Isn't he just an old dog from the Tiandao sect? Do you really think we're afraid of you? Shui Yen sneered, her face full of disdain. Guan Hu even uses his finger to dig his nose, and directly flicks it at Elder Wan's face. What old dog, I think this thing is even worse than dog shit. Even I find it disgusting to cut into pieces and feed them to my dog. You. Good. Good. You asked for it. Elder Wan took a deep breath, and the killing intent in his eyes surged out like a tidal wave. Guan Hu, Shui Yan, and the others seemed to be bickering with Elder Wan, but in fact, they were on full alert. After all, this was a person who had stepped into the Xiantian full circle in one step. Among them, the highest cultivation level was only at the heaven stage. Ma Yuan was scared silly. He didn't understand where these people got their confidence from. They actually dared to go against Elder Wan of the Tiandao sect. That was a peak Xiantian warrior, Were they not afraid of death? Shui Yan and Guan Hu were naturally not afraid, because they knew that they would not die at all. Even if they couldn't win, it didn't matter. There was still the young miss behind them. Even if young miss couldn't beat him, there was still the son-in-law behind her. Why would they be afraid of Elder Wan? Who did Elder Wan think he was? That's right, he was that brave and fearless. However, Shui Yan and Guan Hu don't have time to show off. When Di Mingju's deep and cold voice slowly comes, all of you, withdraw. The Nether Flame army was stunned as they turned to look at their son-in-law. But Di Mingju turns his gaze towards Xiao Bao. You, go kill him. Xiao Bao's eyes slightly widen, then he looks at Mayan. But Di Mingju faintly says, don't look at your mother. Didn't you say that you want to become stronger, want to break through your heart's devil? Think of a way to kill him yourself and break through to the innate realm. Tell me, you're not bragging. Lil Bao's hands were clenched tightly into fists. Without waiting for anyone to react, he took a step forward and walked up to Elder Wan. Elder Wan felt as if he had heard the funniest joke. Letting a 4 or 5-year-old kid kill him? He was Tiandao Sect's Elder Wan, a first-step Xiantian full-circle martial artist. Even if, as a child, this little boy's cultivation was indeed very high, Elder Wan narrowed his eyes in shock. Because only now did he notice that little Bao's cultivation had actually attained the perfection stage of the heaven rank. He was just one step away from entering the innate realm. A 4 or 5-year-old child could actually reach the innate realm. Who would believe such a thing? But on the other hand, it also proved that this child's innate talent had already reached a heaven-defying level. If he could refine this child's skin and bones into a pill and consume it, what kind of effect would there be? At the thought of this, Elder Wan's eyes burned with passion as if they were about to burst into flames. Even his desire for Mu Yan has been thrown to the back of his mind. Little boy, be obedient and follow Grandpa. Grandpa promises that I won't hurt a single finger of yours. But if you don't listen, then don't blame Grandpa for being impolite. Little Bao looked at him coldly, his icy blue eyes filled with disdain and ridicule. Old dog, who are you calling grandfather? Puff, Guan Hu almost spat out a mouthful of water. Everyone in the Nether Flame army turns their accusing gazes towards Guan Hu and the Ink camp. It was all these fellows' fault for always having a big mouth. They had actually led astray their immortal-like little master. Guan Hu touches his nose guiltily, not daring to look at Mu Yan's eyes. In fact, among the 4 camps of the Nether Flame army, the strongest is the Ink camp. But strictly speaking, the real master of the Ink camp isn't Mu Yan, but Xiao Bao. Therefore, Xiao Bao usually spends the most time hanging out with this group of uncouth men from the Ink camp. They didn't expect that their lovable, exquisite, and aloof little mistress would actually be led astray by this group of uncouth men from the Ink camp. In the future, they're going to forbid their little mistress from having too much contact with this bunch of guys from the Ink camp. Mu Yan doesn't care about Xiao Bao's catchphrase in the slightest. Her baby could live however he wanted. He didn't need to care about other people's opinions, nor did he need to care about the teachings of the secular world. As long as her Xiao Bao was happy, that was enough. She was worried about the battle between Xiao Bao and Elder Wan. Xiao Bao's innate talent is very high. Under Di Mingju's training, his strength is far higher than people of the same cultivation level. However, the problem was that Elder Wan had stepped into the Xiantian full circle in one step. Mu Yan clearly knew that Xiao Bao was definitely not his match. Sure enough, Elder Wan was infuriated by Xiao Bao calling him an old dog. He roared and charged at Xiao Bao. A terrifying pressure and majestic profound energy surrounded them, firmly suppressing Xiao Bao. Even if Xiaobao relied on his nimble figure to dodge every single fatal attack, he was still overstretched and was surrounded by danger. Mu Yan's heart is hanging by a thread. She wants to help, but she's afraid of disturbing Di Mingju's training of Xiaobao. As a result, she doesn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Finally, she heard the man's deep voice. Graceful feather. It's just a few words, but Mayan immediately understands. The Tian Mo Qin appears out of thin air. The strings are plucked, and the melodious sound of the qin drifts out. Graceful feather, activated, along with the sound of the zither, a strand of 7-colored energy that was invisible to the naked eye overflowed from Mu Yan's fingertip and floated around, twining around Xiaobao and Elder One. As more and more of this energy twines around them, Elder One suddenly feels that his body has become no longer flexible, and the circulation of his spiritual energy has also become sluggish. He snorts, flips his small hand, and a long sword appears in his palm. He ruthlessly thrusts it towards Elder Wan's chest. In the nick of time, Elder Wan barely dodged it, but his shoulder was slashed ruthlessly. Xiaobao withdraws his long sword, internal force twining around him, and the imposing manner around him is frightening. If one were to close their eyes, no one would be able to imagine that such a terrible pressure and vigorous internal force is emitted from a 4- or 5-year-old boy. Elder Wan takes a deep breath, his eyes full of anger and impulsiveness, turning into cold and fierce. It seems that I've really underestimated you, he says in a deep voice, taking out a bottle of draft and pouring it into his mouth. Next, I will use my full power. Little thing, you'd better be careful, don't die so easily. Otherwise, if you use a corpse to refine elixirs, the effect of the elixir will be greatly reduced. As soon as his voice falls, a steel blade appears out of thin air in Elder Wan's hand. He also has a spatial storage device. With the appearance of this steel blade, the surrounding air ripples, and a strong smell of blood pervades the air. His movements, which were originally suppressed and slowed by the graceful feather, become agile again with the appearance of this steel blade. Mu Yan's hand stops plucking the strings for a moment, then continues to sound. Graceful feather is a skill that can only be activated after the Shin musician level rises to the 3rd level. This skill is very heaven-defying, but because the level of Mu Yan's spirit cultivation is not high enough, its power is still not great. Her playing of the graceful feather can help Xiaobao close some of the cultivation gap between him and Elder Wan. But to really defeat Elder Wan, Xiaobao still has to rely on himself. And this is also the goal that Di Mingju wants to achieve. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, pressing down the worry and nervousness in her heart. She believes in Xiaobao, and also believes in Di Mingju. Ever since Elder Wan took out the steel blade, the situation has reversed again. Xiaobao is completely suppressed. His little face turns pale little by little, the result of excessive consumption of internal force. Wounds began to appear on his body one after another. Blood stains his light-colored clothes red. In the shadow of the sword, that little figure seems so lonely, so fragile. The Nether Flame army reluctantly turn their heads. Some people can't help but look at Mayan and Di Mingju. Miss, Celestial Emperor, Little Master is still so young. What if he gets hurt by that old dog? Miss, let us go and help Little Master, okay? Mu Yan's fingers pluck the strings. The Tian Mo Qin's voice is the same as before, but beads of blood slowly ooze from her slender jade-like fingertips. In this world, the one person she could not allow to be harmed the most was Xiaobao. But in the end, she didn't say anything. She just quietly watched Xiaobao fight, silently accompanying him with her zither music, believing in him. Without Mu Yan's order, no one in the Nether Flame army would be moved. Di Mingju is also looking at Xiaobao on the battlefield, but his expression is much more natural than Mayan's. When he was Xiaobao's age, he had already traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Xiaobao was the son he recognized, the future successor of the polar domain. If he didn't even have the strength to overcome his inner demons and the bottleneck, wouldn't that be a joke? Ha ha ha. It seems that the protectors you want to rely on have already decided to abandon you. There's a clattering sound, the steel blade carries a majestic energy as it fiercely swings towards Xiaobao. Elder Wan's mouth seems to be getting carried away with pride, but the movements of his hands don't relax in the slightest. Every strike is made with all his strength. An experienced superior like him has long known that a little bit of carelessness can lead to a reversal by the opponent. The fierce energy is mixed with a cold blade intent, and Xiaobao's whole body is flipped over. He tumbles in the air for several days, then he lands on the ground and suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. The little body shakes violently, as if it could fall down at any time. Xiaobao stabs the longsword into the ground with a backhand to stabilize his figure. But it affects his wound, and he spits out another mouthful of blood. Clang! The Tian Emochin finally makes a chaotic sound. Mu Yan's complexion is bright white, her hands full of blood, and she abruptly stands up. The Nether Flame army cries out "Little Master," and they're about to rush over. However, Di Mingju steps forward and stops Mu Yan. He holds her in his arms, and lovingly holds her injured hand in his palm. The man's low and gentle voice seems to have infinite magic, making her rely on him, believe in that little guy, he won't let you down. Ying Mei swings her longsword, cutting a deep gully in the ground, blocking the way of the Nether Flame army. The master's order is an iron law, no one can defy it. Moreover, she believes that the little Gongzi will definitely win. That's Miss Jun's son. That's the future king of the polar domain. Elder Wan holds the steel blade horizontally across his chest, revealing a sinister smile. Little guy, you can't even stand up? Still not willing to admit defeat? His gaze sweeps over Mu Yan and Di Mingju standing to the side, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and tyranny. Elder Wan isn't a fool. Listening to their conversation, he knows that these people want him to be a whetstone for this little thing. But who is he? He's Elder Wan of the Heavenly Road sect. These people want to use him as a whetstone, then they've definitely chosen the wrong person. Right now, he's going to kill this little guy in front of these people. At the thought of these people, especially that beautiful woman, revealing a pained and regretful expression, Elder Wan's eyes turned red with excitement. He walked towards Xiaobao step by step, the steel saber in his hand slowly enveloped in a layer of blue light. This was his unique skill, the blue domain demonic fire. As long as one was burned by the blue domain demonic fire, not only would the qi in one's body be completely absorbed, but the wound would also be extremely painful and could never be healed. However, the blue domain demonic fire could only be used once a month, so Elder Wan did not intend to use it at first. But now, he was going to teach this bunch of arrogant things a lesson they would never forget. Little bastard, go to hell. When he got close to the range of the saber aura, Elder Wan roared and raised his saber. A blue flame went straight for Xiaobao's frail figure. Elder Wan could not help but let out a carefree laugh as he watched the blue flames engulf the little boy's small body. Do you see that? This is the result of going against me, against the Tiandao sect. However, his laughter came to a screeching halt after a few breaths. The place where Xiaobao was just a moment ago suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Elder Wan only feels a stabbing pain in his eyes, and tears uncontrollably pour out from his eyes. What's going on? What happened? He mutters, and for the first time, his voice carries a hint of panic. Then, he hears the rumbling of thunder. Elder Wan can't help but look up at the sky. Only to see that in the sky, dense thunderclouds have gathered at some unknown time. But what's shocking is that these thunderclouds aren't the usual grayish-black, but are ice blue and transparent, like a huge sapphire hanging in the air. What is this? Elder Wan has never seen such a thing. The other people present are also shocked silly. The people who were just worried about Xiaobao's life and death can't help but look up at the sky. A question flashed across everyone's mind, what exactly was this? Only Di Mingju's expression is shocked, his blue eyes rippling, seemingly unable to recover for a long time. And Ying Mei is completely dumbfounded. The little Gongzi is advancing to the pre-celestial stage, and it's the Soul Sea tribulation that only people in the Xiozhen continent can cross when they reach Yuanying. Her little master is going to ascend to the heavens. That's right, at this critical moment, Xiaobao finally broke through the shackles of heaven stage and advanced to the pre-celestial stage. But even Mu Yan didn't expect that her own baby's advancement to the pre-celestial stage would cause such a big movement. The dark blue thunderclouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, and then a thick bolt of lightning strikes down from the void, falling on the place where Xiaobao was just a moment ago. Mu Yan's heart hangs up again. She only heard that when a martial artist crosses a tribulation, 9 out of 10 will die and 1 will survive. In her previous life, the thunder tribulation that came from forging her body and training her soul directly took away half of her life. Can Xiaobao get through it safely? However, before she can worry and step forward to protect Xiaobao, Di Mingju grabs her hand and says faintly, "Don't worry, Amir, soul sea tribulation can't destroy the immortal body. On the contrary, it will make his soul more solid, and the chances of being invaded by the heart demon will be greatly reduced." Mu Yan's footsteps stop. Then, she finds that it's just as Di Mingju said. The thunder tribulation strikes Xiaobao's body, but it only makes his clothes tattered, and his expression becomes more and more firm and persistent. All of Mu Yan's attention is on Xiaobao, so she doesn't notice the flash of puzzlement on Di Mingju's face. Why did Xiaobao trigger the tribulation of the soul sea at a young age, just like him? Was it really just a coincidence? Only after 81 bolts of lightning fell did the blue thundercloud slowly dissipate. Elder Wan's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Xiaobao, who was dressed in rags and seemed to be in a sorry state. You've advanced. You've actually advanced to the inborn realm. A 5-year-old unborn expert, moreover, when he was advancing to the Xiantian realm, he actually triggered the thunder tribulation. You. Who are you? What, are you? Xiaobao looked at Elder Wan coldly and raised a long sword that was almost the same size as his small body. Old dog, you are a thing. Your whole family is a thing. Everyone, as soon as he finished speaking, Little Bao had already soared up, and his sword was suddenly coiled with majestic and pure profound energy. His figure was as fast as lightning as if he had teleported, leaving only an afterimage in Elder Wan's eyes. He spits out a mouthful of blood, and unwillingly falls down. Xiaobao withdraws his long sword, glances at Elder Wan who is already exhaling more than he's inhaling, and no longer pays attention to him. Instead, he walks back to Mu Yan step by step. He raises his dusty little face, his big blue eyes staring unblinkingly at Mu Yan. "Niangqin, Xiaobao can protect you, Xiaobao won't drag you and daddy down." Mu Yan's voice is choked with sobs, and only after a long while does she speak in a gentle voice. Niangqin knows. Xiaobao has always been Niangqin's pride, and Niangqin's most favorite person. Xiaobao's pale little face reveals a happy, childish smile. Then, his little body sways, and he falls down. Mu Yan promptly embraces him in her arms, and with trembling hands, she checks him several times. Only after confirming that he only fainted from exhaustion, does she breathe a sigh of relief. This little bastard, he's actually so mischievous. Today, she's simply scared to death. Mu Yan looks at the little boy sleeping soundly in her arms, and can't help but tap his nose. When he wakes up, she must properly teach this little bastard a lesson. He's so young, yet he has so many deep thoughts. Even though she's complaining like this, Mu Yan's movements are careful, as if she's holding a treasure. The way she looks at Xiaobao is even more gentle and pampering. Di Mingju on the side can't help but feel sour. When Will Yan look at him with such eyes, handing Xiaobao over to Ying Mei to hold, Mu Yan looks at Elder Wan lying on the ground. Blood flowed out of Elder Wan's mouth. His face, which was already old to begin with, instantly aged to the point where it looked like cracked and withered tree bark. He opens his mouth, making a sound like a broken bellows. His muddy eyes are stained with blood as he stares at Mu Yan. Who are you? Mu Yan looks down at him from above, then slowly spits out 3 words, Jun Mu Yan. Jun Mu Yan. Jun Mu Yan. This girl is actually Jun Mu Yan. Elder Wan's eyes widen, and they are filled with shock. The Enchantress of medicine who rose to fame in just a short year, the one who occupied the Ghost Wind Valley, the one who made the Ghost City treat her differently, the one who destroyed the royal family of Jingqin country, the one who made Gong Qianxua flee in a sorry state, and the one who made Jian Feng return with injuries, turned out to be the person in front of them. You. What exactly do you want to do? Elder Wan spat out the words with difficulty. He thought he was shouting, but what came out was only a hoarse and chaotic voice. Go against Tiandao sect. You won't have a good end. Ghost Wind Valley. Tiandao sect will soon send troops to destroy. Oh, you want to send troops to our netherworld Flame Valley? Mayan chuckled, then I really think the same as the Heavenly Road sect's sect master. It just so happens that I'm also planning to send troops to the Tiandao sect. I wonder which is faster, my Nether Flame army or the Tiandao sect. Elder Wan's eyes widen once again, his chest heaving up and down. His broken voice suddenly rises. No, impossible, you're crazy, that's Tiandao sect, the #1 sect in the world, you're crazy, the #1 sect in the world? Mu Yan's smile becomes brighter and brighter, carrying a careless laziness. Soon it won't be. When I raise the Tiandao sect to the ground, do you think anyone will still remember that the Tiandao sect is the #1 sect in the world? No, impossible, you dream. Mu Yan didn't spare him another glance, but turned to look at Guan Hu and Shui Yan. Is there any news from the ghastly Flame Valley? How long will it take for the army to arrive? Reporting to Miss, the news from the Tianji battalion has been delivered. From the moment Miss gave the order, the army of the Hellflame Valley has already set off. They will arrive at the foot of the Heavenly Law sect in Huanyao country by tomorrow evening at the latest. Mu Yan slowly smiles. All right, tomorrow night, we'll send a big gift to the Heavenly Road sect. It was a big gift that she had wanted to give in her previous life. Late at night, Jianfeng's medicine hut. A blood-colored figure stumbled into the room. Senior brother, save me. Save me. Jianfeng heard a familiar voice and hurriedly ran out of the room. What he saw was Gong Qianxue covered in blood and collapsing to the ground. Qianxue. Jianfeng hurriedly helped her up, his face full of worry. Junior sister, how are you? Who hurt you like this? Gong Qianxue's mouth overflows with blood, her complexion deathly pale. After a long while, she gnashes her teeth and spits out 3 words, Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan again. Jianfeng's eyes emitted a strong killing intent. Damn woman, she actually hurt you again and again. As he spoke, Jianfeng took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Gong Qianxue. After taking the pill, Gong Qianxue's complexion improved a lot, and she no longer vomited blood. But very quickly, she revealed a frightened expression. My cultivation, why did it drop to the profound rank? Senior brother, how did this happen? Jianfeng looked at her with pity and heartache. He helplessly shook his head and said, Qianxue, I'm sorry. Your injuries were already too severe. Now, you've suffered even more injuries. In addition, you've consumed your blood essence. Even I can't help you recover your cultivation. You're saying that I'll never be able to return to the heaven rank? I can't ascend to the cultivation land anymore? Gong Qianxue couldn't bear it any longer and let out a shrill scream. No, I don't accept it. Senior brother, didn't you say that you would bring me back to the cultivation continent? Didn't you say that I would definitely succeed in tempering my body and soul? Senior brother, you can't lie to me. Jianfeng hugged her and said apologetically, Qianxue, calm down. I will definitely think of another way. I didn't expect that Jun Mayan would be so powerful. Think of a way? Think of what? Is there any other way for me to recover my cultivation? Gong Qianxue was still hysterical, her face distorted. Do you want the fetus to be refined into medicine? No problem, I'll go look for. Jianfeng shook his head and said, even if we use ordinary fetuses to refine medicine now, it's already useless. Qianxue, you're seriously injured this time. If you want to recover your cultivation, you have to. Unless what? Gong Qianxue's eyes suddenly lit up. Her blood-stained hand gripped the edge of the sword tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Her originally beautiful face became extremely hideous because of the distortion. Tell me quickly, is there any way to restore my cultivation? Ben Gong is destined to be a proud son of heaven, Yanwu continent's #1 genius. I absolutely cannot lose my cultivation, I absolutely cannot fall from the altar. No matter what method I use, I must climb up. Jianfeng felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Gong Qianxue's nails have already pierced through his flesh. And Gong Qianxue's twisted face also made Jianfeng feel very uncomfortable. Gong Qianxue sees the doubt in Jianfeng's eyes, and she suddenly sobers up. Her heart thumps, and the expression on her face immediately changes. Tears stream down, and her expression turns into a weeping beauty. Senior brother, my home is gone. My parents and relatives were all killed by that heartless woman, Jun Mayan. Even my country was taken away by that woman. Now, even my cultivation has fallen to profound stage. Senior brother, I have nothing left. What should I do? She weeps and throws herself into Jianfeng's arms. She hugs him, her body constantly trembling. Senior brother, I only have you left. You must help me. I want to be with you, I want to go back to the Shozhen continent with you. The bit of doubt in Jianfeng's heart is immediately dispelled by Gong Qianshua's crying. He promptly pacifies Gong Qianshua, softly saying, rest assured, since senior brother has promised you, I will definitely do it. Gong Qianshua's eyes flash with disdain. If it wasn't for this useless Jian Feng, who couldn't even deal with Jun Mayan, and couldn't even cure a trivial injury, how could she have fallen to this point? When she goes to the Shozhen continent, she will definitely get rid of this useless man, and find a strong backer. Thinking like this in her heart, Gong Qianshua's face becomes more and more delicate and pitiful. She straightens up and looks at Jian Feng with tearful eyes, full of trust and attachment. Senior brother, you just said that only by what means can I restore my cultivation? Jian Feng hesitates for a moment, then says, unless the immortal spirit body can be refined into an elixir and you can take it, your injury will be completely healed. And your cultivation will directly break through to the pre-celestial stage, and even temper your body and train your soul. Gong Qianshua's breathing becomes disorderly, and her eyes brighten up. Directly temper the body and train the soul? If that's really possible, however, as soon as she thinks of the immortal spirit body, Gong Qianshua's brows furrow fiercely. Because the immortal spirit body that she knows is only that little bastard that Jun Mayan gave birth to. However, she hasn't seen that Jun Mayan for 5 years. She doesn't know what kind of crooked method she learned, but she unexpectedly became so powerful. She has never gained any advantage from her, but now she has nothing because of that slut. How could he obtain the immortal physique? Gong Qianshua took a deep breath and mournfully looked towards Jian Feng. Senior brother, that Jun Muyan is really too cunning. It's easier said than done to snatch the immortal body from her hands. I'm afraid that Qianshua's injuries will never recover, and she will never be able to accompany senior brother again. No. Jian Feng grabbed her hand. Qianshua, so what if that Jun Mayan is powerful? Do you think you can contend against the Tiandao sect? Gong Qianshua's eyes slightly widened as she raised her voice. Senior martial brother, what you mean is that you want to tell the elders of Tiandao sect about the immortal spirit body? No, you can't. Gong Qianshua lowered her head, her face hidden in the shadows twisted. If those old farts found out about the existence of the immortal physique, how could she still have a chance? No, absolutely not. She was the one who discovered this immortal physique. She had discovered it 5 years ago. Jian Feng's gaze was deep and serene as he slowly said, don't worry, they won't fight with Qianshua over the immortal physique. We only need to tell the ancestor of Tiandao sect that the 9 stars and moon vision was caused by Jun Mayan that day, and that's enough. I heard that ever since that day, the ancestor has been searching for the person who caused the phenomenon. Jian Feng said faintly, no matter how powerful that Jun Mayan and her people are, can they be more powerful than the old ancestor? Can they be more powerful than the Tiandao sect? As long as we report this news to the old ancestor, someone will naturally help us get rid of Mayan. With Jun Mayan's death, do you think that son of hers would be able to escape our clutches? Gong Qianshua's heart thumps wildly. It's as if she's already seeing that little bastard being refined into an elixir by herself, and Jun Mayan's pained and regretful appearance. She gently looked at Jian Feng. Everything is up to senior brother. Qianshua will completely hand herself over to senior brother. As she spoke, she wrapped her hands around Jian Feng's neck, grabbed his hands, and pressed them against her clothes. Feeling the softness in his hand, Jian Feng's breathing became heavy and his eyes turned red. Junior sister, I can't. Jian Feng really liked Gong Qianshua. He wanted to wait for Gong Qianshua to ascend to the Shozhen continent, marry her, and then obtain her body. Senior brother, you can do it. Gong Qianshua's eyes were soft and charming, delicate and pitiful. Qianshua only has you in my heart. Qianshua's body also belongs to you. Sooner or later, I will give it to you. Gong Qianshua exhaled softly at the edge of the sword. Jian Feng smelled a strange fragrance assailing his nostrils, causing his mind to become absent-minded. Gong Qianshua had already taken off her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin. Jian Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. He threw her to the ground and bit her body. Gong Qianxue let out an unbearable moan under his impact, but her slightly opened eyes were filled with a cold light. She had once obtained a set of techniques to charm men from Lucé. As long as she used it on a man's ***, the man would be dead set on her from then on. Although Jianfeng was infatuated with her, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't betray her in the future. Just in case, she had to keep the sword in her hand. Huangya Nation, Star Luo City, Tiandao Sect. Tiandao Sect master, Wang Qingming, was cultivating in his room as usual. White smoke rose from the top of his head, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His aged face was filled with wrinkles, and he seemed to have aged more than 10 years in the blink of an eye. Wang Qingming suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle and poured out some pills from it. As the pill dissolved in his body, the wrinkles on his face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was as if he had turned from an old man to an old man in his 60s. Wang Qingming heaved a sigh of relief, but when he looked at the empty porcelain bottle, he couldn't help but frown. What the hell was that bunch of trash doing? How many usable babies had been produced in such a long time? Moreover, the pills refined by these infants could only extend their lifespan for a limited amount of time. Wang Qingming frowned deeply and clenched his teeth. No, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. He had to find a way to temper his body and soul as soon as possible so that he could ascend to the cultivation world. He didn't want to die of old age in this barren land. Just as he was thinking, a disciple suddenly stumbled into the room. Sect leader, bad news, bad news. It's Elder Wan. The disciple's voice trembles. Elder Wan's soul lamp has gone out. Elder Wan is dead? Wang Qingming reveals a surprised expression. Elder Wan's cultivation can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Tiandao sect, but he's actually dead? How did he die? I don't know. The disciple shakes his head, then looks at Wang Qingming in horror, and stutters. Also, the soul lamps of that person in the underground palace, they're all extinguished. What did you say? Wang Qingming suddenly stands up. This time, he really can't sit still. Which underground palace are you talking about? The disciple kneels on the ground, his face full of fear, shivering. And Wang Qingming's face is aghast. It's the underground palace that they used to secretly raise the pill embryo. The people in the underground palace are all dead. Does that mean that the underground palace has also been destroyed? His pill embryo, his hope of prolonging his life, isn't that all gone? Who did it? Wang Qingming doesn't even care about his demeanor as a sect master, gnashing his teeth and cursing. Who ate a bear's heart and a leopard's gall, daring to oppose my Tiandao sect? It's Jun Mayan. A woman's angry voice comes from outside the door. Master, all of this was done by that slut Jun Mayan. Wang Qingming turns around and sees Gong Qianxue and Jianfeng walking side by side. Gong Qianxue's face is full of resentment, her complexion somewhat pale. And Jianfeng's eyes are full of love for Gong Qianxue, even turning a blind eye to Wang Qingming, the sect master. But at this moment, Wang Qingming doesn't care about Jianfeng's attitude. He anxiously asks Gong Qianxue, what do you mean by that? Gong Qianxue grits her teeth. Master, last night, this disciple was ordered to go to the underground palace to get the pill embryo. In the end, I just happened to see that slut Jun Mayan and her subordinates wantonly slaughtering in the underground palace, and also snatching away the pill embryo that our Tiandao sect raised. This disciple reacted quickly and was able to escape. Otherwise, I would have already died in the hands of that vicious woman. Jun Mayan. Wang Qingming's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the underground palace. In that case, Elder Wan must have been killed by them. He remembered that Elder Wan had been active near the underground palace during this period of time. He must have rushed over after hearing the commotion. However, even if Gong Qianxue wasn't a match for Jun Mayan, why did even Elder Wan die in the hands of this group of people? Who exactly is this Jun Mayan? Why did they have to go against the Tiandao sect? Master, this group of people occupied the Ghost Wind Valley and destroyed my country. Now, more and more people are gathering. If we don't get rid of it as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will become a huge threat to our Tiandao sect in the future. Gong Qianxue says anxiously, it would be better for us to make the first move and gain the upper hand. We'll mobilize all the disciples of the Heavenly Road sect and completely annihilate that Ghost Wind Valley. Wang Qingming's eyes flickered. After a long time, he said, "This matter needs to be considered at length. The Ghost Wind Valley is filled with poisonous gas. You can only enter but not leave. If we are not fully prepared, our Tiandao sect will suffer heavy losses. However, Xianxia, you can rest assured. This Jun Mayan actually had the guts to steal something from our Tiandao sect. Master will definitely make her spit it out." According to Wang Qingming's thoughts, Jun Mayan destroying the underground palace and snatching away the pill embryo that they raised was only to discuss conditions with the Tiandao sect. When the time comes, Tiandao sect only needs to promise Jun Mayan some benefits, and the pill embryo will naturally be obediently handed over. Gong Qianxue is extremely angry. Sure enough, as Jian Feng said, without enough benefits, these old foxes would never be willing to take risks. She takes a deep breath and looks at Jian Feng. Jian Feng immediately says, "Sect Master, we have an important matter, we request to see the old ancestor." "The old ancestor is in seclusion, don't you know that he can't be disturbed if there's nothing important?" Jian Feng's eyes are heavy. It is indeed an important matter, and it's something that the old ancestor will definitely be interested in. What is it? This disciple has found out who was the one who caused the 9 stars and moon phenomenon that day. Wang Qingming stares blankly at first, then almost jumps up. "What did you say?" An hour later, almost all the elders of Tiandao sect have gathered in the main hall. Sitting high above is a middle-aged man with an ordinary face. If it wasn't said, no one would have thought that this seemingly simple and honest middle-aged man is actually the old ancestor of Tiandao sect, Chang Yong. Even the sect master of Tiandao sect, Wang Qingming, can only sit below him. Chang Yong's gaze looks around, and finally falls on Jian Feng and Gong Qianxue. "You said that the person who caused the heaven and earth phenomenon, who was it?" Jian Feng stands up, casually salutes, then slowly says, "It was Jun Mayan, the current master of the Ghost Wind Valley, the Enchantress of medicine who has just risen in recent years, Jun Mayan. Old ancestor Chang Yong's pupil's contract, have you verified it?" Jian Feng hasn't spoken yet, but Gong Qianxue has already stood up, excitedly saying, "Reporting to the old ancestor, Qianxue dares to guarantee with her life that this news is certainly true. That Jun Mayan, Qianxue had seen her 5 years ago. At that time, she was just a weak woman without the strength to truss a chicken. But in a short 5 years, she has become so powerful, single-handedly created the Nether Flame Army, possesses superb medical skills, and also destroyed the Jingqing country where this disciple is from. Old ancestor, think about it, if she didn't have a rare treasure, if she didn't have any fortuitous encounter, how could she have been reborn in just 5 years? Chang Yong's expression changed and his eyes flickered. Gong Qianxue continues to raise the stakes. Moreover, that anomaly was triggered in Huangyao's imperial city. This disciple has found out that Jun Mayan was also in Huangyao's imperial city that day. At the same time, Master Uncle's Jin Wangfu was completely massacred. Ancestor, could it be that this still doesn't prove that Jun Mayan is the one who caused the heaven and earth anomaly? The light in Chang Yong's eyes becomes brighter and brighter. He abruptly stands up. "It's that person, it really is that person. As long as I get this Jun Mayan, I will definitely be able to ascend to the Shozhen continent immediately. I will capture her, I must capture her. Alive." Gong Qianxue was excited in her heart when she heard Chang Yong's words. But if she continued to delay, the longer the delay, the more trouble there would be. She didn't know when her cultivation would recover. Old ancestor, that woman Jun Mayan is cunning and vicious. If she knew that old ancestor wanted to capture her, she might have hidden herself. We have to act as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected events. It could be said that Chang Yong was determined to win Mayan's heart. Hearing this, he immediately said, "Pass down the order, have all the disciples of the Heavenly Road sect who are outside to gain experience immediately return to the sect. After 3 days, we will attack the Ghost Wind Valley." Wang Qingming hesitantly said, "But that Ghost Wind Valley is shrouded in poisonous creatures all year round." He casually tosses out a piece of paper, and it gently floats in front of Wang Qingming. "As long as you take the draft refined by this pharmacy, within 24 hours, no poison on this continent will be able to erode you." Wang Qingming took the prescription and was overjoyed. "Thank you, Patriarch." Thinking that Jun Mayan might have a unique treasure on her that could allow the ancestor to advance, And maybe even allow him to advance as well. Wang Qingming's eyes burned with passion. Heavenly Road sect, listen to the old ancestors' orders. We must annihilate the Ghost Wind Valley and capture Mayan alive. Capture Mayan alive. Capture Mayan alive. Gong Qianxue clenched her fists tightly, her face filled with malevolence and greed. You bunch of old farts, go fight over Jun Mayan. As for her, as long as she could obtain that little bastard, she would be able to ascend faster than these people. Ha ha ha, the Tiandao sect began to move like wildfire. All the disciples of the Tiandao sect knew that the world's #1 sect, the Tiandao sect, was going to attack the Ghost Wind Valley. The Tiandao sect has been silent for many years. Wang Qingming looks at the high-spirited disciples below him, and says in a clear voice, nowadays, in this Xianwu continent, there are many sects that have already forgotten to revere and obey my Tiandao sect. For example, the Purple Sun sect that had produced Bai Yichen often paid lip service to the Tiandao sect. He even went against the orders of the Tiandao sect. Even those big families wanted to break free from the control of the Tiandao sect. Thinking of this, Wang Qingming's face turned cold and his voice became somewhat sharp. In the battle 3 days later, we must raze the Ghost Wind Valley to the ground in one fell swoop. Not only do we have to kill all the traitors in the Ghost Wind Valley who dare to challenge the authority of the Heavenly Road sect, we have to capture Mayan alive. Moreover, we have to once again raise the prestige of our Heavenly Road sect in front of everyone. With the Ghost Wind Valley as an example, I want to see who else dares to challenge my Tiandao sect's authority. As soon as Wang Qingming's voice fell, the people below immediately raised their weapons and shouted. Bring glory to our Tiandao sect. Raise the Ghost Wind Valley to the ground and capture Mayan alive. Bring glory to our Heavenly Law sect. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound came from the foot of the swaggering mountain, where the Tiandao sect was located. Even the plaza where Wang Qingming and the elite disciples were standing shook violently. Wang Qingming circulated his profound qi and managed to stabilize his figure with great difficulty. What happened? Just as this question flashed through his mind, he heard a tsunami of shouts and screams coming from the foot of the mountain. There was also the sound of the earth quaking, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. What happened? What's going on? Wang Qingming's voice carried a trace of imperceptible horror. Sect leader. Sect leader. Something bad has happened. A terrified scream came from the direction of the gate. Wang Qingming's heart skipped a beat. Why is it bad again? He saw an outer sect disciple covered in blood stumbling over. The elites of the Tiandao sect on the plaza made way for him. The man rolled and crawled in front of Wang Qingming. He opened his mouth and uttered chaotic syllables, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Wang Qingming roared angrily, hurry up and tell me, what the hell happened? They're attacking. They're attacking, who's attacking? Just as the man was about to answer, the melodious sound of a zither suddenly reverberated in the plaza. Sect leader Wang, I heard that the people of your Tiandao sect are looking for me. In order not to trouble you, I've delivered myself to your doorstep. Wang Qingming's whole body trembles, and he jerks his head up. He sees that on top of the Tiandao sect's plaque, there's a girl in snow-white clothes sitting leisurely at some point. The afterglow of the setting sun falls on her clothes, dyeing her whole body with a layer of golden red. Her beautiful face, under the reflection of the golden red, is inexplicably tainted with charm, and also tainted with a bewitching and evil charm that makes people shiver all over. And beside her, there's also a little boy, carved from jade, whose appearance is 70 to 80% similar to Mayan's. It's just that this boy's cultivation is shrouded in clouds and mist, even Wang Qingming can't see through it. Wang Qingming's breathing stagnates, and he slowly spits out 3 words, Jun Mayan. As for that little boy, needless to say, he must be the rumored little bastard that this slut stays by her side all day long. Mayan gently hooks up the corner of her mouth, smiling like a pure and tender little girl. Sect leader Wang, are you surprised to see me? Are you happy? The corner of Wang Qingming's mouth twitches, then he sneers, Jun Mayan, you really have a lot of guts, you actually dare to deliver yourself to our doorstep. Delivering myself to our doorstep, is that guts? Mayan sneers, if I casually destroy the Tiandao sect, does sect leader Wang think that my guts can reach the sky? Wang Qingming's chest heaves up and down, then he suppresses his anger. Jun Mayan, do you really think that our Tiandao sect is a soft persimmon that you can pinch as you please? He slowly says, I can give you a chance. As long as you obediently surrender, I promise that I won't make a move against the Ghost Wind Valley, nor Qi Yan country. Moreover, I guarantee that the Tiandao sect will no longer pursue the matter of your subordinates offending my Tiandao sect today. Surrender? Mayan plucks the strings of the zither while revealing a mocking expression. I came here today to destroy your Tiandao sect. Otherwise, why would I come to this garbage gathering place? You want me to surrender? Do you think I'm as retarded as you? You. Ever since Wang Qingming became the Tiandao sect master, he was respected everywhere he went. Now, he was called a retard by this woman. How could he tolerate that? Good, good. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you've delivered yourselves to our door, it just so happens to save us the time to raise the Ghost Wind Valley. Wang Qingming roars, and the disciples of the Heavenly Road sect in the square immediately scatter. They each take their own positions, and point their swords at Mu Yan, who is above the plaque. Who dares to hurt our young miss? A roar came from the foot of the mountain. The Nether Flame army entered in a single file and blocked in front of the Tiandao sect disciples. Bai Yichen, Yan Haoyan, Feng Haitang, and Ru Yan stand on either side of Mu Yan. The tense atmosphere was like the arrival of a storm at dusk. Wang Qingming's gaze swept across the group of Nether Flame army soldiers. After which, the nervousness on his face was replaced by contempt and mockery. Jun Mayan, do you think that these pieces of trash can level my Tiandao sect? What a joke. Among these people, other than Jun Mayan, the one with the highest cultivation is Bai Yichen, a pre-celestial. Even the number of heaven stage is only a few. But what about the Tiandao sect? There are quite a few peak pre-celestials. This Jun Mayan couldn't have been too smooth sailing ever since she became famous, so much so that she doesn't know how much she's worth, right? Wang Qingming raised his hand and clapped it 3 times in the air. These 3 claps were neither light nor heavy, but they contained profound energy. Soon, a total of 32 old men came out from inside. Every one of them was an innate. The most terrifying thing was that there were 5 peak innate experts among them. Even though they already knew that the Tiandao sect was wealthy, the people from the Netherflame Valley could not help but change their expressions. There were actually 5 peak innate rankers. Before following the miss, they even thought that there were only a dozen or so pre-celestial cultivators in the Yanwu continent. But now, he found out that there were over 30 Xiantian experts in the Tiandao sect. Seeing the sudden change in their expressions, Wang Qingming revealed a calm smile. He raises his head to look at the aloof Mayan, and unhurriedly says, Miss June, do you want to have a good talk with this old man now? Not interested. Wang Qingming frowned, and his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. You bitch, don't think, Ruyan. Mu Yan interrupts him, her voice is even slower than Wang Qingming's. This miss doesn't like the hall behind this old man. Ru Yan smiled sweetly, revealing her white teeth. Okay, subordinate understands. Then, she put her hands together by her lips and let out a strange whistle. Before Wang Qingming could react to what had happened, he heard a loud bang behind him. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Wang Qingming turned around in shock and saw that the hall that the 32 elders had just come out of had collapsed. In just a few breaths of time, only ruins were left. The 32nd elder brother Xiantian elder's face turned pale in an instant. Mu Yan's gaze fell on Wang Qingming's sluggish face, and he casually smiled. Sect leader Wang, if I had let this thunderbolt fire thunder explode earlier, would you elders still be able to come out alive? Wang Qingming's face alternated between green and white. After a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence. You. How did you do it? How did he do it? Naturally, he would let Ing Mei sneak in without anyone noticing. It's just that Ing Mei isn't a person of the Yanwu continent, so he can't directly cause the deaths of people on this continent. Otherwise, why would Mayan be so kind as to wait for those 32 Xiantian elders to escape before letting Ru Yan detonate the thunderbolt? But Wang Qingming didn't know, and neither did the others in Tiandao sect. At this moment, they only felt that the woman in front of them was mysterious and unfathomable, causing them to unconsciously feel a chill run down their spine. The strings in Mu Yan's hands never stopped plucking. The melodious music, at times light and smooth, at other times it was like crying and complaining, reverberated in the night sky, full of sorrow. But it just so happened that it did not match the atmosphere in the square at all. Sect leader Wang, would you believe me if I told you that I've already poisoned these 32 elders and that they will die if they act rashly and use their celestial qi? Hearing this, the expressions of the 32 elders changed greatly. Instead, they were all astonished. If Mayan had said these words before the explosion in the main hall, they definitely wouldn't have believed a single word. But now, they had no confidence at all. This woman could secretly release the thunderbolt and fire thunder into the hall. Who knew if she had also secretly poisoned it? Today is the day of your death. You'd better roll down with that little bastard next to you and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Mayan's eyes turn cold, but the smile on her lips becomes more and more demonic. Sect leader Wang, you scared my baby, this miss is very unhappy. Ru Yan, blow up 2 more houses. All right. Miss. Wang Qingming's complexion greatly changes, and he only has time to bellow, don't, but it's still a step too late. There are 2 loud explosions in the distance. Wang Qingming only feels his vision go dark, and he almost faints. That's the treasure pavilion of the Tiandao sect. Inside are all the materials that the Tiandao sect has collected for many years, as well as the cultivation methods passed down from generation to generation. Now, in one night, they've all been destroyed by this woman. Jun Mayan. I'm going to dismember your body into 10,000 pieces. Wang Qingming soars to the sky, the long sword in his hand suddenly whistles out and ruthlessly slashes at Jun Mayan in the void. There's a loud rumble as the long sword hits something solid, dust flying everywhere. However, there's no blood splattering. And Wang Qingming's body has already fallen down involuntarily. What falls to the ground one step ahead of him is that huge plaque. With a loud bang, the plaque is broken into pieces, and the 3 words Tiandao sect written on it are also broken into pieces. Wang Qingming stares blankly at the broken plaque, the symbol that symbolizes the glory of the Tiandao sect for thousands of years. For a moment, he can't come back to his senses. His heart sinks little by little. He feels that with the shattering of this plaque, it's as if the glory of the Tiandao sect for thousands of years is also dissipating. The woman's languid and cold voice comes from behind. Wang Qingming, when you get to the underworld, don't forget that the Tiandao sect was destroyed by your hands. It's this man who accepted Gong Qianxia as his disciple, indulging her and Jian Feng to do evil. It's this man who, in order to prolong his life, came up with a method to raise a pill fetus. In the past, he was aloof and remote, controlling other people's lives, watching them struggle like dogs under his torment. Now, with the cycle of karma, it's time for him, Wang Qingming, to pay the price. Wang Qingming suddenly turns around, staring at the girl in fear and hatred. Jun Mayan, what do you want to do? Let me warn you, my Tiandao sect is not a place you can touch as you please. Our ancestor is currently in seclusion, so he must have heard the commotion. If he knew that you were behaving so atrociously in Tiandao sect, he definitely wouldn't. Wang Qingming's voice stopped abruptly. Dumbfounded, he lowered his head and looked at the sword that had pierced through his abdomen. Raising his head, he saw the girl's bright and beautiful smile. The corners of Muyan's mouth curve, just like an innocent, pure, and gentle young lady. Idiot, what was that just now? It's just a warm-up. Now, it's time to act wildly. Why did he not notice her attack at all? Why did she dare to kill him in the territory of Tiandao sect? Was he, Wang Qingming, going to die? He died silently in the hands of a young girl, his ambition to ascend, his determination to unify the Yanwu continent, his everything. Is it going to vanish into thin air? No. No. How could I? Bang. Wang Qingming fell stiffly to the ground. His bulging eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the sky. He died with everlasting regret. Mu Yan pulled back her hand, the sword in her hand was completely transparent. But with a casual turn, it emitted a 7-colored radiance. Because this sword is the transformation of the heavenly demon sword. The second form of the 7 absolute swords is the combination of 7 swords into this transparent 7 absolute swords. This sword had almost completely fused with Mu Yan's divine soul. The sword follows her heart, without any delay. The 7 absolute swords is launched, using the spiritual qi in Mu Yan's body, without any qi fluctuation. So, how can Wang Qingming detect the appearance of this 7 absolute swords? Even if an ordinary sword pierces Wang Qingming's abdomen, it can't kill him. But the 7 absolute swords can, because once the 7 absolute swords enter the body, it will absorb the vitality of the living object. As long as the strength of the living object is weaker than Mu Yan, the 7 absolute swords will absorb the vitality of the living object in a very short time. How could Wang Qingming expect that there would be such a strange thing as the 7 absolute swords in the world? How could he think that Mu Yan, a teenage girl, has a higher cultivation than him? Thus, the dignified sect master of the Tiandao sect died in Mu Yan's hands in just a single exchange. Wang Qingming's death made everyone in the Tiandao sect dumbfounded. And Bai Yichen, Yan Haoyan, Feng Haitang, and Ru Yan immediately ordered, "Kill! Kill! Kill the Tiandao sect's trash! Dare to attack our Nether Flame Valley, I will now poke your eyes and burst your chrysanthemum. Tiandao sect's trash, your grandpa is coming, quickly lie down for me, your grandpa will ravage you." On the square, there are messy obscenities everywhere. These elite disciples of the Tiandao sect have always boasted of being a righteous sect and have a well-dressed appearance. They have never seen the bandit style of the Nether Flame army, so they are all scared silly. Even Mu Yan, who flew back to the pillar to play the feather grace, can't help but twitch her mouth when she heard the obscenities of the group of people below. It's all the Ink Camp's fault. Not only did they lead Xiaobao astray, but now they have led the entire Nether Flame army astray. If they go out later, won't others think that bandits have entered the village? But in fact, the Nether Flame army has been led astray, but there is still a camp whose style is completely different from the other 3 camps. It was the Great Void Battalion. They had just been formed, and this could be considered as the Great Void Battalion's first big battle. He had thought that these people would at least be a little panicked and nervous. But unexpectedly, everyone in the Grand Void Battalion was smiling. Mu Yan also saw that there was a delicate-looking youth below, praising the Tiandao sect's disciples' clothes as he unhesitatingly thrust his sword into the other's abdomen. Not far away, there was an apple-faced girl who had tripped and fallen on the ground a moment ago. She had an aggrieved expression on her face as if she was about to cry. In the next moment, the head of a Tiandao sect disciple was chopped off. Blood splattered on her clothes, but she wiped it off in disgust for a long time before happily killing the next one. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a pervert. Mu Yan couldn't help but look at Bai Yichen. This doesn't seem right. Bai Yichen was obviously a cold and true gentleman. But why did the Grand Void Battalion he had brought out look like little perverts? Mu Yan pressed her forehead. She always felt that her Nether Flame army would bring a very unique and exciting experience to the people of the world in the future. It was not only because these hooligans were unscrupulous, but also because of the woman playing the zither. The sound of her zither rang out under the night sky. At first, no one paid any attention to it. By the time he realized what was going on, it was already too late. They discovered that the transformation of their profound energy had become sluggish, while the other party was fighting more and more valiantly. His cultivation was clearly lower than theirs, but his profound energy seemed to be inexhaustible. "Elder, hurry up and kill that woman. Otherwise, our Tiandao sect will be finished. You, go to the back of the mountain to inform the elder ancestor. Even if you have to blow up the stone door, you must ask the elder ancestor to come out." This was a moment of life and death for their Tiandao sect. The 32 elders looked at each other and realized this as well. Although they were still worried about whether or not there was a deadly poison in their bodies, if they continued to delay like this, even if the poison did not act up, they would not have a good ending. "Let's fight." One of the perfection stage congenital realm elders gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, let's attack together and kill this demonic woman. No matter what, our heavenly Dao sect's foundation of 1,000 years can't be destroyed so casually." The 32 people looked at each other and nodded in unison. Then, they rose into the air at the same time. However, before they could get close to Mu Yan, a sword light slashed horizontally, drawing a gorgeous arc in the night sky. Powerful profound energy vibrated, and actually shook them all back, causing them to fall back to the ground. What shocked these elders was that the person who forced them to retreat was not someone else, but it was that 4- or 5-year-old boy, that sword chi just now was clearly something that could only be unleashed by someone with a cultivation above the innate realm. But how was it possible for a 4- or 5-year-old innate master? What a joke! Xiaobao leaps down from midair and stands in front of the stone pillar where Mayan is. His tender and childish voice coldly says, "Get into formation." "Yes, young master." Almost as soon as little Bao gave the order, Yan Haoyan and the other 3 flew out from the battlefield. Accompanying them are Guanhu, Changyu, Shuiyan, Fang Jingya, Old Tao, and other captains of the various camps. The dozen or so people spread out and surrounded the 32 elders in the center. On top of the stone pillar, Mayan's music had already begun to change. The originally melodious and lingering melody had turned into a rapid torrent. The range of graceful feather became smaller. Xiao Bao and the others seemed to be covered in a layer of golden light. Regardless of whether it was their speed, profound energy circulation, or attack power, all of them had been raised to a higher level. On the other hand, the expressions of the 32 elders were unsightly because they could feel that their meridians seemed as if they were being choked by some sort of force, and their profound energy was unable to circulate smoothly. However, this was not enough. The effect of graceful feather was successfully activated. The movements of Mu Yan's fingers on the strings are getting faster and faster, almost like after images. The sound of the zither was like a storm, making it impossible to tell if there were any notes. Prison drawing, and, floating like a dream, were activated at the same time. The 32 elders wanted to split up and take down Little Treasure and the others one by one. However, he found himself trapped in a small area, unable to move at will. At the same time, those with lower cultivation bases felt dizzy, and terrifying hallucinations kept appearing in front of them. There were the women who were raped and killed by them, the baby spirits of the fetuses that they cut out and ate, and the countless wronged souls that died unjustly. They had completely lost their minds. Yan Haoyan easily sent out a sword strike and dealt with this crazy person. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, more than half of the 32 elders were gone. The faces of the remaining people were also extremely ugly. They all knew that all of this was caused by the sound of the woman's zither. But there was nothing he could do. Among them, Elder Qi, who had the highest cultivation among them, had bloodshot eyes. Unable to hold it in any longer, he roared and soared into the sky. "Demoness, I'll kill you first. Let's see how arrogant you can be then." His cultivation was extremely high. In the Tiandao sect, it could be said that he was second only to the sect leader, Wang Qingming. He had just witnessed Wang Qingming's death, but he didn't think it was because of this woman's ability. It was just that this woman's methods were sinister and she appeared and disappeared unpredictably, which was why sect leader Wang had fallen into her trap. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. As for those heaven rank and innate rankers, he didn't care about them at all. As expected, if Elder Qi wanted to leave, Bai Yichen and Yan Haoyan would not be able to stop him. Even the drawing ground prison was broken after he paid a small price. In the blink of an eye, Elder Qi had already soared into the air and stood on the broken stone door. His body was filled with killing intent. "Demoness, I'd like to see who else can save you now. Die." The long sword in his hand gathers 100% of his internal force and fiercely slashes towards Mayan. The sword light whistled, but the girl playing the zither on the opposite side raised the corner of her mouth and showed him a sarcastic smile. In the next moment, the same sword light whizzed by and split his sword chi. A small figure appeared in front of Mu Yan, holding a long sword that was even taller than his small body. The imposing manner of his body was like the pressure of a mountain, almost suffocating. It was that little boy. Xiao Bao looked at Elder Qi coldly. "Old dog, have you asked for my permission before touching my mother?" Mu Yan also chuckled behind Xiao Bao. "Old dog, if you want to touch me, have you asked my precious son?" Elder Qi. Why did he suddenly have the urge to vomit blood? "Who are you calling an old dog?" Xiao Bao. Tiandao sect is full of old dogs. Bad old dog. In the night sky, 2 figures, one big and one small, quickly fought. Initially, Elder Qi thought that no matter how talented a brat was, he would be able to destroy him with a wave of his hand. So, even when he was pierced through the chest by Little Bao's sword and fell from the sky, he still didn't understand. How did he lose? It would have been fine if he had lost to Jun Mayan, but why? why would he lose to a child? Why, was that so? With a loud thud, Elder Chi's corpse fell to the ground, completely mutilated. Tears of blood flowed from his wide-open eyes. Elder Chi's death was like a signal, causing everyone in the Tiandao sect to panic. Even the remaining elders who were still alive were dumbfounded at this moment. Elder Chi, who had the highest cultivation among them, was also dead. Would they be spared? The sound of this demoness zither seemed to have a magical power, making them feel as if they were walking step by step towards the abyss of death. Clang! No one knew who was the first to throw away his sword. Soon after, the second and third disciples of the Tiandao sect threw away their swords and knelt on the ground, voluntarily becoming the captives of the Nether Flame army. In the end, not a single Tiandao sect disciple was left standing on the plaza. Their facial muscles are twitching and trembling. Their eyes are filled with unwillingness. They were clearly the high and mighty elders of the Tiandao sect, but in a single night, they had actually become the prisoners of a woman. How could they accept such a huge difference in status? But what can they do? Do they want to die like the sect leader and Elder Chi? The elder's legs bend, wanting to kneel down. Just then, a furious roar comes from the horizon. Slut, how dare you behave atrociously in my Tiandao sect? Do you really think there's no one in my Tiandao sect? Ancestor, it's the ancestor. Hearing this roar, the elders of the Tiandao sect can be said to be crying with joy. But before they can run to their savior in surprise, Mu Yan suddenly jumps down from midair and lands in front of them. Not waiting for these elders to react, Mayan stretches out her hand, and a rope as flexible as a snake flies out. Caught off guard, and with their almost exhausted internal force, they're more or less tied up. It's unknown what this rope is made of, but it seems to have a life of its own. After being tied up, the more they struggle, the tighter they are tied up, and the more they struggle, the more powerless they feel. Mu Yan claps her hands and says with satisfaction, that scum Zhao Hai left something useful. That's right, this rope is the spirit-locking rope that Zhao Hai used to tie up Feng Haitang and Yen Haoyan. Mu Yan feels that this rope is more practical, so she put it away after killing Zhao Hai. Because the spirit-locking rope can only be driven by spiritual power, and it can only tie up people who are mentally exhausted and have low cultivation, Mu Yan rarely uses it. But this time, these elders are physically and mentally exhausted after the battle, and their will is weak, so it just comes in handy. Miss, the ancestor of the Tiandao sect is here. Ru Yan whispers in Mu Yan's ear, I heard that the ancestor of the Tiandao sect has lived for hundreds of years, and his strength is unfathomable. You must be careful. Mu Yan nods, take the prisoners of the Tiandao sect, and all of you withdraw. Ru Yan stares blankly, knowing that Mu Yan wants her to deal with the ancestor. She conveys Mu Yan's order, and no one has any objections. Because no one knows better than them how powerful the Miss is. He was a person who could change the situation of the world with his own strength. Although old ancestor Chang Yong's voice was transmitted through profound energy, his position was at the back of the ostentatious mountain, so it would take him some time to rush over. Thus, when he arrived at the Tiandao sect's encampment, his eyes were already in ruins, and corpses were strewn everywhere. His Tiandao sect, his disciples and grand disciples, their Tiandao sect's 1,000-year glory, destroyed. All destroyed. Chang Yong suddenly glared at the only girl who hadn't left. Dressed in white, she stood under the night sky in a pool of blood. Corpses were piled up below, but her smile was languid and holy like snow. She was like a fairy from the ninth heaven who had mistakenly fallen into the mortal world. That pair of pitch-black eyes landed on Chang Yong. Even in the dark night, Chang Yong could see the clear and serene luster in those eyes. Chang Yong's heart skipped a beat. This girl made him feel uneasy and fearful. But very soon, the anger over the destruction of their sect and the desire to ascend to the cultivation continent overwhelmed their fear. Jun Mayan, this old man really miscalculated a move, so I paid a painful price. I've really underestimated you. Their Tiandao sect still hasn't launched an attack, but this woman actually dares to directly bring people to kill them. The Tiandao sect that everyone in the world fears and respects, is actually not in her eyes at all. Chang Yong admits that he was wrong. He shouldn't have thought that just because Mayan is only a woman, he shouldn't have thought that she would be too emotional and overcautious, unable to set off a big storm, allowing her to seize the initiative. He takes a deep breath, and his distorted face returns to normal. However, if you think that you've won just like this, then you're gravely mistaken. Changyong sneers at her. If the Tiandao sect is destroyed, this old man can rebuild it. If you kill everyone, this old man can recruit them again. Even if this swaggering mountain is razed to the ground, it's no big deal. As long as this old man can obtain you and refine you into an elixir, this old man can break through the shackles and ascend to the Shoshan continent. When that time comes, this old man can rebuild the Tiandao sect. Relying on an old waste like you? Mayan rolls her eyes. For hundreds of years, you haven't even succeeded in forging the body and refining the soul, yet you still have the nerve to talk nonsense and look forward to the future. Although that scum Zhao Hai is incompetent, he has still been to the Shoshan continent. After experiencing the cruel competition there, he ran back with his tail between his legs. This old man has cultivated for hundreds of years, and he has occupied the best resources of the Tiandao sect, but he hasn't even succeeded in forging the body and refining the soul. He's even looking forward to rebuilding the Tiandao sect in the Shoshan continent. Could it be that this old man wants to tell a joke that makes her laugh to death, and then win without a fight? Changyong is thoroughly infuriated by Mayan's careless ridicule and contempt. Slut! Do you really think that by killing this old man's disciples and grand disciples, you can defeat this old man? His whole body suddenly erupts with a powerful aura, and the airflow of heaven and earth fluctuates. The stars in the night sky distort their luster because of this airflow. And the white clothes on Mayan's body also flutters in the air due to the turbulence. This old man will kill you now, and cut off your flesh piece by piece to refine an elixir. But this old man won't kill you. I'll cut you into a human stick and put you in a jar. I'll let you see with your own eyes how I ascend, how I call the wind and summon the rain in the Shoshan continent. Mu Yan slowly exhales. Her body flashed with a 7-colored radiance, and 7 swords appeared around her, revolving around her. The first form of the 7-fold sword spirit, Mu Yan's line of sight falls on Changyong, and she says with a bit of boredom, "Retard, then come and try. Let's see who's going to shave who into a human stick." Die. The expression on Changyong's face is completely distorted. He is thoroughly infuriated by Mayan. The battle lasted from midnight to dusk. The entire Tiandao sect was completely razed to the ground. Even half of Beckoning Mountain was riddled with holes by these two people's attacks. Mu Yan did not expect that although this old fart Changyong's cultivation was not high, his true strength was much better than that trash Zhao Hai. This battle lasted for several hours. Whether it was the profound energy or the spiritual energy in her body, they were almost completely exhausted. But Mu Yan only feels satisfied and carefree. It had been a long time since she had had such a good fight. Seeing that you've made me happy, I'll send you to your death in peace. Zhong, the sound of a zither suddenly resounds in the night sky. At this time, Changyong is even more exhausted than Mu Yan, like an arrow at the end of its flight. But in the end, it's still a step too late. The 6 swords that had been surrounding him and constantly attacking and disturbing him suddenly retreated. And Mayan's figure had appeared in front of him at some point. The 6 swords whistled, turned into light, and drilled into the sword in Mayan's hand. 7 swords become 1. Qijue sword spirit, second form, silently, there's no sound of the blade piercing into the flesh, no whistling blade piercing through the air. Changyong suddenly feels a pain in his chest, and his vitality drains away at a rapid speed. He blankly lowers his head and looks at the transparent sword that has pierced his chest, then slowly falls down. Tiandao sect's old ancestor Changyong, dead. Miss won. We won. Ha ha ha, our Nether Flame army won. We really destroyed Tiandao sect. From now on, our Nether Flame Valley is the boss of Yanwu continent. Whoever dares to disobey, we'll beat them until they look for their mothers. At the foot of the mountain, the Nether Flame army rushes up in a dense crowd. Everyone is more or less injured, but everyone has an excited and confident smile on their faces. The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a shallow arc, disdainful and ostentatious. Yes, they won. Tiandao sect no longer exists from now on. Her body shakes, and the spiritual power and internal force within her body are exhausted. She quickly inserts the Qijue sword into the ground to stabilize her figure. However, his tottering body was quickly pulled into a warm embrace. A familiar breath hits her. Di Mingju doesn't speak, just quietly hugs her. Mayan suddenly doesn't want to speak, doesn't want to move, and just leans in his arms like that. Even if it's the end of the world, it doesn't matter. The first ray of sunlight shines from the east, and it falls on Mayan and Di Mingju. Under the morning light, the man and woman embracing each other are as beautiful as a painting, unforgettable as long as one sees it. And all the people in the Nether Flame Army who see this scene will forever imprint this scene in their minds. Because this is the beginning of their Nether Flame Army's hegemony, and also the prelude to letting the world know the existence of the Nether Flame Army. If overbearingly overthrowing all the forces that are not pleasing to the eye, beating them until they cry for their parents, is also considered hegemony. If overbearingly getting rid of all the forces that were not pleasing to the eye, beating them up until they cried for their parents, could be counted as hegemony. At this moment, there is only one thought in the minds of everyone in the Nether Flame Army. Tiandao sect was destroyed in their hands. From now on, no one in the Yanwu continent will be able to contend with their Nether Flame Army. To be able to follow Miss, follow Little Master, and become a part of the Nether Flame Army, it was really great. Miss, there is no sign of Gong Qianxue and Jianfeng anywhere. This subordinate has also asked the disciples and elders of the Heavenly Road sect. They don't know where they went. Miss, we also went to Jianfeng's medicine hut to search, but we couldn't find any trace of them. Mu Yan slightly narrowed her eyes as she listened to the report from the Heavenly Secret Battalion. In this attack on Tiandao sect, the only thing that made her unhappy and unexpected was that Gong Qianxue and Jianfeng ran away. On the night when the Nether Flame Army launched their attack, the two of them should have been at the Tiandao sect. However, after the battle began, the two of them disappeared without a trace. Mu Yan suspected that they used the teleportation token to teleport away when the situation was not good. Otherwise, all the entrances to Tiandao sect would have been sealed by her people. No one would be able to escape from these two people. Miss, do we need to search the entire Swaggering Mountain? If they want to hide, then hide well. It's also time to let them have a taste of being detested by street rats, being chased and beaten by everyone. Miss, what do you mean? Mayan sneers, sort out all the evil deeds that Tiandao sect and Gong Qianxue have done these past few years, and announce it to the world. Then, in the name of Hell Flame Valley, issue a worldwide kill order. Anyone who provides the whereabouts of Gong Qianxue and Jianfeng will be rewarded with a bottle of special drafts. Anyone who captures Jianfeng will be rewarded with a bottle of special elixir. Anyone who captures Gong Qianxue, in the name of the Enchantress Mayan, I will not only give him a bottle of elixir, but also guarantee that he will have the priority to purchase the special drafts and elixirs sold in the Ghost City every month. Pfft. Ru Yan can't help but laugh when she hears that. This is great. Gong Qianxue and Jianfeng will really become detested by street rats. They won't be able to stay in this Yanwu continent anymore. I don't know how long they, who are used to living a life of luxury, can endure this kind of life. Half a month later, there is continuous heavy rain. The temperature in the land north of the Yanwu continent's long river plummets. In a dilapidated temple, a haggard Gong Qianxue and Jianfeng are carefully hiding. Gong Qianxue's head pokes out from time to time. Senior brother, will the person you said really come? Jianfeng grits his teeth and nods. Don't worry, that person has received my kindness, he definitely won't betray me. However, after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, what he waits for isn't the person who will repay his kindness, but a large group of high-level practitioners besieging him. You actually dare to be ungrateful? Yufeng, have you forgotten my kindness to you back then? Jianfeng's eyes are bloodshot, fiercely glaring at an obese man not far away. The man sneered, wiped the rain off his face, and said with a sneer, kindness? Don't joke around, I spent a lot of money to buy that elixir of yours back then. What kind of kindness is that? What's more, that elixir of yours is nothing more than a broken toy. How can it be compared to the special elixirs refined by the Enchantress doctor? As long as I can hand you two over, not only can I get 2 bottles of special elixirs from the Enchantress doctor, I can also have the right to purchase all kinds of special drafts in the Ghost City. Ha ha ha. I've also heard that the Nether Flame Army is currently recruiting. If I tie you up and send you to the Enchantress of Heaven, I might even be able to become a member of the Nether Flame Army. Who wouldn't want to encounter such a good thing? Jianfeng, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for having eyes but failing to see. You actually conspired with Gong Xianxia, this vicious woman. In just half a month, the news that the Heavenly Road sect has been annihilated by the Nether Flame army has spread throughout the entire Yanwu continent. In this half a month, it wasn't that there weren't any survivors of the Tiandao sect who wanted to retaliate, and it wasn't that there weren't any other forces who wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, without exception, all of them were swept clean by the Nether Flame army like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves. And in this half a month, if one were to say who was more famous than the Nether Flame army, that would be the Enchantress Jun Mayan and her son, Jun Machan. A Khanate perfected who wasn't even 20 years old, had superb medical skills, and the elixirs that he refined were unparalleled in the world. The Nether Flame army that he created was invincible. A 5-year-old Xiantian realm boy, who was as delicate as a child from the immortal realm, was already invincible in the entire continent. Of course, this is due to the efforts of the people of Hellflame Valley. Everyone knows about Tiandao sects and Gong Qianxua's numerous evil deeds. Those sensational tragedies, those innocent women's tearful accusations, make the people of Yanwu continent find it hard to believe. Those innocent girls who were locked up in the underground palace as sows, they didn't have to come forward and open up their scars. But the hatred in their hearts far surpasses the hatred towards those beasts of Tiandao sect. Therefore, they disregarded everything and came forward, uncovering those bloody past events in front of everyone, even if their reputations would be ruined henceforth. They were arrested and subjected to all kinds of humiliation. They were forced to conceive a child, but the fetus was gouged out while they were still alive. They couldn't call for help from the heavens, they couldn't even die. These tearful memories and accusations, those curses that couldn't wait to devour their flesh, apart from shocking the people of Yanwu continent, there's no way they wouldn't believe it. All of this is true. Tiandao sect, Gong Qianxua, they really are deranged, devoid of humanity. If there were people who expressed sympathy for Tiandao sect's destruction at the beginning, when these facts are announced, it's all replaced by anger and disgust. Every person of Tiandao sect has become a street rat. And Gong Qianxua, who was once the continent's #1 genius, has become the woman that everyone loathes the most. Jianfeng glares at him fiercely, wishing he could rush over and hack this bastard who forgets morality at the sight of profit. However, as he swings his long sword to stab Gong Qianxua, his body swaying. Because of this delay, his leg is cut, and he can hardly stand. Jianfeng's cultivation is very high, but for the past half a month, they haven't had enough to eat or warm themselves. They've been dealing with the pursuit all the time, and they've long been exhausted. As it happens, Gong Qianxua's cultivation is almost completely crippled. She can only survive by relying on his protection. Even if Jianfeng is made of iron, it's still impossible for him to persevere. The fat man narrows his eyes, looking at Jianfeng's injuries, then at Gong Qianxua beside him. He sneers, "Jianfeng, I say, don't be stubborn. Draw a clear line with this woman as soon as possible, and maybe you can still be saved." For a woman like Gong Qianxua, whose heart is like a snake and scorpion, do you really think that she has true feelings for you? Don't talk nonsense, Qianxua is not that kind of woman. All of this is because that slut Jun Mayan framed Qianxua. TCH? The fat man's smile became even more contemptuous. Framing Gong Qianxua? Are you deceiving yourself? Every single piece of evidence that Hellflame Valley had produced was clear. Who didn't know what this woman had done? Only a fool like you would think that she's a pure white lotus. Would a truly innocent person do something like turning an entire city of citizens into puppets? Would a truly innocent person steal someone else's child without batting an eye? Jianfeng's eyes flashed and his sword movement slowed down. When the fat man saw his hesitation, he immediately said excitedly, "Jianfeng, you also know how powerful the Nether Flame army is now. Going against them will not end well." "Who are you, Jianfeng? If he wanted a woman, where could he not find one? Why should I be dragged down by this woman? Why don't you tie her up and come back with me? I promise I'll help you plead with the Enchantress of Medicine." Gong Qianxua tightly clenches her teeth, her eyes red. She can't wait to rush over and tear the fat man into pieces. But compared to the fat man in front of her, she wants to tear Mayan even more. It's all because of her. It's all because of that slut that I've ended up like this. From a high and mighty princess, she's reduced to a street rat that everyone wants to beat up, now, even Jianfeng is hesitating. He actually wants to abandon her. No, she absolutely won't allow it. If Jianfeng abandons her at this time, she'll really be finished. Senior brother. Gong Qianxue takes a deep breath and looks at Jianfeng with tears in her eyes. Senior brother, I have nothing now. I only have you. Don't abandon me, okay? Senior brother, I only did those things to level up as soon as possible. I wanted to go to the Xianxia continent and be with you. Jianfeng's eyes flash, then he suddenly soars into the air and slashes at the fat man with his long sword. In the end, the fat man and his men are all killed by Jianfeng. But Jianfeng is also seriously injured, and can no longer bear the next wave of pursuit. Qianxue. In the broken temple, Jianfeng holds Gong Qianxue's hand and says affectionately, Qianxue, I won't abandon you. In this life, I only love you. But now, our situation has reached the end of the road. If we don't find a way to save ourselves, we'll really die in the hands of that slut Mayan. Gong Qianxue cries, Senior brother, Qianxue doesn't want to die. Senior brother, save me. There's a way to keep us alive. Moreover, it can also make that slut Mayan die a horrible death. Gong Qianxue's eyes suddenly brighten. Senior brother, quickly tell me, what's the way? We'll go back to the Xianxia continent and report to my sect about Mayan triggering the 9-star pearl anomaly and the immortal spirit body. As long as my sect's people are willing to come to the Yanwu continent to deal with Mayan, she and her son will inevitably die without a burial place. Jianfeng's eyes shine brightly, and there's a twisted hatred in them. Gong Qianxue is startled, but senior brother, didn't you say that you chose to stay in the Yanwu continent for a long time, and that your body is contaminated with the barren atmosphere of the Yanwu continent, and can no longer return to the Xianxia continent? Of course I can't go back like this, so junior sister, I need your help. Jianfeng's scorching gaze fell on Gong Qianxue, but it made her shiver. Senior brother, How can I help you? Jianfeng took out a box from his bosom and opened it. Inside were 2 pills, one red and one blue. Junior sister, as long as you and I each take a pill, then have sex, during the process of having sex, I will transfer the desolate qi in my body to your body. Then, I can return to the cultivation continent. When Gong Qianxue heard this, her eyes abruptly opened wide. Jianfeng continues, but I don't feel at ease leaving junior sister alone in this Yanwu continent. Therefore, this elixir can temporarily turn you into my furnace. This way, even if you have the desolate air on your body, you can still return to the Xianxia continent as my appendage. Gong Qianxue's face was full of terror as she desperately shook her head. How can this be? In this way, wouldn't I be unable to temper my body and soul forever? If one's body was contaminated with too much desolate qi, they would not be able to form their spirit roots and attract the lightning tribulation. Only a particularly talented martial artist can remove the barren energy from their body when they reach the Xiantian great perfection and shape their spiritual roots. Gong Qianxue hears Jianfeng's words. How can she not understand? Her cultivation has regressed. Originally, her hopes of forging her body and shaping her spirit were slim. Now, if she receives the barren energy, how could she possibly ascend? Moreover, if she becomes Jianfeng's furnace, wouldn't her status be lower than Jianfeng's forever? From then on, if Jianfeng wants her to live or die, she'll die. How could that be? She clearly doesn't even like Jianfeng, this waste. How could she become Jianfeng's furnace? No, you can't, senior brother, let's think of another way, okay? Didn't you say that you would marry me officially? How can you treat me as your furnace? Jianfeng held her hand and softly said, Junior sister, believe me. When I invite the sect, I will definitely find a way to expel the desolate qi from your body, remove your identity as a human furnace, and let you successfully ascend. This time, we have offered the immortal spirit body, which is a great merit. The sect will definitely reward us. Junior sister, believe me. Moreover, we have no way out. If this goes on, you and I will be caught by Jun Mayan sooner or later. Do you still remember the hatred of you wanting to dig out the fetus in her belly? She will never let you off. Following Jianfeng's persuasion and assurance, Gong Qianxue's expression changes. In the end, her hatred for Jun Mayan finally overcomes everything. She grits her teeth and says, Fine, I promise you. Let's go back to the Xianxia continent together. Jianfeng stuffs the red elixir into her mouth and takes the blue one himself. Then, he impatiently presses her down on the cold, wet, and dirty ground. Gong Qianxue feels the violent impact of Jianfeng, and the bone-chilling pain when the barren energy enters her body. His eyes were bloodshot. Jun Mayan, it's all thanks to you that I've ended up like this. Don't be complacent, don't think that you've already won. One day, I will make you 10,000 times more miserable than me. Jun Mayan, just you wait, Gong Qianxue, will be back soon. Hellfire Valley. Compared to the mysteriousness and desolation of the Ghost Wind Valley in the past, the outside of the Hellflame Valley could be said to be a boiling cauldron of voices, and it was extraordinarily lively. Crowding outside the Ghost Wind Valley, there are a lot of famous high-level practitioners of the Yanwu continent. Many major forces wanted to recruit them, but they didn't even bat an eye. But at this moment, each and every one of them are blocking the entrance of Hellflame Valley, shouting loudly, "Quickly give Lousy a registration form, Lousy wants to apply for the Ink Camp." "Oh, brother, you're awesome, you actually want to enter the Ink Camp. That's the most difficult to enter among the 4 divisions of the Netherflame Army." "Heh, that's right, I've inquired about it, the people in the Ink Camp are all real men of iron and blood, they're the most to my liking. The others are either effeminate or fake, I don't like them. This time, Lousy will definitely pass the exam and enter the Ink Camp." "I'm not interested in the Ink Camp, I want to enter the Everlasting Camp. I heard that in the Everlasting Camp, even an ordinary person can learn to refine medicine, and the rank of the drafts they refine would be better than the doctors outside. How many people have tried to get in? Isn't that obvious? The Enchantress of Medicine's medical skills are the best in the world, so the Everlasting Camp is naturally the best among the 4 camps." "What a joke, the Ink Camp is the #1 camp in the Hellflame Valley. You bunch of idiots, let me tell you, the Tianji unit is the one with the best treatment among the 4 camps. In order to build the largest intelligence system, the entire Hellfire Valley's resources are poured into the Tianji unit." "Nonsense. Don't blindly compare with Lousy, the Ink Camp is the best." No refutation. Xiayi looks at the chaotic scene in front of him, somewhat unable to come back to his senses. The magistrates behind him also stare blankly at the scene of people looting, absent-minded. In Xiayi's mind, the scene of that little girl Jun Mayan turning Xian's ghost city upside down unconsciously emerges. At that time, the magistrates of Xian's ghost city coveted her special drafts, and wanted to trap her in the ghost city until she died. At that time, Jun Mayan only opened a small pharmacy, and the name of the Enchantress of Medicine was far from spreading throughout the world. It's only been a little more than a year, but such earth-shaking changes have occurred. Xiayi takes a few steps forward, but he's stopped by the guards of Hellfire Valley. "This young master, may I ask if you have an entry token? You can't wander around the Hellfire Valley?" "Impudent." The magistrate behind Xiayi immediately steps forward. "This is the Ghost City's Ghost King. He came to Hellfire Valley to discuss the sale of drafts and elixirs." Hearing the name of Ghost City's Ghost King, many people can't help but look over. But they only take a casual glance, and then continue to argue about which of the 4 camps is the best. It's just like the Ghost City's Ghost King isn't worth paying attention to. The complexions of the Hellfire Valley's guards don't even change, no matter who it is, they must use an entry token to enter Hellfire Valley. "You guys are really bold," the magistrate behind Xiayi flies into a rage out of humiliation. He's about to curse, but is stopped by Xiayi. "This humble one is Xiayi, the Ghost King of Qiyan Country Xian City. I'm an old acquaintance of Miss Ruyan and Mr. Tao in the valley. I wonder if..." Xiayi hasn't finished speaking when the guard's serious face immediately breaks into a smile. "Oh, it turns out to be Xiayi Darren. Why didn't you say so earlier? Please come in, please come in. Tao Darren had already told me that you were coming, and has been waiting for you for a long time. Miss Ruyan heard that you were coming, and had of the Tianji battalion prepare exquisite things for you early on. Even our young miss wants to see you." In the blink of an eye, Xiayi was surrounded by the enthusiastic crowd. These people seemed to know how to change their faces. Just a moment ago, they were ignoring him, but now, they were attentive to him. Even the martial artists who were registering outside stopped arguing and looked at him, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. When Xiaoyi was brought into the Hellflame Valley, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. On that day, he sent Ru Yan, Old Tao, and the slaves of Wan Renku to Mayan, just to make amends and appease her. But who would have thought that a short year later, Ru Yan and Old Tao would actually stand in such a position? One was the commander of the secret battalion. One was the deputy commander of the longevity battalion. How many people dreamed of a position that they might not be able to achieve in their lifetime? Lord Xia, you're here. Old Tao and Ru Yan came out of the meeting hall and saw Xiaoyi being brought in. They smiled and greeted him. The two of them warmly welcomed Xiaoyi and his accompanying infernal judge. Then, they recalled the past and revealed expressions of reminiscence. Xiaoyi repeatedly shakes his head, sighing, all these years, even though the three major ghost markets can obtain drafts and elixirs from Hell's Flame Valley, my Xia'an's ghost city has always had more drugs than the other two ghost markets. How would I not know? This is what the two of you and the Enchantress of Medicine took care of me. Hee hee. Ru Yan can't help but laugh. Miss said that this is her return gift for robbing your ghost city. There's no need for Lord Xia to stand on ceremony. Xiaoyi recalls the ghost city that was swept clean, and the corner of his mouth can't help but twitch. Although in the end most of the things were sent out by himself, but that was also because of Ghost King Guyu's command. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't wrong to say that he was robbed. Lord Xia, why did you personally come to the Hellflame Valley to look for Miss? Hearing Ru Yan's question, Xiaoyi was silent for a moment, then he let out a long sigh and said, to be honest, I have something I need the Enchantress of Medicine's help with. Deathly Flame Valley, Palace of Dawn. This was the place where Mayan lived. On weekdays, there were very few people going in and out without orders. At this moment, there was a sudden bang in the courtyard outside the hall, followed by a cloud of black smoke. The smell of burnt herbs permeated the air, but the servants inside and outside the Palace of Dawn were already used to it. Mu Yan looks at the cauldron that has exploded once again, feeling a little vexed. This was already the 7th time she had refined the spirit molding pill, but she still did not succeed. She didn't know what the problem was. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that he had prepared a lot of medicinal ingredients, so he wasn't afraid of wasting them. Even the most precious jade dragon saliva, because the fat rabbit directly caught a live jade dragon snake, there was no need to worry about not having it. But where exactly was the problem? How could he successfully refine the spirit molding pill? Mother! Little Bao's voice rang out. A small figure rushed in from outside the hall and was about to jump into her arms. The corners of Mu Yan's mouth reveal a faint and gentle smile, and she reaches out to catch Xiao Bao. But suddenly, the light and shadow in front of her darkened, and her body was embraced into a wide and tight embrace. The familiar scent of the man assaulted her face, covering and imprisoning her tightly. Xiao Bao was caught off guard and stopped in his tracks, glaring fiercely at the bad man who had snatched his mother. Let go, give my mother back to me. Di Mingju holds Mayan in his arms, looking down at Xiao Bao from above. He has an indifferent and arrogant expression on his face. Wait until you reach the great perfection of the pre-celestial realm, then come and talk terms with Ben Jun. Furthermore, your mother was mine to begin with. Xiao Bao glares indignantly at Di Mingju, his little face flushing red. Mu Yan snappily pushes Di Mingju. How could this man be so childish? She pushes several times, but Di Mingju refuses to let go. Instead, he leans close to her ear and whispers, we haven't seen each other for so long, didn't Yan Yan miss me? Miss you? What do you mean by not seeing each other for so long? It had only been 4 hours, she hadn't hugged her precious son for a few days. Miss Ruyan has brought Xia'an City's King of Hell, Xiaoyi, to request an audience. Mu Yan raises an eyebrow, let them in. After instructing her subordinates, she immediately glares at Di Mingju, still not letting me go. Why should I let go? Mu Yan grits her teeth, in a moment, Ruyan and the others will come in. How shameless was this man? As it turns out, when it comes to chasing after his wife, Jun Shang is completely shameless. Without waiting for Mu Yan to resist, he had already sat on the chair and placed Mu Yan on his lap. Mayan is simply dumbfounded, and immediately struggles, Di Mingju, what are you doing? Nothing. It is only right and proper for this monarch to hug his own wife. Who's your wife? Yan Yan, if you move again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Mu Yan was about to die from anger. What exactly do you want? Di Mingju's gaze is deep and serene. He slowly says in a low and deep voice, Ben Jun wants everyone under the heavens to know that you belong to Ben Jun. No one can covet you. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. This stingy man, didn't she spend half an hour alone with Changyu yesterday and gave pointers to Changyu to solve the hidden dangers in his cultivation? However, Changyu does have some secrets that even Mu Yan can't figure out for a while. She felt that he was a completely different person from when he first arrived. But Mu Yan doesn't care about the past and secrets of the people around her. She only needs to know that these people won't hurt her and Xiaobao. Instead, they will risk their lives to protect them. Mu Yan had always been this kind of person. Either she didn't believe, or once she did, she would give all of her trust. Even if she had been deceived by Gong Qianxue, her nature had not changed. Her chin is suddenly gripped, and Mayan is forced to stare at God with her deep eyes. The man's eyes were filled with danger and possessiveness. You're still thinking of other men in my arms, huh? The burning lips blocked her breath, and then she felt a sharp pain on her lips. Mayan exclaims, Di Mingju, are you a dog? How dare he bite her? All of a sudden, Xiaobao rushes over and pulls Di Mingju's hand away. He burrows into Mayan's arms and hugs her tightly. Scoundrel, don't bully Nyangqin. Mu Yan quickly hugs Xiaobao and holds him in her arms. Therefore, when Xia Yi followed Ru Yan in, he saw such a scene. A tall, handsome, godlike man was holding a beautiful girl in his arms. In the arms of the young girl, there was a little boy who looked like he was carved from jade. This was supposed to be an awkward scene, but for the three of them, it seemed so natural. It was as if they were made by nature. They were supposed to be such an intimate family. Naturally my ass. Natural my asterisk s, Mu Yan expresses that she can't wait to throw this shameless man out. Xia Yi shudders at the sight of Di Mingju's deep blue eyes. Was this the monarch that even the ghost King Guyu submitted to? Xia Yi doesn't know Di Mingju's identity, he only knows that this man isn't from the Yanwu continent. His strength and identity were immeasurably powerful. Perhaps only this kind of man is worthy of such an outstanding woman like Miss Jun Ru Yan, on the other hand, was already used to the intimacy between the three of them. Seeing this scene, he only smiled mysteriously and bowed, greetings to Miss, Young Master, and Young Master. No matter what, Mu Yan is unable to break free from Di Mingju's embrace. In the end, she could only give up and casually sit on his lap. Even in such an awkward situation, her body was still surrounded by a lazy and calm aura. She had always been a free and easy person, so she didn't care about losing face at all. Flips table. It would be strange if he didn't care. Xia Yanwang, do you need something from me? Xia Yi hurriedly said, yes, this subordinate wants to ask the Enchantress of Medicine for a favor. Listening to Xia Yi's tireless narration, Mu Yan knows. He and his childhood sweetheart managed to obtain the child with great difficulty, so the two naturally treasure him. However, before Xia Yi's wife gave birth, she was seriously injured by an enemy attack. In the end, although his wife and child were saved, the child's bones were crippled. It was only after the child grew up that Xia Yi discovered that the amount of internal force he could absorb was very little. Xia Yi and his wife's talents are excellent. The two are now over 50 years old, and have already reached the pre-celestial stage. But their only son didn't have any talent for cultivation at all. 12 years of diligent and bitter training, Xia Yi fed him countless elixirs, but now he is still stuck at yellow stage. Until last month, his son's cultivation finally reached the peak of yellow stage, about to break through to profound stage. Unexpectedly, his whole body suddenly twitches, and his internal force disperses, becoming no different from an ordinary mortal. This time, Xia Yi and his wife are panicking. Thinking about it, if there is anyone in the world who can save his son, then it's probably this girl in front of him. Mayan doesn't talk nonsense with him, and directly says, "Where's your son? Bring him here and let me see." Xia Yi is overjoyed, and promptly asks the magistrate to bring his son over. It's clearly a 12-year-old boy, but he looks thin and weak, as if he's only 7 or 8 years old. Moreover, his complexion is sallow, and his expression is cowering. When Mayan puts her hand on his pulse, he blankly stares at this sister who is even more beautiful than a fairy, and can't help but ask, "Fairy sister, can I still cultivate?" Do you want to cultivate? Mayan looks up and asks him softly. The little boy nods heavily. I don't want father and mother to be disappointed. I want to break through to profound stage as soon as possible. I want to become their pride, but he didn't expect that his meridians and qi are so fragile. The result of forcing a breakthrough is that his qi is damaged, and his meridians are blocked. Mayan gently touches his head, and softly says, "Don't worry, you will definitely be able to continue cultivating." Hearing that, the little boy's eyes brighten, and he shows a bashful smile. Suddenly, his gaze falls on Xiaobao at the side. Xiaobao is holding a rabbit in his hand, and is next to Mayan. Seeing the boy looking over, Xiaobao's big blue eyes also look over. The boy immediately looks silly, thinking over and over again, is this little brother a descendant of immortals? How could she be so beautiful? Seeing Mu Yan let go of the boy's hand, Xiaoyi hurriedly asks nervously, Miss June, is there any way to restore Pingyan? The little boy's name was Xia Pingan. Xia Pingan ran behind Xiaoyi, grabbed the hem of his clothes and poked his head out, looking at his fairy sister expectantly. Mu Yan slightly frowns, no one knows what she is thinking. Hearing Xiaoyi's question, she calmly says, I've never treated this kind of illness before. His meridians and qi are inherently fragile. Even if ordinary drafts for repairing the tendons and veins could cure his current injury, they wouldn't be able to help him advance a step further. I can't think of a cure right now, but I'll try my best. Hearing that even Mu Yan could not think of a way, Xiaoyi was somewhat disappointed. But he still bowed gratefully. Then I'll have to trouble Miss June. I, Xiaoyi, owe you a favor. In the future, no matter if I have to go through water or tread on fire, I will not hesitate. Seeing that Xiaoyi and Xia Pingan are about to leave, Mayan's official business is over. Who knew that Di Mingju would react so quickly, grabbing him by the collar and wanting to throw him out? But the current Xiaobao isn't someone to be trifled with. The little figure makes a sharp turn in the air, a long sword already in his hand as he attacks Di Mingju. Xiaoyi and Xia Pingan, who are about to leave, are simply dumbfounded. These two people, one big and one small, are actually fighting in the main hall. Both of them have shrunk the scope of their attacks to a very small extent, and the furniture around them aren't affected in the slightest. But the pressure and frightening momentum that occasionally leak out makes Xiaoyi, a pre-celestial martial artist, feel a burst of fear. Let's not talk about the powerful Di Jun first. Why does even a 5-year-old child have such formidable strength? This child has clearly broken through to the pre-celestial stage, and is at least at the middle level of the pre-celestial stage. Even Xiaoyi dares to guarantee that if he were to face him, he would absolutely be crushed. This is a 5-year-old child, even Ru Yan and old Tao show an aghast expression. Heavens, the little Gongzi just broke through to the pre-celestial stage a month ago, and now he's already at the middle level of the pre-celestial stage? This is too frightening. Truly worthy of being the child of the Miss and Di Jun. With a loud bang, Xiaobao flies out, his whole body tumbling on the ground several times before he can stand firm. Di Mingju stands firmly where he is, not even a corner of his clothes is in a mess. He looks down at Xiaobao from above, indifferently saying, if I hadn't been lenient, you would have lost your little life just now. Xiaobao frowns in annoyance, his little fist pounding the ground in unwillingness. The gap between him and the lecher is really too big. Di Mingju slightly narrows his eyes, saying again, with your current progress, you still need at least half a year to reach the pre-celestial Great Circle. In other words, you have to make Yan Yan waste her time and wait for you for another half a year. Half a year to reach the pre-celestial Great Circle? Whether it's Xiaoyi, Ru Yan or old Tao, all of them are dumbfounded. Wait a minute, now that the pre-celestial Great Circle is as easy as radish and cabbage, can it be casually reached? And why do you have a contemptuous look on your face when you reach the pre-celestial Great Circle in half a year? How can you let these people, who have struggled for so long and can't even break through to the pre-celestial Great Circle? However, after hearing Di Mingju's words, not only does Xiaobao not get angry, he instead lowers his head in shame. Her face was still cold, but her big eyes were filled with unwillingness and stubbornness. He snaps his head up, glaring at Di Mingju. I will use the fastest speed to reach pre-celestial Great Circle. I will absolutely not drag Niangqing down. Di Mingju waves his hand. Don't just talk and no action, you only know how to pester your mother all day long. Have you completed the task Benjun gave you? Hey, Di Mingju. Mayan finally can't stand it anymore. Is it fun to bully my son? Xiaobao, ignore him. Mu Yan reaches out to pick Xiaobao up. Xiaobao is already very, very powerful. It's only been half a year, Niangqin can afford to wait. Unexpectedly, Xiaobao took a step back, stood up, and wiped the dust off his face. There's a stubbornness on his little face. Niangqin, he's right, I'm a man, I have to protect Niangqin, I can't drag Niangqin down. I don't want mother to wait for me for half a year. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Even when the Nether Flame army formed a large group, they were often crushed and had to flee in a sorry state. But Little Master could deal with it alone. People really can't compare with each other. Ru Yan, Xia Yi, and the others bid their farewells and leave. Mu Yan is just about to find Di Mingju to denounce him. However, his body was suddenly pressed down by a strong force. Mu Yan staggers and falls on the chair. Then, his hands were firmly pressed on both sides of the armrest. The man's silhouette shrouds her. Di Mingju's unique overbearing breath hits her in the face. Finally, the eyesores are gone. The man's voice is deep and husky, as if he's been suppressing his lust for a long time. Yen Yen, now, no one will disturb us anymore. The man's handsome face was right in front of her, his deep blue eyes filled with her reflection. Mayan's breathing is a little chaotic, and she seems to be able to hear her own rapid heartbeat. She swallowed her saliva and said, You want Xiaobao to advance to Xiantian consummate in half a year? Aren't you being too hasty? After all, he's still a 5-year-old kid. Di Mingju slightly narrows his eyes, leaning closer to her. Yen Yen, are you doubting Benjun's ability? The man's eyes were bottomless, but they were burning with a flickering flame. It was like a wild beast that had found its prey and would devour it at any time. Mu Yan was immediately terrified. How could that be? Jun Shangdaran is #1 in the world, I doubt that no one will doubt you. Oh. She bit down on her pink lips. It's too late. If you say something wrong, you'll be punished. Di Mingju grabs her and flips her over. He sits on the chair and presses Mayan into his arms. Like a wild beast that doesn't know when to stop, he frantically devours all the breath on her body. By the time Mu Yan is released, her whole body is already completely trapped in Di Mingju's embrace. Di Mingju holds her in his arms like he's holding a child, and gently kisses the corner of her slightly red lips. His eyes were still filled with lust. His voice is unbelievably hoarse. Yen Yen, after we arrive at Xiozhen continent, let's get married, okay? Mu Yan's heart violently thumps, and she subconsciously tries to avoid his gaze. However, Di Mingju grabs her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Jun Mayan, do you still want to escape? Even now, you still refuse to face your own heart? Mu Yan's body unconsciously trembles. Her soul seemed to be deeply sucked in by those blue eyes, unable to break free. The man's voice was like a devil's temptation, making her sink little by little. Jun Mayan, don't deceive yourself anymore. You also like me. You already have me in your heart. Mu Yan tightens her hands that hang by her side, and slowly finds her voice. You really don't mind my past? She had always known that this man was superior. But he had never had a woman by his side. Ying Mei and Han Yu both said that before they met him, no woman could get within 3 feet of Jun Shang. No matter how one looked at him, he was a perfect man who could drive all the women in the world crazy. As for her, in both her previous and current lives, she had long since been riddled with holes. She did not betray her innocence. Was she really worthy of this man? Could she really return the same feelings to this man? He gently pecks the girl's lips, extremely gentle, extremely lingering, pouring out all of his feelings. If you don't marry, Benjun will never marry. Yen Yen, do you have the heart to let me live out my life alone, in misery? Jun Yen is still cold and aloof, but it's tainted with a bit of a spoiled grievance. Mayan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Polar Domain's Di Jun's charm is unparalleled. There are as many women in the 3 realms who want to marry you as there are stars in the sky. Di Jun will live out his life alone, in misery? Who would believe that? But there are 3,000 waters of weakness. I only want to marry you. Di Mingju gently grabs her hand and presses it against his chest. Jun Mayan, if you still don't believe me, how about Benjun cut out my heart for you to see? The corner of Mayan's mouth twitches, and she can't help but clench her hand into a fist. She heavily punches his chest. Where did you learn to be so glib, to speak such honeyed words? Ingmei actually says that their Jun Shang doesn't know what it means to coax a woman, and asks her to bear the consequences. The result is that, apart from the guy being a bit stubborn at the beginning, his honeyed words become more and more difficult to resist. Jun Shang Darren says, Ben Jun didn't read so many romantic words in vain. What's more, what he's saying is clearly the truth, but it's a pity that his Yen Yen doesn't believe it. Di Mingju. Mayan suddenly raises her voice, interrupting Jun Shang's attempt to explain. He slightly glances to the side, meeting the girl's clear eyes that are as dark as ink. At this moment, there's no longer any languid and seductive disguise on her face, and there's also no attempt to escape. There's only his shadow. Di Mingju is almost intoxicated in those rippling, soul-stirring peach blossom eyes. So much so that he actually didn't hear what was said at the beginning. I admit, I really do, I will consider what you said. I will give you the answer after I ascend to the Shoshan continent. Di Mingju abruptly comes back to himself, grabbing her waist and pulling her into his arms. You just said, you really do something to me? Mayan blushes. Good words don't say it twice. If you didn't hear it, then forget it. Di Mingju isn't willing to let it go, but he doesn't wait for her to continue questioning. Mu Yan suddenly pushes forward and presses his body against the chair. The girl half knelt on the edge of the chair in a very handsome posture, looking down at the man below her. Let's make this clear first, we have 3 rules. If you get involved with another woman while I'm giving my reply, then our agreement will be nullified. The smile in Di Mingju's eyes seems to overflow. He gently reaches out and presses Mayan into his arms. Can Ben Jun understand that Yan Yan is jealous? Mayan gives him a sideways glance. So what if I'm jealous? Jun Mayan's man can only belong to me. If I have to share him with others, then I'd rather not have him. Di Mingju really loves her flamboyant and confident look. He presses the back of her neck and kisses her again. How could I dare to disobey Madame's orders? He kisses her delicately, gently grinding, and softly whispers, Yan Yan, in this lifetime, there will be no one else in my heart besides you. Mayan stares blankly, then a smile slowly floats on her brows and the corners of her eyes. She reached out her hand and slowly grabbed his shirt, returning the kiss. The years are peaceful, and the feelings are profound. Mayan only reacts after a long time. Mu Yan looked at Xia Pinggan's pulse diagnosis record in her hand and was a little worried. Di Mingju pulls her into his arms, and casually asks, what are you looking at? So engrossed? It's just a piece of paper, is it better looking than me? Mu Yan glares at him, then naturally nestles against his chest, saying, Xia Pinggan was injured when he was in his mother's womb, so that his meridians, qi, and even his internal organs are very fragile. This kind of fragility makes it impossible for him to bear the efficacy of elixirs, so he can only use drafts. Mu Yan found a prescription in the Encyclopedia of Supreme Drafts, and the applicable medical cases were similar to Xia Pinggan's. One of the medicinal ingredients required a spirit herb. It's not that Mayan doesn't have this kind of elixir, but once she uses it, Xia Pinggan's body simply can't bear it. Di Mingju glances at her, and casually picks up a pen to write down the name of a medicinal herb on a piece of paper. What if we replace this elixir with this? Mayan stares blankly at the draft that Di Mingju wrote. After a few breaths, she suddenly came to her senses. That's right. She could change the medicinal herbs according to the medicinal properties. Why should she be restricted by the prescription? This was really a case of being blinded by a single leaf, replacing it with the herbs that Di Mingju had written down. Even though the medicinal properties of the supreme draft had decreased, it had become extremely mild. Even with Xia Pinggan's physical condition, he could still bear it. Just as Mayan is about to praise Di Mingju, her eyes suddenly widen. If Xia Pinggan's medicine could be changed in this way, then what about the spirit molding pill? Why did the spirit molding pill explode? This was because there was a spirit herb that had a very high requirement for the purity of its spirit qi in the fusion process. But the Yanwu continent's aura is naturally heterogeneous, and Mayan uses ordinary flames to refine it. It's simply impossible to guarantee that the spiritual energy is completely pure. Therefore, every refinement attempt failed. What if she replaces this elixir with a draft with a similar attribute? Even if the medicinal effect was slightly weakened, her cloud-born sea formation could greatly increase the medicinal effect, so it would definitely be able to make up for this weakening. The more Mu Yan thinks, the more excited she gets. He didn't want to waste even a moment. He stood up abruptly and was about to walk out. She hasn't even taken 2 steps when Di Mingju pulls her back. The man pulls her very close to him, his expression unkind. Yan Yan, are you burning the bridge after crossing the river? There's a joyful smile on Mayan's face, and she suddenly reaches out to hold his handsome face. Under Di Mingju's startled gaze, she lowers her head and gently kisses him on the lips. She says with a low laugh, "Baby, you're really amazing, I'll record this merit for you." Saying that, she abandons the petrified Di Mingju and hurriedly leaves. Di Mingju stiffly sits in place for a good while, only then does he reach out to touch his lips. The expression on his face seems to be an angry smile. This woman was getting more and more insatiable. They actually dared to take liberties with him. She even called him darling. This monarch is the dignified lord of Polar Domain, who allowed her to call me that, Di Mingju's ears redden, and it's a long time before he finally gets up and walks outside. His face is taut, but from time to time, he can't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up. After getting married, he must properly control this little woman, otherwise, wouldn't she overturn the heavens? If Ying Mei were to hear his lord's thoughts at this time, he would definitely roll his eyes. Even if Miss June wanted to overturn the heavens, it would still be because of you, master, spoiling her. After Mayan refines the draft to repair his meridians and qi si, Xia Pinggan's condition quickly improves. In just a short 7 days, he had already recovered his cultivation, and that very night, he broke through the bottleneck and advanced to the mystic stage. Xia Yi is simply crying tears of joy. He kowtows to Mu Yan again and again, and gives almost half of Xia An's Ghost City's assets to Mu Yan. Only then does he bid farewell and leave. Before leaving, Xia Pinggan really wanted to see his little brother, who was as pretty as a doll. However, Xiaobao stayed in the back mountain of Netherflame Valley and did not come out. Xia Pingyan retracted his gaze regretfully and could not help but look at Xia Yi. "Father, can I stay in Hellflame Valley? Why does Ping'er want to stay here? Fairy sister and little brother are both so beautiful and so powerful. I like them and want to see them all the time. Besides, I feel very comfortable and happy here." Even when he hadn't recovered from his illness, when he was weak and incompetent, no one here would laugh at him. Instead, everyone comforted him and made him happy. He really liked this place. Xia Yi smiled and rubbed Xia Pingyan's head. He said in a gentle voice, "Ping'er, if you want to stay here, you still have to work hard. Because this place only accepts experts. As for the little young master and Miss June, they will only leave stronger experts by their side." Xia Pinggan's eyes lit up. Ping'er will definitely work hard to become the strongest. He turned around and looked at the valley that was gradually shrouded in thick fog. He swore to himself. One day, he would become stronger and become a part of this place. 10 days later, Ru Yan held Xia Yi's letter and smiled at Haitang beside her. Xia Darren said that Pingyan is determined to join the ink camp, and has always been at the little master's side. Now he's desperately cultivating every day, and his cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. Haitang couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the Netherflame army quite liked this somewhat silly but abnormally honest and steady little boy. But as she smiled, her smile faded. Who wouldn't want to stay by Miss and little Gongzi's side? But Haitang did not continue, but Ru Yan knew what she wanted to say. But what rights did they have to stay by the side of young Miss and little master? The young Miss's cultivation had already reached the consummate level of the Xiantian realm, and she had even successfully molded her spiritual root. As long as she was willing, with just a thought, she could temper her body and soul, trigger the lightning tribulation, and ascend to the cultivation land. As for the young master, the Empyrean Emperor had said that he would be able to reach the peak of the Xiantian realm in half a year at most. At that time, the Miss and the little master will leave Yanwu continent. As for them, how they wanted to follow Miss and little master to roam the world, however, their cultivation was only at the heaven realm. Even if they worked hard to reach the innate realm, how many years would it take before they could refine their bodies and souls? This thought flashed through the minds of everyone in the Netherflame army. There was reluctance, unwillingness, yearning, and expectation. However, no one dared to say it. No one dared to mention a single word. Because their lives were bestowed upon them by the young miss, and their current glory was bestowed upon them by the young Mississippi. They hoped that Miss and Little Master could spread their wings and soar high, and would not be hindered by anyone or anything. Especially them. Ru Yan gently exhaled and forced a smile. In fact, we are already very lucky to be able to stay by Miss and Little Master's side for so long. Feng Haitang was about to reply. Both of them turned their heads and saw the person standing at the door. They were stunned. Miss. That's right, the person standing outside is Mayan. However, it was different from her usual languid and calm demeanor. At this moment, she looked exhausted, and there were dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept for several days. Miss, your complexion. Feng Haitang said worriedly. But he was immediately interrupted by Mu Yan. She took out a storage ring and placed it on the table. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she said, "There are 200 spirit molding pills in here. Divide them into 4 portions. Choose 50 elites from each camp with higher cultivation and let them consume them. I want to see the effects." Spirit molding pill, what is that? Ru Yan angrily took out a porcelain bottle from her storage ring. Opening the porcelain bottle, there were about 10 pills inside. Mu Yan says faintly, after taking it, as long as one's cultivation reaches the pre-celestial level, they will be able to shape their spiritual roots, temper their body, and refine their soul. It's just that because you haven't reached the Xiantian full circle and haven't been tempered by the thunder tribulation, the attribute of your spiritual root isn't very good. Most of you have 3 spiritual roots. I'll think of a way to solve this problem for you when we get to the cultivation continent. Of course, if there is anyone in the Nether Flame army who is unwilling to ascend like this, I will not force them. Ru Yan's hands trembled and her legs went soft. She almost threw the porcelain bottle in her hand to the ground. Self-molded spirit root? Her tongue was stiff and her ears were buzzing. She felt like she was hearing some kind of illusion. Even Feng Haitang, who had always been a calm person, had her mouth wide open, unable to react for a long time. Miss, you really refined such a miraculous pill? Shaping the spirit root, that was shaping the spirit root. Furthermore, he could temper his body and soul and ascend to the cultivation continent without even experiencing the lightning tribulation. It must be known that there are many practitioners in the Yanwu continent who have persevered until they are over 100 years old, but are still unable to break through the bottleneck. They can only sigh as they gaze at the Shoshan continent, which is just out of reach. If the elders of the Tiandao sect had the spirit molding pill, why would they need to go crazy and raise a pill embryo? After a long while, Ru Yan said in a sharp voice, "Miss, do you know what you have given us? It's not just a mere elixir, but something that will completely change the structure of the Yanwu continent." Furthermore, the young miss had given him 200 pills in one go. 200 pills, and she said it was a trial. What did that mean? Could it be that Miss intends to move the entire Hellflame Valley to the cultivation continent? How could anyone do such a stupid and willful thing? If other people had this pill, who wouldn't hide it and not let others know about it even if they were beaten to death? But their young miss had taken it out so casually. Ru Yan's tears fell uncontrollably. She opened her mouth for a long time, but only repeated, "Miss, how can you be like this? How could this be?" Mayan is annoyed by her nagging, and snappily says, "If you don't like it, then the Tianji battalion can be divided equally among the other 3 battalions. No." Ru Yan immediately clenched the porcelain bottle in her hand and shouted, "Even if I die, I won't give it to them." Feng Haitang burst out laughing. Then, his eyes redden. He takes a step forward and kneels in front of Mayan. But this time, she doesn't kowtow. Instead, she hugs Mayan's waist and softly weeps, "Miss, why do you treat us so well? Miss, I, Ru Yan, will follow you for a lifetime, never marry, never have children. I, Ru Yan, will only love you, Miss, for a lifetime." Mu Yan is at a loss for what to do with these 2 girls crying. She doesn't understand why they're crying like this after casually giving them some medicine, and crying is crying. Can they not wipe their snot and tears on her? Refining medicine for 10 days without rest, she's very tired, she just wants to sleep. Okay, Mu Yan sighs softly. Just as she is about to comfort these two crying women, she suddenly feels her body lighten. Feng Haitang and Ru Yan, who were holding her, have been directly thrown out. Mu Yan soars into the air and is carried by Di Mingju. He turns around and walks out. Although Feng Haitang and Ru Yan were thrown out, they aren't injured. After getting up and seeing Di Mingju carrying Mu Yan away with a dark face, they can't help but laugh. Son-in-law is jealous. Son-in-law is really too overbearing, hee. Even when a woman approaches the miss, he gets jealous. Who told our miss to be so outstanding? It's normal for son-in-law to be worried. The two joked for a while, then take the spirit molding pill to Yan Haoyan and Bai Chen. They want to share this great news with the rest of the Nether Flame army. They want to tell Yan Haoyan, Bai Chen, Guan Hu, Old Tao, tell them that the miss will not abandon them. The Nether Flame army can go to the Xianxia continent together. Di Mingju carries Mu Yan all the way back to the bedroom, his face dark the whole time. The momentum of his body makes the little maid tremble in fear, almost turning around and running away. Mu Yan holds his face and smiles. Who offended Jun Shangdaran again? Why is your face so ugly? While talking and laughing, she also kneads his face into various shapes. Di Mingju. His little wife is getting more and more presumptuous. What to do? Does he still want his Di Jun's dignity? Di Mingju ignores Mu Yan's question, still calmly carrying her into the bedroom and placing her on the bed. Mu Yan wants to speak, but Di Mingju presses her on the bed and says with a dark face, sleep. Mu Yan finds that Di Mingju is really angry. She grabs his hand and gently shakes it. Don't be angry, I won't sleep for 10 days in a row and make you worry. Di Mingju's complexion turns even darker, he almost roars out, there's still a future? No. No. Absolutely not. Mayan is just short of pointing to the heavens and swearing an oath. She takes the initiative to kiss Di Mingju's face several times, only then does Jun Shangdaran's temper settle down. Di Mingju snorts coldly. He bears it for a while, but in the end, he still couldn't help but say, in the future, you're not allowed to get so close to them, you're not allowed to make a move on you. Them? Who? Mayan stares blankly for a moment, then she immediately realizes it and says in disbelief, you're not talking about Ru Yan and Haitang, are you? Di Mingju glares at her. Heavens! They are women. How can you be jealous of them? Di Mingju grits his teeth, no matter if it's a man or a woman. It's fine if these two women don't let go of his Mayan. He even said that they would never be separated, that he would never marry or have children, and that he would only love Mississippi. Did she think that he, Jun Mayan's husband, was fake? Mu Yan looks at Di Mingju's childish face in a fit of pique, and she can't help but laugh out loud, rolling on the bed as she laughs. Aya, her Jun Shang, how could he be so cute? Right at this moment, a commotion suddenly sounded from afar. We will follow Miss and Little Master for a lifetime. As a result, Jun Shang's face darkens even more. Mayan grabs the man's wide palm, gently pasting it on her face, and slowly falls into dreamland. For the first time, her dream no longer has the bloody and dark past, only warmth and sweetness. For the first time, she is full of longing and expectation for the future, for that mysterious continent. There, will she stay with this man by her side, with complete sincerity, never to be separated, past life, present life, the Xianxia continent and the bright future. For the first time, she is so close, so close. Xianxia continent's western regions, Yunguang sect. Jian Feng and Gong Qianxue kneel on the ground, their bodies tense. The atmosphere in the entire hall is somewhat solemn. Finally, an old man sitting at the head says in a somewhat high voice, you said that you found an immortal spirit body in the Yanwu continent? Is this true? It's absolutely true. Jian Feng quickly says, on that day, this disciple stayed in the Yanwu continent without permission. I knew that I had wronged the sect, and I didn't have the face-to-face master, so I didn't dare to come back. But this time, this disciple suddenly received the news of an immortal spirit body, and felt that I should report it to master no matter what, so I rushed back from the Yanwu continent. I ask master to punish this disciple for being unfilial. The old man doesn't get angry when he hears that, instead he says excitedly, quickly get up. Quickly get up. If the news you brought is true, Feng not only are you not guilty, you are also a great hero of our Yunguang sect. The elders and disciples of the Yunguang sect, standing on both sides, all show an excited expression. Their Yunguang sect, in the entire Xiozhen continent, is a third-rate sect that can't be ranked. Even the cultivation of the sect leader, Wu Qishan, isn't much. But if he can obtain an immortal spirit body, then it's completely different. As long as he can refine the immortal spirit body into an elixir, Wu Qishan believes that he can definitely lead the Yunguang sect to a brighter future. Jianfeng stands up, and at the same time pulls Gong Qianxue behind him. Master, this is Gong Qianxue, this disciples. Wu Qishan contemptuously looks at Gong Qianxue, and casually says, you found a furnace in the lower realm? This aptitude really isn't much, but forget it, it's just a furnace, Master won't blame you. Master, Qianxue isn't. Jianfeng wanted to explain. But Wu Qishan simply doesn't give him the chance. His eyes brighten as he says, everyone, go and get ready at once. We have to go to the Yanwu continent as soon as possible and seize the immortal physique, lest a long night brings many dreams. Yes. Sect leader. Everyone retreated from the hall, and when they passed by Jianfeng, they would show him a gratified and kind smile. However, he turned a blind eye to Gong Qianxue, who was behind her, and even despised her. Gong Qianxue's hands were tightly clenched into fists as she gritted her teeth. The anger and humiliation in her heart almost made her unable to restrain herself from twisting her face. But at this time a young girl ran to Jianfeng's side, grabbed his hand, and said coquettishly, Senior brother, why didn't you come back for so long? Why did you come back with such an unpresentable furnace? Saying that, she looks at Gong Qianxue with disdain. This kind of trash, in the Xiozhen continent, doesn't even have the qualifications to be a furnace. But it's also true, Yanwu continent is a broken place full of mortals, how could there be any decent people coming out? Slap, a ruthless slap landed on Gong Qianxue's face, causing her cheek to swell up and blood to overflow from the corner of her mouth. But the young girl still hasn't vented her anger. She rushes over and ruthlessly kicks her stomach twice. Who do you think you are? A lowly and broken furnace dares to talk to this lady like this? Believe it or not, this lady will kill you right now. Miling, stop. Jianfeng hurriedly stops the young girl. Don't hit her, Qianxue is immortal. If you hit her like this, she will die. At this time, Gong Qianxue is already curled up on the ground in pain, moaning and trembling. Wu Miling is Wu Qishan's daughter, and she has always been swaggering around. Even if Jianfeng stops her, she still ruthlessly kicks Gong Qianxue twice before letting her go. Senior brother, you have made a great contribution this time. Father will definitely put you in an important position in the future. In the future, what kind of woman can't be found? Why care about such an old and ugly furnace? If you have enough, it's better to dispose of it as soon as possible. Wu Miling arrogantly leaves. Jianfeng then helps Gong Qianxue up from the ground. Qianxue, are you all right? Jianfeng. Why did you let them bully and humiliate me like this? Didn't you promise that you wouldn't let me down? Gong Qianxue couldn't bear it anymore and lets out a hysterical scream. She regrets it, she shouldn't have promised Jianfeng to let him transfer the desolate energy to her body. She shouldn't have become his furnace. If not for this, how could she suffer such humiliation today? Qianxue, they are master and junior sister after all, I can't disobey too much. But don't worry, when master and the others catch the immortal spirit body, I will definitely ask them to let you leave your furnace body. Excuses. All of them are excuses. Gong Qianxue lowers her head and doesn't speak, but her face is distorted. Sure enough, the people of this world can't be trusted. Jun Mayan, Jianfeng, Wu Miling, she won't let anyone who has humiliated her off. Jianfeng casually comforts Gong Qianxue with a few words. Seeing that she doesn't speak, he thinks that she has let it go. Qianxue, you go to my room first, I have something to do, I'll be back in a while. Jianfeng had not returned to the cultivation continent for such a long time that he had used up all of his spiritual herbs and artifacts. That's why he was in such a difficult situation when he fought with Jun Mayan in the Yanwu continent. This time, he finally managed to return to the Xiozhen continent with great difficulty. Of course, he has to make sufficient preparations before going to take revenge on Jun Mayan. Gong Qianxue waited until the edge of the sword had left before she raised her head, revealing an expression that was half ferocious like a ghost. Just as she was about to get up and leave, she heard a commotion outside. It's the Flowing Moon Gate. The elders of the Flowing Moon sect are here. The Flow Moon sect was a sect that the Cloud Light sect depended on, and its status in the Cultivation continent was far higher than the Cloud Light sect. The Flow Moon sect had many subsidiary sects, and they had never sent messengers over in the past. The people of the Cloud Light sect were caught off guard, and hurriedly ran to welcome them. Gong Qianshua's expression changed. She quietly hid in the crowd and followed him out. In front of the sect, the elders of the Flow Moon sect had arrived. However, they were surrounding a masked woman in white. Their expressions were very respectful and careful. It could even be said that they were trying to curry favor with her. Wu Qishan cautiously asks, "Excuse me, Honorable Envoy, what information do you want to inquire about?" Several months ago, there was a 9-star alignment anomaly. Do you know who caused this anomaly? Where did it originate from? As long as you can provide the information, this Honorable Envoy guarantees that you will be given unexpected benefits. Gong Qianshua's pupils suddenly contract, her breathing becomes rapid. 9-star alignment anomaly, wasn't it caused by Jun Mayan? Everyone from the Yunguang sect shakes their heads. Everyone had seen the 9-star alignment phenomenon, but no one knew exactly how it had been triggered. The masked woman sighs softly, somewhat disappointed. This is already the outermost area of the Xianxia continent, but there is still no news about the moon's spiritual route. How should she explain it to the sect master and young master Qingwan when she returns? After confirming that no one in the Yunguang sect knows who caused the 9-star alignment, the people of the Flowing Moon sect don't stay and leave. However, they haven't gone far. Honorable Envoy, Darren, please wait. Gong Qianshua catches up, breathing heavily. As soon as everyone sees her, they immediately reveal a contemptuous expression. Gong Qianshua, however, stared straight at the veiled woman, gnashing her teeth as she said, "Honorable Envoy, if I say that I know who caused the 9-star pearl anomaly, can you help me successfully temper my body and soul?" The masked woman's pupils suddenly contract, her voice seems to change. "You said that you know who caused the 9-star alignment anomaly?" "That's right." Gong Qianshua resolutely says, "Not only do I know who it is, I also know where she is." "Impossible. Don't lie." The Flowing Moon sect elder disdainfully says, "We have been searching the Xianxia continent for several months, but we didn't even have a single clue. How could a waste? Like you know?" Gong Qianshua sneers, her expression sinister. "That's because you don't know that the person who caused the 9-star alignment anomaly isn't in the Xianxia continent, but in the Yanwu continent. She's called Jun Mayan." The masked woman's eyes widen, revealing an incredulous expression. The people of the Flowing Moon sect are also shocked. Immediately, the masked woman restrains her expression, frowning, "Impossible, the Yanwu continent has no spiritual energy, how could the spirit creation be successful? Are you deceiving this Honorable Envoy?" "No, how would I dare to deceive you?" Gong Qianshua anxiously says, "Honorable Envoy, please believe me, I was brought here from the Yanwu continent by the people of the Yunguang sect. Down there, I've interacted with that woman countless times. She plays a zither, and her strength increases by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. She was there when the phenomenon occurred. I guarantee that it was definitely her, it was caused by Jun Mayan." "Playing the zither?" the masked woman murmured, her expression becoming more serious. Could it be that the descendants of the Shin musicians have really appeared in the Yanwu continent, so, even if they turned the entire Cultivation continent upside down, they still couldn't find him? However, going to the Yanwu continent to find someone is easier said than done. This was especially true for people like them who had been living in the Xianxia continent for a long time and had been contaminated with divine power. If he rashly goes to the Yanwu continent, his body will be contaminated with the air of desolation, and his cultivation might even regress. But what if that Jun Mayan is really the person the young master is looking for? She fishes out a blood-red porcelain bottle, handing it over to Gong Qianshua. "The thing in this bottle is called Yin Yang Evil Qi. When it comes into contact with fire, it will become the strongest poison in the world, and it will automatically seek to invade the purest spiritual body. Once she was afflicted with Yin Yang Baleful Qi, she could only be relieved by copulating with a man. Go to the Yanwu continent and burn this Yin Yang Sha around Mayan. If the Xianxia invades Mayan's body, it proves that she is indeed the one who caused the 9 stars and moon phenomenon. At that time, this envoy will naturally follow the Xianxia's trail to find her. If the Yin-Yang baleful chi didn't invade her body, it proves that what you said is a lie. At that time, the Yin-Yang baleful chi will bite back at you, and your face will be completely devoured. Hearing the masked woman's words, Gong Qianshua's hand trembled, but then she revealed a sinister smile. Esteemed envoy, don't worry, I will definitely not fail you. The veiled woman tossed out another bottle of pills. Take these pills. They can temporarily keep your cultivation level at the first stage of body refinement. As long as you can complete this task successfully, you will definitely receive many benefits. When Gong Qianxua took the pill, she almost cried tears of joy. It actually allowed her cultivation to instantly reach the first rank of the body refinement realm. This time, she had indeed gambled correctly. Jun Mayan, this time, your time of death has really come. As for me, I will step on your and your son's corpses to ascend and become an immortal. The veiled woman looked at Gong Qianshua's departing figure and sneered, revealing a look of disgust and disdain. Xianxia was a treasure ranked 6th in Tianyi Men's 10 great mysterious poisons. How could it be as simple as she had said? Those who were afflicted with the yin-yang evil qi could indeed be detoxified as long as they had intercourse with the opposite sex. However, the opposite sex had to be someone with divine power. If she had intercourse with an ordinary man, that woman called Jun Mayan would indeed be able to linger on while at death's door. However, it would suck the man's vitality dry, and there would be no relief. She could only be like a beast in heat, constantly yearning to seduce men. Isn't the young sect master afraid that the girl with the moon spiritual root will become the monarch's fiancée? Heh. At that time, would the god monarch still be interested in a flirtatious and shameless woman? As for the young sect master, as long as she loses her reputation, it will be enough for him to seize her moon spiritual root and Shin musician-related inheritance. As for that Gong Qianxua, the masked woman didn't tell her that the moment she released the yin-yang baleful qi, she would begin to receive the yin-yang baleful qi's backlash. Her ending would only be more miserable than Jun Mayan's. The veiled woman smiled faintly and said to the people of Flow Moon sect behind her, I'm going back to the Cultivation continent to report this news to young sect master. You can go back by yourselves. Farewell, honorable envoy. The masked woman's figure slowly vanished, and the storm she stirred was about to stir up in the 3 realms. 2 months later, Xiaobao's cultivation reached high-level Xiantian realm. The people of the Hellflame Valley were already numb from the shock. They all expressed that this was normal and there was nothing to be alarmed about. Flip's table. How could he not be surprised? That was a mere 3 months. In just 3 months, he had advanced from peak heaven realm to upper Xiantian realm. That was a 5-year-old child yet he was already a high-level Xiantian realm expert. Mu Yan looks at the baby nestled in her arms, and her heart aches terribly. In just 2 short months, her Xiaobao had become thinner and firmer. At this moment, as long as Xiaobao appeared in any camp, the aura around him would cause everyone to keep quiet out of fear. At that moment, they completely forgot that the child was only 5 years old. In their eyes, Xiaobao was a king that looked down upon the world, and he was the master that they were willing to serve and serve loyally. This made Mu Yan feel somewhat helpless. Because compared to her, the people of the Nether Fire Army are obviously more afraid of Di Mingju and Xiaobao. Instead, they are getting closer to her day by day. Could it be that she had not tormented these people enough recently, so much so that they felt that they were very approachable? Oh, in the past 2 days, she had come up with some new ways to play, floating like a dream, and realm of stars. He might as well try it out on this group of fellows. Under the scorching sun, everyone from the Netherflame Valley shivered, feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Niangqin, Xiaobao wants to take the fat rabbit out of the valley for a day tomorrow, is that okay? Xiaobao raises his head and looks at Mu Yan with his big watery eyes. No matter how intimidating he was on the outside, in front of Mu Yan, Xiaobao would always be that lovable, calm, and precocious little boy who was infinitely attached to his mother. Mu Yan gently pinches his cheeks. All right, where does Xiaobao want to go? Mother will go with you. A conflicted look appeared on Xiaobao's face. I really want to go out with Niangqin. Niangqin has been forcibly occupied by that lecher for a long time. However, he couldn't do it this time. He wants to stealthily prepare a birthday present for his mother. How can he let her go with him? That wouldn't be considered a surprise. Xiaobao firmly shook his head. Mother, Xiaobao wants to go by myself. Mu Yan was a little startled. This was the first time Xiaobao refused to stay with her. She felt a little disappointed. Her Xiaobao had grown up and had his own little secrets. But Mu Yan still respects Xiaobao's wishes. Then can you bring big sister Yingmei along? No. Xiaobao shook his head even more resolutely. If big sister Yingmei knew, then the lecher would definitely know as well. He wouldn't let the lecher know about his mother's birthday and compete with him for favor. Mu Yan frowned slightly. Xiaobao immediately said, Mother, Xiaobao is very powerful. I won't be bullied. Xiaobao will also be very obedient and will definitely come back before dark. In the face of her son's rare act of acting like a spoiled child, Mu Yan is powerless to resist. Finally, Xiaobao takes Changyu and a few elites of the ink camp and sets off. Looking at the figures of the group gradually disappearing into the distance, Mu Yan's heart surged with an indescribable irritation. However, when she wanted to think about it, the irritation disappeared. Mayan secretly laughs at herself for being overly suspicious. In the current Yanwu continent, there is almost no one who can beat Xiaobao. What's more, there was Changyu and the fat rabbit following them. How could anything happen? This is the first time that Xiaobao has made such a firm request. Mu Yan feels that as his mother, she should believe in her baby. Mu Yan tossed aside the faintly discernible uneasiness that lingered in her heart, and turned to look for the Nether Flame army to test out her new, floating like a dream. Not long after, waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the Hellflame Valley. At this moment, everyone in the ink camp finally remembers the fear of being dominated by the demoness. Pooh! What she-devil? She's Miss. How could they be fooled by the gentle appearance of the current Miss, who could tell them how to escape from the terrifying nightmare dream? Woo woo woo. At least this time, the Miss didn't let them take off their clothes and put on an enchanting pose for Liu Beiyu to draw a Guan who doesn't know that if it weren't for a certain narrow-minded man, Mayan would really want to unlock several new painting poses. What they should thank was a certain Jun Sheng's overbearing possessiveness. The sky gradually darkened and the zither music that tortured the Nether Fire army slowly dissipated. Mu Yan's hand presses on the zither strings, emitting a rapid sound. She did not look at the wailing Nether Flame army below her. Instead, she raised her head and looked at the sun that was slowly setting in the west. It was already 3 to 5 in the afternoon, and Xiaobao still hadn't returned. At this moment, the sound of messy footsteps came from outside. Miss, there's an accident, the people from the ink camp coming carrying a man covered in blood. Seeing who it is, Mayan's heart suddenly sinks. This man is precisely one of the ink camp elites that went out with Xiaobao this morning. Miss, little master, he was taken away. Mu Yan quickly puts a pill into his mouth. Where is it? Who are you? Wuwang. Wuwang Mountain Range. I don't know who they are, but their cultivation is extremely high. Captain Changyu said they should be from the Cultivation continent. Also, there's also Gong Qianxue and Jianfeng. Mu Yan's breathing suddenly becomes heavy. Another person from the Cultivation continent had actually appeared. Was it because of Jianfeng and Gong Qianxue? We suffered heavy casualties, and only I managed to escape. Chang. Captain Chang chased after Little Master. Miss, you have to save them quickly. Miss, we'll immediately send troops to save Little Master. Guan Hu said anxiously. None of you move. Mu Yan shouted sternly, her expression as cold as ice. The Nether Flame Valley is under emergency martial law. No one is allowed to enter or leave without orders. I'll save him myself. Miss, how could you risk your life alone? Mu Yan's gaze coldly sweeps over everyone, her voice carrying supreme majesty. Those who disobey will be expelled from the ghastly Flame Valley. It was silent below, but everyone's faces were filled with unwillingness and anxiety. Mu Yan no longer pays attention to them, but instead looks at Yingmei. Let's go. Yingmei hesitates for a moment, wondering if he should inform Di Mingju. In the end, he doesn't say anything and nods to follow Mayan. Jun Sheng's avatar is currently handling some matters in the polar domain. If you rashly interrupt him, someone in the polar domain might discover that Jun Shang's main body isn't in the Xiaoxian continent. The last time Jun Shang was injured and went into seclusion, it already made some people in the polar domain suspicious. What's more, it was just a bunch of clowns from the Cultivation continent. At worst, she could just directly intervene and settle it for Miss June == 2 hours ago. This time, Xiaobao came to the Wuwang Mountains to pick a very rare age-retaining flower as a birthday gift for Mu Yan. This kind of flower was very beautiful. It would change color according to the weather 24 hours a day. The most important thing is that there's a prescription recorded in the treasured canon of supreme drafts. After taking the drafts refined according to that prescription, not only can it nourish the yin and nourish the complexion, it can also keep a woman's appearance unchanged for at least 100 years. Little master, the miss is already beautiful enough, you still want her to become even more beautiful, how can you let other women live? An elite from the ink camp jokes. It's just that Mayan's character is too valiant. So much so that the people of the ink camp often forget that their master is a stunningly beautiful girl. Xiaobao says in all seriousness, Niangqin doesn't have the most beautiful, only more beautiful. Niangqin doesn't compare with other women. There's no one in the world that can compare with his mother. Women don't have them, and men even less, the people of the ink camp laugh in unison. Although they know that the miss is invincible in the world, the little master's Oedipus attribute is really obvious. No wonder the little master and son-in-law are always at daggers drawn when they see each other, wishing that they could kick the other away from the Mississippi. Only Changyu is absent-minded. In his mind, it's like the image of a young girl plucking the strings of a zither, the indolent and beautiful countenance with a light smile. Miss Jun Mayan, that's right. Is there a woman more beautiful than her in the world? At least in his heart, there isn't. In his heart, she's like a goddess from the ninth heaven, an existence that can only be watched from afar, one that cannot be coveted. At least he can still accompany the miss, watching her from afar, watching over her. His vacant gaze carries a trace of bitterness and admiration as it sweeps through the wilderness. Suddenly, a gorgeous light streaks through his eyes. Changyu composes himself, and walks towards the direction of the light. Soon, a flower hidden in the grass appears before his eyes. The flower is very small, but it's extremely beautiful. Its branches and leaves gently sway in the breeze, sprinkling a moving luster. The splendor of that moment just now was because it had changed from one color to another. The everlasting beauty flower, found. Changyu turns his head, just as he's about to call Xiaobao. But he sees that on the other side of the mountain, a white-haired old man and a charming but flustered young girl are walking in Xiaobao's direction. This little Gongzi, my grandfather and I were separated from the guards at home. Now we're hungry and thirsty, could you please give us something to eat? The charming young girl looks at Xiaobao expectantly. Her slightly pale complexion and chapped lips show that she's really thirsty. The young girl even lightly licks her lips with the tip of her pink tongue. She turns her gaze towards the people of the ink camp, looking indescribably delicate and charming. And the old man she's supporting is also panting, looking like he'll faint at any moment. Any man who sees such a pair of grandfather and grandson would be unable to help but feel pity. Let alone a 4 or 5-year-old naive child. Xiaobao glanced at them with his deep blue eyes and said in a childish voice, "Come here." The girl was overjoyed, and a smug and contemptuous look flashed across her eyes. However, he pretended to be grateful as he supported the old man and walked toward Xiaobao while saying, "Thank you, little young master. Thank you, little young master." However, in the next moment, the childish yet cold voice interrupted her. "Kill." It's only one word, but everyone in the ink camp, including Changyu who's not too far away, simultaneously moves. At the same time, Xiaobao also made a move. A thick profound energy and a swift and fierce killing move hurriedly attacked the young girl and the white-haired old man. Bastard! The girl couldn't dodge in time and was directly stabbed by Changyu's sword. Although she managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot, a bloody wound still appeared on her waist. The white-haired old man's reaction was much faster than the young girl's, but Xiaobao's sword was also much sharper than Changyu's. His face, chest, and thighs had been inflicted with wounds by little Bao's sword qi, from which blood was gushing out. A cold woman's voice came from the bushes beside them. Hearing this voice, Changyu and the people from the ink camp simultaneously stare blankly, even Xiaobao wrinkles his brows. Not far away, people walked out one after another. The strange beasts that roamed the Wuwang Mountains during the day weren't very strong. Sensing the aura of these people, they whimpered and ran far away with their tails between their legs. Among this group of people, there were two that stood out the most. They were Jianfeng and Gong Qianxue, who were wanted by the Hellflame Valley but had disappeared without a trace. Gong Qianxue, Jianfeng, you two bastards are still alive? Hearing the ink camp's question, Gong Qianxue's eyes reveal a murderous intent. That slut Jun Mayan still hasn't died. How could I die? Today, I rose from the ashes to let that bitch have a taste of the pain I felt back then. I want her to kneel in front of me and beg for mercy like a dog. Xiaobao sneered and said, it's not dark yet? You start dreaming, old woman. Bah, a piece of trash like her kneeling in front of our miss and pretending to be a dog. Even our miss thinks it's dirty. I wonder who was the stray dog that fled in front of our miss a few months ago and even killed its parents with its own hands. Gong Qianxue's face twisted hideously. Who was the one who had caused her to end up like this? It was Jun Mayan. It was all Jun Mayan's fault. Jianfeng grabbed Gong Qianxue and said in a deep voice, Qianxue, don't be impulsive. Master's business is more important. The beautiful girl who had gotten up and treated her wounds sneered, you talk so much about how powerful you are. But it turns out that you were just a stray dog back then. I don't know what flowery words he used to deceive the esteemed envoy, but he actually bestowed you with a high-grade medicinal pill. After Gong Qianxue consumed the medicinal pill given by the masked woman, her strength directly reached the first rank of the body refinement realm. Hearing that the elixir had been given by the revered envoy, the people of the Cloud Light sect who had originally looked down on her with disdain could not help but feel somewhat fearful, and their attitudes became much more restrained. However, a cultivation vessel was still a cultivation vessel. No matter which continent they were on, they were the lowest and most despised existences. The dainty young girl was precisely the daughter of the Cloud Light sect leader, Wu Meiling. How could she look up to Gong Qianxue? Meeting Gong Qianxue's fierce gaze, she sneered, what are you staring at, slut? Did I say something wrong? You're just a lowly furnace, what qualifications do you have to be on equal footing with us? Do you really think that Senior Jianfeng will marry you? Gong Qianxue's expression was cold. What she hated the most right now was people mentioning her as a human cauldron. Her hatred towards Jianfeng and the Cloud Light sect deepened. That's enough. Let's not talk too much. Let's capture the immortal body first, Wu Qishan said from the side. As he spoke, he looked at Little Treasure with burning greed in his eyes. Little fellow, this old man can give you a chance. Come with me obediently, and this old man will spare your subordinates' lives. What do you think? From the moment these people appeared, Changyu's expression became more and more solemn. He could clearly feel how powerful these people were. Moreover, the aura coming off their bodies is definitely not something that a person from the Yanwu continent would have. Changyu sucked in a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, you guys bring the little master away first, I'll stop them. Captain. How could we leave you behind? The eyes of everyone in the ink camp suddenly turned sour and unbearable, but their eyes slowly become resolute and boiling hot. That's right, they are the Nether Flame Army, fearless and unstoppable. Brothers live together, die together, in the silent and austere jungle, the smell of blood pervades the air. Wu Qishan gasps violently, holding the already unconscious Xiaobao in his hands. He glances at the ink camp members lying in a pool of blood, his heart overwhelmed with shock. He originally thought that dealing with a few mortals of the Yanwu continent would be as easy as turning his hand over. He didn't expect that the strength of these people would be so frightening. Especially this child with the immortal spirit body. He's clearly only 4 or 5 years old, but his strength is actually frightening to such an extent. People from the Shozhen continent would have their cultivation suppressed when they come to the Yanwu continent. Wu Qishan is also afraid of harming the baby's immortal spirit body, and almost capsized in the hands of this child. Later, he had to use Yunguang sect's unique elixirs to knock this little baby out. Even so, these people still killed 4 of his disciples. 4 disciples with a body-forging cultivation were actually killed by a group of mortals who don't even know what spiritual power is. Wu Qishan's expression is a bit unsightly. It seems that he has underestimated the people of the Yanwu continent. Even a 4 or 5-year-old child is so powerful, then what about that woman called Mayan? What kind of strength would that be? How troublesome would that nether flame valley be? Wu Qishan's face darkens little by little. His gaze falls on the unconscious child, a scorching flame ignites in his eyes. He is determined to obtain the immortal spirit body. Miling, take your fellow apprentices and silence these people, he says in a low voice. Jian Feng, immediately find a quiet and remote place, master wants to refine an elixir at once. No matter where it is in the 3 realms, the immortal spirit body is a treasure that everyone fights over. If he were to bring it back to the Xianxia continent, there's no telling if the Yunguang sect would be able to keep it. It should be known that when the immortal spirit body crosses the space barrier, it will inevitably cause a big commotion. It's impossible to not attract the attention of other sections. It would be better to refine the immortal spirit body into an elixir here, and wait until his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds before returning to the Xianxia continent. Although the Yanwu continent's atmosphere is barren and heterogeneous, even if the elixir only absorbs half of the immortal spirit body's effect, it would still be enough for his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. Chang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The pungent smell of blood filled the tip of his nose, and all his consciousness seemed to be far away from him. He absent-mindedly opened his eyes and saw that Xiaobao was being carried in someone's arms and was moving away bit by bit. The words of those people reverberated faintly in his ears, immortal spirit body. Refined into a medicinal pill, they wanted to kill the little master? No. How could that be? Little master was young Miss Life, the source of all of young Miss happiness. Without the little master, the young miss would never be able to be happy. He won't allow anyone to hurt Mayan, he won't allow anyone to take away everything that Mayan cares about. In a trance, a scorching flame sprang up from his body. An energy that came from the depths of his memories rushed into his body. The memories that had disappeared from his mind once again came back intermittently. He isn't someone from the Yanwu continent. He came from the Cultivation continent. His power was sealed the moment he fell, along with his memories. Chang Yu still couldn't remember who he was or where he came from. Junior sister, these people are already dead, only these 2 still have a breath left. A Yunguang sect disciple kicks Chang Yu and another member of the ink camp in front of Wu Miling. Humph, an insignificant group of mortals actually dares to hurt this miss. I'll slice off your flesh piece by piece right now. I'd like to see if your bones are really that hard. I'll wait for you to beg for mercy from this miss like dogs. Wu Miling smiles sinisterly, her charming face full of resentment. She pulls up that semi-conscious member of the ink camp, sneering, if you obediently beg for mercy right now, this miss can still give you a quick death. Pa. Kill me, cut me up, want me, to beg for mercy, dream on. That person opens his eyes with difficulty, spitting a mouthful of bloody foam on her face. His eyes are filled with disdain as he faces death calmly. Wu Miling is thoroughly enraged, raising her hand to cut off his tongue. But at this moment, she hears the terrified shouts of her fellow apprentices, Junior sister, be careful. Before Wu Miling could react to what's happening, she feels a searing pain in her abdomen. A fist burning with flames, directly pierces through her abdomen. Wu Miling dumbly lowers her head to look at her abdomen, her body violently twitches, then she unwillingly falls down. You, just who are you? Everyone from the Yunguang sect looks at Chang Yu in shock. He's covered in blood, his face pale, his body on the verge of collapse, but that hand that has pierced through Wu Miling's abdomen is burning with a blazing flame. When Wu Miling's blood and internal organs come into contact with those flames, they're directly burned to ashes. Chang Yu's calm and unwavering eyes sweep over the remaining Yunguang sect disciples, his killing intent suddenly erupting. After a short quarter of an hour, the disciples of the Yunguang sect who stayed behind to silence the witnesses all fall to the ground, dying with remaining grievances. Each person has a large hole burned through by the flames. Looking through that hole, one can see the internal organs that have long been scorched inside. All the corpses have faces of disbelief and horror. They don't even understand why they died. How could they so easily die in the hands of a mortal from the Yanwu continent? And Chang Yu is clearly just a mortal from the Yanwu continent. How could he release that kind of flame? Chang Yu's body shakes, he suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. He can no longer support himself, kneeling on the ground. Captain. Are you okay? Changyu looks towards the ink camp member who was just threatened by Wu Miling, and says in a hoarse voice, you go back to Hellflame Valley and inform Miss, Captain, what about you? I'll chase after the young master. Changyu fiercely bit the tip of his tongue and stood up shakily. I will never allow anyone to hurt our little master. After Changyu and that member of the ink camp have left, Wu Miling, who's lying on the ground like a corpse, suddenly inhales a mouthful of cold air, letting out a painful groan. Her abdomen was gurgling with blood, and her intestines were protruding out of her body. She had never felt such pain before, and she couldn't help but cry and wail. Father, senior brother, it hurts. Save me. Save me. Woo-woo, suddenly, she saw the medicine pouch not far away. That was a pill that Wu Qishan had specially refined for her, and there were many life-saving medicines inside. Great, as long as she took the pill, she would be saved. Wu Miling crawled towards the medicine pouch with difficulty, her eyes filled with the desire to survive. Wu Miling cries out in pain. She raises her head and grins maliciously at Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue, what are you doing? Let me go. Wu Miling eagerly shouts, quickly give me the medicine pouch. Give you the medicine pouch? Gong Qianxue picks up the medicine pouch and giggles, Wu Miling, do you think I'm that stupid? After you've survived, you can properly humiliate me? Gong Qianxue, you, don't talk nonsense. How could I humiliate you? Give me the medicine pouch, I'll go back and guarantee that I'll tell my father to accept you as a disciple. I'll also let brother Jianfeng marry you. I beg you, quickly give me the medicine pouch. Gong Qianxue looks at her pleading appearance like a dog, and she can't help but laugh heartily, feeling indescribably carefree. Under Wu Miling's expectant gaze, Gong Qianxue opens the medicine pouch. The medicine inside tumbles out, and she crushes them one by one. Wu Miling suddenly widens her eyes, letting out a hysterical scream, Gong Qianxue, you slut, you actually dare to destroy my medicine, my father won't let you off, ah. A foot ruthlessly steps on her wound, until Wu Miling's eyes turn white, and she completely stops breathing. Gong Qianxue delightedly looks at her appearance of dying with everlasting regret, and giggles. Then the laughter gets louder and louder, approaching insanity. Jun Mayan, Wu Miling, Jianfeng, Yunguang sect, all the people who have offended her, Gong Qianxue. She wants them to die a horrible death. Gong Qianxue looks in the direction of the departing members of the ink camp. Of course, she knows that they're going to inform Jun Mayan. But Jun Mayan has come, and she's fighting with the people of Yunguang sect, so she can profit from it. Jun Mayan, don't let me down, the yin yang demon in my hands is hungry and thirsty, waiting to send you to hell, Miss, found it, it's here. Following the voice, Mayan sees a ground full of corpses. Among them are the elites of the ink camp, and there are also several strangers. Mayan looks at the corpses of the ink camp members, and the light in her peach blossom eyes is slowly replaced by a bone-piercing chill. She stretches out her hand and gently brushes the air, collecting the corpses of everyone from the ink camp into her space. Miss, there are still remnants of spiritual energy in these people's dantians. They are indeed people from the cultivation world. Ying Mei casually kicked the already dead Wu Miling and said indifferently. Mu Yan's expression becomes even colder, and the corners of her mouth slowly curve into a succubus-like smile. I don't care which corner they came from. Anyone who dared to touch her people or abduct her Xiaobao would be killed without mercy. Mu Yan quickly found the traces left by Changyu on the tree trunk. The two of them chased after him as fast as lightning. At the western end of the Wuwang mountain range, they saw Changyu being besieged by several practitioners. Changyu's condition was very bad. His clothes were soaked in blood. Even his eyes were covered with cigars, and there was a deep scar from his forehead to his left cheek. But his eyes were as ferocious as a wild beast's, and he had no intention of retreating. With every punch, flames burned and could cause a Xianxia to wail in pain. The Cloud Light sect disciples looked at Changyu with fear in their eyes. Yes, as long as you are willing to stand by and do nothing, our Cloud Light sect guarantees that we will not act against you. On the contrary, no matter how powerful you are only one person. Do you really think you can contend against my entire Cloud Light sect? Chang Yu's blood-red eyes swept across the people surrounding him, his hoarse voice filled with a thick killing intent. Return the little master to me, otherwise, I will flatten the entire Cloud Light sect. What a joke, you want to destroy my Cloud Light sect? Stop joking around. Everyone, let's attack together. This guy is already an arrow at the end of its flight, let's kill him together. The people of the Cloud Light sect shouted, their swords flashing, attacking together. Chang Yu clenched his fists, and the flames on his fists soared into the sky. Ah! Screams of agony could be heard from the mouths of the Cloud Light sect disciples. The fire in Chang Yu's hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe. As long as it was lightly touched, it would burn into the bones, causing unbearable pain. The disciples of the Cloud Light sect were all shocked. Just who was this man? Why was his spiritual fire so powerful? On the Cultivation continent, there should only be that sect that could cultivate the spiritual fire to such a superb level, but how could a cultivator from that sect end up in such a desolate place like the Yanwu continent? Who was this man? Just as the Cloud Light sect disciples were panicking, suddenly, Chang Yu punched out again, but the flames burned for a while, before suddenly being extinguished. The Cloud Light sect disciples were instantly overjoyed. His spiritual chi has been used up. Quick, everyone attack together. Ha ha ha, this time, you're dead for sure. In Yanwu continent, it is extremely difficult to gather spiritual chi. Therefore, once the spiritual energy was exhausted, it was almost impossible to replenish it in a short period of time. Without spiritual chi, without that terrifying spiritual fire, what was there to be afraid of? The auras of the disciples of the Cloud Light sect surged, and one of them flew high into the air, the long sword in his hand chopping down fiercely towards Chang Yu. However, his body was still in midair when he heard the melodious sound of a zither. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his body. Bang bang bang, countless bloody holes appeared on his body and blood spurted out. That person fell straight down from the sky. Chang Yu stood there in a daze, his body unable to support himself, swaying a little. In his ears, he seemed to hear the zither music that he yearned for day and night. The tip of his nose was slowly entangled with that unforgettable fragrance. Was she here? Was she finally here? That was great. Little Master could be saved. She wouldn't be sad anymore. Chang Yu's body swayed and suddenly collapsed. Chang Yu. The familiar voice that he had been anticipating for a long time rang in his ears. Chang Yu, how are you? When the pill was stuffed into his mouth, Chang Yu felt the vitality that had disappeared return bit by bit. Even his dried-up dantian was slowly surging with spiritual energy. With difficulty, Chang Yu opened his blood-blurred eyes and said in a hoarse voice, Miss, don't worry about me. The little master was taken to the west side of the Wuwang mountain range. You must save the little master, he is a selfish man. He was not so noble and loyal. He was concerned about his little master and worried about his little master's safety. But what he was more afraid of, and what he couldn't bear to see, was that the girl in front of him would be sad. He also knew that the little master was her everything, an existence that she viewed as important as her own life. So, even if he had to die, he had to help her protect little master's life. Before he fainted, he heard the girl's voice, which was as clear as the sounds of nature, but as cold as Azura's. Don't worry, I'll save Xiaobao, and I'll let them know the consequences of touching my Jun Mayan's people. After making sure that Chang Yu is completely unconscious, Mayan Letzing may take him to a safe place. Following that, she raised her head to look at the remaining Cloud Light sect disciples, the corners of her mouth slowly curling into a coquettish and bloodthirsty smile. Speak, who are you people, and where have you taken my son? If you tell me clearly, I might let you die a quick death. The disciples of the Cloud Light sect looked at each other, then said angrily, a mere mortal dares to boast so shamelessly. Now that the mysterious cultivator had died, just based on this little mortal girl, she wanted to contend against the great Cloud Light sect. What a joke, the disciples of the Cloud Light sect roared angrily, their swords dancing wildly. However, they soon found out who the joke was. A ruined temple outside the Wuwang Mountains. In front of a huge cauldron, Wu Qishan was muttering something to it. A moment later, a ball of flame suddenly sprang up in the cauldron, and the air in the dilapidated temple instantly became hot and heavy. Sect leader is really too amazing. To be able to ignite the Dan fire in such a short time in this barren Yanwu continent. The sect leader's alchemy level is already one of the best in the northern region of the ancient green world. As long as he takes the pill refined from the immortal spirit body, his cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, who in the northern region will be a match for our Cloud Light sect? Wu Qishan listened to his disciples' praises and felt an indescribable joy in his heart. He knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity for him and the Cloud Light sect. If he grasped it, he would be able to soar into the sky. Bring the celestial physique over. Just as Wu Qishan finished speaking, a disciple of the Cloud Light sect exclaimed, Master! Quick, look, immortal spiritual body. Immortal spiritual body. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and they saw that the child was no longer where little Bao had been lying unconscious. In its place was a huge, round, white ball of fur. What is this? Wu Qishan was furious. Where is my immortal physique? The people of the Cloud Light sect looked at each other, their expressions all filled with shock. How could the celestial physique disappear, not to mention that the immortal spiritual body had already fainted from the sect leader's secret medicine and wouldn't wake up anytime soon. What's more, to be on the safe side, Wu Qishan used the immortal binding rope to restrict his movements. Who could steal the fairy body from right under their noses? Master, don't be fooled by that beast. The immortal physique is wrapped up by that beast. The clear voice of a woman suddenly came from outside the ruined temple. Gong Xianxia stumbled in, her hair a mess and her eyes red. As soon as she sees Wu Qishan, she kneels down with a thump, sobbing uncontrollably, Master, Xianxia is useless. Jun Mayan's subordinates actually have a strong person who can use spiritual fire. All of us were no match for them. Xianxia risked her life to escape, but Myling Junior's sister she was killed by that thief. As she spoke, her body swayed and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Junior's sister. Jianfeng supported her, his face full of worry. Xianxia, how are you? Jianfeng recalls the mysterious people at Mayan's side, their cultivation unfathomable, and unhesitatingly believes Gong Xianxia's words. He looks at Wu Qishan with tears in his eyes, Master, that Mayan indeed has several people with extremely high cultivation, even this disciple is not their match. I'm afraid that Myling died at their hands. Wu Qishan's eyes are frosty, his whole body overflowing with murderous intent. Jun Mayan, an insignificant mortal actually dares to kill Wu Qishan's daughter. Good, very good. His gaze turns to look at Gong Xianxia with a bit of suspicion and coldness. It's very obvious that Wu Qishan has some doubts about his daughter's death, but Gong Xianxia has escaped. But the words that come out of his mouth are, just now, you said that the immortal body was wrapped up by that beast, what do you mean? Gong Xianxia's eyes flash with a sinister cold light. Sure enough, although Wu Myling is Wu Qishan's daughter, in his heart, it's far less important than the immortal body. However, in this way, Wu Qishan and Jun Mayan will have an irreconcilable enmity of killing their son. Only when both of them are injured can she, Gong Xianxia, reap the benefits. However, when she raises her head, her face has already regained its sincerity. Master, this disciple has seen this furball. Its original form is a rabbit, but it's very strange. It can even swallow a sacred beast egg. Now, the immortal body is bound to be wrapped up and protected by it. Hearing that, Wu Qishan's gaze falls on the white fur ball, and he can't help but sneer, a mere mortal beast also wants to snatch the immortal body from me, simply overestimating its capabilities. As soon as his voice falls, the long sword in his hand is already unsheathed, fiercely chopping at the fur ball. However, the expected scene of flesh and blood splattering did not appear. Instead, Wu Qishan feels a huge recoil from the sword. His whole body takes a step back. And the big furball on the ground is unharmed. A pair of mung bean eyes peek out from the furball, looking at Wu Qishan with disdain. You want to injure this rabbit with a mere broken iron sword? Pah! This divine beast, dream on. Wu Qishan's expression is extremely unsightly. The surrounding Yunguang sect disciples look at each other, not quite understanding what's going on. Why didn't Master slash down with his sword? What they didn't know was that it was the rebound force from the fat rabbit's body that prevented Wu Qishan's sword from cutting down. Wu Qishan channeled all the spiritual energy in his body into the sword. He tried several times, but to no avail. Finally, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "All of you, attack together! Chop this beast into minced meat!" The disciples of the Cloud Light sect all rushed forward, using knives and axes, and some even used fire to burn it. However, all 18 kinds of martial arts were used up. The white furball, on the other hand, seemed to be impervious to swords and spears. There wasn't a single scratch on it. "Master." Jianfeng anxiously looked at Wu Qishan. What should I do now? Could it be that he could only watch helplessly as the immortal physique was right in front of him, but he couldn't eat it? Moreover, just where did this furball come from? How could it be so powerful? Gong Qianxia looked at the fat rabbit with a gloomy gaze. It was this damned rabbit that had snatched his sacred beast egg back then and had even directly swallowed it. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to such a state? "Master, I don't think there's any need to chop this beast apart. Just throw this beast and the immortal physique into the alchemy furnace together to refine it," Gong Qianxua suddenly said. She did not believe that this beast could even resist spiritual fire. Hearing this, Wu Qishan's brows furrowed. He did not know what breed this rabbit was, but if its body contained poison or desolate air, then the effects of the medicinal pills that were refined would be greatly reduced. But right now, he could not care less. He could not possibly let him give up on the celestial body right. Very quickly, a Cloud Light sect disciple threw the white ball of fur into the furnace. Wu Qishan circulated his spiritual energy, activating the pill fire. Very quickly, the flame within the furnace burned fiercely. The entire furnace emitted clanking sounds. Haha, looks like even this beast cannot withstand the sect leader's pill fire. Of course, the sect leader's pill fire is a true spiritual fire. Even iron and stone can be melted in a few breaths of time, let alone a mere ball of fur. Wu Qishan's face revealed a proud expression, activating the spiritual fire and refining for a full hour. The movement within the furnace became smaller and smaller, but the top of the furnace slowly emitted green smoke. Wu Qishan took a step forward, opened the furnace lid, and looked inside. The Cloud Light sect disciples also surrounded curiously. The inside of the furnace was pitch black, there were no medicinal pills, nor was there a white ball of fur. Strange, was the pill concoction a success or a failure? Is there a black shadow at the bottom left of the furnace? What is that? Just at this moment, the black shadow below the furnace moved, suddenly revealing a pair of pea-sized eyes and a 3-petaled mouth in the darkness. The 3-petaled mouth slightly opened, and with a pu sound, a cloud of black gas sprayed out, instantly enveloping everyone around the furnace. "Awoo! Awoo! Awoo!" The pea-sized eyes looked at Wu Qishan in disdain. "Idiot, you want to burn this divine beast with just the lowest grade of spiritual fire? Dream on." Beside the furnace, everyone's expressions were stiff, their heads and faces black. Wu Qishan slowly touched his own face in disbelief, but what he touched was a face full of furnace ash. This was a humiliation, this was a beast, a blatant humiliation to him, the Cloud Light sect leader. "Beast, I'll kill you." Wu Qishan raised his sword, fiercely stabbing towards the black shadow inside. He wanted to skin this damned beast, pull out his tendons, and dismember his corpse into 10,000 pieces. However, just like before, his sword, his attack, and his spiritual power couldn't do anything to this beast. Even the sect leader's damned fire can't refine this animal. What is it? What should we do now? Why don't I bring the immortal spirit body back to the cultivation continent to refine pills? Are you stupid? The immortal spiritual body passing through the barrier of space will definitely cause a huge commotion. Do you think that if we bring the immortal spiritual body back to the Shoshan continent, the immortal spiritual body will still belong to our Cloud Light sect? But even the sect leader can't do anything to this beast? Hearing the whispered discussions of the Cloud Light sect disciples, and seeing the disciples who had originally worshipped him reveal suspicious and uneasy expressions, Wu Qishan's face twisted. Then, a look of determination flashed across his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. "I didn't want to use this thing in the cultivation continent," Wu Qishan said in a low voice, as he took out a translucent stone that was completely fiery red from his chest. His gaze gloomily stared at the black, fat rabbit in the furnace. "Raging Flames Fire Crystal. It can raise the grade of spiritual fire to the 3rd level. But it will instantly consume a large amount of my spiritual energy. As for those who came from the cultivation continent, if they did not have spiritual energy in their body, it was equivalent to losing all of their fighting strength. The most important thing is that it could also be eroded by the Yanwu continent's barren air. Wu Qishan held the fire crystal in one hand and circulated the spiritual qi in the other. The alchemy fire that had been extinguished in the furnace burned again. Damned beast. You forced me to do all of this. A rank 3 spirit fire can directly burn a mortal's soul. In a while, you'll be burned alive in hellish torment. The moment the blazing flame crystal appeared, the fat rabbit raised its head abruptly. Shock and fear flashed across those green pea-sized eyes that were filled with disdain. He suddenly jumped up from the bottom, trying to get out of the cauldron. However, he was still a step too late. The fire crystal in Wu Qishan's hand was thrown into the furnace. At the same time, a large amount of spiritual power poured out of Wu Qishan's body and into the alchemy fire. What was originally just a small ball of flame suddenly burned fiercely. The fat rabbit only felt an intense burning pain coming from its bones and blood, coming from the depths of its soul. Awoo! The pain made it let out a sorrowful cry. Instinctively, he let go of the person wrapped around him and tried to escape from the burning flames. As long as it exerted all its strength, it could smash a cauldron at any time. However, just as the fat rabbit let go of Xiaobao, it saw the blazing flames curling towards Xiaobao's body. The extreme heat curled Xiaobao's black hair and scorched his clothes in an instant. Although it hadn't reached his skin, the extreme heat caused the unconscious Xiaobao to sweat profusely and frown. Little Master would die. If it left just like that, the Little Master would immediately be burned to death. No. It would never allow its favorite Little Master to die. The fat rabbit didn't even think before it spread its body and wrapped Xiaobao inside. The searing pain made it wail again. His entire body was shaking violently. However, the pain did not lessen. Instead, it melted the skin and flesh on the surface of its body bit by bit. However, this time, the fat rabbit had no intention of letting go of Xiaobao. Little Master was the Little Master it had acknowledged. Even if their Little Master was still too weak, they still couldn't form a contract. But in its heart, its Little Master would always be its master. Its memory was a blur, and it had forgotten its past. It only vaguely knew that it used to be a very powerful divine beast. But it knew that it was not happy in the past. But now, every day that it spent with the she-devil and Little Master was so happy and peaceful that it was unwilling to give up even if it had to die. Wu Qishan opened the lid and looked inside the furnace. When he saw that the fat rabbit's body was starting to become a bloody mess under the burning flames, he revealed a carefree smile. Just you wait. In another 15 minutes, you'll completely become a pool of blood. At that time, the celestial physique will still be mine. The fat rabbit wanted to let out a fierce roar, but what came out was only a painful wail. He was going to die. This time, it was really going to die. She-devil, why aren't you here yet? If you still don't come, Little Master will die, and the fat rabbit will really become stir-fried rabbit meat. It was as if it was confirming the fat rabbit's call. Just as the pain was getting deeper and deeper, the fat rabbit felt that it could no longer hold on. A loud noise came from outside the door. Then, the hurricane swept through every corner of the dilapidated temple with the sonorous sound of the zither. The instant the cloud light sect disciples heard the Guqin music, they all felt the blood in their bodies churn, and they broke out in cold sweat. Some of the weaker ones even had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Even Wu Qishan was forced to take a few steps back under the attack of the strong wind. Mayan walks into the dilapidated temple step by step, her clothes fluttering despite the lack of wind. The dim light from outside shone in, gently enveloping the girl's figure. Her snow-white skin was sparkling and translucent, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were sparkling. The girl who walked in slowly was so beautiful that she didn't look like a real person in the mortal world. She had a transcendent beauty and serenity. But the murderous intent in her eyes seemed to freeze at this moment. The moment the Cloud Light sect disciples met her eyes, they could not help but shiver. Right at this moment, the nearby cauldron suddenly shook violently again. Because Wu Qishan had been forced to retreat, there was no one controlling the pill fire in the cauldron, and the power of the seal was greatly reduced. Awoo! The fat rabbit cried out and suddenly jumped up, knocking open the top of the half-covered furnace and jumping out. The burnt and mangled body stretches out, and a small, unscathed figure appears in front of Mayan. It was Xiaobao. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly contract. She quickly crouched down and took Xiaobao into her arms. He only heaved a sigh of relief after making sure that his darling wasn't injured and had only fainted. Awoo! The fat rabbit raised its burnt black and bald head and let out a sound as if it was asking for credit. It's me. It's me. It's all because I protected the little master. Female devil, isn't this rabbit powerful? Mu Yan raises her head, her line of sight falling on the fat rabbit. However, he did not worship or praise it as he had expected. Instead, his body suddenly swayed, and a sharp killing intent and intense heartache condensed in his eyes. Mu Yan gently picks up the fat rabbit and feeds it an elixir refined using the cloud birth and sea formation. The fat rabbit moved its mouth and swallowed the pill with great effort. However, the injuries on its body did not show any signs of improvement. His badly mutilated body trembled slightly, even though his beady eyes were filled with pride and arrogance. But everyone knew how much pain it was in at the moment. Mu Yan's nose feels sour, and the rims of her eyes are a little warm. Xiaobao stirred in his bosom, and with a soft snort, he opened his eyes. Xianxia. Seeing Mu Yan close at hand, he happily called out and tightly grabbed the corner of Mu Yan's clothes. When he was unconscious, he was not worried at all. Because he knew that his mother would definitely find him and save him. However, he could not help but feel dejected. In the end, he was still too weak. If he encountered a true powerhouse, he could only rely on his mother to save him from danger. Xiaobao calls out Xianxia, but for the first time, he doesn't get a response from Mu Yan. He stares blankly. Following Mu Yan's line of sight, he quickly sees the badly mutilated and dying fat rabbit at the side. Bunny! Xiaobao cried out in alarm and pounced over to pick up the fat rabbit. Mother, what happened to Bunny? Why did the fat rabbit suffer such heavy injuries? A chaotic scene suddenly flashed through Xiaobao's mind. While unconscious, he was wrapped in the fat rabbit's body. All the attacks landed on the fat rabbit's body, but he was unharmed. Its big blue eyes seemed to be in a daze as it stared unblinkingly at the fat rabbit. Tears welled up in his eyes and slid down from the corner of his eyes. The little hand stretched out, trembling as it wanted to touch the fat rabbit's body, but it didn't dare to. Bun Bun, you became like this to protect me, to protect me. Xiaobao's body trembled, and tears streamed down his cheeks like spring water. Oh, the fat rabbit's voice became weak. He raised his green beady eyes and glanced at Xiaobao, his pitch-black, three-petaled mouth opening. It was as if it was saying, "Little master, don't cry, this rabbit likes little master the most." Mu Yan's heart aches as she pulls Xiaobao into her arms. Xiaobao finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into tears. He grabbed Mu Yan's clothes tightly and sobbed, "Xianxia, Xiaobao doesn't want Bunny to die. Can you save Bunny? It's all Little Treasure's fault. It's all Little Treasure's fault for not obediently running out, causing the fat rabbit to be injured. Mother, will the fat rabbit die? Don't let it die, okay?" Mayan can't help but burst into tears. She gently wipes away Xiaobao's tears. Clenching her teeth, she slowly makes a decision in her heart, "Xiaobao, be good, don't cry, Xianxia will definitely save the fat rabbit. The fat rabbit won't die." In fact, with Mayan's current cultivation and skills as a Shen musician, she simply can't save the fat rabbit. She didn't know what kind of beast the fat rabbit was, or even whether it was a sacred beast or a divine beast. However, she knows that most of the herbs in the Yanwu continent are useless to the fat rabbit. Even if she used the cloud-born sea not to refine the pill, it could at most let the fat rabbit replenish a little energy and eat it as a snack. When it's really seriously injured, Mu Yan discovers that even the Shen musician's skills can't make the fat rabbit recover. Hearing Mu Yan's promise, Xiaobao suddenly raises his head and looks at Mu Yan anxiously. "Xianxia, is what you said true? Will the fat rabbit really not die?" The fat rabbit also lifts its head, mung bean-like eyes staring unblinkingly at Mayan. "Awoo. This rabbit is living happily, and this rabbit doesn't want to die. Female devil, you have a way, hurry up and save this rabbit. At most, this rabbit will never call you a she-devil ever again." Mu Yan gently pinched Xiaobao's face and said with a smile, "When has Xianxia ever lied to you, your Jun Mayan? Ha, a mere mortal has such a big tone. Do you think that a living being burned by the raging flame fire crystal can be saved? What's more, this Yanwu continent doesn't even have spiritual power. Before Mu Yan could finish speaking, she was already interrupted by Wu Qishan. He stared at Mu Yan sinisterly, and said coldly, I'm warning you, if you know what's good for you, immediately hand over the immortal spirit body. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Yan frowned slightly. This Wu Qishan's cultivation was very high. Currently, Mu Yan is still not very clear about the cultivation system of the Xiozhen continent, and also does not have a clear understanding of her own cultivation level. However, she could sense that Wu Qishan's spirit cultivation level was higher than hers. But a high cultivation doesn't mean that Mu Yan can't defeat him. In fact, Mayan doesn't care about any of the people in this dilapidated temple. When she came in just now, if she had discovered that her baby was already dead, she would have died. She would definitely go on a killing spree and slaughter all these scum. But now, she can't, the fat rabbit's vitality is weakening little by little. Miss. Let me deal with these people. A cold voice with the quality of a teenager came from outside the door. Yingmei hurriedly enters the ruined temple and stands in front of Mayan. There was no expression on her delicate face. She looked at Wu Qishan and the others with eyes filled with coldness and disregard, as if she was looking at ants. Mayan raises her head to look at Yingmei's somewhat frail back. Nothing will happen to you if you take action in the Yanwu continent? Yingmei turned around and smiled. Her smile was clear and cold, just like her, but it contained extreme pride and confidence. Isn't it just killing a few people and summoning a heavenly lightning? If I can't even withstand a few lightning strikes of heaven's punishment, what qualifications do I have to be his lordship's trusted subordinate? What qualifications do I have for Jun Shang to assign me to protect you, miss? She turned around and looked at Wu Qishan and the others. He clearly did not circulate any spiritual power or profound qi in his body, nor did he deliberately release any pressure. But Wu Qishan felt an instinctive fear from the bottom of his heart, and cold sweat slowly flowed down his back. You, who exactly are you? Yingmei pointed her sword forward, her killing intent soaring. I'm here to take your life. In the blink of an eye, Yingmei had already started a massacre in the dilapidated temple. Mayan no longer hesitates and takes out the Tian Mo Qin, sitting cross-legged on the ground. The sound of the zither rang out slowly, and a shapeless white light enveloped the mangled fat rabbit. The sound of the zither abruptly stops, but Mu Yan's consciousness sinks into the space, softly calling out a name, Qi Huang, come out, I have something to ask you. Not too far away, a silhouette flashes, and a beautiful youth appears in front of Mayan. His face carried a bit of arrogance and haughtiness, as well as a bit of a careless ruffian. Those eyes carry a bit of probing and profound meaning as they look at Mayan. You want to ask me, how can I save that little mythological beast, Ho? Hua. Mu Yan's entire body trembled as she exclaimed in disbelief, the fat rabbit is actually an ancient divine beast Hua? In the ancient books of Yanwu continent, there are also records of some ancient mythological beasts. For example, dragon, phoenix, qilin, qiongqi, taotai, but there were very few people who knew about qi, and there were also very few people who had seen his true face. Because legend has it that as long as it appears, it will bring darkness and disaster. The reincarnation of 10,000 worlds, the birth of Ho, also signified the beginning of chaotic times. Qi Huang smiled faintly and said, yes, this fat rabbit is by. There are two sides to the Tao, good and evil. The good are gods, and the evil are demons. However, Danglong has a natural affinity for darkness, so since the beginning of the world, Danglong has never become a god, only a fiend. It will become a fiendish qi that can devour and corrode all living beings. It will bring disaster to the world. Are you done with the science? Mu Yan impatiently interrupts it, I don't care if it's good or bad, I just want to know how to save the fat rabbit. Qi Huang stares blankly. He didn't expect that Mayan would have such a reaction. He paused for a moment before continuing, because adult Swanee have the innate ability to devour and corrode everything, they can't truly accept the world's vital energy, whether it's profound energy, spiritual energy, or divine energy. This is also the reason why, once it is seriously injured, even you, a Shin musician, cannot save it. Mayan anxiously says, so, there's no way to save him? Not even the high-level skills of a Shin musician? What way? Qi Huang's eyes flash with brilliant colors, his expression seems to carry a bit of evil charm and treachery as he slowly says, "Let your son and you form a life and death blood contract." Mayan stares blankly. Life and death blood contract? Isn't it just a spiritual pet contract? If this can save the fat rabbit. You're wrong. Qi Huang sneers, as if mocking her naivety. Forming a contract with you is tantamount to tying one's fate to the darkness. Moreover, a life and death blood contract can never be lifted. Once that day comes and you turns into a fiend, your son will also degenerate into a devil, forever unable to stand under the light. Do you still think it doesn't matter? Mayan's brows slowly wrinkle. The corner of Qi Huang's mouth hooks up into a sneer. He clearly knows what kind of choice Mayan will make. Compared to a spiritual pet that has been raised for 1 or 2 years, her own son is the most important. She will never choose to let Xiaobao and you sign a life and death blood contract. Alright, tell me, how can I make Xiaobao and the fat rabbit sign a blood contract? The girl's cold but resolute voice interrupts Qi Huang's thoughts. He jerks his head up and looks at Mayan in shock. What did you say? Didn't you understand what I just said? Once you turns into a fiend, even your son will be consigned to eternal damnation. Then, wouldn't it be fine if the fat rabbit doesn't turn into a fiend? Mayan doesn't care, and resolutely says, as long as the fat rabbit doesn't turn into a fiend, Xiaobao naturally won't fall into the darkness. Qi Huang's expression is momentarily shaken. You forgot that I said that you's nature is close to darkness and decay, and there has never been a you that transformed into a good god. Then our fat rabbit will be the first. Mayan carelessly sneers, if it can't think things through and turns into a fiend, I'll make it into stir-fried rabbit meat. In any case, I raised it in the beginning to be your reserve rations. But now, she wants to save it. It was the fat rabbit who risked its life to save Xiaobao, giving her hope to live. No matter how difficult and dangerous the road ahead is, she will never abandon the fat rabbit and let it die alone because of a future that didn't happen. Qi Huang gritted his teeth and said, even if you agree, will your son also agree? Nonsense. Mayan sneers, her figure slowly fading away. Do you think I don't understand my son? You just need to tell me how to let little Bao and the fat rabbit form a life and death blood contract is enough. Qi Huang's hands were tightly clenched into fists. The expression on his face was sometimes twisted, sometimes shocked, sometimes sad, and sometimes desperate and ferocious. Humans were the cruelest, most selfish, greedy, and cunning creatures. He did not believe that anyone would give up their own safety and bright future for an animal. Qi Huang's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the space outside. Mu Yan tells Xiaobao about Qi Huang's method to save the fat rabbit without reservation. Xiaobao's big watery eyes suddenly lit up like stars. Mother, I want to form a blood contract with Bunny. I want to save Bunny. What rabbit would turn into an evil spirit? What rabbit would destroy the world? Little Treasure didn't really understand. However, he knew that it was Bunny who had been accompanying and protecting him for the past year. This time, Bunny had even used her own life to save his. He would not let Bunta die no matter what. Xianxia said that the fat rabbit might become very, very bad in the future, and he would also become bad. What does that matter, as long as he keeps watching over the fat rabbit and teaches it, letting it always be a good rabbit, and not a bad rabbit, wouldn't it be fine? Xianxia has long said that the rabbit is his spiritual pet, and also his responsibility. He is responsible for teaching the rabbits every word and deed. Xiaobao clenches his fist, gently stroking the fat rabbit's still intact fur. Rabbit, don't worry, I won't let you die, and I won't let you become a bad rabbit. Oh, the fat rabbit raises its head and cries, its voice weak. You're the bad rabbit, your whole family are bad rabbits. This rabbit obviously gets rid of the tyrant, and takes pleasure in helping others. Don't be too kind. Bah. What rabbit? He's a mythological beast. Mythological beast. Mythological beast. Qi Huang closes his eyes and slowly exhales. The turbulent emotions in his eyes are like a hurricane, and he restrains them little by little. Then, Mu Yan hears the youngster's slightly hoarse voice. Xianxia said that the fat rabbit might become very, very bad in the future, and he will also become bad. What does that matter, as long as he keeps watching over the fat rabbit, teaching it, and letting it always be a good rabbit, and not a bad rabbit, wouldn't it be fine? Xianxia has long said that the rabbit is his spiritual pet, and also his responsibility. He has to be responsible for teaching the rabbits every word and deed. Xiaobao clenches his fist, gently stroking the fat rabbit's still intact fur. Rabbit, don't worry, I won't let you die, and I won't let you become a bad rabbit. Oh, the fat rabbit raises its head and cries, its voice weak. You're the bad rabbit, your whole family are bad rabbits. This rabbit obviously gets rid of the tyrant, and takes pleasure in helping others. Don't be too kind. Bah. What rabbit? He's a mythological beast. Mythological beast. Mythological beast. Qi Huang closes his eyes and slowly exhales. The turbulent emotions in his eyes are like a hurricane, and he restrains them little by little. Then, Mu Yan hears the youngster's slightly hoarse voice. With your current cultivation and Shen musician rank, it won't be easy to guide a human to form a blood contract with a Shen. It's very likely that before the blood contract is completed, you will run out of spiritual energy and die. In the space, the young man's eyes were gloomy as he looked at her coldly. Have you really thought it through? You're going to take such a risk for a beast that could kill your son. Zheng, the sound of the zither rang out, and the sound lingered in the air. Qi Huang's white jade-like cheeks instantly blushed like a peach. Bastard, what are you doing? The youngster's originally gloomy and deep temperament is suddenly dispelled by a flustered and exasperated rage. The expression on his handsome face is both angry and embarrassed. You, didn't Ben Jun tell you that when your soul comes out, you're not allowed to touch the Tian Mo Qin? This woman actually dared to touch his body over and over again. Shameless, simply too shameless. Mayan squints at him, her expression languid and impatient. Who told you to chatter on and on about not playing? I'll say it again. I don't want to hear any consequences now. I just want to know how to save the fat rabbit. Qi Huang fiercely glares at her. The youngster's slightly upturned eyes are still tinged with redness, and the color of his lips becomes even sweeter. Red lips and white teeth, a feast for the eyes. Jun Mayan, do you really think you can succeed? Mayan raises her eyebrows, the ripples in her peach blossom eyes seem to reflect the sea of stars. Whether I can succeed or not, how would I know if I don't try? Mayan sits cross-legged in the space, the fat rabbit and Xiaobao are in front of her. Qi Huang stands behind her. A fair and slender hand slowly stretches out, pressing on Mayan's back. Mayan's current cultivation is too low. If she wants to stimulate the domain and build the most realistic great illusionary land, she can only rely on Qi Huang to forcefully stimulate the potential within her body. Qi Huang's hand presses on the girl's back. The power within his body is about to be stimulated. But at that moment, he hesitates, a trace of hesitation and reluctance appearing between his brows. With Jun Mayan's current strength, she hasn't even reached the state of fasting. Forcefully stimulating the domain, whether it's successful or not, she could be seriously injured and die. He doesn't want anyone to become his master. He loathes all selfish, greedy, and hypocritical humans. But does he really want the girl in front of him to die? Qi Huang suddenly closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, they're already cold and cruel. Whether she lives or dies, this road is something that this woman has chosen herself. The power within his body suddenly rushes out from his palm, pouring into Mayan's body. Mayan only feels that a terrible energy is surging into her body like a flood. Half of it is bone-chilling, the other half is blazing like fire. And she's caught between the ice and fire, her internal organs feeling like they're being stirred up into a ball. The severe pain makes her forehead ooze fine beads of sweat, and her body can't help but tremble. Niangqin. Xiaobao looks at her nervously, his watery blue eyes full of fear and worry. Mayan pulls up the corner of her mouth and shows him a weak smile. Her fingers press the strings, and she gently plays. As the melodious sound of the zither reverberates in the space, Qi Huang's complexion changes. A blush appears on his snow-jade cheeks. He looks at Mayan with a complicated expression, and his figure flashes, disappearing. From where he stood. With the integration of Qi Huang's spirit, the sound of the Tian Mo Qin becomes louder and louder. An invisible barrier envelopes Xiaobao and the fat rabbit. Xiaobao tries to open his eyes to look at Mayan, but he feels that his eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and his mind is getting lighter and lighter. Mother. Bunny. He called out softly, and finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. Because of the pain in its body, the fat rabbit had been trembling slightly. At this time, under the comfort of the zither, it gradually fell asleep. In the dream, it smacked its lips and seemed to be very happy. Mu Yan looks at the man and beast who have fallen asleep, and her eyes reveal a gentle smile. Then, a wisp of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her snow-white skin became as clear as ice crystals. But she doesn't care at all, just playing the Tian Mochin over and over again. She wanted to construct her domain. She wanted to save Xiaobao and the fat rabbit. She would definitely live on and watch Xiaobao grow up. And, to fulfill the agreement with Di Mingju in the Shoshan continent. Shoshan continent, polar domain. My lord, this is the situation inside and outside of the polar domain in recent months. As for those who disobeyed orders, I'll leave it to Lord to decide how to deal with them. Old Ji kneels on the ground and respectfully hands over the jade slip containing the information to Di Mingju. Han Yi takes it and brings it before Di Mingju. Old Ji's expression stiffens. According to the polar domain's rules, those who rebel will be killed, those who disobey orders will be killed, and those who collude with foreign invaders to harm the polar domain will be killed. But, those people are that, subordinates. If we kill them at will, I'm afraid that the other elders of the polar domain will be bitterly disappointed. Di Mingju narrows his eyes, looking at him indifferently. Ben Jun needs you to teach me how to do things? This subordinate doesn't dare. This subordinate doesn't dare. Old Ji shakes his head again and again, wanting to say something else. Di Mingju has already stood up, impatiently saying, if there's nothing else to report, then everyone withdraw. In the following days, Ben Jun will still go into seclusion. If there's nothing urgent, no one is allowed to disturb me, understood? Old Ji's eyes widen in surprise, urgently saying, Jun Shang, you're going into seclusion again? He frowned slightly, his face full of disapproval. This subordinate heard that during Jun Shang's seclusion, in fact, actually went to the lower realm. I also heard that Jun Shang wants to take a woman from the lower realm as a concubine. It naturally doesn't matter how many women Jun Shang wants to take as concubines. But now that the Empress position of Polar Domain is vacant, if those shady women are taken in so early, I'm afraid that in the future, the real mistress of Polar Domain will have. Before Old Ji could finish his words, he feels the air pressure around him freezing. He quivers and shivers, looking up at God with eyes as cold as Azura's. His voice gets stuck in his throat in a split second. Old Ji's lips tremble, unable to say a single word. Old Ji, I think you've been living too comfortably in Polar Domain these days, to the point that you've become senile, right? Old Chang carelessly taunts, who the mistress of Polar Domain is, which woman Jun Shang wants to take as a empress concubine, this is Jun Shang's own business. When did it become your turn to care? Or do you think that your position is already so high that you can decide who the future mistress of Polar Domain is for Jun Shang? This subordinate doesn't dare. Old Ji is so scared that he falls to his knees, his voice trembling. This subordinate doesn't have the intention to disobey. Di Mingju asks Di Mingju to understand. Di Mingju's expression is cold and indifferent. Just as he is about to speak, his pupils suddenly contract and he clutches his chest. Jun Shang? Han Yi stands at his side. Seeing the change in his complexion, he promptly asks nervously, Jun Shang, what's wrong? Is it a relapse? Di Mingju shakes his head, panic and fear flitting through his eyes. Something happened to Mu Yan and Xiaobao, he did not know where this feeling came from. However, it lingered in his heart and he couldn't get rid of it. He must see Yan Yan and Xiaobao right away. My lord. An attendant walked in from outside, bowed, and said, Fairy Qingwan requests an audience. She is currently outside the door. I wonder if Lord wishes to let her in. Di Mingju hasn't spoken yet, but Old Ji is already agitatedly saying, Jun Shang, Qingwan Xianxia heard that you're ill. A few days ago, she prepared Tianyi Men's unique secret medicine and requested to see you. It's just that you were in seclusion, that's why, she specially came here today. It's certainly to deliver the elixir to you. Qingwan Xianxi's feelings towards Jun Shang is really. No. A cold and heartless voice interrupted Old Ji's chatter. Di Mingju doesn't even look at the attendant and Old Ji, he turns around and leaves. He must return to the Yanwu continent immediately. Di Mingju has a premonition that if he's a step late, he'll inevitably regret it for the rest of his life. Old Ji looks at Di Mingju's rapidly departing back, dumbfounded. Han Yi is also somewhat dumbfounded. Why does His Majesty look so anxious? There was even a hint of panic in his voice. Just then, a muffled clap of thunder came from the distant horizon. Han Yi stares blankly, looking in the direction of the thunder. However, the sky of the Xianxia continent was blue without a single cloud. In other words, the thunder came from the lower realm. But even the Xianxia continent heard it? Someone is being punished by the heavenly thunder? Elder Chang mumbled as he listened to the thunder. And the heavenly thunder is extremely powerful? Who could trigger such a powerful heavenly lightning? Han Yi suddenly widens his eyes, the image of Jun Shang's panicked back flashes through his mind. There is only one possibility for Jun Shang to be flustered and confused. That meant, something had happened to Miss June. And Ing Mei was accompanying Miss June. Ing Mei worships and is loyal to Miss June from the bottom of his soul. For Miss June, she was willing to do anything. Then, what if she kills people in Yanwu continent, kills a lot of people, was the lightning punishment for her? Han Yi doesn't even think about it as he turns around and chases after Di Mingju as fast as lightning. Ing Mei, Miss June, little master. Nothing must happen to you. Di Mingju and Han Yi leave, and the main hall quiets down. Elder Ji furrowed his brows tightly, his expression extremely ugly. Even if Lord has been bewitched by those shady foxy women in the lower realm, you can't treat Fairy Qingwan so coldly. She is the future mistress of the polar domain, and also the future sect leader of the Tiani men. No matter what, Lord should give her some face. Elder Chang looked over coldly and sneered, the future mistress of the polar realm? Who told you that Ling Qingwan is the future mistress of the polar domain? Without waiting for Elder Ji's response, he flicked his sleeves and left. Old Man Ji was furious. He stomped his feet and left the hall. Outside the palace, Ling Qingwan, who was dressed in white, stood outside the door like a cold and arrogant fairy. She had an ethereal and otherworldly charm. The more Elder Ji looked, the more satisfied he was. He stroked his beard and nodded repeatedly. Only someone like Fairy Qingwan, with her background, cultivation level, and elegance, was worthy of the monarch and worthy of the position of Polar Domain's mistress. Those lowly mortal women who only know how to charm his lord, how can they be mentioned in the same breath as the sect master of Tiani men? Ling Qingwan will inevitably become the only divine empress by the emperor's side. Thinking of this, Elder Ji put on a respectful and flattering smile and stepped forward. Thank you for waiting, Fairy. It's just that Emperor Monarch's injuries haven't fully recovered yet, so he still needs to cultivate in seclusion. However, the Celestial Emperor has already sensed Fairy's kind intentions, so he specially ordered me to come and thank you. Hearing Old Ji's words, Ling Qingwan's face flashed with an obvious trace of loneliness and unwillingness. But seeing how Old Ji is so attentive to her, presumably, Di Mingju has some feelings for her. Only then did he rein in his emotions and pass the pill over. Old Ji took the pill and was about to leave. Ling Qingwan suddenly opened her mouth and said, Elder Ji, I heard that during this period of time, the emperor often went to the lower realm to gain experience, and he even met a woman in the lower realm. Is this true? Saying that, he hurriedly runs away. This old man still has things to do, so I won't entertain the fairy. Please go ahead. Looking at the back of Old Ji's hurried departure, Ling Qingwan's expression is gloomy, and her eyes are cold. She stands in the same place for a long time, then she suddenly brushes her sleeves and soars up, returning to Tiani men. As soon as she enters Tiani men, a masked woman comes to greet her. Young master, this subordinate is back. The masked woman raises her head, her pair of eyes looking at Ling Qingwan with excitement. This time in the Xianxia continent, this subordinate finally inquires about the Shin musician's successor. Hearing this, Ling Qingwan's pupils suddenly contract. In the space, Qi Huang quietly looks at the pale young girl not far away. He can feel that the vitality in Mayan's body is getting weaker and weaker. Not every cultivator can activate a domain. It requires extremely strong talent and experience, coupled with the inspiration of enlightenment in the line of life and death, to form a unique domain. Some cultivators, even if they break through to the realm of passing tribulation, they still can't explore the edge of the domain. And Mayan, she's just a young girl who has just reached the realm of forging the body and refining the soul. Her age is no more than 20. She hasn't even seen the so-called real world of spiritual power. How can such a young girl who is almost no different from a mortal easily activate the domain? And the consequence of Qi Huang helping her to activate the domain is that she will exhaust all her vitality and die. Mayan will die. This is her own choice, and even if she dies, she deserves it. Thinking like this, Qi Huang doesn't know why, but he feels empty inside. The girl's clear and melodious voice kept echoing in his mind. Who told you to chatter on and on about not having fun? I'll say it again, I don't want to hear any consequences right now. I just want to know how to save the fat rabbit, and the numbing shock of those white and slender fingers lightly stroking the strings. Qi Huang frowns. For a moment, he only feels unspeakably agitated. Just then, a sudden glaring light suddenly bursts out from Mayan's body. Qi Huang's eyes widen and he stares blankly. Then, he sees a circle of light like a full moon appear behind Mayan. Around the ring of light, there were also 9 stars of different colors slowly rotating around the silver ring of light. Then, the silver lines connected. Qi Huang's breathing became slightly erratic as he muttered, 9 stars and moon, black sky flying stars. How is this possible? She can summon the 9 stars and moon. Jun Mayan, who are you? As Qi Huang speaks, Mayan's entire body floats up along with the Tian Mo Qin. The power of the 9 stars converges on the silver moon, and the radiance of the silver moon completely belongs to Mayan. The sound of the zither became more and more melodious, like the spring breeze blowing through the trees and the waves of the sea, revealing a whole new world. Following that, waves of pure energy emitted from Mu Yan's body, enveloping the entire space. Xiao Bao and the fat rabbit slept even deeper in their dreams, but the corners of their mouths hooked up in a faint smile. Beneath them, a blood-red circular array formation slowly revealed its veined patterns. However, it wasn't just Little Treasure and the fat rabbit who were affected. Even the grassland and the silver spirit vein in the space seemed to be swaying in joy in the sound of the zither. Qi Huang spreads out his hands, watching his originally translucent body slowly solidifying. His gaze falls on Mu Yan, his expression becoming more and more complicated. Jun Mu Yan, how much more shock do you want to give me? In the ruined temple, Yingmei callously withdraws her sword. Blood drips from the tip of the sword, and then it becomes spotless. Lying at her feet are the corpses of dozens of Yunguang sect disciples. Among them is also the head of the Yunguang sect, Wu Qishan. Only Jian Feng and Gong Qianxue are not among them. Yingmei turns to look at the corner where Mu Yan was just now. There is no one there, but Yingmei knows that Mu Yan is not missing, but hiding in her portable space. For the people of the Xiaoxian continent, a portable space is not a particularly rare thing. But Yingmei can't help but frown. Because even if there is no one in that corner, she feels a powerful energy that makes her feel fear. What is Miss June doing? How is she going to save the fat rabbit? Will she be in danger? If something really happens to Miss June and the little master, Yingmei can't imagine how furious and sad Jun Shang would be. Boom, a thunderclap comes from the sky. The ruined temple makes a loud noise, the roof collapses, and dust flies. Yingmei suddenly looks up, only to find that at some point, the dark, blood-red thunderclouds have already covered a large part of the sky above her head. She knows that this is the heavenly thunder to punish her for her massacre in the lower realm. But this heavenly thunder seems to be different from before. It contains a power that wants to crush and destroy everything between heaven and earth. As if the rules of the heavens are afraid of something, and can't wait to get rid of it. Boom, another bolt of lightning falls along with the huge thunder, just striking the corner where Mu Yan is. The light and shadow in the originally empty corner changes, and then the figures of Mu Yan, Xiao Bao, and the fat rabbit appear. As if affected by the heavenly thunder, Mu Yan's body shakes, and the sound of the zither suddenly stops. An abnormal bright red flashes across her pale face. Because the sound of the zither stopped, Xiao Bao's little body trembles, and he once again shows a pained expression. Mu Yan quickly stabilizes her domain, and plays again. Seeing that the lightning in the sky was about to strike down again, Yingmei gritted her teeth, made a prompt decision, and soared into the sky. It's her inability to protect the little master and Miss June that put them in danger. It's her who killed someone in the Yanwu continent and attracted the lightning. How could she implicate Miss June and let her be injured by the lightning? It's just a mere heavenly punishment lightning tribulation, Did they really think that she, Ying Mei, would be afraid? Ying Mei's figure soared into the sky, transforming into a dark meteor, fearlessly crashing into the thunderclouds. The long sword slashed horizontally, surging and majestic. Spiritual energy surged. The blood-colored thunderclouds in the sky were on the verge of collapsing, as if they would disperse at any moment. Sure enough, in this way, all the thunder resounded in the sky, and not a single bolt of lightning fell. In the corner of the dilapidated temple, the red light of the contract rune array under Little Bao and the Fat Rabbit was getting brighter and brighter. Rays of light condensed on the totem's loyal point, then suddenly shot up, split into two, and shot into the space between Xiao Bao and the Fat Rabbit's eyebrows. Xiao Bao's body suddenly trembles, and his delicate and cute little face shows a trace of pain. But this kind of pain, under the soothing of Mu Yan's zither, slowly disappears, and he once again returns to the peaceful and serene appearance of an angel. The bloody wounds healed bit by bit, and the charred flesh regrew a new layer of skin. The only sad thing was that its snow-white fur wouldn't grow out in a short period of time. So, even though its injuries have healed, it has turned into a plump bald rabbit. It's funny no matter how you look at it. Of course, the Fat Rabbit still doesn't know its own situation. Bathed in the sound of the zither and the power of the contract, it comfortably stretches its whole body, making cooing sounds. The sound of the zither is played over and over again, from light and sweet, lingering and melodious, to more and more powerful and impassioned. Hum. The lingering sound of a tune that seems to be able to shake people's hearts resounds through the sky. Mu Yan can no longer support herself, her body goes limp and she falls to the ground. A strange blood-colored totem appears between Xiao Bao and the Fat Rabbit's eyebrows. After a flash of red light, it disappears into nothingness. At this very moment, there really isn't a trace of spiritual power or internal force in Mu Yan's body. Even moving a finger is incomparably difficult. However, when her gaze falls on the unharmed Xiao Bao and the Fat Rabbit, she shows a happy smile. Her babies are all right, that's great. Mu Yan reaches out and gently caresses Xiao Bao's sweaty little face, her eyes gentle. But suddenly, her face changes. With a sudden wave of her hand, she takes the unconscious Xiao Bao and the Fat Rabbit into the space. TSK, Jun Mu Yan, your current appearance of a stray dog really makes my body and mind happy. Mu Yan's eyes suddenly turn cold. She sits up with difficulty and looks in the direction of the dilapidated temple door. There, Gong Qianshui is walking towards her step by step, a carefree and complacent smile hanging on her face. And behind her is Jian Feng. After confirming that Wu Qishan could kill Xiao Bao with fire crystals and refine him into an elixir, Gong Qianshui found an excuse and left with Jian Feng. She already knew that Mu Yan would definitely come looking for her, and she would definitely have an endless conflict with Wu Qishan. So, she deliberately avoided them. Just to wait for the moment when the sandpiper and clam fight, and she would be the fisherman who benefits. Now, she has finally waited for this moment. Master. Senior brother. When Jian Feng saw the corpses of Wu Qishan and the others, he immediately screamed and rushed over. After discovering that Wu Qishan was dead, his face was filled with grief and he wailed loudly. Master, master. Disciple had only left for a short while, how could you, who exactly are you? Just who was it that killed my entire Cloudlight sect? Master. Jian Feng was crying miserably, but Gong Qianshui had no time to care about him. All her attention is focused on Mayan, ha 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 ha, Jun Mayan, you also have this day. Gong Qianshui fiercely glares at Mu Yan, her beautiful face distorting little by little, malevolent like a malicious spirit. You slut, it's all your fault that I'm in this state. Jun Mayan, I've said it before, all the pain you've inflicted on me, I'll definitely return it 1,000 times over. Now, the tables have turned. You've finally fallen into my hands. Tell me, how should I torture you? She laughed almost crazily. Should I chop off your hands and feet, soak them in a wine jar, and give them to a noble with a perverted hobby to enjoy? Or should I turn you into a puppet and make you beg for death? Ha 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 ha. But she's doomed to be disappointed. Jun Mayan's complexion really isn't good, she can't even stand up. But her expression is cold and indifferent, looking at Gong Qianshui with a gaze that's more like looking at a jumping clown. Even in such a sorry state, Jun Mayan's face is still so beautiful, devastatingly beautiful. That languid and contemptuous smile on the corners of her mouth seems to be mocking her. Gong Qianxue is thoroughly infuriated. Flipping her wrist, a dagger flickering with a green light falls into her palm. Slut, I'm going to destroy this foxy face of yours right now. Gong Qianxue approaches Mayan step by step, her face revealing a sinister smile. Don't worry, even if your face is ruined and you become ugly, I promise that you'll enjoy the next program. Jun Mayan, do you know what I've arranged for you next? As she speaks, the dagger in her hand ruthlessly slashes towards Mayan's face. However, before the dagger can get close to Mayan, the Tian Emochin in front of her makes a buzzing sound. A sword aura breaks through the air, brushing past Gong Qianshue's face. Gong Qianxue only feels pain on her cheek, a strand of fine black hair fluttering down from the side of her temple. She reaches out to touch it, only feeling blood on her hand. Jun Mayan, you dare, even if I've lost more than half of my cultivation, Gong Qianxue, if I want to kill you, it's as easy as turning over my hand. Mayan interrupts Gong Qianshue's angry shout, her slightly hoarse voice carrying a bit of laziness and contempt, slowly saying, if you don't believe me, you can try. Her fingers are placed on the strings of the zither, poised to pluck. Gong Qianxue screams in fright, retreating again and again, falling on her but to the ground. Qianxue, are you all right? Jianfeng promptly helps her up. His hateful gaze turns towards Mayan. Jun Mayan, was it you? Were you the one who killed my master and senior brother? Mayan carelessly looks at him, sneering, so what if I killed them? Your Yunguang sect kidnapped my son, and even wanted to refine him into an elixir. I'm already being polite by not exterminating your entire sect. You. How is this possible? Jianfeng screamed, my master is at the Anidia realm, how could he die in your hands? And my senior and junior brothers, which one of them isn't a spirit cultivator who trains their bodies and souls? How could you possibly kill them all by yourself? Heh. Mayan's smile becomes colder and colder, perhaps your cloud light sect's many unjust deeds will bring about your own destruction, the heavens will punish those who are despicable. Ah. Jianfeng couldn't bear it anymore. He soared into the sky, his sword piercing through the air as he bellowed, Jun Mayan, I will kill you and avenge my master and fellow apprentices. Seeing Jianfeng's figure whistling over, Mayan's gaze sharpens and she clenches her teeth, suppressing the pain of her internal organs due to the drying up of her internal force and spiritual power. His fingertips suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. Clang clang clang, along with the crisp sound of the zither, dozens of swords turned into cold gleams and shot toward the sword's edge. At the same time, there was also a formless energy that shrouded the edge of the sword, restricting his movements. Draw a prison, Jianfeng's body suddenly stopped in the air. Pu, pu, pu. More than 10 streaks of sword qi instantly pierced through his body. Fresh blood violently spurts out from Jianfeng's body. He lets out a miserable cry and falls to the ground. Mayan finally couldn't hold on any longer. And she suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. A hint of regret flashed in her eyes. Because his qi and spiritual power had dried up, the attack power of the musical blades had dropped by 90%. Otherwise, the dozen or so sword qis would have taken Jianfeng's life. And now, even though Jianfeng was seriously injured, he was still far from death. Jianfeng's entire body was bathed in blood. He struggled to get up from the ground, but in the end, he fell to the ground. Qianxue, give me healing pills, quick. Jianfeng originally had medicinal pills on him, but because Gong Qianshue's cultivation was low, Jianfeng was afraid that she would be injured and unable to be treated in time, so he gave all the medicinal pills that he had refined to Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue slightly lowered her eyes and walked step by step to the front of the sword edge. Jianfeng eagerly reached out to her, Qianxue, quickly, give me the pill. He knew that he was severely injured, but he also knew that this injury was not fatal. As long as he took a healing pill, he would be able to, a crisp sound rang out, followed by an intense pain from his wrist. The sword edge let out a blood-curdling screech. Then he met Gong Qianshue's cruel and sinister face, trash, you're completely useless. You even wanted me to become your cauldron, allowing me to absorb the desolate will in your body. Jianfeng, who do you think you are? Jianfeng's eyes suddenly widened. His red eyeballs almost popped out as he looked at Gong Qianxue, who was very close to him. Xianxia, why did you do that to me? I love you so much. His voice suddenly rises, his face full of shock and disbelief. Gong Qianxue, for you, I gave up my identity as a spirit cultivator and stayed in the Yanwu continent, this barren land of mortals. You actually treat me like this? Heh. Gong Qianxue condescendingly looks at him, her expression disdainful. You're merely at the third rank of body refining, and you can't even deal with that slut Jun Mayan. Why should I, Gong Qianxue, give myself to you? I'm going to become a person above others, a person who stands at the peak of cultivation. What's more, in order to return to the cultivation continent, you want me to become your cultivation vessel? You made me suffer the desolate ambition in your body and made me lose the chance to ascend. Jianfeng, who do you think you are? You actually want me, Gong Qianxue, to be your human furnace. Jianfeng shook his head and roared in a hoarse voice, didn't I do all of this for you? If you hadn't wanted to refine Jun Mayan's child into an elixir, we wouldn't have been chased like street rats in the Yanwu continent. I made you my cultivation vessel because I had no other choice but to return to the cultivation continent. Piak. Piak, 2 slaps landed on Jianfeng's face. At this moment, Jianfeng was seriously injured, but Gong Qianxue's cultivation had already reached the first level of the body refinement realm. Therefore, her 2 slaps caused Jianfeng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Gong Qianxue sneered, for me? All bullshasterisk tea? If it was really for me, would you allow that bitch Wu Meiling to humiliate me? Will your sect look down on me? None of you are good people. All of you deserve to die. So I planned for you and Mayan to kill each other, ha 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 ha. Seeing your Yunguang sect in this miserable state, I'm very carefree. Jianfeng stared at her blankly. His eyes seemed to be stagnant and a little red. It's like he doesn't know this woman with a sinister smile in front of him. For Gong Qianxue, he gave up on his sect, gave up on his future and cultivation, gave up on everything to stay in the Yanwu continent. It's actually this woman who killed master and fellow apprentices? Ha ha ha, not only did I exterminate your Yunguang sect, I also killed that slut Wu Meiling with my own hands. Gong Qianxue looks at Jianfeng's expression, and her laughter becomes more and more carefree. When that slut humiliated me, did she ever think that she would eventually die by my hands? Gong Qianxue, how did you become like this? Jianfeng's voice is hoarse, close to weeping blood. How could you do this to me? Swish, the sword light flashes, blood and severed arms splatter. In just a moment's effort, Jianfeng's limbs have already been chopped off by Gong Qianxue. Gong Qianxue's face shows a flowery smile. She takes out a draft and sprinkles it on Jianfeng's wounds, unhurriedly saying, Senior brother, didn't you say that I would give you a healing elixir to save you? Look, I'm saving you right now. Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. For the sake of your infatuation with me, I will keep you by my side for a while. Just like when you brought me to the Xiaoxian continent as a furnace, I will also raise you like a dog for a while. Jianfeng's eyes are bloodshot, unwaveringly glaring at her. At this moment, there's no longer a trace of friendship in his eyes, only bone-deep hatred. The spiritual power in his body surges, Jianfeng's eyes are filled with determination, wanting to perish together with her. In the next moment, however, Gong Qianxue has already crouched down, and the dagger dipped in poison pierces Jianfeng's dantian. She laughs, stirring the dagger around Jianfeng's abdomen. Jianfeng screams, struggling desperately, but as the dagger smashes his dantian, the poison seeps into his blood vessels, and the spiritual energy in his body disappears little by little. Even the tendons and veins in his whole body wither and break. After a few short breaths, Jianfeng collapses to the ground like a lump of rotten meat, unable to move anymore. Now, he's become a real trash. Gong Qianxue casually kicks Jianfeng who can't move, and her line of sight falls on Mayan. A strong hatred flashes through her eyes, then she says with a faint smile, Jun Mayan, you are now an arrow at the end of its flight, not far from death. Mu Yan raised her eyebrows, her smile was still as light as before, but it carried a domineering aura that looked down on the world. If you think that you have the ability to kill me, then why don't you come and give it a try? She just sat cross-legged on the dirty ground, her long and slender fingers slightly bent, casually resting on the strings of the zither. Her sleeves fluttered in the wind, and her face was as white as snow. A cool breeze blew through her slightly disheveled hair, revealing her stunning appearance. In an instant, even the dirty and run-down temple became like a fairyland. The jealousy and hatred in Gong Qianshua's eyes almost burned. Her line of sight falls on the bloodstain on the corner of Mayan's mouth and her pale complexion. At this moment, Jun Mayan must be seriously injured, on the verge of death. Her current appearance was merely a bluff to deceive him. But thinking like this, Gong Qianxua still hesitated to move forward. Jianfeng's fate was still fresh in his mind. What if this woman was just putting on an act and deliberately tricking him over so that she could kill him? Gong Qianxua furrowed her brows, and then slowly relaxed. The corner of her mouth slowly hooks up into a malicious smile, and she faintly says, Jun Mayan, do you think that I want to kill you? You're wrong about that. Mayan slightly frowns. Gong Qianshua's face is gloomy and cold. My home and country have been destroyed, I have nothing, and I'm being spurned and chased like a stray dog. All of this is thanks to you, Jun Mayan. How could I be willing to let you die so easily? Saying that, she cautiously takes out a blood-red bottle from her bosom. The moment this bottle appears, Mayan's heart suddenly jumps. At the same time, Qi Huang's somewhat startled and anxious voice reaches her ears, be careful, run quickly, that's. Before Qi Huang could finish speaking, Gong Qianshua's palm has already ignited. With a cluster of flames. Almost at the same time as the flames spring up, the red bottle suddenly bursts. Gong Qianxua is caught off guard. She only feels that her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose have been splashed with some fishy and sweet liquid. But even more of it turns into a dark red stream of light, impatiently rushing towards Mayan. Mayan quickly plucks the zither strings. The zither sounds are loud, and most of the red light is scattered by the sword energy. But a small part still falls on Mayan. Mayan also smells a fishy and sweet smell. That smell is somewhat like musk, rich and sweet, but it also carries a nauseating stench. She suddenly lowers her head to look at the place where she was splashed. But she finds that the red liquid only stays on the surface of her body for a moment, then disappears without a trace. What is it? Mayan raises her head to look at Gong Qianxua, her eyes cold and heavy. Gong Qianxua, what did you do? Before the last word falls, her voice comes to a screeching halt, and her complexion greatly changes. From her lower abdomen, a scorching flame suddenly sprang up, flowing to every part of her body. In a split second, her breathing becomes rapid and scalding. Red clouds climb up her originally pale cheeks. Even her voice carried a tingling sensation that made one's heart itch unbearably. Mayan only feels that her body, which has already been drained of strength, is being melted by a scorching energy. Her body sways, and she weakly falls to the ground. Qi Huang's complex sigh comes to her ears, Xianxia, it really is Xianxia, Xianxia? What is that? When Gong Qianxua was splashed with that red liquid, she was scared out of her wits. But when Mayan's appearance clearly starts to change, and she herself is normal, she immediately shows a happy smile. Very good, it seems that the masked woman didn't lie to her, this Xianxia only has an effect on Mayan. Looking at Jun Mayan's flushed face, her breathing hurried, and her peach blossom eyes filled with spring, Gong Qianxua only feels unspeakably carefree. Mayan, how do you feel after being hit by my Xianxia? Do you really want a man? Mu Yan stares at her, his voice hoarse, Xianxia? Xianxia. Mayan stares at her. Because this isn't something that would exist in the Yanwu continent. Gong Qianxua laughs heartily, walking towards her step by step. Jun Mayan, you see how good I am to you? Even the Xianxia, a rare treasure of the Xiaozhen continent, was used by you. Do you want to know what will happen to those who are struck by the Xianxia? Jun Mayan's expression slowly turns cold. Her voice was filled with uncontrollable passion and sweetness. But her tone was unexpectedly calm. Who gave you the yin-yang evil energy? This yin-yang baleful energy is specially used to deal with me? She didn't believe that a fool like Gong Qianxua could get a goo like Xianxia. Yes, the moment the red liquid entered her body, Mu Yan already knew that this Xianxia was a kind of goo. However, this goo was far more powerful than the golden silkworm goo. Based on her current state of exhaustion, it was impossible for her to expel the yin-yang evil from her body. Moreover, even if her current cultivation was in perfect condition, she would not be able to do anything to the yin-yang evil in her body. Such a goo worm was not something Jian Feng or Cloud Light sect could give to Gong Qianxue. It was more like the golden silkworm goo that Lu Ce had taken out back then. Could it be related to Di Mingju's mainland? Mayan's mind is in a mess. The boiling blood in her body and the increasingly unbearable tide of passion made her want to tear off all her clothes. Gong Qianxue was originally very dissatisfied with Mayan's calm expression. At this moment, seeing her gasping for breath and uncontrollably tearing at her clothes, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jun Mayan, it must be very hard to endure, right? Why don't you let this empress help you again? As she spoke, she quickly walked to the dilapidated temple and pulled out a sack from the bushes outside the temple. The sack was very big and very heavy. When Gong Qianxue dragged it, from time to time a man's pained moans came from inside. When the sack was opened, a tall and sturdy man with an extremely ugly appearance appeared. If a normal person saw his face and body covered in lumps, they would be so disgusted that they wanted to vomit. As soon as the sack was opened, the man knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. When Gong Qianxue saw his face, she immediately averted her gaze in disgust. She then chuckled and said, "It's fine if you don't want me to kill you, but I only want you to do one thing for me. If you do a good job, I'll let you live. If you don't do it well, I'll cut you up and throw you to the Wuwang Mountains to feed the beasts. No, don't kill me. I beg a mortal ant to spare my life. No matter what a mortal ant wants this little one to do, this little one will definitely complete it." As he spoke, he was so scared that his legs began to tremble. A yellow, stinky liquid flowed out from between his legs. It was a very disgusting scene. Gong Qianxue looked at his cowardly and dirty appearance, but laughed even more happily. "What I want you to do is to ruthlessly fuck the bitch behind you in front of me." The ugly man seemed to be stunned and turned to look at where Gong Qianxue was pointing. Then, he suddenly widened his eyes and opened his mouth wide, saliva dripping down from the corner of his lips. The pair of eyes that were mostly covered by the protruding lumps of flesh revealed an infatuated and greedy light. Soon after, he seemed to suddenly come back to his senses and said excitedly, Fairy, you mean, you want me to do that to that fairy-like beauty, to do that, Pa?" Gong Qianxue fiercely kicked his face with the corner of her clothes, and said with hatred, "What fairy-like beauty? She was just a slut, a whore who could be ked by anyone. If you dare to say another word, I will cut off your tongue. Just tell me, are you going to do it or not?" The man doesn't dare to believe that he could have such luck with women. Seeing that disgusting man getting closer and closer to Jun Mayan, the smile on Gong Qianxue's face becomes crazier and more distorted. "Jun Mayan, you're not even 15 years old, yet you've given birth to a little bastard out of wedlock. Presumably, you must be very thirsty for men. In these short 5 years, your strength has climbed to such a level. I don't know how many men's beds you've climbed in exchange for your current status. Based on what? Based on what have you climbed to this height? Based on what have you trampled me under your feet? Don't you like to hook up with men, don't you like to give birth to little bastards with wild men? This time, I'll fulfill your wish. If this man isn't enough, Ben Gong can find 8 or 10 more for you, ha 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 ha." Gong Qianxue's penetrating gaze falls on Jun Mayan, all her hatred turning into sinister cruelty. She seems to have foreseen the scene of Jun Mayan being trampled and humiliated like a rag doll by an ugly beggar in a moment. It's all Jun Mayan's fault that she has fallen to such a state. And she wants Jun Mayan's fate to be 1,000 times more miserable than hers. That ugly man has already crawled in front of Mayan. Seeing Mayan's face up close, he can't help but swallow, his face full of greedy desire and bewildered passion. That dirty and greasy hand reaches out towards Mayan's face. However, before his hand could fall, his whole body suddenly stiffens, revealing an aghast expression. He sees that the beautiful girl in front of him is still flushed, her breathing rapid. But that pair of eyes, calm and unperturbed, carries a bone-chilling chill. It's as if he would be directly dismembered under that kind of gaze. "Do you know who I am?" The voice that comes out of Mayan's mouth carries an insuppressible panting and sweetness, but her expression is as calm and resolute as ever. "My name is Jun Mayan. You should know who I am, right?" Hearing those 3 words, Jun Mayan, the ugly man suddenly widens his eyes, even his breathing becomes a bit hurried. June Mayan, in the current Yanwu continent, who wouldn't know this name, she's the world's #1 enchantress of medicine. With silver needles in her hands, she can bring the dead back to life. She was not even 20 years old, but she had already reached the peak of the innate realm. Her strength was invincible. She was the owner of the Nether Flame Valley and the leader of the millions of Nether Flame army. She was the most lofty and inviolable existence in the entire continent. The ugly man's expression was sluggish, and his body couldn't help but tremble. God, what was he going to do just now? Actually trying to profane the Enchantress June Mayan. Not to mention how many people the Enchantress Mayan has saved in the Yanwu continent, and how many people worship her. Everyone in the Nether Flame army knew that they worshipped Mayan like a god. If anyone dared to hurt Mayan, they would be punished. His fate would be 110,000 times worse than death. I don't dare. The ugly man stepped back in horror and shook his head repeatedly. Gong Xianxia was about to explode with anger. In order to disgust and humiliate Mayan, she specifically found the ugliest, most useless, and dirtiest beggar. Who would have thought that this beggar would be so cowardly? In front of a warm and fragrant jade, he actually doesn't dare to touch that slut, June Mayan. Trash, what are you doing? Hurry up and *CK her to death. You can't? Waste. Then go die for me. Gong Xianxia ruthlessly sends the ugly beggar flying with a kick. Gnashing her teeth, she says, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't do as I say, don't blame me for being impolite, Princess Xianxia, there's no need to get angry. He doesn't dare, but Zhen does. A man's deep voice comes from outside the door. Immediately after, she sees a man wearing a bright yellow brocade robe, followed by 2 black-cloaked guards, slowly walking into the dilapidated temple. This man looks to be in his 40s, with a beard above his lips. His appearance can only be considered ordinary, but his whole body has the dignified aura of being in a high position all year round. The moment she sees this man, Mayan's brows suddenly wrinkle. The Xianxia that was originally forcibly suppressed within her body is stirring, making her unable to restrain herself from letting out a low moan. When Gong Xianxia sees the person, she reveals a surprised expression. Li Jinrui, how come you're here? That's right, the person who has come is actually Li Jinrui, the emperor of Huangyao. He used to be Jin Wangye's elder brother, and also Li Waner's father. Li Jinrui smiles faintly. Zhen heard the sound of thunder, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see such an interesting scene. Even though the words are directed at Gong Xianxia. His gaze falls on Mayan, his eyes full of greedy desire and raging ambition. Gong Xianxia looks at his naked gaze and giggles. It turns out that the emperor of Huangyao also wants to have a taste of this woman, Mayan. However, don't say that I didn't warn you, Mayan's body has Xianxia. Only one man can't satisfy her. Why don't the 3 of you come together? Hearing Gong Xianxia's words, the eyes of the 2 guards beside Li Jinrui brighten. They look towards Mayan's direction, breathing rapidly. Li Jinrui is already walking towards Mayan, chuckling. Miss June, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. This is truly a heaven-sent fate. Miss June, rest assured, after Zhen obtains your body, I will certainly give you a status. At that time, Mingyan Valley will also be incorporated into the sphere of influence of the Huangyao dynasty. Later on, you will be the supreme imperial consort of Huangyao. As Li Jinrui spoke, his eyes flashed with a blazing light. In the Yanwu continent, 3 countries stand in a tripartite balance, but Huangyao was originally the well-deserved leader among the 3 countries. He was also the emperor of an overlord nation. However, the Nether Flame Valley had risen overnight. The situation of the entire Yanwu continent has changed. The Tiandao sect was destroyed, and the Nether Flame army became the #1 faction in the world. With the support of Nether Flame Valley, Qiyan country directly trampled Huangyao underfoot. How could Li Jinrui, who was used to being high and mighty, be willing to accept this? Not to mention, without the Tiandao sect, without those embryos that could restore one's youth, how could he achieve immortality? How to stay young forever? He was anxious, hateful, desperate, and exasperated, but he felt as if he had been abandoned by the heavens. But now, Li Jinrui knew that not only had the heavens not abandoned him, they had even given him an excellent opportunity. No matter how powerful the Nether Flame army is, no matter how illustrious June Mayan's reputation is, she is still a woman in the end. As long as he took her body and took away her innocence, she would definitely follow him wholeheartedly. At that time, whether it was June Mayan or the Nether Flame army, wouldn't they all belong to him? With a genius doctor like June Mayan, it would be as easy as turning over his hand if he wanted to live forever. Needless to say, June Mayan is still a stunningly beautiful and alluring stunner. The more Li Jingrui thought about it, the more excited he became. He strode towards Mu Yan, who had fallen limply to the ground and was unable to move. Stroking Mayan's flushed cheeks with one hand, Li Jingrui's tone is filled with an irresistible strength, truly a heavenly beauty. No wonder even Zhen's royal brother fell head over heels for you, and even died in your hands. However, if you think you can escape from my hands today, then you're dreaming. If you are obedient, I will definitely love you dearly. Li Jinrui's hand is pressed on Mu Yan's face. His palm is wet and sticky, like a reptile moving on her face, making her feel disgusted. But Mu Yan raised the corner of his lips, and slowly laughed. Gong Qianxia said that I don't have the ability to resist. Do you really think that I'm a fish on the chopping block, and can be slaughtered by others? The smile on Li Jinrui's face froze, and he subconsciously wanted to withdraw his hand. However, he was still a step too late. With a thump, Li Jingrui felt a sharp pain in his wrist that had just touched Mayan's cheek. He let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire palm and wrist were sliced off. Blood splattered everywhere. In the next moment, Mu Yan, who should already be unable to move, has already soared into the sky. The sound of the zither was stirring, and the sword chi was flying. Puchi! That was the sound of sword chi entering flesh. Gong Qianxia only felt a sharp pain in her body. There were already several bloody holes in her chest and abdomen. The sound of the zither continued. The dilapidated temple shook, sand and stones rolled down, and dust flew everywhere. The people in the dilapidated temple were all anxious, afraid that the blade would land on their bodies in the next moment. However, after a while, the sound of the zither died down. When the dust has settled, Li Jingrui looks around, but there's no sign of June Mayan. He holds his crippled right hand, and his expression changes several times. Gnashing his teeth, he says, June Mayan, she was just bluffing just now. Go into the Wuwang Mountains and search for Zhen. She can't have gone far. You must find this woman. As long as he calmed down and thought about it, Li Jingrui would understand. June Mayan has been drugged by Gong Qianxia, and is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, with her cultivation, how could she not have killed all of them and instead fled in defeat? To obtain Mayan, this is the best and only chance. He will never give it up. Looking at his painful right hand, Li Jingrui's eyes were filled with brutality. June Mayan, you dare to break Zhen's palm. In a moment, Zhen will make you wish you were dead, crying and begging for mercy under Zhen. Just as Li Jingrui and his subordinates were about to leave, the sweet moans of a woman came from not far away. Several people turned their heads to chop, only to see that Gong Qianxia had unknowingly torn off all the clothes on her body, only a red undergarment still hanging off her body. There were several wounds on her chest and abdomen, but she didn't seem to feel it at all. When she saw Li Jingrui looking over, she immediately stretched out her hand in agitation and panted, "Give it to me. Give it to me." Li Jingrui sneered, the appearance of Princess Qianxua's jade body lying on the ground is really tempting. It's a pity that Zhen has just seen June Mayan's peerless beauty. Zhen doesn't care about ordinary goods like you. If the princess is really that thirsty, why don't we? Although Gong Qianxua's consciousness is almost burnt by the fiery desire of her whole body. But as soon as the ugly man approaches, a fishy smell immediately hits her. The horrendous face full of lumps is right in front of her, and Gong Qianxua screams in fright, "No, I don't want this ugly freak, get out, get out." She reaches out to push him away, but there seems to be something gnawing at her flesh and her abdomen, burning her desire. "Ah, give it to me. Give it to me. Quickly give it to me." Gong Qianxua's eyes are bewildered, and she can't bear it anymore. She grabs the ugly man and bites him. Li Jingrui and his man watch the scene of a snow-white beauty and an ugly and dirty man making love. On one hand, they feel disgusted, but on the other hand, their blood vessels are gushing. Gong Qianxua and June Mayan are clearly under the same drug. They just need enough time to ferment. When the time comes, no matter how arrogant Jun Mayan is, she will throw herself into his arms without shame, begging for his tender affection. Li Jinrui swallows his saliva, thinking that he will be able to press Jun Mayan under his body in a moment. His breathing becomes a little heavier. He must quickly find Jun Mayan, and then thoroughly possess her, turning her into his own. Wuwang Mountains, west side. Mayan looks up at the sky, where the thunder clouds are still dense, and the sound of thunder can be heard. Her blurred vision flashes. How is the shadow demon? She'll be alright, right? However, this clear thought only flashes for a moment before an extreme thirst and burning sensation rushes up, burning away her reason. Mayan's figure shakes, her legs go soft, and she falls to the ground. Heavy gasps overflow from her cracked lips and teeth, her sweaty hair droops over her forehead, and the reason in her dark peach blossom eyes dissipates little by little. Mayan closes her eyes and climbs up from the ground with difficulty. Looking inside with his divine sense, he can clearly see the turbulence and nothingness in the space of the Tian Mo Chin. The space of the Tian Mo Chin has always been related to her state, to the undulations of her breath. At this time, her body is suffering from yin and yang evil energy, and her life is in danger, so the space of the Tian Mo Chin is also beginning to become unstable. Mayan takes a deep breath, and finds a safe cave. She takes out Xiao Bao and the fat rabbit, and places them inside. Forming the blood contract had consumed too much of the man and beast's energy. They wouldn't wake up for at least 3 days. Mu Yan absent-mindedly looks at Xiao Bao. She reaches out her hand and gently touches his ice-cold face. Then, she resolutely turns around and leaves. She knew that the yin-yang baleful qi in her body was about to burn away all of her will and soul. No one knew the power of the yin-yang sha land better than her. Once she was unable to suppress it, the yin-yang sha land would completely burn and erupt. Xiao Bao and the fat rabbit would definitely die in the space. How could she allow her baby to be hurt? Moreover, Li Jinrui probably wouldn't let this matter rest and would come looking for him sooner or later. Little girl, do you know that if you don't solve the yin-yang baleful qi, you will die? After settling Xiao Bao down, Mu Yan erased the traces and walked on for a while. Finally, she collapsed between the mountain walls. Seven Brilliance's calm voice rang in his ears. She opened her eyes in a trance and saw Qi Huang's face that was even more seductive than a woman's. Qi Huang lowered his head to look at her, his glass-like eyes unfathomably deep. His warm breath lightly breathed on Mu Yan's face, carrying the coolness of a youth and the sexiness of a man. Like lightning striking the ground, it reignites the originally suppressed fire within Mu Yan's body. Qi Huang reached out his hand, his fingers gently caressing her face as he murmured in a low and hoarse voice, "Do you know that if you want to resolve the yin-yang sha, you can only have intercourse with someone who possesses divine power? And on this Yanwu continent, no one possesses divine power. But I can." Qi Huang held her face and slowly lowered his head. The youth's fair cheeks were stained with a rosy blush. For the first time, his voice also carried an emotional huskiness. One cause begets one effect. It was your star field that allowed this noble one to solidify my body ahead of time and regain my divine power. Mu Yan, don't be afraid, I will save you. Qi Huang slowly lowered his head, his eyes anxiously staring at the girl's pink lips. As an ancient artifact spirit, it had lived in this world for tens of thousands of years, but it had never known what love was. This time, he wanted to give it a try. He wanted to know what it felt like to be intimate with the girl in front of him who shocked his soul again and again. Rumble. Thunder boomed in the sky. Qi Huang's lips almost touch Mayan's. Mayan suddenly reaches out and pushes him away, her hoarse voice suppressing endless pain and emotions. Get lost. Mayan slaps Qi Huang's head to the side. There's no change in the expression on his face. He just calmly looks at Mayan. Why can't I? Just because I'm not Di Mingju? What if I tell you that one day, this sage will be even more powerful than Di Mingju? Don't you know that if this goes on, you will die? Mu Yan gritted her teeth and said hoarsely, whether I will die or not, it's my business, but what if I don't want you to die? Qi Huang takes a step closer, abruptly grabs both of her hands and presses her to the ground. His peerlessly handsome face approaches little by little. Jun Mayan, what if I don't want you to die? The only master I can accept is you. If you die, I'll have to fall into a deep sleep again. I don't want to. So, mate with me and let me save you. This is the only way for you to survive. The youth's serene aura lingered at the tip of her nose, pervasive. The yin-yang baleful aura in his body seemed to have sensed the alluring aura and suddenly became active. Mayan gives a muffled groan, her stomach feels like it's on fire. She almost couldn't control herself from reaching out, wanting to hug Qi Huang's body. However, all of a sudden, his hands grabbed Qi Huang's neck and forced him to retreat. Mayan's eyes are bloodshot and her voice is hoarse. Qi Huang, as the master of the Tian Mo Qin and the sole successor of the Shin musicians, I order you to stay away from me. If you dare to touch me again, I promise that I will never play the Tian Mo Qin again. The air seemed to freeze between the two of them. Mayan's tone slows down, but it also carries a disdainful imposing manner. But I promise you, I won't die. A mere yin-yang baleful qi cannot kill me. You will not lose your master, nor will you fall into a deep sleep. But this kind of thing, I will only do it with the person I like. So, get out of here right now. The desire and stubbornness in Qi Huang's eyes faded away bit by bit, replaced by a more complicated emotion. Suddenly, he angrily pushed Mu Yan away, and angrily said, if you don't understand, then don't understand. If you want to court death, then don't tell me that I have to stop you? Humph, why can't it be Di Mingju? How can Ben Zun not compare to Di Mingju? Hearing that, Mayan's already weak body almost faints from anger. What was written in Bailey Liuing's notes? It's really bad for Qi Huang. She gasps and glares at him fiercely, shut up, you, hairy little brat, I'm already having a hard time. Get back to the Tian Mo Qin, don't come and add to the mess. Qi Huang stays where he is, as if struck by lightning. Little brat, little brat, little brat. Jun Mayan actually called him a little brat. He's a dignified ancient artifact spirit, how could he be a little brat? She actually said that his hair hasn't grown yet. Just as Qi Huang is about to go crazy, Mayan's expression suddenly changes. She raises her hand, and the Tian Mo Qin appears in front of her. Qi Huang, return to the Tian Mo Qin, don't come out again. Saying that, she directly plucks the strings. Qi Huang's complexion changes, his eyes revealing anxiety, but he still immediately returns to the Tian Mo Qin. Almost at the same moment that Qi Huang disappears, Li Jinrui and his men arrive. Your Majesty, Jun Mayan is here. The wound on Li Jinrui's hand has already been bandaged. He leisurely rides a big horse, and when he sees the battered and exhausted Mayan on the ground, he reveals a carefree smile. Jun Mayan, why are you running? In the end, you still can't escape from Jin's palm? Mayan reaches out, wanting to pluck the strings. But her whole body is boiling hot, and she has no strength at all. In the end, her movements are still too slow. An old pre-celestial at Li Jinrui's side waves a palm, and the Tian Mo Qin is thrown into the distance. Without your Qin, Jin would like to see how you will resist. Li Jinrui dismounts from his horse, and steps towards Mayan. Thanks to you, I don't have this hand of mine anymore. He looks at Mayan gloomily, his face full of cruelty and tyranny. Jin originally wanted to treat you gently, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame Jin for being impolite. Li Jinrui looks back, a treacherous smile on his face. Jin doesn't intend to bring you back to the palace. Here, in front of Jin's men, I want you. The knockout drug in your body is very strong. At that time, everyone here will see you holding Jin in joy, begging Jin to dote on you, ha ha ha. Mu Yan took a deep breath, her eyes filled with a strong killing intent. She didn't want to go this far and die together with this wretched and disgusting man. However, if he did not act decisively, he would lose the best opportunity. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and the pain made his mind clear. He also circulated the remaining spiritual power in his body. Mu Yan gently hooks her finger, and the Mo Qin that had fallen in the distance floats up. In a split second, the Tian Mo Qin transforms into a 7-colored longsword, and fuses back into one. It was the transparent 7 supreme swords. She no longer had enough spiritual power to control the 7 absolute swords to kill, but she could control them to return. Without any spiritual power, returning the 7 absolute sword to his body was equivalent to suicide. Whoosh, the 7 absolute swords turned into a bolt of lightning, whistling toward him and Li Jinrui, who was close at hand. Your Majesty! Your Majesty, be careful! The people of Huangyao country screamed in fear. Li Jinrui turned his head around and slashed. Before he could see what was coming, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. The seven absolute sword mercilessly pierced through his body, and continued to fly towards Mu Yan. Mu Yan slowly raised her head, her expression calm and fearless, waiting for the seven absolute sword to return. The seven absolute swords whizzing in front of him were stopped by a slender hand. Just like blocking a tiny willow branch, the attack is easily blocked, and it once again transforms into the Tian Mo Qin. Yan Yan, how are you? The man's familiar voice, filled with anxiety and fear, rings in her ears. Mayan's body fiercely trembles. Since the accident, she has been suppressing her emotions, and at this moment, it finally overflows. D. Mingju, you're finally back. Why did you come back so late? Mayan grabs the man's lapel, burying her face in his chest. She can no longer hold back her tears, and they surge down. When Xiaobao went missing, when she saw the corpses of the ink camp, when the fat rabbit drowned, when they made the blood contract, and when she was hit by the Yin-Yang evil qi, it's not that she wasn't afraid. But she can't be afraid, and she can't retreat. That's because she's shouldering the safety and happiness of too many people. But at this very moment, she's tightly held in the man's arms, listening to his urgent inquiry and guilty self-blame. For the first time, Mayan wants to be willful and unbridled, to rely on him. This is Di Mingju, the only man in the world who can move her heart. Di Mingju tightly holds the weak Mayan, the remorse and anger in his heart simply erupts like a tsunami. Especially when he detects that Mayan is hit by the Yin-Yang evil qi, the murderous intent on his body churns like magma. Yan Yan, don't be afraid, I won't let anything happen to you. Di Mingju gently puts Mayan on the ground, his voice soft and unbelievably hoarse. Wait a moment, wait for me to deal with these dregs, then I'll remove the goo poison from your body. He seems to want to bow his head and kiss Mayan's forehead. But thinking of the effect of the Yin-Yang evil qi, he pauses his movements. He only looks at Mayan's brows, gentle and doting as if it could drip water. However, when he turns around and looks at the people of Huang Yaogua, all that gentleness completely turns into a bone-piercing killing intent. He knows better than anyone what the Yin-Yang evil qi represents. It's one of the 10 great poisons of the Tiani men, and even in the Xiaoxian continent, only a few people can withstand it. Those who were invaded by the Yin-Yang baleful qi would feel as if they had been drugged. If they didn't copulate, the Yin-Yang baleful qi would turn into a raging fire that would burn their soul and blood to death. The bone-chilling blue eyes swept over everyone present, and the voice that came out of his mouth was like that of an azure from hell. Who gave her the Yin-Yang evil qi? No, not us, it's Gong Qianxue. The pre-celestial old man who just sent Mayan's Tian Mo Qin flying is scared out of his wits. He can't even speak properly. We don't know anything. We were just ordered to search for Mayan. It was His Majesty. It was Li Jinrui who wanted Mayan, and ordered us to search. We really don't know anything, spare us, whoosh. Before the Xiantian realm old man could finish his words, a powerful pressure that made people tremble was released. Heaven and earth shook, and the strange beasts in the mountains roared. That earth-shaking power is incompatible with the entire Yanwu continent, but it's like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In just a short moment, it has already engulfed everyone present. Many people still keep their mouths open to beg for mercy, but their movements are forever frozen. Soon after, under the blowing of the evening wind, they suddenly burst apart, turning into bloody dregs that irrigate the soil of the Wuwang Mountains. Rumble. Di Mingju raises his head and coldly glances at her. Without pausing for a moment, he turns around and picks up Mayan from the ground. Thunder and lightning fall from the sky, but not a single one dares to strike Di Mingju's body. Just like that, he holds Mayan and walks away step by step. The world is in turmoil, the wind is howling, strange beasts are roaring, and thunder is rumbling. However, in this world, there's nothing that dares to stop his pace. Cool water gurgles out of her dry mouth. Mayan swallows a few times and opens her eyes. The first thing that comes into view is Di Mingju's incomparably handsome face. She struggles to sit up, but she feels a sudden rush of heat in her lower abdomen. She gives a muffled groan, letting out a sticky and limp moan. All the lines on Di Mingju's body are taut. His lips are tightly pursed, as if he's suppressing something. Those dark blue eyes reflect Mayan's shadow, and there's even a blazing flame burning within them. He takes a deep breath to suppress his crazy desire. His voice is hoarse as he says, "Yan Yan, don't move. The more you move, the more you circulate your spiritual power, the faster the Xianxia will flare up." At this very moment, there seems to be a voice in Mayan's mind that is clamoring for her to throw herself into Di Mingju's arms. The Xianxia is already hard to endure, and now that she's facing Di Mingju, she's simply receiving the most terrible torture in the world. Xianxia, is there really only one way that can solve it? She bites her lower lip and looks at Di Mingju. Di Mingju forces himself to move his gaze away from her rosy pink lips and her pearly white teeth. His voice becomes even more hoarse. "No, Yan Yan, rest assured, Ben Jun has a way to remove the Xianxia on your body." "What way?" Mayan asks. Suddenly, her gaze turns and falls on Di Mingju's chest. At this time, Di Mingju is only wearing his inner clothes, which are tightly wrapped. She can't see the scenery inside. But on the left side of his chest, there's a faint red mark. Mayan suddenly recalls the liquid that she just drank. That liquid is very cool, like a basin of ice water. It extinguishes the desire and burning pain in her body. Although she was suffering now, it was much better than when she was in the jungle just now, where even her soul was about to be roasted dry. However, at this moment, Mu Yan recalled that the cool liquid carried a trace of the smell of blood. Mu Yan abruptly reaches out and pulls open Di Mingju's lapel. On the left side of his chest, there was a small scar that had not yet healed. Mayan's pupils suddenly widen. "Take the blood from the heart and feed it to me, Di Mingju, is this the other way you said?" Was this man crazy? Heart blood was equivalent to a person's life force. Taking out his heart blood like this was equivalent to handing over his life and cultivation to him bit by bit. Di Mingju casually gathers his lapel and holds Mayan's hand in his palm. He lowers his head and gently drops a kiss on Mayan's forehead, softly saying, "It's just a few bowls of heart blood, it can't do anything to Ben Jun." "Do you really think that Ben Jun is so weak?" Was there a second way to resolve the yin yang evil qi? Yes, and that was to let Mu Yan consume a bowl of blood from the heart of a person with divine power every hour. Using the blood essence that contains divine power to extinguish the burning yin yang evil qi. After taking 9 bowls of heart blood, the yin yang evil qi would thoroughly disappear. But at the same time, Di Mingju's cultivation would also drop by a realm. Half an hour has passed. "Yan Yan, you have to take the second bowl of blood now." Di Mingju casually grabs a dagger from the side and stabs himself in the chest. Mu Yan abruptly reaches out and stops his movements. Di Mingju looks at her tenderly, like he's looking at his most cherished treasure. "Yan Yan, don't be afraid, nothing will happen, I will definitely save you." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Mu Yan grabs his collar and suddenly pulls. Caught off guard, Di Mingju doesn't dare to exert force for fear of hurting Mayan. His body suddenly leans forward, and in a split second, the two of them are so close that they can hear each other's breath. Di Mingju's eyes suddenly deepen. The flames burning at the bottom of his eyes seem like they could rush out at any time and completely engulf Mayan. "Di Mingju, have you never thought of using another method to help me resolve the yin yang evil qi?" The girl's soft voice was filled with endless temptation. Di Mingju's breathing suddenly quickens. Had he thought about it? How could he not have thought about it, even in his dreams? But he couldn't. He promised to give Mu Yan the best, and not take advantage of her when she's down. Di Mingju takes a deep breath, his voice is unreasonably hoarse. "Yan Yan, don't test my endurance, I don't want you to regret it." As he spoke, he pried her hands open. "What if I have to challenge?" Mu Yan grabbed his wrist and said word by word. "What if I say that I won't regret it?" Her breathing was also messy and hot. The yin-yang evil energy in her body seems to be drawn out again by Di Mingju's breath, making her voice carry an infinite charm. In a split second, Di Mingju's eyes turn red. He felt that his soul was about to be hooked away by the demoness beneath him. Unfortunately, Mayan still reaches out and gently caresses his face. "Because you are Di Mingju, I will not regret it." "Or are you saying that you like me and want me all fake?" Di Mingju's chest heaves up and down. He suddenly reaches out and presses Mayan's hands on both sides. His hoarse voice seems to be roaring from the depths of his soul. "You will soon know how much I want you." His clothes were quickly torn off. But Di Mingju soon feels the trembling of the girl beneath him. She was clearly burning with lust, but her slender body was trembling uncontrollably. Di Mingju looks into Mayan's peach blossom eyes that seem like limpid autumn waters. No matter how well she concealed it, one could still see the fear and helplessness in her eyes. It's like a basin of ice water has been poured over Di Mingju's desire. In a split second, he's filled with remorse, heartache, and bitterness. In fact, Mayan wasn't ready to accept him at all. She just didn't want to use her heart's blood, silly girl. Di Mingju stops and gently kisses the space between her eyebrows. Yan Yan, I said that I would wait for you to be ready to accept me. From body to heart, completely accept me. You don't have to force yourself in front of me at any time. If a mere bit of heart blood could kill me, then I wouldn't be the polar domain's sovereign lord. Yan Yan, I just want to spoil you forever, and make you happier than anyone else in the world. Mu Yan's body fiercely trembles. She could feel the man's desire, and she could see that his eyes were bloodshot because of extreme endurance. But even so, he would rather choose to harm himself in order to save her. Di Mingju, what virtue or ability do I have, that you could treat me like this in this life? What is she afraid of? It was the dark cave of the past. It was the days and nights of heat, pain, ecstasy, and fear. Every time Di Mingju is too intimate with her, she can't help but recall those unbearable memories of the past. Even though more than 10 years had passed, those memories were still imprinted in the depths of her soul, and she could not forget them. However, it was time to move on from the lonely, vulnerable, and helpless past. For Xiaobao, for herself, and for this man who had captivated her heart. Hearing Mayan's low murmur, Di Mingju couldn't help but ask, what are you afraid of? Mayan, however, chuckles softly and hoarsely, it's nothing, that's all in the past. From now on, Di Mingju, only you are my future. Di Mingju's pupils suddenly contract. His handsome and flawless face even reveals a sinister expression due to extreme nervousness. Jun Mayan, do you know what you're saying? Mayan's eyes stare at him without blinking, no longer dodging or escaping. Di Mingju, I want to answer that question in advance. Which? Di Mingju's hoarse voice comes to an abrupt halt. He had wanted to ask which question. However, he immediately remembered their promise. After Mayan ascends to the Xiozhen continent, she will tell him whether or not she is willing to grow old together with him. Di Mingju's sexy Adam's apple bobs up and down, and he spits out a few words with difficulty. What is the answer? Mayan slightly straightens up, and softly kisses Di Mingju's lips. Di Mingju, I, Jun Mayan, like you. From now on, as long as you don't leave, I won't abandon you. Having said that, Mayan endures the restlessness of the yin and yang evil energy within her body, and looks at Di Mingju's reaction. However, the man on top of her seemed to be in a daze. His expression was frozen on his face, and he remained motionless for a long time. Mayan couldn't help but push him, angrily saying, Jun Shangdaran, are you stupid? Or are you not satisfied with the answer? Di Mingju fiercely clasps her hand, his voice hoarse and urgent with a trace of panic. Yan Yan, what you just said, say it again. I want to hear it again. Was he dreaming? Did Yan Yan really admit that she liked him? Yan Yan, say it again. Mayan fiercely flips over, pressing Di Mingju under her body. The two people's posture immediately turns into that of adoration on Di Mingju's body. She looked down at the man's handsome face, her slender fingers gently stroking the man's perfect abdominal muscles. She looked exactly like a female hooligan. Di Mingju, you're blabbering so much nonsense, do you not want to do it? Or could it be that Jun Shangdaran has lost too much blood and can no longer hold on? Di Mingju's eyes suddenly deepen, and the evil fire in his body suddenly flares up like a prairie fire. Not waiting for Mu Yan to say anything, he suddenly turns around and presses the girl's slender body under him again. As a man, he would never hear the word no. Jun Mayan. The man on top of her is practically gnashing his teeth. I'll let you know whether Ben Jun can do it or not. This woman actually dared to question his ability. He would definitely make her cry for mercy. Mu Yan really does regret it. She shouldn't have been so stupid as to deliberately tease an old man who hadn't had a woman for 1,000 years. She didn't even know how long they had been tormenting each other. Vowing to prove to Mu Yan whether she can do it or not. It's unknown how long the sky has been dark, and how long it has been bright. The sky darkens once again, and the bright moon hangs high. Mu Yan has long been exhausted, falling asleep in Di Mingju's arms. Di Mingju lowers his head, his gaze tenderly and attentively gazing at the girl's sleeping face. He gently and dotingly kisses her sweet lips. The tenderness in his eyes seems to have exhausted all the tenderness and sweetness in his life. Suddenly, his brows wrinkle, a trace of confusion flashing through his eyes. In his memory, apart from Mu Yan, he has never fallen in love with any woman, nor has he had intimate contact with any woman. However, in the split second when his soul and Mu Yan's body join together, an intermittent and fuzzy fragment flashes through his mind. It was in a dark cave. A beast-like man, and a young and tender girl. Blazing passion and panting, intertwined into the most erotic intertwining. At that moment, Di Mingju faintly feels that that man is him. No, impossible, he only likes Mu Yan. How could he have any connection with a woman other than Mu Yan? Di Mingju's eyes turn cold, then they fall on Mu Yan's body, once again turning into a bone-piercing tenderness. If I don't leave, you won't abandon me. Yan Yan, this is what you said. Once I've caught you, I will never let you go again. Under Di Mingju's pressure, the thunderclouds in the sky finally slowly disperse. Han Yi anxiously looks at the sky. When he sees Ying Mei's figure slowly floating down from the sky, he suddenly lets out a sigh of relief. He flies over and takes her into his arms. Ying Mei's complexion is very pale, blood spills from the corners of her mouth, and her body is full of scars caused by the lightning burns. Han Yi looks at the thousands of holes on her body, his heart aching. Fool, what are you crying for? Ying Mei reveals a pale but disgusted smile. I didn't cry, you, a big man, actually shed tears? Don't you feel ashamed? Han Yi cautiously feeds Ying Mei the elixir, wiping his tears and saying, what face have I not lost in front of you? Ying Mei stares blankly as she listens, then she shows a faint smile. Idiot, I can't walk anymore. Can you carry me? Han Yi stares blankly. He promptly giggles and says, all right, little Ying I'll carry you on my back. It doesn't matter if I carry you for a lifetime. Their silhouettes overlapped in the darkness of the night as they slowly moved forward. Where are Jun Shang and Miss June? Are they all right? Han Yi shakes his head and says, Jun Shang has a blood contract with us. If something were to happen to Jun Shang, we would definitely be able to sense it. Since the blood contract is in good condition, that means Jun Shang is fine. Ying Mei frowned and said, no matter what, we still have to find Miss June and Little Master as soon as possible. I'm afraid that Miss June will get hurt. Han Yi listens to Ying Mei saying Miss June. There's a burst of jealousy in his heart. Why didn't Xiao Ying worry about him so much? The two of them returned to the rundown temple where the incident happened. As soon as he entered the rundown temple, he heard a series of indescribable sounds coming from inside. Han Yi takes a look inside, and he's so shocked that his eyeballs almost fall out. He saw that Gong Qianxue was completely naked, her body covered with bruises. Just like that, she lies on top of a man's body, incessantly shaking/moaning sounds coming from her mouth from time to time. Next to Gong Qianxue, there's an ugly man who's already dead and foaming at the mouth. Jian Feng's pair of eyes tightly glares at the ugly woman on top of him, the corners of his mouth slowly hooking up into a cold smile. On the surface of Gong Qianxue's body, there's a red thread, following the release of her lust, constantly spreading over her body. It's almost already occupied every inch of her body's blood vessels and internal organs. However, Gong Qianxue doesn't feel anything, she's only crazily dominated by her lust. When she's aroused, she cries out and bends down, wanting to kiss Jian Feng. The next moment, however, a mournful wail comes out of her mouth. By the time she raises her head, blood is already gushing out of her mouth. Her tongue has actually been bitten off by Jian Feng. But Jian Feng still isn't willing to let her go. He rolls over and pounces on her, tearing off her nose, ears, and throat. Han Yi looks at this disgusting and cruel scene, but he only sneers and shakes his head. Carrying Ying Mei on his back, he turns around and leaves. Scum like Gong Qianxue and Jian Feng, killing each other like this, dying without an intact corpse is already the best ending. However, even if Jian Feng doesn't kill Gong Qianxue, she would still be corroded by the yin-yang evil energy, and be burned alive to ashes. In any case, they only have themselves to blame, no one else is to blame. It's more important for them to look for Junshang and the Mississippi, in the cave. Xiaobao slowly opens his eyes, his big watery eyes still carrying a trace of confusion. Suddenly, he abruptly sits up, his mouth shouting, "Nyangqin, bunny!" In the next moment, a black shadow bumps into his bosom, making an awoo-awoo sound. Xiaobao recognizes this voice. His delicate, grave and stern little face reveals a pleasantly surprised expression. "Bunny. You're still alive, it's really too." Xiaobao's voice comes to an abrupt halt. The big eyes blink, and blink again. The creature in his bosom has a pair of mung bean eyes that are exactly the same as the fat bunny's. But, the originally snow-white fluffy long fur is all gone. Xiaobao hesitantly looks at the bald lump in his bosom, asking uncertainly, are you bunny? Awoo-awoo. The bald-haired dumpling in his arms was infuriated. It opens its mouth and bites Xiaobao's hand. Although it didn't break the skin of little Bao's hand, it still made him cry out in pain. A pair of mung bean eyes looked up and glared at Xiaobao, full of anger. "Little master, of course I'm bunny. This rabbit only had a bit of fur burned off, yet you can't recognize this rabbit? Bastard, didn't this rabbit god have my beautiful fur burned off to save you?" After roaring, the fat rabbit turned around sadly, wanting to jump down and hide in a corner. It was over, its beautiful fur was gone, it would become a bald rabbit in the future. It was no longer majestic, no longer handsome. Sob. Seeing that the fat rabbit was about to jump away, Xiaobao hurriedly reached out to hold it in his arms again. His usually cold childish voice carried a rare smile. Bun, it's great that you're fine. I was so worried about you." He lowered his head and rubbed the fat rabbit's body with all his might, not caring about its burnt bald and no longer cute body. Bun, don't worry. The fur on your body will definitely grow again. Nyangqin said that you can grow faster if you eat a lot. In the future, when Daddy makes something delicious, I'll let you eat it, okay? Xiaobao looks around. But all he sees is an empty cave, and there's no sign of Muyan. "Bunny, where's Nyangqin? Why don't I see Nyangqin?" The fat rabbit howls. "It's also very strange, where did the female devil go? How could she leave Xiaobao here alone?" Xiaobao's little face, which was originally happy to see that the fat rabbit was suddenly collapses. His big clear eyes are filled with worry. Nyangqin said that she would help us form a blood contract. Did something happen to Nyangqin? No way, Nyangqin will definitely be fine. But, Nyangqin has never left him alone like this. Xiaobao stands up. "I'm going to find Nyangqin." But then, a confused look appeared on his face. Where should he go to find Nyangqin? Should he go back to Hellflame Valley? I know. Cho knows where Pretty Big Sister is. A cute lowly voice suddenly emerges in Xiaobao's mind. Then, there's a flash of light in the dark cave, and a small phoenix flies out from between Xiaobao's eyebrows. This phoenix is fiery red, so beautiful that it makes people dazzled. However, it's only the size of 2 fists, and it's just an illusion. Feeling Xiaobao's gaze, Cho flaps its wings and turns in a circle, saying excitedly, little big brother, look, Cho can transform into a phoenix spirit body. Isn't Cho beautiful, isn't it cute? Xiaobao has never seen such a beautiful creature. That fiery red light is not dazzling, but warm. When the fire wings gently flap, you can see flowing lights and overflowing colors. Oh, it's a bit small. But the surprise only lasts for a moment, and Xiaobao immediately says eagerly, "You said you know where Nyangqin is?" Little Phoenix nods and says, "Because a very powerful force suddenly poured into you, little big brother, and Cho, as your contracted beast, also shared this power. So Cho can not only transform, but also split into a Fire Phoenix doppelganger." Fire Phoenix doppelganger? NN. Cho shakes its beautiful little head with a proud look. Fire Phoenix doppelganger allows Cho to put a wisp of divine sense on a living creature. Then, as long as Cho wasn't too far away from the Fire Phoenix clone, Cho would be able to locate it. Even if it's very, very far away and Cho can't find it, it can still sense the living being state that the Fire Phoenix's clone left behind. Little Treasure's eyes immediately lit up. "You left the Fire Phoenix clone on Mother's body?" "Yes. Xiao Qiu nodded. Then, he seemed to have thought of something, and his cute lowly voice was filled with anger. There were a few bad guys who wanted to harm beautiful sister. Beautiful sister didn't have any strength to save Bunny. It was so dangerous. Xiao Qiu is anxious to death, but there's nothing he can do. As Xiaobao listened to Xiao Qiu's narration, he suddenly clenched his fists. His eyes were wide open, filled with guilt, panic, and anxiety. Niangqin doesn't have any strength at all. It was all to save him, to help him save Bunny. It was all his fault for harming his mother. Xiao Qiu was worried about little big brother and didn't dare to follow, so he placed the fire phoenix doppelganger on pretty sister. As it spoke, Xiao Qiu flapped its wings and landed on little Bao's shoulder. It grinned and said, "Little big brother, don't worry. Xiao Qiu can feel that beautiful big sister is very well now." It's. Little Phoenix blinked, his big eyes flashing with shyness. She didn't know how to describe her beautiful sister's current state. Although it was blurry and did not feel real. But the moment she sensed it, she blushed and her heart raced. It was as if she had secretly drunk immortal wine a long, long time ago. Xiao Qiu glanced at little treasure before turning her head back shyly. She didn't know how to tell little big brother. Xiao Bao, on the other hand, thinks that Mu Yan is in danger after all, or perhaps injured. His anxious voice rises a bit. "Xiao Qiu, do you know where Niangqin is right now? Take me there." Xiao Qiu grunted, flapped its wings, and flew away. Xiao Bao hurriedly carried the fat rabbit and followed. The two of them walked along the Wuwang Mountains into the depths of the jungle. "Little Gongzi, it's really you." Hanya's pleasantly surprised voice suddenly comes from not too far away. "You're alright, that's really great." Hanya's feet are like the wind, carrying Ying Mei on his back as he quickly arrives in front of Xiao Bao. Xiao Bao looked at Ying Mei worriedly. "Sister Ying Mei, are you hurt?" Mother and Ying Mei Jia, they were all trying to save him. When Ying Mei saw little Bao, his cold expression immediately softened. "Young master, don't worry. I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted. It was this idiot who insisted on carrying me." As she spoke, she was about to come down to prove that she was fine. But Hanyu wouldn't let go no matter what. "Little Shadow, I like to piggyback you, let me piggyback you, okay? I have great strength. Even if I carry you for a lifetime, I won't get tired." Ying Mei immediately blushes, slapping Hanya's head. "Idiot. Who wants you to carry it forever?" Hanyu chuckles foolishly. But very quickly, he restrained his smile. "Little Gongzi, do you know where Jun Shang and Miss are?" Through their blood contracts, they could sense the general direction. But he couldn't find the exact location. Therefore, he had been wandering around here for a long time. "I don't know, but Xiao Qiu knows." Xiao Bao stretched out his hand, and Xiao Qiu immediately stopped in his palm, proudly raising its chin. Seeing the beautiful and dazzling little phoenix, Han Yi and Ying Mei are simultaneously struck dumb. Heavens! This was the primordial spirit of the phoenix? The phoenix, that was the Nirvana god. The phoenix, even in the Xiaoxian continent, the phoenix clan had long been extinct. Why did it appear here? Although the one before him was only a young phoenix, it was already astonishing enough. Moreover, why was the little phoenix with Xiao Bao, and why was it stained with Xiao Bao's aura? Could it be that it had formed a contract with Xiao Bao? Han Yi and Ying Mei are still in shock, but Xiao Bao doesn't have time to deal with them. He anxiously urges Xiao Qiu to hurry and find his mother. Although the fire phoenix was small, it was extremely fast. About a quarter of an hour later, it stopped in front of a cave. Xiao Qiu panted heavily as it turned its head and said, "Little big brother, it's here." But as he got closer and closer to the fire phoenix's clone, that shameful yet sweet feeling became clearer and clearer. Xiao Qiu hesitated for a moment before continuing, "But right now, it's best." Han Yi is also carrying Ying Mei on his back, hurriedly rushing inside. "Jun Shang, Miss June, are you all right?" Then, 2 adults, a child, and a bald rabbit rushed into the cave. Looking at the scene before them, all of them were dumbfounded. Immediately after, Di Mingju's murderous shout is heard. "Scram!" Holy shit, Han Yi carries Ying Mei on his back, scrambling to escape. He also brought Xiao Bao and the fat rabbit along with him. Tears flowed like a river in his heart. Why was he so unlucky? He actually actually broken just like that and saw Jun Shang and Miss Mayan. Han Yi covers his face, he feels that he has just come out of the purgatory pool, and he's about to go in again. Han Yi carries Xiaobao outside. As the cold wind blew, she blinked her big eyes and frowned. His handsome and exquisite little face looked like it was about to freeze. He had seen his mother and Lecher sleeping together before, but why was it so different this time? Why does he always feel that Nyangqin is going to be snatched away by a Lecher? Di Mingju looks at the already empty cave entrance. That sharp gaze seems to want to kill. In his arms, the girl's eyes were closed and she was wrapped tightly in his clothes. He was sleeping soundly. Occasionally, one could see traces of ambiguity on her snow-white shoulders. The commotion just now had awakened her from her deep sleep. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. A pair of rippling peach blossom eyes were like a bottomless abyss that could suck in one's soul. Mayan stretches, her voice is soft and husky with a seductive numbness. Di Mingju, I think I just heard Xiaobao's voice? Di Mingju promptly uses the clothes to wrap her up again, ensuring that not even a bit of spring scenery will be exposed. Only then does he suppress his restless desire. His face darkened, and he was about to say that she had misheard. Xiaobao's voice suddenly came from outside. Mother, mother. Mayan's eyes brighten at once, and she abruptly pushes Di Mingju away, about to stand up. Xiaobao, I'm here. However, just as he was about to stand up, he felt his body go limp and he nearly collapsed. Di Mingju promptly reaches out and scoops her into his arms, his tone doting, I told you not to move around. Mu Yan gives him an unfriendly look. Which bastard was it that made her so weak? Just at this moment, Xiaobao had already rushed in from outside and suddenly pounced into Mu Yan's embrace. Mother, mother, are you all right? His tiny arms hugged her tightly, and his entire head was buried in her bosom. His voice sounded as if he was about to cry at any moment. Mu Yan quickly hugged Xiaobao and said softly, baby, don't worry. Nyangqin is fine. Look, isn't Nyangqin fine now? Xiaobao's small body trembles slightly. After a long while, he raises his head to look at Mu Yan. When he finds that his mother is indeed fine, without any weakness or injury, his big tearful eyes reveal a trace of a smile. Then he reaches out and hugs Mayan tightly. The mother and daughter pair are affectionate for a while, when Xiaobao seems to remember something. He fiercely glares at Di Mingju. Nyangqin, did this Lecher bully you just now? Mu Yan blushes. Cough. She did bully him, but this was not bullying. How was she going to explain this to her son? Ben Jun's wife, of course, Ben Jun has priority. Xiaobao glares at him, you bullied Nyangqin, I just saw it all. Di Mingju's deep eyes look at Mayan. Those eyes contain a blazing desire, making Mayan's blushing face seem to burn. This bastard. What was the meaning of that blatant look in his eyes? The next moment, she sees Di Mingju turn to Xiaobao and reveal a meaningful smile. Ben Jun will bully Yan Yan like this for the rest of his life, and only Yan Yan alone. What? Do you have a problem with that? Shoshian continent, Tiani men. Listening to the maid's narration, Lung Qingwan suddenly stands up from her seat, saying in disbelief, Yanwu continent, you said that the Shin musician remnant that seduced Di Jun isn't in the Shoshan continent, but in the Yanwu continent. How is that possible? Yanwu continent, what kind of place is that? It's a barren continent without any spiritual energy, a place where Lin Qingwan and the others look down upon the most, a place where mortals gather like trash. What kind of lofty status does Di Mingju have? How could he fancy a mortal woman? What's more, how could the Shin musician clan that once struck terror into the three realms leave their inheritance in the lowest Yanwu continent? The maid Furong says, this subordinate heard from Gong Qianxue, who also came from the Yanwu continent, that this Shin musician remnant called Mayan has a very seductive appearance, and is extremely skillful. I'm afraid that Jun Shang has also been bewitched by that woman. However, young master can rest assured. Furong faintly smiles, her face carrying a bit of pride. This subordinate has already let Gong Qianxue bring back the Yinyang Sha, and put it on Mayan. This subordinate just sensed that the Yinyang Sha has indeed been activated. Lung Qingwan's expression converges a bit, her gaze cold. Are you sure that the Yinyang Sha has been placed on this Shin musician remnant? Furong chuckles, the Yinyang Sha that this subordinate gave to Gong Qianxue was specially tampered with. It would only react to the highest level of blood and soul. If that Mayan wasn't a Shin musician remnant, the Xianxia wouldn't be able to parasitize a mere mortal of the Yinwu continent. It would only burn all the creatures present, and then return to my Tiani men. But now, the Yin-Yang baleful energy has been activated. Hearing Furong's resolute and decisive reply, Leng Qingwan's beautiful face finally revealed a trace of a smile. However, this smile was filled with intense jealousy and cruelty. Hibiscus, you did very well. Leng Qingwan unhurriedly says, as long as we can confirm that the remnant of the Shin musician has been hit by the Yin-Yang evil qi, she will certainly be consigned to eternal damnation. Furong also smiled with a flattering expression, as long as one is affected by the Yin-Yang Sha, it's like being affected by the most potent drug in the world. Even a chaste woman can't resist the desire for sex. But it just so happened that unless the man she had intercourse with had divine power, she would only endlessly desire and endlessly feel the pain of being burned by the raging fire until even her blood and soul were completely burned by the Yin-Yang baleful qi. Let me ask you, how can such a lowly woman compare to the purity that young master has in the heart of the imperial monarch? At that time, the emperor will definitely recognize your goodness and grandly marry you as the extreme domain's divine empress. The corner of Leng Qingwan's mouth hooked up into a prideful and cheerful smile. What kind of lowly Tom, Dick, or Harry is that? You actually dare to compare him to me? It's this subordinate's fault, this subordinate's fault. Furong pretends to hit herself, smiling as she flatters, young master, you are the bright moon in the sky, that June Mayan is like a mouse in the gutter, she's not even fit to carry your shoes. However, the Shin musician inheritance on that June Mayan, young master must obtain it in his hands. After another 2 days, when the Yin-Yang Sha absorbs enough profound qi, this subordinate will be able to sense its exact location. At that time, the emperor will be yours, and the inheritance of the Shin musicians will also be yours. Leng Qingwan's eyes shone brilliantly, as if she could already see the day when she would become the mother of the world. She looked at Hibiscus with satisfaction. This time, your contribution is not small. It's time for you to improve your cultivation and level. Tomorrow, I will tell Master to bestow upon you the unique, Wuji pill, of our sect. Hibiscus was simply wild with joy when she heard this. The limitless pill was one of the most precious pills of the Tiani men. As long as she took one, she would be able to break through her current bottleneck and advance a level. In the Tiani men, her innate talent and cultivation were not considered good. Even in the inner sect, she was only in existence at the bottom. She was only able to become Leng Qingwan's personal maidservant by relying on her ability to guess his intentions and flatter him. The other confidants around Leng Qingwan all looked down on her. Furong proudly swept her gaze over the people behind Leng Qingwan, her face revealing a mocking and smug smile. So what if these people were stronger than her? If he didn't have the ability to come up with a plan for the young master and solve the problem, he was just a piece of trash. On the other hand, with this contribution, her cultivation would soon be on par with theirs. Moreover, once the young lord marries into the polar domain and becomes the divine empress, she might even be able to marry over as a concubine and become the emperor's concubine. When she thought of the emperor's peerless dignity and handsome appearance, Hibiscus's expression became intoxicated and infatuated. Furong was happy, but the other maids behind Leng Qingwan all revealed indignant expressions as they stared at Furong unwillingly. Suddenly, one of the maids stepped forward and saluted Leng Qingwan, young master, this subordinate has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Speak. The solution to Yin-Yang balefire is to find a man with divine power, and a god monarch is someone with divine power. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall fell into a deathly silence. Leng Qingwan's complexion slowly turned from joyful and carefree to white. Ling Lan, don't talk nonsense. Hibiscus's voice is sharp, almost roaring. Even if Di Jun became acquainted with that Shin musician remnant in the Yinwu continent, it was definitely a divine soul avatar that descended into a different world. An Emperor Lord's divine soul avatar is naturally extremely powerful, but it doesn't possess any divine power at all. How can it help that bitch resolve the Yin-Yang baleful aura? Moreover, according to the news from the polar domain, Di Jun is clearly in seclusion. Ling Lan doesn't pay attention to Hibiscus. Instead, she looks at Leng Qingwan, young master, don't you think that Di Jun has been in seclusion for too long in this 1 year? Hibiscus vigorously shakes her head and says, impossible, this is absolutely impossible. "Young master, don't listen to Ling Lan's nonsense. Even if Dijun was bewitched by that slut, it's impossible for his real body to descend to the barren Yanwu continent. He is the king of the polar domain, in charge of nearly half of the Xianxia continent. If people knew that his real body had descended to the Yanwu continent, then the consequences." That's right, as the king of the polar domain, how could he let his real body leave the Xianxia continent? Moreover, he had to go to that barren and isolated Yanwu continent. Not to mention the erosion of the Yanwu continent's barren land and the restrictions of heavenly law. Even if Dijun wanted to come back, he would need to spend a lot of effort. Has Dijun gone crazy? For a woman, he doesn't even care about his own safety, the survival of the polar domain. Hibiscus's words slowly settle Ling Qingwan's heart. That's right, Dijun couldn't do that. He just happened to go to the Yanwu continent, but he was seduced by that slut. Since that woman is a remnant of the Shin musicians, she naturally has a lot of tricks up her sleeve. Ling Qingwan has heard Master Ling Yuexia talk about those past events many times. At that time, Ling Yuexia's fiancé had his soul hooked by a lowly maid from the Shin music sect. He went as far as to break off the engagement with her master, causing her to become the laughingstock of the entire Xianxia continent. Now, an insignificant lowly mortal of the Yanwu continent actually wants to steal her, Ling Qingwan's man, simply dreaming. Thinking like this, Ling Qingwan's eyes reveal a thick murderous intent. After confirming the position of that remnant of the Shin musician, she will immediately rush over and dismember her corpse into 10,000 pieces. Just then, Hibiscus's complexion suddenly changes. Clutching her chest, she falls to her knees. Her complexion becomes increasingly pale, then she suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood. Within the blood she sprays, there's a small red bug squirming violently. But it looks like it's in extreme pain. The next moment, she sees an ice blue flame emitting from the bug, burning it to ashes. The main hall once again falls into a deathly silence. Hibiscus clutches her still aching chest. She blankly stares at the yin-yang demon that has already been burned to ashes, her face filled with horror and disbelief. Little by little, Ling Qingwan's expression changed from arrogant, cold, and murderous, to shock, and then to hysterical rage. Even Ling Lan and the others were no longer in the mood to ridicule and ostracize Hibiscus. They stared blankly at the ashes on the ground, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Impossible, this is impossible. How is this possible? What she had just spat out was the mother goo of the yin-yang sha. Mother goo self-immolated, in other words, those child goo that were placed on Jun Mayan's body died, all of them were burnt to ashes. Logically speaking, even if someone could dispel the yin-yang baleful qi and incinerate the child goo. But it wouldn't affect the mother goo too much. Unless the energy that burned the child goo was so strong that even the mother goo was implicated and destroyed. But who could be so powerful? Furong knelt in front of Ling Qingwan and shouted loudly, young master, this is impossible, it's definitely not Dijun. There are many people in the world who possess divine power, and there is more than one way to resolve the yin-yang sha. That is definitely not an emperor. Smack. He ruthlessly slapped Hibiscus's face, sending her flying away. Lying on the ground for a long time, she can't get up. Ling Qingwan glares at her fiercely, as if she wants to dismember her body. You really did a good job. After saying that, she brushes her sleeves and leaves. Ling Lan and the others quickly follow, leaving Furong alone on the ground, moaning and crying in pain. Ling Qingwan walks out of the hall, but her face is still livid, her expression is as fierce as a ghost. Ling Lan steps forward to persuade her, but she is shocked by her appearance. After a long time, she says, young master, Furong is right, Dijun isn't the only one with godly power in this world. Moreover, Dijun has always been in closed-door meditation, everyone in the polar domain knows. Ling Qingwan grits her teeth, her eyes reveal ruthlessness, and her figure suddenly turns into smoke, disappearing. Soon, she arrives at the mountains and rivers of the polar domain. When Old Ji learns of her arrival, he quickly and attentively greets her. Qingwan Fairy, why are you here? Old Ji, I want to see Dijun this. Old Ji hesitates. Dijun is in closed-door meditation, he ordered that he won't see anyone. Ling Qingwan's eyes suddenly redden, the usually cold and arrogant fairy is suddenly infected with a trace of pitiful grievance and sadness. Old Ji, does Dijun not like Qingwan, and wants to marry another woman? Old Ji has always regarded her as the future mistress of the polar domain, so he quickly says, how could that be? Dijun is just cold and cheerless, but to Qingwan Fairy, he definitely has feelings for you. Then let me see the monarch. I really miss the monarch. Lung Qingwan has always presented herself as an aloof and proud ice beauty, even if she admires Mingju, she has never shown her feminine side. Now, seeing her say that she misses Dijun so sorrowfully, not to mention Old Ji, even the subordinates behind him can't bear it. Old Ji sighs in his heart, how did Jun Shang lose his mind? Fairy Qingwan is such a virtuous and noble wife, he didn't want her, and was actually seduced by a mortal woman from the lower realm. Seeing Lung Qingwan's eyes are full of tears, her figure is thin, but she is forcing herself not to cry. Old Ji is finally moved. He waved his hand and dismissed his subordinates. Only then did he say to Lung Qingwan, Fairy Qingwan, to tell you the truth, Jun Shang is currently not in the polar domain. Lung Qingwan's breathing suddenly became heavier, her hands hanging by her side tightly clenched into fists. After suppressing herself for a long time, she finally asked in a normal tone, not in the polar domain? Where is the emperor? The emperor, he went to another world to train. Training? Is Dijun a cultivator from the Cultivation continent? Lung Qingwan asked with the last trace of hope. Elder Ji's expression was grave. After a long time, he finally said, this matter concerns the polar domain's secret. I ask Fairy Qingwan to keep it a secret. In Old Ji's heart, Lung Qingwan is the future mistress of the polar domain, and Di Mingju's official wife. Naturally, he wouldn't harm Di Mingju. After receiving Lung Qingwan's assurance, he says, Di Jun, his body is currently in the Yanwu continent. Hearing Elder Ji's words, Lung Qingwan felt her vision go black and she almost fainted. Di Jun is in Yanwu continent, he's really in Yanwu continent. So, the one who dispelled the yin-yang evil energy for that slut, was it really Di Jun? As soon as she thinks of Di Jun and that slut's intimate entanglement, their frank embrace, Lung Qingwan hates them so much that she wants to go crazy. No. It can't be like this, it definitely can't be like this, even if Di Jun really is with that slut. Di Jun is such a aloof and remote man, a cold and aloof man. In the entire Xianxia continent, how many women want to become Di Jun's pillow, but Di Jun doesn't even let them get close. How could such an emperor fall in love with a lowly mortal? It must be that woman who is desperately pestering Di Jun, it must be that slut Jun Mayan who shamelessly seduced Di Jun, damn it. Damn it. Damn it, that slut actually dared to defile Di Jun, dared to steal her, Lung Qingwan's man. At this very moment, Lung Qingwan really wants to kill someone. But she really wants to confirm it with her own eyes. She wants to confirm that Di Mingju doesn't love Jun Mayan, that Jun Mayan is shamelessly pestering him, that Jun Mayan used a despicable and shameless method to confuse Di Jun. She wants to see Di Jun loathe and despise Jun Mayan, not letting her get close. Just like how Di Jun loathes other women in the Xianxia continent. With great difficulty, Lung Qingwan hides her ferocious and resentful face. When she raises her head, it has already turned into a shy and urgent longing. Old Ji, Qingwan really wants to see Di Jun, even if it's just a glance from afar. Lung Qingwan is very clear. If Di Mingju's body wants to go to the Yanwu continent from the Xiaoxian world, he inevitably needs a spatial, holy object, as a medium. And the spatial, holy object, in the polar domain is precisely the Qianquan mirror. Through the Qianquan mirror, you can see everything that's happening around Di Mingju. This absolutely won't do. Old Ji repeatedly shakes his head, the Qianquan mirror is my polar domain's most precious treasure. What's more, before Di Jun went down, he instructed us to absolutely not let anyone spy on his whereabouts. If Di Jun were to find out, it would be a great crime. I am Di Jun's future wife. Lung Qingwan raises her chin, revealing an arrogant expression. If Di Jun were to really find out, Old Ji, you can push the blame onto Qingwan. Even if Di Jun were to punish anyone, he would never bear to punish me. This? Old Ji shows a hesitant expression. Ling Lan coughs softly beside Lung Qingwan. Old Ji, our young master has always remembered your affection and helped towards our young master. In the future, when our young master becomes the sect master of Tiani men and becomes the mistress of the domain, she will certainly not forget your kindness. Old Ji's expression became more and more hesitant. Ling Lan persisted, a meaningful smile appearing on her face. Now in the polar domain, Elder Ji, although you can be considered the Emperor's trusted aide, your status is still inferior to Elder Chang's. Your son is obviously talented and powerful, but he can't even become the leader of the Imperial Guard. Instead, he has to work for a little kid like Ying Mei. Ling Lan's words caused embarrassment to flash across old Ji's face. But if our young master becomes the mistress of the polar domain, then it will be completely different. Ling Lan chuckled. Our young master knows how to make good use of people. How could a lowly brat like Ying Mei be qualified to follow the emperor? How could he be qualified to be the leader of the Imperial Guard? At that time, young master will definitely reorganize the polar domain and give the most capable people the important positions. Elder Ji's expression changed. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, this old man will bring Fairy Qingwan to see Juansheng. However, you must promise me that you will never get close to the heaven and earth mirror. You can only watch from afar. Otherwise, the God Monarch will find out immediately." She absolutely doesn't believe that Dijun would really like a lowly mortal. She must see with her own eyes, see how Dijun dislikes this foxy woman who seduces him. As a sacred object of the polar domain, the Qianquan mirror is naturally kept in an extremely secret place. Old Ji takes Lung Qingwan all the way forward, and soon they arrive outside a quiet palace. The guard outside the palace stops Old Ji. Old Ji doesn't say anything, but takes out an ID card, and makes a complicated seal with both hands in the air. Lung Qingwan stands on the side, staring at the seal without blinking, her eyes deep and bottomless. After the seal is formed, the palace gate slowly opens, and the guard respectfully retreats to the side. Lung Qingwan follows Old Ji inside, and soon sees the sacred object, Qianquan mirror, placed in the center of the hall. A powerful force hits her in the face. It makes Lung Qingwan shiver, and her face becomes a little pale. Old Ji raises his hand, and an invisible barrier shrouds her. His voice is gentle. The pressure of the Qianquan mirror is very strong. "Qingwan fairy, be careful." Lung Qingwan takes a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in her body revolves, and soon her face returns to normal. Old Ji shows an expression of appreciation. With Lung Qingwan's age, to have such cultivation and talent, and also have the support of the entire Tianyi men, she is truly the only woman who can match up with Juansheng. Old Ji looks at the Qianquan mirror, and his hands quickly make a seal. An extremely complicated seal is formed, and the originally dark Qianquan mirror shines with a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, the bronze mirror ripples like water, and gradually shows a picture. In the picture, the first thing that is printed is Di Mingju's incomparably handsome face. Juansheng's appearance is still grave and stern, dignified, and aloof. However, seeing Di Mingju's movements in the picture, Old Ji is dumbfounded. This, what is Juansheng doing? Why is he standing in front of the stove? Why is he cutting vegetables? Why is he wearing a ridiculous apron? Wait a minute. Is this really their supreme Dijun? Old Ji can't help but wipe his eyes, and then suddenly turns to look at Ling Qingwan beside him. He wanted to explain to Fairy Qingwan that their monarch's supreme dignity was awe-inspiring and inviolable. However, when he turns his head, he sees Lung Qingwan stupidly staring at Di Mingju's handsome face, her eyes filled with worship and infatuation. Old Ji stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction. However, at this moment, Lung Qingwan's expression suddenly changed. Her originally cold and peerless face twisted in an instant, becoming incomparably ferocious. Disbelief, shock, and bone-deep jealousy rose from her eyes. Old Man Ji was stunned. He turned around and was stunned once again when he saw the scene in the heaven and earth mirror. Lung Qingwan, on the other hand, stared fixedly at the scene in the copper mirror, her body trembling slightly because of extreme anger. In the heaven and earth mirror, the high and mighty man seemed to have heard something and turned around. A trace of bone-chilling gentleness appeared on his stern face. In front of him, a young girl in green leisurely walked over. The image in the heaven and earth mirror was blurry, but one could see that the girl had an unparalleled beauty and a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed capable of seducing one's soul. Jun Mayan. This woman is Jun Mayan. Seeing Mayan approaching, Di Mingju opens his arms, wanting to pull her into his embrace. But who would have thought that Mayan would reveal a sly smile, bending down to slip under his arms. Her target, the delicious food that has just come out of the pot. Dimingju's complexion darkens all of a sudden. He grabs her, presses her to the side of the stove, and kisses her directly. Beside the smoke-stained stove, a tall and handsome man presses down on a beautiful and slender girl, kissing her with desire and tenderness. This scene is so beautiful. So beautiful that it makes people wish that time would stop at this moment, never to flow again. But this scene, in Leng Qingwan's eyes, makes her hate it so much that she can't breathe. Her hands are tightly clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms, digging into her flesh, but she doesn't feel anything. At that moment, Leng Qingwan's hatred is even more insane than when she found out that Dimingju helped Mayan remove the Xianxia. She originally thought that even if Mayan, this slut, seduced Dimingju and used a shameless trick to climb into his bed. With Dimingju's callous nature, he would never say anything nice to her. That's because Dijun has always been like this to her, to everyone else. But the scene before her subverts all of Leng Qingwan's imagination and hopes. It also makes her feel that her pride and self-esteem are being trampled underfoot, ruthlessly trampled. Dijun is actually so gentle to this slut, so intimate, so affectionate. Could it be that Dijun has really fallen in love with this Shin musician remnant? He even wants to give her the position of Polar Domain's mistress? No. No. Absolutely not. Bang. Leng Qingwan doesn't even look at old Ji. She directly slams open the door and rushes out. Unfortunately, old Ji seems to be in a daze, looking at the scene in the Qianquan mirror. He doesn't even notice that Leng Qingwan has left. He has never seen Dijun show such an expression ever since those unforeseen events that happened in his childhood. Gentle, peaceful, and happy. Old Ji is a little silly, muttering, "Dijun, do you really like this mortal woman that much?" On the way back to Tianyi Men, Leng Qingwan makes Ling Lan and the others not dare to breathe heavily. As soon as she returns to Tianyi Men, Leng Qingwan smashes everything in the room. Ling Lan and the others went up to dissuade her, but she used them as a punching bag and whipped them more than a dozen times until their bodies were badly mangled. After tossing and turning for a long time, Leng Qingwan finally calmed down her violent mood and sat on her seat with a gloomy face. Ling Lan and the others walked forward with trepidation and whispered, "Young master, why don't we report this to the headmaster?" Although the marriage agreement between the Polar Domain and the Tianyi Men did not have a contract, both parties were well aware of it. It's too much for the emperor to humiliate you like this. If you tell the sect master, he will definitely seek justice for you. The sect master of the Tianyi Men, Ling Yuexia, has been injured since the last time Dimingju destroyed the great mountain protecting Array and killed her disciples in front of them. She's been in closed-door meditation all this time. Leng Qingwan takes a deep breath and shakes her head. "No, I must deal with that slut Jun Mayan myself." She was going to tear that slut to shreds. But Ling Lan hesitated. The monarch is by that woman's side. If we make a move, I'm afraid that the monarch, then just let Dijun return from the Yanwu continent. Leng Qingwan laughs coldly. Leng Qingwan raises her head, her eyes dark and grim, like a bottomless abyss. "Go now and secretly release the news that Dijun's body is in the Yanwu continent to that group of people in the polar domains, Zijin Palace. I believe that Mo Ruffing and the others will definitely know how to seize this opportunity." Hearing that, Ling Lan suddenly widens her eyes, saying in disbelief, "Young master, if this news is released, the polar domain will inevitably be in chaos, Dijun may even be in danger." She hasn't finished speaking when Leng Qingwan's cold gaze sweeps over. Ling Lan immediately closes her mouth. Leng Qingwan sneers, "If he can't belong to me, then I might as well destroy him." Even if she herself can't marry Dimingju, she will never let that Shin musician remnant get everything that should belong to her. What's more, Dijun has been the polar domain's king for so long. Do you think that Mo Ruffing and that group of wastes can really overthrow Dijun? I'm just using them to let Dijun leave that slut's side. Ling Lan immediately nods, "Yes, young master. This subordinate will do it at once." Wait a minute. Leng Qingwan calls her back, takes out a jade slip, and carves down the talisman array that old Ji had just arranged outside the Qianquan Mirror Palace. She hands it to Ling Lan, "Give this to Mo Ruffing as well." Remember, you must not let anyone know that this matter is related to my Tiani men. Ling Lan bows and leaves. Lung Qingwan sits in the same place, the image of Di Mingju embracing and kissing Jun Mayan unconsciously emerges in her mind. She tightly clenches her teeth, her eyes red. Jun Mayan, just you wait. Very soon, your time of death will come. Anyone who wants to snatch something from her, Lung Qingwan, will not have a good end. The former Lu Sei and her fellow apprentice were like this, and now Jun Mayan is also like this. Di Mingju, the position of polar domains. Mistress, is destined to be hers, Yanwu Continent, Netherflame Valley's dining hall. Mayan originally wanted to tease the especially cute Jun Shangdaran who was wearing an apron. She didn't expect to go for wool and come home shorn. She was pressed against the stove and severely punished. Di Mingju takes a long time before releasing her red and swollen lips. He presses her into his arms, calming his turbulent desire. His chest heaved up and down as he gasped for breath. The voice that comes out is even more unbelievably hoarse. Yen Yen, you're teasing Ben Jun like this. Do you want to try it with Ben Jun in the kitchen? Mu Yen angrily covers Di Mingju's mouth to stop him from continuing. This bastard was getting more and more shameless. In the beginning, she was so innocent that she didn't even know how to kiss. But now, he was not afraid of vulgar things and dared to say anything. Di Mingju takes her hand and presses it to his lips to kiss it. He felt a little regretful, but he really wanted to give it a try here. It was a pity that the dining hall was so crowded. In his mind, he was thinking that in the future, he and Mu Yan's bedroom should naturally have a big dining hall, a big bathing pool, and a big veranda. Thinking about it, Di Mingju only feels that his body is a little hot, and all the blood in his body seems to be rushing to one place. Just as Mayan is about to say something, her body suddenly soars into the air, and Di Mingju carries her horizontally in his arms. Startled, she hurriedly wrapped her arms around the man's neck. She hears the man's hoarse voice in her ears, Yen Yen, Ben Jun is hungry. If you're hungry, then eat. I have to say, Jun Shangdaran's cooking skills are getting better and better. However, before Mu Yan could open her mouth, she suddenly realized what the man meant and blushed. This bastard, as soon as she raises her head, she comes face to face with Jun Shangdaran's resentful expression. Yen Yen, count it yourself, how many days has that little bastard been forcibly occupying you? Ever since they came back from the cave that day, Xiaobao has been like a little dragon guarding a treasure, sticking to Mu Yan all day long. Of course, the most important thing isn't to fight for favor with Di Mingju. But this time, Xiaobao was really frightened. Regardless of whether it was the fat rabbit or his mother, they were both seriously injured because of him. In fact, it almost left him. In Xiaobao's short life, he had never truly experienced what it meant to be parted by death. This time, although he was unconscious most of the time, he was not completely unaware. It was precisely because of this hazy despair that he felt even more fearful and insecure. He seems to have returned to his childhood, when he needed Mayan to hug him tightly to sleep. As long as he can't feel Mayan's breath, he will be flustered, even shivering in his sleep. Mu Yan naturally felt extremely distressed for her son, so she let him act coquettishly without any bottom line. As a result, our pitiful Jun Shangdaran has just started eating meat, and it's the time when he's the most hungry. Yet, his wife has been forcibly taken away by his son. Unfortunately, he can't just throw this little bastard out, or teach him a lesson. That's because Di Mingju's heart couldn't help but soften when he meets Xiaobao's big eyes, which are very similar to his own. Shuffling footsteps could be heard from outside the dining hall. From time to time, he could even hear Xiaobao saying, "Is Niangqin here?" Di Mingju's expression becomes more and more gloomy and resentful. Mu Yan looks at the handsome side profile of the man who is like a child in a fit of pique, and her heart becomes unreasonably soft for a moment. Hearing the footsteps and voices getting closer, Di Mingju accepts his fate and puts Mayan down. Just as he's about to let go, Mayan suddenly turns around and grabs his collar. Di Mingju stares blankly. Before he could react, the scenery in front of him suddenly turns upside down. The two figures appeared in the space. Di Mingju still hasn't come back to his senses, looking at Mayan somewhat lifelessly. Looking at the man's appearance, Mu Yan felt that he was indescribably cute. She couldn't help but tiptoe and kiss him on the lips. Di Mingju's eyes darken all of a sudden. Xiaobao is calling you outside. Yeah, I heard you. Mu Yan grinned. But I think Big Darling needs my company more now. Who was the big treasure? Di Mingju's complexion stiffens. He is very indignant that a dignified monarch like him is called a big treasure. He didn't want face. Di Mingju wants to express his protest, but his body and the surging sweetness and shyness in his heart honestly betray him. Suddenly, Mayan moves closer to him and leans against his face. Beaming, she says, how strange, I actually saw Jun Shangdaren's face turn red. Darling, you're so shy. Di Mingju can't bear it anymore, and he pulls the girl into his arms. His large hands unstoppably pushed open her clothes and caressed the young girl's soft, white skin. The intimate touch made the two of them let out a sigh that sounded like both pleasure and pain. Di Mingju looks at the girl he longs for day and night in his arms, longing for her to the point of almost going crazy. Little by little, his eyes become bottomless, and then ignite a little bit of prairie fire. Mayan stares blankly. Before she could react, her lips and tongue are already blocked, and she's pressed down on the soft grass. By the time she realizes what Di Mingju is talking about, her face immediately flushes red. She's so angry and ashamed that she can't kick the person on top of her. Very well, she wouldn't dare to call a certain someone Big Darling anymore, outside the space. Xiaobao carries the fat rabbit to the dining hall. He sees a table full of food, but he doesn't see Mu Yan and Di Mingju. He can't help but wonder, Bunny, where are mother and father? I clearly heard Sister Ingmei say that they were here. And why can't we enter mother's space? The fat rabbit whimpered, yawned, and turned around. Was there even a need to ask? Of course, the she-devil and great demon king were working hard to make dolls. Little master, don't you want a younger sister? I might be able to fulfill my wish very soon. Although Mu Yan and Xiaobao returned safely from the last battle at the Wuwang Mountains, the Ink camp lost quite a few elites. These people originally came from Wanrenku and followed Mayan all the way. When they died, they had no parents, no wives, and no children. Therefore, Mayan orders people to erect a stone tablet in the center of Hellfire Valley. On the stone tablet, these people were engraved, as well as the names of the Nether Flame Army soldiers who had died in the Battle of Tiandao sect. Mu Yan looked at the densely packed crowd standing in the square of Hellflame Valley and said in a deep voice, in the future, you can forget Hellflame Valley, forget Jun Mu Yan and Jun Machin. You can forget everything, but you must never forget the names of these brothers. Even if there comes a day when all of you leave the Yanwu continent and go to the Xiozhen continent, or even the wider world, you must firmly engrave these names in your minds. Because these names and the survivors formed the soul of the Nether Flame Army. When they heard Mayan's first sentence, everyone in the square showed a pained and resolute expression. But when they heard the last sentence, most of them were dumbfounded. For a moment, the square fell into a dead silence. Following that, loud discussions broke out one after another. What did Miss mean by that? Leave the Yanwu continent and go to the Xiozhen continent? Could it be that we can all leave Yanwu continent? How is this possible? There are very few people who can ascend from the Yanwu continent to the Xiozhen continent. Look at the Tiandao sect, there are so many Xiantian elders, but not a single one has ascended in hundreds of years. They can't even pass the lightning tribulation. But I heard that even our leader obtained a miraculous pill refined by Mississippi. After consuming it, he would be able to mold his spirit root and ascend to the Cultivation continent. AI, just how precious is that pill? How could it be our turn? The sounds of chattering could be heard continuously. Unruffled and unruffled, Mayan sits on top and plays the zither, not paying attention to their excitement. She was playing a comforting song, hoping that the souls of the Nether Flame Army could follow the guidance of the zither and find peace. Xiaobao knelt in front of the stone tablet and respectfully kowtowed. He knew that it was these people's sacrifice that allowed him and the fat rabbit to survive. After kowtowing, Xiaobao stood up and walked to the center of the square. He raised his voice and said, "Silence." His childish voice didn't carry any pressure or deterrence. However, these two short words caused the nearly 10,000 people in the square to fall completely silent. Mu Yan looked at this scene and smiled lightly. Even Di Mingju, who was standing at the side, showed a barely satisfied expression. Humph, he was Di Mingju's son. If he didn't even have this bit of dignity, wouldn't he be ashamed to death? Xiao Bao's gaze swept across everyone and slowly said, 3 days later, the Nether Flame Army will hold a competition. The people of the Nether Flame Army in the square did not reveal a surprised expression. They had long heard from the captain and commander that the Nether Flame Army might hold a competition. And the result of this competition would be the turning point of their destiny, so they must grasp this opportunity well. So during this period of time, the 4 divisions of the Nether Flame Army had been training crazily every day, but they were also wondering what the turning point of their destiny was. And today, they finally got the answer from the mouth of the little master. Mother has refined a kind of elixir called spirit molding pill. After taking the spirit molding pill, it can forcefully stimulate the spirit root in one's body. Even if one only has a trace of spiritual cultivation talent, it can also stimulate the spirit root. After possessing the spirit root, one can ascend to the Xianxia continent even without experiencing the thunder tribulation. In the competition, the top 300 of each division will receive a spirit molding pill. Whoosh! This time, the entire square really burst into an uproar. Heavens! The reward for the top 300 was actually a spirit molding pill. It was actually a spirit molding pill. Could it be that they could really follow the commander and miss to ascend to the Xianxia continent? Xiao Bao cleared his throat and let them all quiet down. Then he continued, those ranked after 300, but whose strength and efforts have obtained the commander's recognition, will receive the spirit-raising pill. Its effect is not as outstanding as the spirit-molding pill, but there is a certain chance of molding the spirit root. As soon as these words came out, those who were dejected because of their weaker strength immediately became spirited again. Even if the effect of the spirit-raising pill was not as good as the spirit-molding pill, at least there was still hope, right? And that meant that they were not abandoned by the Miss and Little Master. In fact, Mu Yan only refined 1,000 spirit-molding pills because there was nothing she could do about it. It was not easy to refine the spirit-molding pill, and the materials were precious. To be able to refine 1,000 pills was already the result of her exhausting her spirit power every day. Later on, Di Mingju couldn't bear to watch her torment herself like this, but he couldn't dissuade her, so he could only give her the recipe for the raising spirit pill. However, after going all out to refine the spirit molding pill, during this period of time, Mu Yan's cloud-birth skill had risen by leaps and bounds. In the past, he could only refine 3 to 5 pills at a time, and he would have to rest for a while before he could continue refining. But now, a furnace can produce dozens of pills, and the quality of each pill can make an alchemist of Jian Feng's level feel ashamed and want to die. Long live the young miss, long live the young master! Someone shouted and knelt down. Following that, everyone in the square began to kneel one by one. Nearly 10,000 people shouted, long live his majesty! That tsunami-like formation shook the heavens and the earth. In the center of the square, Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan, Feng Haitang, and Bai Yichen stood around Xiao Bao. They couldn't help but look at each other, and their eyes revealed an expression of joy. All of them had a bleak and unbearable past. Fortunately, they were lucky enough to meet the young miss, each other, and this group of brothers. Mu Yan can't stand this kind of scene. Seeing that everyone has knelt down, she puts away the Tian Mo Chin and turns around to leave. As soon as Xiao Bao saw that his mother had left, he didn't even bother to ask them to get up. He strode forward with his short legs and followed her. Behind him was a bald rabbit and an unbelievably beautiful red bird. Xiao Bao pounces into Mu Yan's arms all of a sudden, struggling to move Di Mingju's hand away from Mu Yan. You've already occupied mother for a long time. Today, it's my turn. Brat, your mother was originally mine. Do you still want a sister? Then give it to my sister now. He had wanted his soft and cute sister for a long time. Di Mingju smiles faintly, moving closer to Mayan's ear and saying, Yan Yan, you see, Xiao Bao said that he wants a little sister, shouldn't we work harder? Mayan gives him a blank look, picks up Xiao Bao, and ignores this thick-skinned man. A man's deep voice suddenly comes to her ears, Yan Yan, before you give birth to your sister, shouldn't we have a wedding? Mayan's footsteps halt, and she turns to look at Di Mingju. Her expression is somewhat complicated. Have you really thought it through? The Polar Domain's sovereign emperor, with such a lofty status, wanted to marry a mortal from a lowly world like her. Di Mingju grabs Xiao Bao by the collar and throws him aside. Surprisingly, Xiaobao didn't resist this time. After falling to the ground, she only grabs the hem of Di Mingju's clothes. She raises her small head and looks at Mayan with eager eyes. Mu Yan is faced with an adult and a child staring at her. For a moment, she is somewhat silent. In fact, she had always known. Don't look at how Xiaobao and Di Mingju don't seem to get along. But deep in his heart, Xiaobao has always regarded Di Mingju as his father. He has called Di Mingju father more than once in private, but when facing Di Mingju, he refuses to say these two words. Because he also knows that Di Mingju isn't his real father. Although he longed for this powerful, handsome, and reliable man to be his real father, that would be great. One time, when they were sleeping, Xiaobao even asked Mu Yan, "Nyangqin, what is marriage? When you and Daddy got married, did Daddy become Xiaobao's real father?" In fact, he has always longed for the time when he can properly call Di Mingju Daddy. Mu Yan raises her head, forcing herself to be calm in front of Di Mingju, but she can't hide her nervous expression. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. All right. After saying that, she didn't care about her father and son's dull expression and turned around to leave. Di Mingju stands there in a daze for a long time before he abruptly comes back to his senses. "Xiaobao, what did your mother just say?" Xiaobao blinked his big eyes and suddenly said seriously. "I'm not telling you." Then he turns around and runs towards Mayan. As soon as he turned around, his little face broke into a smile, and he could not suppress the happiness and joy that spread through his heart. Nyangqin and Papa are getting married. He would no longer be a child without a father. He would even have a soft and cuddly sister. Mayan enters the room and wants to close the door. A figure flashed in, and she didn't have time to react. The door banged loudly, and even Xiaobao and the fat rabbit Qiu Qiu were locked outside the room. And Mu Yan is directly pressed against the door. The man's hot and messy breath hits her face. "Yan Yan, say your answer again." "Jun Mayan." Di Mingju angrily lowers his head and bites her lips. "You promised to marry me, to be my wife." He's not using a question sentence, but an affirmative sentence. Mayan feels the pain and glares at him, pouting coquettishly. "Are you a dog? Actually biting people?" Di Mingju's hands are on both sides of her, his chest gently heaving up and down. Soon after, a gentle and joyful smile slowly creeps up his brows and the corners of his eyes. Mayan is a little dazed. This is the first time she's seen Jun Shangdaran reveal such a childish smile. Just like a child who originally had nothing, getting the sweetest and most precious candy in the world. "Yan Yan, you really promised to marry me." His voice is soft and hoarse, carrying a cautious dreamy quality. Mayan's heart suddenly softens to an unspeakable degree. She reaches out and caresses the man's face, then gently moves it away, pressing it on his chest. "Fool, do you think I'm blind? The most charming, most outstanding, best man in the world is right by my side, waiting for me in a place where I can see him whenever I turn around. How stupid am I to not cherish it? Di Mingju, I'll answer you again, I promise to marry." However, Mayan hasn't finished speaking when Di Mingju's complexion suddenly changes. In a split second, his expression changes from ecstasy to alarm and anger. There's also a trace of painful paleness floating between his brows, but he restrains it in the blink of an eye. "Di Mingju, what's wrong?" Mayan is startled by the change in his expression, and she reaches out to grab his hand. But she finds that Di Mingju's hand, and even his body, are slowly becoming transparent. Di Mingju. Di Mingju takes a deep breath, and suddenly reaches out to pull her into his embrace. But this embrace isn't as tight as before, with a kind of emptiness that's about to disappear. "Mayan, listen to me. I'm about to leave." Mayan nervously raises her head to look at him. "What happened?" "Polar domain, something happened." Di Mingju slowly says, "I have to go back immediately to deal with it." "What happened? Will you be in danger?" Mayan unblinkingly stares at Di Mingju's face. His figure is already somewhat transparent, and his complexion is slightly pale. But Di Mingju's expression is the same as usual, without a trace of pain or panic. There was only reluctance. Mayan's heart calmed down little by little, followed by the same turbulent feelings of reluctance and longing. Yes, this man had not left, but he had already begun to miss him. Di Mingju reveals a gentle smile. lowering his head to kiss her forehead. Just some jumping clowns, how could Ben Jun put them in my eyes? There's an unparalleled self-confidence and arrogance in his voice, but it soon turns into a soft sigh. It's just that in the short term, I won't be able to return to the Yanwu continent. This time even Ying Mei and Han Yi might have to go back with me. Yan, I'm sorry, Mu Yan covered his mouth and laughed in a carefree manner. If you know me well enough and want to spend a lifetime with me, then don't say such apologies. I'm not a daughter that attaches itself to you. I'll be with you in life and death, but it's impossible for you to stay by my side and protect me at all times. That way, I would lose my courage, lose myself, and become unlike Jun Mayan. I finally got to hear your answer. With great difficulty, Yan finally agrees to marry him. His figure became fainter and fainter, as if he had melted into the air. However, his hand was still tightly holding on to Mu Yan, full of reluctance and pain. Yan, wait for me. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. Wait for me. Di Mingju's figure finally disappears without a trace. Mayan stands there in a daze for a long time before she retracts her hand and looks at her palm. The palm that was just held by the man seemed to be burning. That place had been branded with the deepest imprint, the deepest longing. Patter, a teardrop falls on her palm. Mayan blankly raises her hand to touch her face, only to find that her face is already covered in tears. She stares blankly for a long time, then she says softly, that idiot Di Mingju, it's just a trip back to the Xiaoxian continent, why does it look like it's a life and death parting? Wiping away her tears, Mu Yan walks out of the room. When Xiaobao sees her, he immediately pounces over. Seeing that she doesn't have Di Mingju by her side, Xiaobao can't help but look inside. Where's father? How could his father be so good that he didn't fight with him over Nyangqin? A perfect smile appeared on Mu Yan's face. She patted Xiaobao's head. Your father has to go back for a while. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him for a while. Xiaobao's big sparkling eyes immediately dimmed. He raised his head to look at the distant horizon and murmured in frustration, Mother, is father's home very far away? Yes, very far. Then can't we go with Daddy? Right now, I can't. Only when we become strong enough will we be able to return with father. Hearing this, Xiaobao slowly clenched his small fists, his blue eyes revealing a resolute expression. Xiaobao will definitely become stronger. Then mother, father, and Xiaobao, the whole family would never have to be separated again. Miss, just now, Ying Mei and Han Yidaran suddenly disappeared. Ru Yan's anxious voice comes from not too far away, and Han Yidaran didn't look right before he disappeared. Ru Yan's words make Xiaobao's small body suddenly tremble. He grabs Mu Yan's hand tightly and raises his head to look at her. Why did Daddy disappear? Even Han Yi and Ying Mei Jia disappeared. Did Daddy really come home? Mu Yan strokes Xiaobao's head, and looks at the flustered Ru Yan. Don't worry, they're fine, they're just returning to the polar domain. The polar domain is the place where Di Mingju and Ying Mei came from. Many people in Hellfire Valley know this. However, only a few people knew where the polar domain was. Son-in-law, why did they suddenly return to the polar domain? Is there something urgent? Xiaobao also widens his eyes, looking at Mu Yan without blinking, for fear that she would say something bad. Mayan smiles faintly and says slowly, oh, he probably found out that the betrothal gifts aren't ready yet, so he went back to prepare them. Ru Yan and Xiaobao stared blankly for a moment, then their expressions abruptly changed from nervousness to ecstasy. Miss, you're finally going to marry the son-in-law. That's great. I'm going to tell everyone right now. Haha, everyone will definitely be overjoyed. A joyful smile also appeared on Little Treasure's delicate little face. So the lecher had gone to prepare the betrothal gifts. Although Xiaobao was smart, he was still a child. As soon as Mayan says this, she immediately believes it without a doubt, just like Ru Yan. She happily carries the fat rabbit and goes to cultivate. His father wasn't around, so he had to work hard to cultivate. When Daddy comes back, Xiaobao wants to give him a surprise. Mu Yan looks at Xiaobao's departing back, until his figure completely disappears. The lazy smile on his face was slowly replaced by worry. Raising her head to look at the distant horizon, a whisper spills from her lips and teeth, Di Mingju, you promised me that you would come find me. You promised me. Shoshan Continent, Polar Domain, Lingxiao Hall. At this moment, the palace in the Lingxiao Hall where the sacred object, the heaven and earth mirror, was tightly surrounded. There were obvious red marks on the surface of the universe mirror. From afar, it looked like a crack, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that the heaven and earth mirror was covered in a stinky liquid. Elder Chang, Elder Ji, and Star Wolf stood outside the hall, glaring at the purple-clad young man and his subordinates who were guarding the universe mirror. Emo Ruffing, don't go too far. He clearly knew that the cosmos mirror was the supreme holy object of the polar domain, yet he dared to use such an evil thing like the upper evil water to contaminate it? Aren't you afraid that the emperor will come out of seclusion and throw you into the 18th level of the burning water prison? The purple-clothed youth had a handsome appearance, but there was a gloomy and ruthless air between his brows. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sneer. Wait for Di Mingju to come out. Are you sure that if the universe mirror is destroyed, Di Mingju can still come out? Elder Chang's expression suddenly changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Ha ha ha, you think I don't know? Emo Ruffing sneers. Di Mingju's body went to the Yanwu continent through the Qiankuan mirror. As long as the upper evil water thoroughly erodes the Qiankuan mirror, I'm afraid that Di Mingju will never be able to return. Even if he does come back, I'm afraid he'll be heavily injured and beaten like a piece of trash by me. How do you know that Jun went to the Yanwu continent? Elder Chang almost bellows. The faces of Star Wolf and the others behind him were filled with shock and anger. Only Elder Ji seemed to have thought of something. His body swayed, and his face turned pale. However, everyone's eyes were focused on Emo Ruffing, and no one noticed anything wrong with him. I naturally have my ways. Emo Ruffing reached out to the heaven and earth mirror and injected spiritual energy into it. Red marks that looked like cracks immediately spread and grew on the heaven and earth mirror. The entire numinous sky hall began to shake violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Stop! Boss Chang roared. Emo Ruffing, do you know that if you rebel against your superiors in the polar domain and destroy a holy relic, you will be punished with the death penalty of having your soul destroyed? Rebelling? Emo Ruffing's nerves seemed to have been touched, and he suddenly roars hysterically. Di Mingju's throne was exchanged with my parents' lives. This throne should have been mine. What right do he and all of you have to say that I'm rebelling against my superiors? Today, I will destroy the sacred object, and make it so that Di Mingju will never be able to rise again. I will be the king of the polar domain. With that, he waved his hand. The people beside him immediately stepped forward, raised the weapons in their hands, and fiercely slashed at the universe mirror. The expressions of Elder Chang and the others changed drastically. They roared and pounced forward. However, he was still a step too late. And most importantly, this Emo Ruffing, no matter how excessive the things he does, in the polar domain, no one will be moved by him. Under the fierce attack, the Qiankuan mirror is about to be thoroughly eroded by the upper evil water. At this moment, a gale sweeps through the entire hall. The whistling sound of the wind is accompanied by a pressure that can topple mountains and overturn the seas, shrouding everyone present. One by one, Emo Ruffing's men fall to the ground, vomiting blood. Just a moment later, they breathe their last. Emo Ruffing falls to the ground, his body twitching incessantly, blood gurgling out of the corner of his mouth. Immediately after, a foot steps on his chest. With a crack, his ribs are directly broken. The man's deep and dignified voice rings out in the deathly silence, making people's souls tremble. A waste like you also wants to take Benjun away. Emo Ruffing's gaze slowly moves up, finally falling on Di Mingju's incomparably handsome, dignified face. Pfft, a mouthful of blood suddenly spurts out. No, impossible, how could you appear? Aren't you in Yanwu? Yanwu continent? Compared to Emo Ruffing's shock and amazement, Elder Chang and the others are overjoyed, and they all kneel down. Greetings, Jun Shang. Jun Shang, you finally returned. Are you all right? Di Mingju doesn't pay attention to Elder Chang and the others' salutations. Instead, he looks at Emo Ruffing under his feet with an ice-cold gaze. It seems that Ben Jun was too lenient towards you before. Emo Ruffing was originally sure that Di Mingju wouldn't kill him. Even Di Mingju's men didn't dare to make a move against him. But at this moment, when he comes into contact with Di Mingju's bone-chilling eyes, he shudders. He can realize that this time, Di Mingju really wants to kill him. He really wants his life. No, you can't kill me, your life was saved by my parents. Di Mingju, you can't be ungrateful. In order to save you, my parents didn't even care about my life and death. Di Mingju, you promised my parents that you would take good care of me. You want to go back on your word? Di Mingju condescendingly looks down at him, the corner of his mouth hooks up into a cold smile. Don't worry, not only will Benjun not kill you, but I will also properly worship you. However, don't even think about Zijin Palace and your cultivation in the future. No. No. Di Mingju, you can't treat me like this. Ah. Mo Ruffing let out a heart-wrenching scream and quickly collapsed to the ground. He twitched a few times and fainted. Di Mingju has directly wasted more than half of his cultivation. The entire hall was as silent as cicadas in winter. Even Elder Chang and the others didn't dare to breathe loudly. Old Man Ji felt cold all over, as if he would faint at any time. Only Ying Mei and Han Yi, who were standing on the side, can't get used to it. Wasn't Mo Ruffing courting death? Jun Shang and Miss June are currently in love with each other, unable to part from each other. Mo Ruffing actually dared to destroy the Qianquan mirror, forcing Di Mingju to be separated from Mayan. And now that more than half of the Qianquan mirror has been destroyed, Di Mingju would no longer be able to go to the Yanwu continent to reunite with Mayan in a short period of time. How could he not be angry? He simply hates it to the point that he wants to go crazy. Okay. With just a piece of trash like him, what a joke. Di Mingju orders people to take Mo Ruffing away, and dismisses everyone. Only Elder Chang, Elder Ji, Star Wolf, and Ying Mei were left in the hall. Di Mingju's body swayed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Jun Shang, how are you? Han Yi says with a sobbing tone, without the protection of the Qianquan mirror, Ying Mei and I wouldn't have been able to return in one piece. Jun Shang used his own divine power to protect us. But the spatial tears that Jun Shang has suffered are clearly more serious than mine and Ying Mei's. Di Mingju coldly says, Benjun is fine, why are you panicking? Elder Chang glared at Elder Ji and roared, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you coming to treat Jun Shang? Old Man Ji snapped out of his daze and stumbled over to the front. But Di Mingju waves his hand away, coldly saying, Benjun is well aware of my own body, I only need to go into seclusion to recuperate. Hearing Di Mingju say that he's fine, and seeing his calm and composed appearance, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. But at this time, Di Mingju's cold voice suddenly rings out, Mo Ruffing, how did you know that Benjun is in the Yanwu continent? How can he get close to the universe mirror? Hearing this, Old Man Ji's body suddenly trembled, and his face immediately turned ashen. It's been nearly a month since Di Mingju left. The competition of the Nether Flame Army finally came to an end. In the end, more than 1,000 Nether Flame Army elites obtained the Spirit Molding Pill. As for the other members of the Nether Flame Army, they received the Spiritual Cultivation Pill. At this time, in the Yanwu continent, no one knows that in the coming year the number of people who ascended to the Immortal Cultivation continent would increase exponentially. In the end, more than 3,000 people successfully molded their spiritual roots and followed Mayan's footsteps to the Xiozhan continent. Even those who stayed behind had their cultivations advance by leaps and bounds, becoming a tyrant of the Yanwu continent. Very soon, Jun Mayan and her Nether Flame Army will become a legend. In the Yanwu continent, it is a miracle that no one has ever done before, and no one will be able to surpass. Your injury is no longer a problem. Mu Yan withdraws her hand from Chang Yu's wrist and gently says, now that your Dantian has been activated, internal force can no longer be used. The Yanwu continent is no longer suitable for your survival. Chang Yu, I have already expelled the desolate qi from your body. It is time for you to return to the place that belongs to you. Chang Yu's body tensed up. His gaze unblinkingly falls on Mayan. Miss, I don't want to go. Mayan smiles faintly, you don't belong here. The barren air of the Yanwu continent will only corrode your spiritual root little by little. Furthermore, there will be a day when the Nether Flame Army and I will head to the Cultivation continent. At that time, we will meet again. Now, many people in the Hellflame Valley had noticed Changyu's change and incompatibility. His appearance had almost no resemblance to before. That ordinary face had been replaced by a resolute face that seemed to have been carved out by a chisel. This was all because Changyu's previous cultivation, appearance, and memories had all been sealed. Now that his dantian had been unsealed, Changyu's appearance had gradually recovered, and even his memories had returned bit by bit. Changyu remembered his sect, his family, and his hatred. Yes, he should go back to the cultivation world that belonged to him. He couldn't bear to part with the Nether Flame army, couldn't bear to part with his little master, couldn't bear to part with his brothers, and even more couldn't bear to part with this woman in front of him. Mu Yan's expression is calm. She looks at him calmly and slowly says, Changyu, you should understand that I can't give you any response, and I don't want you to have any false expectations. I don't like you. I don't like you. 5 words, resolute and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. Changyu felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly slashed by a knife, dripping with blood. But the pain was so satisfying. He already knew that he didn't have any extravagant hopes, but at this moment, he finally lost all hope. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. Changyu laughed softly. He rarely laughed, and his expression was always indifferent and distant, as if he was incompatible with everything in the world. But when he smiled, he gave off a gentle feeling of peace and happiness. Miss, I've never had any wishful thinking. I just want to guard you, guard little master, and live like that with the Nether Flame army. I know you won't like me, but you can't stop my feelings for you. Even I can't stop myself. I'm sorry, miss. Can you please allow me to stay in the Nether Flame army and stay by your and little master's side? Mu Yan is a little startled. Changyu's calm, sorrowful, and humble request made her heart uncomfortable. After a long while, she stood up and said with a smile, What nonsense are you talking about? You've always been a member of the Nether Flame army, one of the captains of the Ink camp. You don't need anyone's permission to remain here, and no one has the right to expel you. After saying that, she didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Changyu stared blankly at her back as she left, then chuckled softly. This was great. He could still stay in the Nether Flame army and protect her. This was really great. Changyu stretched out his hand and suddenly took out a flickering light blue flower from his bosom. He murmured, Miss, happy birthday. Mayan's birthday has long passed. However, the Adurasia flower that he had personally picked was a birthday gift that could never be given away. Mu Yan returned to her room and quickly entered the space. Xiaobao had been in seclusion since 3 days ago. His current cultivation base was already at high-level Xiantian realm. If there were no accidents, he would be at the peak of the innate realm. Next, he would temper his body and soul and ascend to the cultivation continent. Although he doesn't know when Dimingju will return, but if he can ascend to the Xiozhan continent. At the very least, she can be a little closer to Dimingju, a little closer. Mu Yan gently caresses Xiaobao's little face, then she looks at the fat rabbit that has already grown a lot of white fur. He casually tossed a few pills to it. The fat rabbit howled and pounced over, pulling the pill over and chewing on it like it was candy. Qiuqiu, who was watching from the side, was extremely envious. She also wanted to eat candy, however, Little Phoenix was only a spiritual body now and could only draw power from Little Bao. And he couldn't eat anything. Every time she saw the fat rabbit holding a large pile of delicious food and eating heartily, she would be so jealous that her face contorted. Mu Yan looks at the little guys for a while, and her expression suddenly changes. He quickly left the space. Just as she returned to her room, a black shadow silently descended from the sky. Mu Yan's pupils suddenly contract. In the room, a powerful pressure filled the air. She only sensed the arrival of this person at the very last moment. Miss June. It was a masked man dressed in black. His voice was hoarse and coarse, filled with urgency. My lord has been seriously injured. Please come with me to treat him. What did you say? Mayan's complexion greatly changes. Dimingju was seriously injured? How did he get hurt? However, the black-clothed masked man did not say anything else. With a shake of his body, he disappeared on the spot. Mu Yan frowns. From this black-cloaked man, she indeed felt the same aura as Ying Mei and the others. It was not the circulation of spiritual power, but the essence, qi, and spirit emitted from the body. It was as if they were born from the same land and the same qi of heaven and earth. This person should also be from the Xianxia continent. Could it be that Di Mingju was really injured? As soon as she thinks of this possibility, Mayan's brain seems to explode with a loud bang, unable to think of anything else. She didn't even think about it as her figure swayed and she directly chased after the aura left behind by the black-robed man. Two figures streaked across the Hellflame Valley like meteors. No one could see their movements, and no one noticed their departure. Only Changyu, who was standing quietly under the moonlight, seemed to sense something and abruptly raised his head. He frowned and muttered, "Miss. Was that Mrs. Orr just now?" After saying those words, Changyu hesitated for only an instant before quickly following after them. Mu Yan follows the black-clothed man all the way to the depths of the Wuwang Mountains. The deeper they go, the calmer. Mayan's mind, which was originally unable to think because of anxiety, becomes. Is Di Mingju seriously injured? Although this man has the aura of the Xianxia continent, is he really Di Mingju's subordinate? If Di Mingju was injured, why didn't he come to Hellflame Valley? Instead, they sent him into the dangerous Wuwang Mountains. Everything was so wrong. But Mu Yan still followed them. The newcomer's strength is high and his origins are unknown. The people of Yanwu continent are far from being able to contend with him. If they were to fight in the Nether Flame Valley, perhaps the other party would suffer from the backlash of the Heavenly Tao, but the Nether Flame army would also suffer heavy losses. This is what Mayan doesn't want to see. Moreover, she still held on to a glimmer of hope. What if Di Mingju is really injured? The moonlight shines like a chain. Tonight, the Wuwang Mountains are strangely quiet. All the mutated beasts seem to have sensed danger and hid in their caves, not even a shadow appeared. The black-robed man finally stopped in his tracks and knelt respectfully towards the void. "Honorable envoy, I've managed to accomplish my mission. I've already lured them over." "You did very well." In the dark night, an arrogant female voice sounded. Mu Yan slowly raised her head and saw a masked woman dressed in white standing on a hill not far away. Those eyes are looking at Mu Yan with contempt and coldness. It was Leng Qingwan's personal maidservant, Furong. Behind Hibiscus, there were a few men dressed in the same clothes as the black-clothed man. Each and every one of them is staring at Mayan like a tiger watching its prey. With a wave of the masked woman's hand, these people immediately rush down the hill and surround Mayan. Furong's gaze then fell on the black-clothed man who lured Mayan here. She smiled and said, "Elder Qi, as long as you can kill that bitch Jun Mayan today, I will report this to young master. You and the Evolution Moon sect will definitely benefit from it." Hibiscus no longer pays attention to him, instead looking at Mayan. Her line of sight roams around her face, and a trace of deep jealousy floats up in her eyes. "You're Jun Mayan? A mere lowly mortal, how could she have such an appearance? Did this slut use this foxy face to seduce the emperor? If she had this face, wouldn't Di Jun have a whole new level of respect for her?" Mayan coldly looks at her. "What is your relationship with Di Mingju? Why did you use him to trick me to come here?" "Impudent." Hibiscus flies into a rage. Di Jun's name isn't something that a lowly servant like you can casually call. Mayan rolls her eyes, and bluntly says, "Who do you think you are? Whether I call Di Mingju by name or not, what does it have to do with you? When Di Mingju didn't object, what qualifications do you have to babble about?" Hearing that, Hibiscus's voice changes in anger. "Lowly servant, death is at hand, yet you're still so shameless? Since that's the case, I'll let the four of you understand. My young master is Di Jun's fiancé. Recently, I learned that Di Jun was actually seduced by a lowly servant like you in this filthy place of the Yanwu continent. After my young master learned about it, she threw a big tantrum, wanting to break off the engagement with Di Jun. Di Jun naturally went back in person and coaxed our young master, letting her temper subside a bit. As for you, a lowly servant who shamelessly seduced someone else's fiancé, naturally, you couldn't stay. That's why the young master sent me down to clean you up." Hibiscus's words are like a heavy hammer, pounding on Mayan's heart, making her complexion turn deathly pale in a split second. It seems like it's also at this moment that she realizes she actually doesn't understand anything about Di Mingju. No matter where this person comes from, what kind of past and present he has, what does Dijun of the polar domain mean, whether or not he's engaged, whether or not his parents agree to be together with him. She's completely clueless about all of this. Hibiscus looks at her face, and immediately reveals a carefree smile, unhurriedly saying, "You should know, when young master issued me an order to get rid of you, lowly servant, Dijun was by her side, comforting her." But the emperor didn't say a word. "You, a mere lowly mortal, don't really think that you can become the mistress of the polar domain just by climbing onto the bed of the emperor monarch, right? You? What qualifications do you have to be compared to our young master? Our young lord and the arch-emperor are well matched in terms of social status, and their statuses are comparable. What about you? You can't even compare to an outer disciple who is in charge of sweeping." The more Hibiscus spoke, the more excited she became. But suddenly, a cold and indifferent female voice interrupted her. "Are you done with your nonsense?" Furong stares blankly, looking at Mayan in disbelief. Her face was still snow-white, but there was no trace of shame or sadness on her face. There was only coldness. Especially that pair of peach blossom eyes, it was like a bottomless cold pond. Just looking at it made people shiver. Furong was awed by the look in her eyes. She suddenly came back to her senses and was filled with disbelief. She was shocked by a mortal just now? How was this possible? What fiancé? Don't tell me that this fiancé was bestowed by your young master due to his own wishful thinking? Furong's complexion suddenly stiffens. Mayan sneers, "Turns out, it's just a rotten peach blossom of Deming Ju, that's all." She casually brushed her long hair, her every movement exuding an indescribable elegance and nobility. Hibiscus was clearly looking down at her from above, but she unexpectedly felt a sense of inferiority. Mayan carelessly looks at her, her smile full of ridicule. "I know that my family's Deming Ju is outstanding, and there are always those women who think they're in love who want to throw themselves at him. It's just that he didn't expect that there's such a shameless woman in the Yanwu continent, but there's even one in the Xianxia continent. How ugly and useless is your young master? He can't get married, so he has to stick to someone else's man?" In the dark of the night, the Wuwang Mountains were deathly silent. Hibiscus and the surrounding black-clothed people all look terrified and aghast as they stare at Mayan. You slut, don't talk nonsense. Our young master is the celestial emperor's fiancé." Mu Yan sneers, "Just because you say she's your fiancé, she's your fiancé? You asked Deming Ju, did he agree? If you have the guts, tell him to come out and admit to me that he already has a fiancé. Otherwise, if your young master isn't being overly sentimental and shameless, then what is it?" Furong was so scared that she almost fainted. Because she knew that Ling Qingwan was currently in the Tianyi Men, using the Tianyi Men's most valuable treasure, the 1,000-mile mirror, to observe every movement here. The young master can clearly hear every word that Jun Mayan says. Hibiscus could not imagine at this time just how angry was the young master in front of the 1,000-mile mirror. In fact, these people might even suffer the wrath of the enraged young master and end up in a miserable state. Originally, Hibiscus had come here to atone for her crimes. But who in the Xiaoxian continent would want to come to this Yanwu continent? In particular, if they stayed in this damned place for a long time, the desolate qi would slowly corrode their meridians and dantian. Once a spiritual body was eroded by the desolate qi, it would take at least a few decades to recover. Furong's cultivation in Tianyi Men wasn't high in the first place. Going back this time would result in even more disastrous losses, but she had no choice but to come. Otherwise, her future would be completely ruined. And all of this is caused by this lowly servant before him, Jun Mayan. An intense killing intent burst out from Hibiscus's eyes as she gnashed her teeth and said, "Lowly maid, you're just taking advantage of this moment to show off your eloquence. In a moment, I want you to kneel at my feet and weep and repent for what you just said." Mayan raises her hand and the Tian Emochin appears in it. The sound of the zither rang out, and the wind whistled. In an instant, Hibiscus and the black-clothed man's expressions changed. Hibiscus's eyes suddenly light up with a scorching light, her gaze practically glued to the Tian Emochin. This is the sacred object of the Kamikaze school, the most precious treasure of heaven and earth, the Tian Emochin? Hibiscus's voice trembled. She leaned forward slightly as if she was itching to pounce on him. Give it to me, Jun Mayan, immediately give me the zither in your hand. I might be able to leave your corpse intact. Mayan's fingers moved lightly, and the sound of the zither spun and finally floated in the air. Even Mayan's figure seems like it could fly away at any time. Her sharp and languid gaze falls on Hibiscus and the black-cloaked man, her fingertips lightly plucking the strings. If you want the Tian Mo Chin, then come and snatch it yourself if you have the ability. Shoshan Continent, Tian Men. Boom. The tables and chairs in the main hall burst into pieces under the powerful pressure. Slut. 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 How dare you humiliate me, Lung Qingwan? She is the dignified young master of Tiani Men, a goddess that many immortals yearn for, an existence that many people envy. And Jun Mayan, she's just a mortal from the lowliest world, an ant-like existence. What qualifications does she have to laugh at her? What qualifications does she have to mock her? Young master, please calm down. Ling Lan and Lu Zhu kneel behind Lung Qingwan, saying repeatedly that Jun Mayan is nothing more than a mortal who hasn't ascended. Even if Hibiscus is no good, she can certainly cripple her. At that time, how you want to deal with that slut, isn't it up to you, young master? That's right, young master. You have a precious body, why bother with that kind of lowly servant? It wouldn't bring disgrace to your status. Lung Qingwan takes a deep breath, her eyes once again focusing on the Chanli mirror. Just then, the girl in the mirror flips her wrist, and a zither appears, the sound of the zither clanging. Seeing the Tian Mo Chin in Mayan's hands, Lung Qingwan's pupils suddenly contract. She almost blurts out, Tian Mo Chin. Behind her, Ling Lan and Lu Zhu also look excited. Young master, the Tian Mo Chin, the most precious Tian Mo Chin of the Shin music sect is still here. Back then, the Shin musicians could make the three realms tremble with fear. Apart from the crafty and insidious skills of the Shin musicians, it was also because of this Tian Mo Chin that could move unhindered under the heavens. No one could match it. If my Tiani men could obtain this Tian Mo Chin, and with the skills of the Shin musicians, young master, in the future, Lung Qingwan's gaze is frighteningly hot. Even the anger, shame, and jealousy from just now turn into a strong greed for the Tian Mo Chin and the skills of the Shin musicians at this moment. With all of this, she can not only dominate the world like the Shin musicians in those days. She can also make the emperor look at her in a new light, and even take the initiative to beg her. Her slender fingers, smeared with blood-red cardamom, press on the Chanli mirror, and quickly draw a rune. That's an order to Hibiscus, kill Jun Mayan at all costs, seize the Tian Mo Chin and the Shin musicians' inheritance. Even if Lung Qingwan didn't give this order, Furong would still be itching to dismember Mayan's body into 1,000 pieces at this moment, and then take that ancient treasure, the Tian Mo Chin. In Furong's mind, even if Jun Mayan's talent and cultivation are pretty good, she's still just a mortal in the end. These black-cloaked men were the elites of the Evolution Moon sect. Everyone's cultivation had long surpassed the level of Anidia. That's right, people from the upper realms have 90% of their strength suppressed in the Yenwu continent. He couldn't use his spiritual power without restraint, nor could he cast powerful spells. They might even suffer backlash from the erosion of the barren qi. However, spirit cultivators were spirit cultivators after all. They were fundamentally different from mortals. Not to mention anything else, just the aura released by a spirit cultivator was enough to cause the entire world to tremble. To the mortals of the Yenwu continent, it would pose a fatal threat. After Furong gave the order, Elder Qi, who was the leader of the group, didn't make a move. Instead, he directed the disciples to attack. However, Jun Mayan's strength far exceeded his expectations. A figure flew out and crashed into a rock. His face turned pale, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. Elder Qi glanced at him, and his brows furrowed. That person was his favorite disciple, and his cultivation was already at the 8th level of Anidia. But unexpectedly, he couldn't withstand 3 moves from Jun Mayan. Elder Qi takes a deep look at Mayan, and says in a deep voice, "I really underestimated you. That being the case, let me see for myself how powerful the Shin musician's successor is." Almost as soon as Elder Qi's voice falls, Mayan's expression suddenly congeals. The zither in her hand spins, emitting 7 colored rays of light. 7 Sword Spirit activates. At the same time, Elder Qi's attack arrives. In the Yanwu continent, most of the weapons in the Shozhen world are unusable. That's because there's no 5-star spiritual energy between heaven and earth here, only a thick aura of desolation. But Elder Qi is holding a bronze-yellow circular object in his hand, and he doesn't know what it is. As he soars into the air, the spiritual energy within his body is operating. That circular object suddenly expands, and it quickly soars into the air. The next moment, countless icicles fall down like a rainstorm. There's a crackling sound, accompanied by a burst of dust and grass flying. But immediately, these dust and grass are frozen in the air. The temperature within a 100-meter radius dropped to freezing point in an instant. Even the 7 swords surrounding Mayan seem to be frozen by this frost, their light dimming little by little. But the disciples of the derived moon sect aren't affected by this frost in the slightest. The long sword in their hands whistles, spiritual energy frantically operating. The pace under their feet seems to have suddenly sped up dozens of times. In a flash, they've already rushed in front of Mayan, who is frozen and unable to move. Swish 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 swish, countless sharp swords containing spiritual energy stab towards Mayan. Hibiscus stands high on the hill, the corners of her mouth hooking up into a cruel and disdainful smile. Compared to the trash of the Yanwu continent, Jun Mayan's talent and cultivation may indeed be considered pretty good. But to fight against the Tiani men and the young master, that's a real joke. Just the attacks of a few small fries of the derived moon sect can already pierce her heart with 1,000 arrows, dying without a burial ground. But the next moment, Hibiscus hears the cries of alarm of the derived moon sect's disciples. Ah! My spiritual energy! Why is my spiritual energy frantically disappearing? What did you do to us? All the derived moon sect's disciples surrounding Mayan and attacking her have frightened expressions. Their faces, which were originally filled with complacency and excitement, turned deathly pale. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even the frost released by Elder Qi, which originally had no effect on them, was crawling up their bodies bit by bit. Elder Qi's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand, wanting to pull his disciple back. His spiritual aura was powerful, and in a split second, 3 disciples were swept back by him. But the remaining dozen or so people seemed to stick around Mu Yan. His expression grew more and more terrified, and his body trembled more and more. A moment later, wounds began to appear on those people's bodies. And these scars were exactly the same as the shape of the swords they attacked. At the same time, accompanied by the intermittent sound of the zither, a silver-white light shines brighter and brighter on Mayan's body. Shocked and furious, Elder Qi was about to leap up. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The dozen or so disciples flew out and fell heavily to the ground. His body twitched, and his eyes rolled back into his head. He was no longer able to get up. As the white light dissipates, Mayan's figure appears. Her face was paler than rice paper, and her body was so weak that it seemed like she could collapse at any time. However, a cold smile slowly appeared on her beautiful face. After Divine Hand weaves the heavens leveled up, it's truly frightening. After Mu Yan's Shin musician skills reached the 3rd level, many of her skills have also been upgraded. This included Divine Hands, which could only form a protective barrier. The current Divine Hands could not only form a protective barrier, but they could also reflect and absorb enemy attacks. However, if the enemy's cultivation was stronger than hers, she would definitely be able to defeat them. Mu Yan will bear the overflowing damage. Therefore, Mu Yan had killed more than half of the people from the derived moon sect with this strike. But in reality, she had also paid a high price for it. Elder Qi's eyes are lifeless. He didn't think that killing a mortal of the Yanwu continent, a task that he thought he could easily complete, would be a task. He had actually lost so many of his elites. He suddenly glares at Mayan, his eyes almost spitting fire. How dare you kill my sex people? Bitch, I'll take your life right now. Elder Qi suddenly soared into the sky. The strange weapon in his hand seemed to be summoned by him as it suddenly grew bigger. But this time, it wasn't an icicle that fell. Instead, it was a raging fire. Along with the raging flames, Elder Qi's attack was also like the pressure of Mount Tai. Mu Yan only feels as if the ground under her feet has turned into blazing lava. The soles of his shoes were burned through, and the soles of his bare feet were scarred. But she didn't even have time to care about the injury on her foot. Elder Chi's attack was like a torrential storm, accompanied by scorching flames, not giving her a chance to breathe. In the face of absolute power. No matter how many techniques there were, they were just fancy decorations. The scars on Mayan's body increase one by one, and the spiritual energy and internal force within her body dry up little by little. On the other hand, Elder Chi's attacks were like a never-ending storm. At any time, this lonely boat of hers would be smashed into pieces. Hibiscus finally felt at ease when she saw the scene. This time, June Mayan is bound to die. Elder Chi, who was attacking crazily, had the same thought. However, a cup of tea had passed. A quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour had passed. Elder Chi's attacks are still like a violent storm. Muyan's figure is still dyed red with blood, on the verge of collapse. But, she actually didn't fall. Elder Chi's face was filled with fear. What was going on? What the hell was going on? This woman's blood should have been drained long ago, and her spiritual power should have been used up long ago. But why hadn't she collapsed? Elder Chi could already feel that the spiritual energy in his body was getting lesser and lesser, gradually drying up. However, the young girl who he thought would soon collapse and become a fish on his chopping block was still stubbornly standing. He didn't believe it. He doesn't believe that he, a dignified elder of the derived moon sect, can't even kill a mortal of the Yanwu continent. An angry roar, Elder Chi gathered the remaining spiritual energy in his body, and the magic weapon in the air suddenly returned to him. It turned into a long spear and shot towards Muyan's chest. Demon woman, go to hell. However, there was no sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh, and the scene of blood splattering did not appear again. Elder Chi felt the spear in his hand being obstructed by a force, unable to move forward. The girl's voice is hoarse and weak, but it carelessly and softly rings in his ear. All right, I've let you show off for so long. Now, it should be my turn, right? Elder Chi's eyes suddenly widen, a little bit of fear emerging in the depths of his eyes. This woman, what is she saying? Such a thought just flashes through his mind. Elder Chi feels a seven-colored light flickering in front of him, merging into one. He can't even clearly see what it is, but he feels a tearing pain in his chest. Elder Chi instinctively wants to use spiritual power to resist the attack, but in the next moment, fear emerges in his eyes. His dantian is completely empty, without a trace of spiritual power remaining. And in the Yanwu continent, it's impossible to absorb even a trace of spiritual power from the air. No, this isn't. A hoarse voice comes out of Elder Chi's mouth, but it's immediately drowned out by a large amount of blood. Elder Chi's mouth keeps spilling blood. He slowly lowers his head, only to see his empty chest. His heart, bang. His tall and sturdy figure falls down, smashing into a cloud of dust. Elder Chi is dead. Hibiscus simply can't believe her eyes. Even the veil on her face has long been torn off, revealing a malevolent and horrified expression. This June Mayan, she actually killed Elder Chi? One must know that even though Elder Chi is only a person from the Shoshan continent, his true strength is no less than hers. Hibiscus's body can't help but tremble. But very soon, she sees that June Mayan, who killed Elder Chi, is swaying, unable to support herself any longer, and falls down. Hibiscus cautiously approaches Mayan. After confirming that there isn't a trace of spiritual power left in her body, that her body is riddled with scars, and that she's on the verge of death, Hibiscus shows a carefree smile. That's right, even if this June Mayan is more powerful, even if she could really kill Elder Chi. But how could she not pay a little price? Hibiscus looks down at Mayan from above, and even gives her a ruthless kick. June Mayan, if you want to die happily, then immediately hand over the Shin musician inheritance. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Mayan's eyes droop, her breathing almost non-existent, as if she's already dead. Hibiscus snorted coldly and was filled with disdain. Her eyes turn and fall on the Tian Emochin. The zither looked old and plain, without any luster. However, Hibiscus's eyes lit up, her eyes filled with greed and excitement. This is the ancient treasure that makes everyone go crazy. Tian Emochin ah. Hibiscus's hand slowly reaches for the Tian Emochin, then she holds it in her arms. The Tian Emochin doesn't react at all, but it remembers the formidable strength that Mayan had just displayed when she used it. Hibiscus's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. June Mayan is just a lowly mortal. With the Tian Mo-chin and the Shin musician inheritance, she can become so powerful. What if she obtains the Tian Mo-chin and the Shin musician inheritance? Would she become even more powerful than the young lord? Would she also gain the favor of the celestial emperor? Hibiscus's eyes were filled with intoxication and greed. She doesn't even notice that the strings of the Tian Mo-chin that she's holding in her arms aren't being strummed, but they're gently undulating. The lingering sound of the zither rang in her ears, as if it was weeping and complaining. He murmurs, Tiani men, Lung Qingwan is nothing. As long as I become the successor of the Shin musicians, I can also obtain the emperor's love. I can also obtain everything, ha ha, Furong laughed wildly. He simply doesn't notice that the Tian Mo-chin in his hand is flashing with a 7-colored radiance. Immediately, it transformed into a translucent longsword and pierced through Hibiscus's body. Ah! Hibiscus let out a blood-curdling scream. The 7 absolute sword flies back to Mu Yan, turns back into the Tian Mo-chin, and then disappears into Mu Yan's body. She staggered to her feet. This time, it was her turn to look down at Furong. Didn't anyone teach you not to touch other people's things? If he moved, he would have to pay a heavy price. A bloody hole appeared in Hibiscus's chest. Just like Elder Qi, there was nothing there. His heart had exploded. She unwaveringly glares at Mu Yan, her voice hoarse and broken. How could it be? You're just a mortal. How could it be? The last breath was stuck in her throat, and Hibiscus completely stopped breathing. Mu Yan let out a long sigh. All the pain and powerlessness in her body surged up in an instant. She had used up almost all of her energy in this battle. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Yanwu continent, it could be said that she has no chance of winning against these people who are far more powerful than her. But no matter what, she had won now. Mu Yan takes out the elixir and puts it in her mouth. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. In the night sky of the Wuwang Mountains, a strong wind suddenly blew. Mayan raises her head and sees that the originally pitch-black horizon has been dug out by someone at some unknown time. The whirlpool in the cave surged as if it was connected to another world. Then, 3 figures flashed out of the cave. The leader of the group was a masked woman whose entire body was snow white. His entire body exuded an arrogant and cold temperament. Behind her stood 2 maidservants, one dressed in blue and the other in green. Useless thing, you can't even deal with a lowly B*TCH, and even the young master has to personally take action. Ling Lan glanced at Furong's corpse in disgust. And she even dared to draw a portrait of the monarch. She died just like that. She really got off lightly. Lung Qingwan's gaze falls on Mayan. He was aloof, cold, and disdainful, and he seemed like he was looking at an ant that he could crush at any moment. June Mayan, do you think that if you can climb onto God Monarch's bed, you will definitely be able to soar into the sky and be blessed with glory? Mayan raises her eyes to look at Ling Qingwan. She couldn't even stand steadily and could faint at any time. However, there was no trace of fear on her face. Instead, the corners of her mouth curled up to reveal a mocking smile. So, you're that self-delusional fiancé. Lung Qingwan's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent, but soon after, it turned into a condescending pity. Death is near at hand, but your courage is not small. No wonder you would shamelessly seduce monarch. However, you're still a bastard. In my eyes, your life is worth less than an ant's. If I want to kill you now, it might be easier than killing an ant. You should be very clear about this. Lung Qingwan chuckled, but don't worry, I won't kill you yet. In reality, the moon spiritual root in your body is rarely seen in this world. Furthermore, you are born with such a foxy and seductive nature. If I were to give you to some influential person who likes to cultivate in demonic arts, I believe it would not be a bad idea. At that time, June and I will live together, a loving husband and wife, and you can only moan under a different man. Lung Qingwan's voice is faint and cold, as if she's just casually narrating. But in fact, her words contain a powerful soul-sucking power. She saw June Mayan kill Furong and the elder of the Flowing Moon sect with her own eyes in the Qianli mirror. Lung Qingwan's hatred towards June Mayan grows, but she also longs for the Shin musician inheritance and the Tian Mo-chin. She firmly believes that Jun Mayan, as a lowly mortal, has such strength, and it must be due to the Shin musician inheritance. Jun falling in love with her must also be because of the Shin musician inheritance. What if she was the one who obtained this inheritance? Leng Qingwan's heart is full of fiery desire. So much so that she suppresses the desire to kill Mayan immediately. Instead, she hopes to provoke her with words, and control her with the soul-sucking spell when her mind is agitated and angry. Let her become his slave puppet. At that time, the Shin musician inheritance and the Tian Mo Qin will be hers, and Jun Mayan will be at her mercy. Sure enough, under the attack of her words and mental power, Mayan's complexion becomes increasingly pale, her body is on the verge of collapse, and the light in her eyes is gradually replaced by confusion. Leng Qingwan's mouth hooks up into a cold smile. Just as she is about to continue, the corners of Mayan's mouth suddenly hooks up into a lazy curve. The careless voice softly speaks with ridicule. Now, I really have some sympathy for Di Mingju, to be fancied by such a self-delusional and crazy woman like you. You said that you and Di Mingju will be a loving husband and wife, and live together, and you're embarrassed? Did Di Mingju agree? Seeing your artificial face, won't he feel disgusted, and still be in love with you? Mayan slowly raises her head, the dazed and painful expression on her face has long disappeared without a trace. Her complexion is still pale, and her body is still weak, as if it could collapse at any time. But the smile on her mouth is lazy and noble, as if the one being despised as an ant isn't her, but Leng Qingwan. And these words of hers ruthlessly stab Leng Qingwan's heart. The scene of Di Mingju being cold and disgusted towards her, but caring and gentle towards Jun Mayan flashes before her eyes. Her face twisted as she gnashed her teeth and said, "Bitch, how dare you humiliate me?" Mayan sneers, her fingers lightly plucking the strings of the zither. A person will humiliate himself, and you will be humiliated by others. Since you brought about your own humiliation, I will naturally help you. Oh, right, there's something else I forgot to tell you. Didn't you ask if Di Mingju would still want me if I was tainted and unclean? I'm really sorry, I had a child 5 years ago, but Di Mingju said that he didn't care. This fairy is really noble and elegant, pure as ice and jade. It's just a pity that my family's Di Mingju doesn't fancy you, and disdains you for being disgusting. What should we do then? Leng Qingwan could only feel the annoying sound of the zither ringing in her mind. And Mayan's words are like needles, stabbing into her heart. Her mind was like thunder echoing over and over again. Jun Mayan, that slut, once had a child, but Di Jun didn't care and still wanted her. As for himself? She was infatuated with the emperor, and her status was 100 times higher than this slut's, but the emperor only felt disgust and hatred towards her. Why? In what way is she inferior to this slut? Finally, Zheng. The sound of the zither resounds. Young mistress. Ling Lan and Green Bamboo cried out in alarm, hurriedly supporting her. Leng Qingwan heaved a sigh of relief. She sensed that she had consumed more than half of her spiritual power, as well as her severely injured primordial spirit. He roared, "Kill her. Kill this bitch. She wants Mayan to die. Even if he doesn't want the Shin musician inheritance, he must let this slut die without a burial ground." She hates Jun Mayan for getting Di Mingju's affection that she could only yearn for even in her dreams. But what makes her crazily jealous and hateful is that she had just gathered all of her mental power to attack Mayan. She thought that it was a sure win, but she didn't expect that not only was Jun Mayan not affected in the slightest, she was instead killed by Jun Mayan. What did this mean? Could it be that this slut's psychic power was stronger than hers? How could Leng Qingwan accept such an outcome? Ling Lan and Lu Zhu receive the order and simultaneously soar up. The long swords in their hands carry a formidable pressure as they stab straight towards Mayan. After Mayan's zither counterattacked Leng Qingwan, the last bit of strength in her body was also drained away. She stood there quietly, looking at the long sword that was about to take her life. His eyes were calm, but there was a hint of reluctance in them. 7 brilliants, she said softly in her heart. I'll dissolve the contract with you right now and set you free. Don't forget what you promised me. Protect Xiaobao for me. 7 brilliants was silent for a moment before he slowly said, if you take the initiative to terminate the contract with me, your soul will scatter and you will never be able to reincarnate. But as long as you refine my primordial spirit, the Tian Emochin's power will completely erupt. These scum would all die. Are you sure you won't consider it? Mayan hooks up the corners of her lips, revealing a gentle and affectionate smile. Qi Huang, you always talk so much nonsense. Erupting the Tian Emochin's full power might be able to kill the person in front of him. However, Seven Brilliance would once again fall into a deep slumber, his mind and soul injured. The most important thing is that the Yanwu continent will be annihilated. She couldn't even bear to injure the people of the Nether Flame Army in the Battle of Hellflame Valley. How could she bear to let the Yanwu continent and the people she cares about on this main road be annihilated? Mu Yan suddenly closes her eyes, clenches her hands into fists, and slowly loosens them. 2 totem marks slowly appeared on her palms. I, Jun Mayan, today use my soul as a sacrifice, my life as a vow, to dissolve the Tian Emochin. In the space of the Tian Emochin, the red-clothed youngster stands alone in the green field. A pair of bottomless phoenix eyes stared unblinkingly at the young girl outside. A cold and resolute vow was spat out from his thin lips. As long as the oath is made, he can cancel the master-servant contract with Mayan without paying any price. Qi Huang was never willing to become a servant of filthy humans. However, as an artifact spirit, it had no other choice. At this moment, he was finally going to regain his freedom. However, as Qi Huang stared blankly at the lonely figure in the dark night, he didn't feel the slightest bit carefree. A vague image flashed through his mind and then disappeared without a trace. Seven Brilliance stretched out his hand, his eyes blurred as if he wanted to stop something. Just then, before Mu Yan could finish chanting the incantation, Green Bamboo and Ling Lan's attacks had already arrived. The long sword descends from the sky, aiming straight for the top of Mayan's skull. Seven Brilliance didn't even think about it and struck out with his palm. In an instant, the incantation to dissolve the contract was interrupted. Green Bamboo and Ling Lan's swords were also swept to the side. Mayan stares blankly, looking down at her palm where the light has disappeared. Anger finally appears on her calm face. Qi Huang, what are you doing? Didn't we agree on the conditions? Can't this sage go back on his word? In the space, Qi Huang sits down on the lawn and disdainfully says, this sage doesn't want to cancel the contract with you. This sage intends to die with you and your son. The blue veins on Mayan's forehead throb, almost wanting to curse out loud. This son of a bitch, who wants to die with him, how could she allow her baby to die? But it's all too late. Ling Lan and Lu Zhu make a comeback. The wind whistles, and the 2 swords burst into blazing flames. Mayan closes her eyes in despair, cursing Qi Huang, that willful bastard, 1,000 times in her heart. Her divine sense sinks into the space, and what she sees is Xiaobao's adorable appearance as he sits cross-legged with his eyes closed. How she wants to see her baby grow up, how she wants to accompany him to old age. But she didn't expect that even if she's reborn, they would only have a short 5-year mother-son bond. Mayan's spiritual tentacles gently caress Xiaobao's white and tender cheeks, then resolutely and thoroughly seals the space. Her death will cause the space to collapse, but the Tian Emochin won't disappear. Perhaps, her baby still has a chance of survival. The moment Mayan seals the space, Xiaobao suddenly opens his eyes and murmurs, Niangqin. Just as Mayan's divine sense leaves the space, the swords have already whistled in front of her. Ling Lan and Lu Zhu's cultivation is far higher than Elder Qi and Furong's. Even in her heyday, Mayan doesn't think that she can deal with them. What's more, at this time, she doesn't have the slightest bit of spiritual power and internal force in her body. Mayan slowly closes her eyes, waiting for death to come. However, the expected pain of being burned and pierced by the flames doesn't come. Instead, Mayan feels a warm energy envelop her. She opens her eyes and sees a tall figure blocking in front of her. That figure has been pierced by Ling Lan and Lu Zhu's swords. The flames burn on his wounds, making a sizzling sound as his flesh is scorched and his blood is evaporating. However, he didn't even flinch as he firmly protected her behind him. Mayan's pupils suddenly contract, her chapped lips slightly open, and her hoarse voice seems to break. Chong. Her voice caused the body in front of her to sway and slowly fall down. Ling Lan and Green Bamboo withdrew their swords and curled their lips in disdain. He's actually a spirit cultivator. Judging from the fluctuation of his spiritual power, he should be related to the Raging Flame sect. Oh, I didn't expect this bitch to be able to seduce so many men. They are so infatuated with her that they don't even want their lives. So what if she's capable? She's going to die anyway. Everything she has now will belong to our young master from now on. Mu Yan stares blankly at Changyu, who is lying in front of her. Her eyes seem to be dyed red by the blazing flames. With her psychic power, she could clearly sense that Changyu was losing his life force bit by bit. She wants to play the Tian Mo Qin, she wants to use the Saint of Benevolence to save his life. But now, there was not even a little bit of spiritual power in her body. She could only watch helplessly as Changyu walked towards his death, powerless to do anything. Why? Why did he have to risk his life to delay her survival for a moment? Why is it that he knows that she won't respond, yet he's willing to do anything? Miss. Changyu grabs her hand with difficulty. His usually indifferent face shows a shallow and gentle smile. I don't care what my past is. I only know that from the moment you took me away from Wanrenku as Changyu, you are my everything. I am willing to give everything to protect you even for a moment. Before he could finish his words, Mu Yan feels a sudden surge of spiritual power madly pouring into the hand that's holding her. Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widen. Changyu. She desperately wants to shake off Changyu's hand, but Changyu's grip is very, very tight. Gurgling, turbulent spiritual power flows into her body. At the same time, Changyu's cultivation and innate spiritual roots also flow in. Little by little, her dried-up dantian is filled with external spiritual power. Although it's accompanied by the pain of her meridians being torn apart, the majestic power also returns at the same time. There's also the cultivation that Mu Yan has been suppressing, not letting it break through the zero boundary point. At this moment, it's like an erupting volcano, no longer able to be suppressed. Changyu looks at the girl's slowly rosy complexion in front of him, her body brimming with power. A satisfied and gentle smile appears on his face. On the contrary, his own appearance gradually becomes old and thin. Until, his appearance is haggard. The hand holding Mu Yan finally weakly hangs down. Mu Yan's body trembles, and her eyes redden. But she doesn't waste any time, and quickly takes out the Tian Mo Qin to play. Changyu's vitality has already dried up. But even if there's only a glimmer of hope, she will never give up. However, a withered hand presses on the strings, preventing her from moving. Changyu's old and hoarse voice slowly speaks. Miss, don't waste your energy. Mu Yan bites her lip, and angrily says, shut up. She pushes Changyu's hand away, wanting to play the Tian Mo Qin. But Changyu says softly, Miss, towards you. I never had any improper thoughts, but I'm going to die now. You, cough cough, can you allow me to die in your arms? His muddy and aged eyes try to fall on Mu Yan's beautiful face, but his vision is so blurry. The last trace of spiritual power in his body dissipates, taking away his only chance of survival. Mayan closes her eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. She reached out and lifted Changyu up, placing him on her lap. He was supposed to be a sturdy man, but at this moment, he was as light as a piece of dry firewood that could dry up and break at any time. Mayan clenches her teeth and whispers, Changyu, tell me, what other wishes do you have? I will fulfill them for you. Changyu chuckled softly. He raised his right hand with great difficulty and slowly fumbled around in his clothes. In the next moment, a beautiful flower with a faint red glow appeared in his hand. That was the everlasting youth flower. Changyu raises his head, looking for Mu Yan's face. He could no longer see anything in front of him, but the girl's bright and beautiful face was clearly imprinted in his mind. In the turbid and evil world, hell was boundless. The young girl, whose clothes were as white as snow and whose slender fingers plucked the strings of the zither, was like a ray of light that illuminated his chaotic and dark life. From then on, he sank into obsession and was consigned to eternal damnation, but he was willing to endure it. Miss, happy birthday, her 5 fingers gently loosen, and the everlasting youth flower falls into Mayan's palm. Changyu's hands drooped down, his eyes slightly closed, a serene and satisfied smile on his face. Sure enough, she's a remnant of the Shin musicians. She only knows how to seduce others, but she can actually make this stupid man disobey her and die. Heh, you think you can fight against the two of us just because you've recovered some of your spiritual power? What a joke. Ling Lan and Green Bamboo looked disdainfully at Changyu, who had stopped breathing, and raised their swords. Just now, when Xianxia transferred his spiritual power and cultivation to Mayan, they naturally saw it. But so what if he had spiritual power? He was just a piece of trash at the body forging stage, while they were high and mighty immortals. Bitch, I want to see who will come and save you this time. Ling Lan's long sword flickered with blazing flames, stabbing straight at Mayan. Clang, the sword was blocked halfway. It was accompanied by the hum of the zither. Boundless energy surged out along with the sound of the zither. A strong wind blew as if it wanted to overturn the world. However, there was no fear on Ling Lan and Green Bamboo's faces. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, no matter what kind of technique or amazing talent, it was just a joke. They were not trash like Hibiscus, nor were they normal spirit cultivators like Elder Qi. They were the elites selected from the dignified Tianyi men and the trusted aides of the Tianyi men's young master. Killing Jun Mayan is as easy as turning one's hand. Ling Lan withdrew her long sword and slashed it across the ground. A deep ravine appeared with a rumbling sound. The entire Wuwang Mountains were shaking. Green Bamboo soars into the air, the long sword in her hand quickly waving, interweaving into a sword net that is as dense as the stars, completely enveloping Mu Yan. As the net of swords falls, Mayan's body will be dismembered into 1,000 pieces. Rumble, suddenly, a clap of thunder came from the sky. The lightning struck down from above, right beside Green Bamboo. Green Bamboo originally did not take the thunder tribulation seriously, but suddenly felt a huge energy sweeping over. She cried out in pain as her entire body was flung away, crashing heavily onto the ground. The thunder grew louder and denser. The starless and moonless night sky also began to change. The huge silver moon was hanging high in the eastern sky. 9 stars of different colors surrounded the silver moon, rotating bit by bit, the stars and the moon intertwined. But what was even more strange was that more and more thunderclouds began to gather around the moon and stars. However, these lightning clouds weren't grayish-black, nor were they ice blue like the ones Little Treasure had experienced during his tribulation. Instead, it was sparkling and translucent like water. In just a blink of an eye, the Yanwu continent that was originally shrouded in silence and darkness is thoroughly illuminated. Heaven and earth shook. Lung Qingwan suddenly raised her head and looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. Her expression changed greatly. 9 stars and the moon, the night is as dark as day. This is God-slaying tribulation. It's the God-slaying tribulation. Kill her, hurry up and kill her. We can't let her cross the tribulation. Lung Qingwan's voice suddenly rose, almost breaking. His arrogant and cold face finally revealed a terrified expression. She wanted to immediately teleport away and return her primordial spirit to the immortal Cultivation continent. However, the thunderclouds in the sky seemed to have completely locked down this area. No one could escape. So far, even in the entire Xiaoxian continent, there are no more than 10 people who have survived the God-slaying tribulation. Every time the God-slaying tribulation fails, it will bring about a calamity of misery and suffering. Lung Qingwan is shocked and angry, her body can't help but tremble. Jun Mayan, this slut is just a mortal with a mere body forging stage cultivation. How could she possibly cross the God-slaying tribulation? Naturally, she can't succeed. But once she fails, all the holy spirits in the Wuwang Mountains, including Lung Qingwan and the other 2, will be buried with her. Even though it's only her primordial spirit avatar here. But once it's destroyed, Lung Qingwan's cultivation will directly lose half. How can she accept this? Now, the only way is to kill Jun Mayan before she attracts more of the God-slaying tribulation. Lung Qingwan's eyes are full of murderous intent. She suddenly soars into the sky, releasing a terrifying pressure. At this moment, she can no longer maintain her high and mighty elegance. She just wants to quickly kill this slut, Jun Mayan, and protect her own cultivation and life. Hearing this, Ling Lan and Lu Zhu are even more frightened. Lung Qingwan came to the Yanwu continent with her primordial spirit avatar, but they are the real body. If they are destroyed by the God-slaying tribulation, not only will they die, they will never be able to rise again. Thunderclouds roll over and over in the sky, reflecting colorful light. Thunder falls one after another, and each one can directly annihilate a mountain peak in the Wuwang Mountains. In the mountains, the mournful screams of strange beasts echo everywhere as they flee in fear. However, this mountain range seemed to have been cut off from the rest of the world and had become a cage where only death awaited. As Mayan's cultivation breaks through the bottleneck of the peak pre-celestial realm, the lightning tribulation will fall more and more frequently, until everything shrouded by the thunder clouds is destroyed. Under the moonlight, the girl in white is bathed in blood, but she stands proudly. She holds a small flower that emits a light blue light in her hand. After staring at it for a while, she carefully puts the flower in her bosom. Mayan raises her head. Her ears are filled with Ling Qingwan's angry shouts, Ling Lan and Lu Zhu's frightened and resentful shouts. Her mouth curls up into a cold and mocking smile. Don't you think of me as an ant and trash? Now, all of you are going to be buried with me, an ant. How do you feel? Jun Mayan, you're crazy. Ling Qingwan bellows, I order you to stop your advancement immediately, do you hear me? There's no way you can withstand the god-slaying tribulation. Do you want to die? Mu Yan raised her head to look at the sky. The terrifying power coming from the crystal-clear thunderclouds made her feel as if her soul was trembling in fear. Of course, she knew that she could not survive the god-slaying tribulation. As a matter of fact, she had no idea what a god-slaying tribulation was. However, the moment Chang Yu closed his eyes, a crazy killing intent surged in her chest. There was only one thought in her mind. She needed powerful strength. She wanted to kill this group of dregs and make everyone here accompany Chang Yu in death. After that, her cultivation finally broke through the critical point. Powerful energy burst forth from his body. What followed was god-slaying calamity. As soon as her voice falls, the spiritual power within Mu Yan's body suddenly erupts. The Tian Mo Qin in his hand flashes, instantly transforming into 7 long swords. 7 sword spirits, activated, the attacks of Ling Lan, Green Bamboo, and Ling Qingwan instantly fell on the 7 sword spirit. Mu Yan fiercely spits out a mouthful of blood, her frail body on the verge of collapse. But at the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and the tribulation lightning fell faster and faster. Ah! Finally, Ling Lan was struck by a bolt of tribulation lightning. He let out a blood-curdling screech. In an instant, not even a trace of his flesh could be seen before he was turned into ashes. Green Bamboo stared blankly at this scene, her face pale. The fear and despair brought by the shadow of death slowly surfaced in her eyes. No, no. I don't want to die. I don't want to die here. Jun Mayan, stop, quickly stop. Green Bamboo's hair was disheveled, and even the sword in her hand was lost somewhere. Her face was ferocious like an evil spirit. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced towards Mu Yan. Bitch, go die. How can I, a dignified immortal, die in this damned place? Ah. Mu Yan looks at her fiendish appearance as she pounces over, and only smiles coldly. He moved back a few meters. Blinding lightning flashed and thunder roared. A bolt of rainbow-colored lightning struck the spot where she had just been standing. Green Bamboo was just about to pounce on him when he suddenly raised his head. The ferocious expression on his face instantly turned into one of panic and despair. Ah! The short scream came to an abrupt end. The thunder and lightning blasted a huge hole in the ground. Dust and stones flew everywhere, and not even bones were left. But this time, Mu Yan was also affected a little. His clothes were scorched, and even his hair was slightly curled. Her face was frighteningly pale, and blood kept flowing from the corners of her mouth and the wounds on her body. With her frail body, she can only use the 7 absolute swords, transformed from the Tian Mo Qin to barely support herself so that she won't collapse. However, when her line of sight meets Ling Qingwan's venomous and cold eyes, the corners of Mayan's mouth once again hooks up into a lazy and mocking smile. Ling Qingwan gritted her teeth. She didn't understand why this woman could still smile when death was at hand. Why wasn't he afraid at all? What she didn't understand even more was that as the dignified young master of Tiani men, dealing with a mortal woman should have been an easy task. But why was it that she still couldn't kill this B*TCH after spending so much effort, losing a few trusted subordinates, and even sacrificing her primordial spirit clone? The thunder in the sky grew louder and louder. The entire Wuwang Mountains had turned into a sea of fire and corpses. In just a little more time, this undulating mountain range would be completely razed to the ground. And now, the dense tribulation lightning was slowly approaching the two of them. There was no way to escape from this inescapable net. Leng Qingwan takes a deep breath, her face once again revealing a proud smile. Do you think that you've won just like that? You will definitely die under the god-slaying thunder tribulation, but I will only lose some cultivation. After you die, how long will the emperor remember you, and how long will he keep his chastity for you? Her lips curled up into a smug and cruel smile. In the end, you can only have everything you have if you're alive. There will be a day when the emperor will forget you, and be moved by my tenderness and companionship. At that time I will still be the final winner. A trace of pain and absent-mindedness flashed through Mayan's eyes. The 9 stars and the moon have been completely submerged by the thunderclouds. The dark night sky is still as bright as day, but what it brings is not vitality, but the abyss of death. Dimingju, I'm really sorry, I can't fulfill my promise to stay with you for a lifetime. I'm really sorry for making you wait in vain. Mu Yan retracts her gaze, and it falls back on Leng Qingwan. She chuckles lowly. At this time, you still want to use the soul-absorbing spell on me. Should I say that you're stupid, or that there's something wrong with your brain? Was my previous proof not clear enough? This fairy, your mental power is far less powerful than mine. Why do you want to humiliate yourself again and again? Mu Yan's pupils shrink, a dark light flickers in her eyes. Leng Qingwan's complexion changes greatly. She suddenly holds her head, utters a mournful scream, and falls to the ground. Fresh blood flowed from her mouth and nose, making her originally beautiful face look like that of a malicious spirit. Leng Qingwan suddenly jumps up from the ground, and madly pounces towards Mu Yan. Slut, I'll kill you. Mu Yan wants to retreat, but the air suddenly condenses into ice. Her body, which was already riddled with scars, feels like it's filled with lead, and she can't move at all. Poochie. At this time, there's the sound of a sharp blade entering flesh. A severe pain comes from her abdomen. Leng Qingwan's ferocious blood-covered face is close at hand. Slut, this is the Xianxia continent's one and only divine weapon, soul-binding dagger. It's useless for this fairy, but for a mortal like you, it can lock your soul, making you beg for death, unable to return to the afterlife. Mu Yan's face shows a painful expression. The dagger stabs into her abdomen, but it's like throwing a boulder into a calm lake, and in a split second, raging waves. Her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, her dantian and meridians, and her soul seem to be turned upside down at this moment. Leng Qingwan looks at her appearance and laughs. You, a mere mortal, want to compete with me, who do you think you are? What right do you have to snatch my monarch? A lowly ant like you should obediently shrink in this dirty and disgusting place. What qualifications do you have to think about things that don't belong to you? Pa. A hand covered in blood grabs Leng Qingwan's wrist. Leng Qingwan's voice paused, and she suddenly met a pair of bottomless peach blossom eyes. The girl's voice was weak and hoarse, but it was still as beautiful as the sounds of nature. If we are ants, then you lofty, greedy, and selfish immortals who want to control the life and death of others are nothing more than disgusting and ugly maggots. Today, I finally know why the Xin musicians wanted to kill everyone in the Xianxia continent. If the Xianxia continent is filled with disgusting scum like you, then it would be better for all of them to die. Leng Qingwan flew into a rage. You lowly maid, you actually. Before he could finish, a rumbling sound came from the sky. The expression on Leng Qingwan's face suddenly turned into one of panic. Let go, quickly let go of me, do you hear me? You slut, let go of this fairy. Do you know who I am? I am the heaven. I don't care who you are. Mayan smiles eerily. I only know that I've said it before, that all of you present must accompany my subordinates in death. See you again, never. No, don't. Let go of me, you slut. I'm going to kill you, ah. Boom. The thunderclouds fall, the rocks tumble, the dust fills the air, and it turns into nothingness. Mu Yan only feels as if her whole body has been crushed by something, and she almost faints from the pain. But she's not dead yet. Leng Qingwan's body has already been reduced to ashes, not even her bones remain. But she's still alive. The 7 absolute swords beside her emits a faint light, shrouding her. That's the divine hand weaves the heavens, launching itself. In the nick of time, it actually managed to save her life. However, this slim chance of survival only allows her to linger at death's door for a moment. The light around the 7 absolute swords flashes, and eventually disappears without a trace, turning back into the appearance of the Tian Mo Qin. Like an unremarkable zither, it falls to the ground at the side. Mu Yan lies powerlessly on the ground, looking at the thick thunderclouds in the sky, and slowly closes her eyes. Goodbye, Di Mingju. Goodbye, Xiaobao. Niangqin, a crisp little voice rings in her ears. Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes, and sees the little figure floating in the void. Her calm and indifferent face finally shows a look of panic. Xiaobao. No, how could Xiaobao leave the space? Didn't she already seal the space? Qi Huang. It must be that bastard Qi Huang. At this moment, she really wants to tear this trash spirit into pieces. Xiaobao sits on the fat rabbit, and the rabbit's body expands to several times its original size, floating in the air. A beautiful fire phoenix flaps its wings, gently flying around Xiaobao. Xiaobao turns his head, and on his delicate and beautiful little face, there's a pair of red and swollen eyes, clearly crying. But seeing her at this moment, he shows an innocent and happy smile. Niangqin, don't be afraid, Xiaobao will protect you. Tears welled up in her eyes, accompanied by a terrifying pain that numbed her heart. Xiaobao, what are you doing? Quickly return to the space. Xiaobao shakes his head, his little face full of determination. Xiaobao has grown up. Xiaobao vowed to always protect Niangqin, and never let Niangqin come to harm. Rumble, another bolt of lightning fell, and the fat rabbit howled as it was sent flying dozens of meters away. Mayan's originally exhausted body suddenly pounced over and hugged Xiaobao in her arms. She didn't know where she got the strength from. Mayan's body is covered in blood and dust. But when Xiaobao is held in Mayan's arms, he only feels an indescribable peace of mind and happiness. He likes the smell of his mother, and he likes to be with her. He didn't want to be left alone in the space by his mother. He knew that his mother was in pain, but he couldn't do anything about it. Mother, don't blame Brother Qi Huang. I was the one who asked him to let me out. Mother, Xiaobao doesn't want to be alone. Xiaobao wants to be with you. Xiaobao has never been afraid of death. I'm only afraid that I won't have a mother anymore. She could no longer hold back her tears and they gushed out of her eyes. Mayan tightly hugged the little body in her arms, tightly, and was reluctant to let go. She said in a hoarse voice, all right, regardless of life or death, Mother and Xiaobao will not be separated. The ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. The fat rabbit and Xiaoqiu raise their heads and look at the sky, their eyes revealing despair. Mu Yan's heart tightens. Looking up, she sees the thick crystal thunderclouds, like Mount Tai pressing down, quickly falling down. This is the final step of the God-slaying tribulation, leaving not even a blade of grass behind. Even if there are powerful cultivators who have withstood the previous thunder tribulation with their strength, they can't withstand the final descent of the divine thunder, the massacre of 10,000 tribulations. What's more, with Mu Yan's current cultivation, she shouldn't have attracted the God-slaying tribulation, and it's impossible for her to survive the God-slaying tribulation. Mu Yan holds Xiaobao tightly, gently patting his back, humming a tune that is out of tune. She's never been good at these things, and she's never given her baby a stable home. However, her baby is always so obedient, so considerate, filling her gloomy world with color. Xiaobao's face shows a happy smile, rubbing against Mu Yan's arms. There's not a trace of fear of death in his eyes. He only feels that as long as he can be with his mother, he's not afraid of death. Moreover, this time, he's finally like a man, able to protect his mother. The only regret is that Daddy is not here, and their family will probably never be able to reunite again. Will Daddy miss them in the future? The thunderclouds are getting closer, closer, and closer. The fat rabbit and Xiaoqiu are running around, their voices panicked. But when they see the mother and son embracing, the two beasts suddenly stop all their movements, looking at the scene in front of them in shock. They see that Mu Yan and Xiaobao's bodies are emitting a faint silver light at some point. The silver light is getting brighter and brighter, and the area it covers is getting bigger and bigger. The fat rabbit tries to walk into the silver light, but it only feels indescribably comfortable. On the ground, the originally barren land, little green grass has sprouted out at some point. The strings of the tian and mochin on the side seemed to be blown by the wind, trembling on their own, making broken but moving notes. The fat rabbit howls and scurries into Xiaobao's arms. Qiu quickly flaps its wings and stops on Muyan's shoulder. In the space, Qi Huang looks at this scene in a daze, then reveals an inexplicable smile. Interesting, I thought it was a dead end, I didn't expect there to be a turning point. Mother and child tribulation. Heh, I thought this kind of thing didn't exist anymore. Jun Mayan, in the end, how many more surprises do you want to give the soon? I can't wait. The smile on Qi Huang's face seemed to be unable to be restrained. It was clearly an evil smile, but on his beautiful face, it looked like a mischievous youth who had successfully pulled a prank. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble shakes the entire Yanwu continent, as if it's about to be completely destroyed. But almost at the same time, a dazzling white light erupts from the Wuwang Mountains, and similarly shrouds the entire Yanwu continent. The earth-shattering momentum seemed to be nipped in the bud the moment the white light shone. The people of Yanwu continent, who are sleeping, wake up with a start. However, he could only see the night sky that was as bright as day, and the light that was gradually dissipating. The sky regained its starless and moonless darkness, and the earth fell into a deep slumber. It was as if nothing had happened, as if everything had happened yesterday. Only the vast Wuwang mountain range had been razed to the ground. Not to mention Mu Yan and Xiaobao, there wasn't even a single tree or beast. What's going on? Where's Miss? Where's the young master? What was that earth-shattering thunder just now? From the moment the thunder sounded, the people from the Hellflame Valley rushed over. However, the entire Wuwang mountain range seemed to be enveloped by a layer of enchantment, isolating it from the rest of the world and preventing anyone from entering. What happened here? Will Miss and Little Master be all right? No way. Ru Yan clenched her fists, her eyes staring at the huge pit that was smashed by the tribulation thunder. Gnashing her teeth, she said, "That's a tribulation thunder." That's right, that must be the tribulation thunder that Miss and Little Master attracted when they ascended. Miss and the others only went to the cultivation continent. That's right, it must be the thunder tribulation. Shen Jinglin shouted resolutely and decisively, as if to convince others, and also to convince himself. Yan Yan and Xiaobao are so formidable. Yan Yan could have ascended a long time ago, it's just that she's been suppressing it. She absolutely won't die, absolutely nothing will happen to her. Yes, that must be the lightning tribulation. Back then, when Little Master had advanced to the Xiantian realm, he had attracted a terrifying lightning tribulation. Now that Little Miss had ascended, the lightning tribulation would naturally be extremely terrifying. Miss must have been afraid that we would be injured by the lightning tribulation, so she secretly came to the Wuwang mountain range. No matter how powerful the lightning tribulation is, young mistress and Little Master are even more omnipotent. They must have successfully transcended the tribulation by now and are galloping around the cultivation continent, voices kept ringing out. At first, they seemed to be comforting themselves. But slowly, everyone became more and more determined. That's right, who was Jun Mayan? She is Yanwu continent's most unique, most amazing genius for thousands of years. No, perhaps it should be said that he was an unprecedented monster. Their young master was even more unparalleled in the world. How could a mere thunder tribulation hurt their young miss and young master? We also need to work harder. Some people clenched their fists and looked at the gray sky with yearning and longing. Miss is waiting for us in that wider world. That's right. We have the spirit molding pill and the various cultivation pills that Miss left behind. We will definitely be able to advance successfully. When we reach the cultivation continent, we will also follow Miss and protect her. We, the Nether Flame Army, will live and die together and will never be separated. Through life and death, never apart. Following the tsunami of slogans, everyone's face showed a determined expression. Their eyes were blazing like fire, burning with ambition and conviction. Nothing could extinguish that kind of fire. Yan Haoyan, Feng Haitang, Ru Yan and Bai Yichen looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Yes, Miss and Little Master would never die. And they absolutely did not want to stop moving forward and be left far behind by those two. They were still hoping that one day, the Nether Flame Army would be able to reunite on that vast land. Among the crowd, only Guanhu looked around and frowned slightly. Changyu is not here. Did he ascend together with Miss? In the dark eastern sky, a wisp of orange-red light shone through the clouds. This desolate land that was riddled with holes was dyed with fresh colors. This used to be the Wuwang mountain range with the most exuberant life force. But now, not even a single remnant of life remained. A clump of green grass grew slowly and laboriously, swaying gently in the breeze. One day, this patch of green grass would spread for tens of thousands of miles, and it would once again become the Wuwang mountain range that was filled with lush foliage and life. Just like the lives of the Yanwu continent. They were ordinary and insignificant. In the eyes of the high and mighty immortals, they were like ants, like insignificant flames. But this group of ants, these little flames, were so insignificant. As long as they were given a corner of the world, a turning point, a spark could start a prairie fire, and ants could overturn the world. Shoshian continent, Tiani men. In a tightly shut secret room, Lung Qingwan opened her eyes and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. On the 3 praying mats beside her, hibiscus, lily of the valley, and green bamboo had all been reduced to ashes. Lung Qingwan felt the empty spiritual power in her body, as well as the tearing pain in her body. Her eyes were filled with bone-piercing resentment. Suddenly, she thought of something and grabbed the monocular to take a look. But the surface of the 1,000-mile mirror was gray, and nothing could be seen. Only a few cracks appeared on the surface of the mirror. The monocular was destroyed, and the power of God-slaying tribulation was so powerful. 3 of his trusted subordinates were killed, half of his cultivation was lost, and the most valuable treasure of Tiani men was destroyed. This time, in order to kill Jun Mayan, it could be said that she paid a painful price. Unfortunately, that Tian Mo Chin, that Shin musician inheritance, she didn't manage to snatch a single one of them. Lung Qingwan's face contorted, but it was soon replaced by a maniacal laugh. So what if we suffer heavy losses? Jun Mayan, that slut was still killed by me. You want to live together with the monarch, you want to steal what belongs to me, Lung Qingwan. This is your end. Haha. Ha 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 ha, polar domain, Lingxiao Hall. The roar of thunder seemed to resound in his ears. Di Mingju abruptly sits up on the bed, his complexion deathly pale. Mayan. After a while, he stood up and walked out without hesitation. However, before he could reach the door, a few people rushed over and knelt in front of him. Lord, you can't leave this place. Di Mingju coldly looks at the people kneeling in front of him. Get lost. My lord, please listen to me. Elder Chang knelt on the ground and kowed out heavily. The mirror of heaven and earth was corroded. You forcibly tore through time and space. Both your body and primordial spirit were severely injured, and your cultivation almost dropped by a level. If you don't recuperate in this soul cultivation house, your cultivation will never recover. That day, Emperor Mingju returned and dealt with Mo Ruffing with the force of a thunderbolt. He forced old Ji to admit his guilt. Just as everyone is rejoicing that everything has calmed down, Di Mingju suddenly collapses. Elder Chang went up to take a look, but he was scared out of his wits. Because Di Mingju's cultivation has almost directly dropped by a layer, and his primordial spirit is even on the verge of collapse. But even with such a serious injury, no one noticed him at all. He held on until he finished dealing with everything before collapsing. The soul nurturing house was actually a sacred ancestral artifact. It was just an ordinary stone house. There wasn't even any spiritual power in it, and it didn't look special. But this soul recovery house was a treasure that was hard to find in the world. No matter how badly his primordial spirit was injured, he could slowly recover in the soul nurturing house. However, soul cultivation house had a limitation. It could only be opened once every 3 years. Once it was opened, the person who entered could not leave, or the soul recovery house would automatically close. The next time it opened would be 3 years later. When Elder Chang and the others see that Di Mingju is seriously injured, they quickly open the soul cultivation house and send him inside. Now, if Di Mingju leaves, the soul cultivation house will close, and his injuries will never be healed. Therefore, even if Elder Chang and the others disobey Di Mingju's orders, they will never allow him to leave. Moreover, if Di Mingju's cultivation really falls, and this news spreads out, it would be a fatal blow to the polar domain. So what? Di Mingju's voice is bone-chilling. I said I want to leave. Do you want to disobey Ben Jun's orders? This subordinate wouldn't dare. Elder Chang hurriedly said, My lord, are you leaving to look for Miss June? The thunder tribulation that shook the Yanwu continent, it wasn't just the people there who heard it. The people of the Shoshan continent were also shocked. Many people recognized it as the God-slaying tribulation. Di Mingju's hand suddenly clenches, the bottom of his eyes surging with billowing waves. He shouldn't have come back. In any case, he should have stayed by Mu Yan's side. The God-slaying tribulation was a God-slaying tribulation. Back then, he had barely survived it. How could Mu Yan get through this safely? Di Mingju's figure flickered and was about to leave. Even if he has to risk his cultivation, he must go to Mayan's side. Stop Jun Shang. Eldest brother Chang roars. His whole body pounces over, and he hugs Di Mingju's feet. Star Wolf, Han Yi, and Ying Mei all firmly hold Di Mingju in place, not letting him take a single step out of the soul cultivation house. My lord, listen to me. Your marriage lines have not disappeared and there are no changes. That proves that Miss June is definitely still alive. Ying Mei falls to his knees on the ground, his voice choked with sobs. He kowtows heavily towards Di Mingju. Jun Shang, this subordinate once formed a binding heart curse with the little master. This subordinate dares to use his life to guarantee that the little master is still alive. Mu Yan was still alive, and so was Xiao Bao. These two pieces of news make the almost insane killing intent in Di Mingju's eyes fade a little. Elder Chang heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said, although the God-slaying tribulation is difficult, it's not undefeatable. Although Miss June's cultivation was low, she had never been an ordinary person. Perhaps she really survived the God-slaying tribulation and left the Yanwu continent. Jun Shang, even if you go to the Yanwu continent now, I'm afraid that you won't be able to see Miss June. That's right, once she passes the thunder tribulation, no matter what kind of thunder tribulation it is, it's impossible for Mayan to stay in the Yanwu continent. Therefore, if she was still safe and alive, she should be somewhere on the cultivation continent. Elder Chang slowly releases Di Mingju's feet, and respectfully kneels on the ground. Jun Shang, this is actually a good thing. Miss June's ascension to the Shoshan continent means that she's one step closer to you. The Shoshan continent is not like the Yanwu continent. Even if you want to go there, there won't be that many obstacles, but the premise is that you have the ability to protect Miss June. Jun Shang, could it be that you've forgotten Miss June's identity? If she appears in the cultivation continent and even in the cultivation continent in the future, how many people will want her life and everything she has? Elder Chang slowly raises his head, looking straight into Di Mingju's eyes. He enunciates each word. Do you want the tragedy of the Shin musicians to repeat itself on Miss June? Di Mingju's pupils suddenly contract, the madness in his eyes is slowly replaced by coldness and determination. Elder Chang's words are very respectful, very gentle, but each word is like a needle, piercing the bloody truth. He is the emperor of the polar domain, he can't disregard the tens of thousands of lives in the polar domain. Even more so, he can't lose the ability to protect Mayan. Otherwise, when Mayan's identity as a Shin musician is exposed, she will be consigned to eternal damnation. And he can only look on helplessly as those sanctimonious, greedy people tear Mayan apart. Jun Shang, this subordinate is willing to go to the Shoshan continent and look for Miss June. As soon as Ying Mei's words leave her mouth, she is interrupted by Elder Chang. No, before Jun Shang recovers his cultivation and comes out of the soul cultivation house, none of you can go to Miss June, let alone approach her. Ying Mei jerks her head up, her eyes filled with anxiety and guilt. If Jun Shang hadn't been protecting her and Han Yi during the tearing of time and space, he wouldn't have suffered such a heavy injury. Elder Chang sighs, the Shoshan continent is not like the Yanwu continent. Everything that happens there will be seen by many people here. Once you look for and approach Miss June, it will only make many people focus their attention on Miss June, which will bring about a fatal disaster to Miss June. Ying Mei sucks in a mouthful of cold air, dejectedly lowering her head. Han Yi gently holds her hand, softly saying, Don't worry, Miss June is so powerful, she must know how to protect herself. Di Mingju's hand clenches into a fist, then loosens a little. It's as if Mayan's words are still echoing in his ears. If you know me well enough to want to spend a lifetime with me, then don't say such apologies. I'm not a daughter flower that attaches itself to you. I won't leave you in life and death, but it's impossible for you to stay by my side and protect me all the time. That way, I will lose my courage, lose myself, and become unlike Mayan. Dimingju closes his eyes. When he opens them again, he has already restored his cold tranquility. At this time, the imposing manner around his body has once again returned to that of the Polar Domain's emperor. He slowly walked back to the bed and sat down. It was clearly a simple and crude bedroom with a luxurious stone bed, but because of his existence, it instantly became like a high and mighty Lingxiao palace. Star Wolf's eyes shone with a blazing light, filled with reverence. This was their emperor, a natural-born king. He was the person Star Wolf swore to be loyal to for the rest of his life. The only flaw was the woman who bewitched the god monarch. To actually let the sovereign monarch take risks again and again, to the extent that he completely disregarded the safety of the Polar Domain and himself. It would be great if that woman could die on the Cultivation continent. The Star Wolf lowers his eyes, concealing the murderous intent in them. He respectfully and obediently kneels in front of Dimingju. Send the order to the Cultivation continent. The man's low and cold voice slowly sounded in this little stone house. 3 days later, the Polar Domain, Jasper Banquet, will be held. Elder Chang's eyes widened, and it took him a while to recover from the shock. The Jasper Banquet was a grand event that was held once every 10 years in the Polar Domain. Its purpose was to select concubines for the Polar Domain's emperor. But ever since Dimingju became the Polar Domain's sovereign, the Jasper Banquet has never been held again. But today, Jun Shang actually wants to hold the Jasper Banquet. Dimingju slightly narrows his eyes, and an invisible pressure spreads out in the stone house. What? Didn't you hear Ben Jun's order clearly? No. This subordinate will go and prepare. Everyone retreats in confusion, until only one person is left. Dimingju opens his palm, and looks at the faintly flickering runes on it. His cold and stern eyes reveal a bone-piercing tenderness and longing. Yen, wait for me. The news that the Polar Domain is going to hold the Jasper Banquet spreads throughout the entire Xianxia continent almost in a flash. Young master, Dijun is going to hold the Jasper Banquet. Will he announce that you are his divine empress at the Jasper Banquet? In order to kill Mayan, Leng Qingwan lost 3 of her trusted subordinates. Right now, she only has Ziwan by her side. Ziwan hands over the invitation to the Jasper Banquet, her face full of excitement and agitation. Leng Qingwan is ecstatic at first, but the scene of Dimingju holding Mayan suddenly flashes before her eyes. Her face distorts, and she comforts herself, so what if that slut had seduced Dijun? Now that slut is dead, wouldn't the position of Polar Domain's mistress still belong to her? Dijun holding the Jasper Banquet at this moment is certainly because he's tired of that slut, and wants to select the real divine empress. And looking at the entire Xianxia continent, who else is more suitable than herself to become the mistress of Polar Domain? 3 days later, the Jasper Banquet begins. Although it's only 3 days, many immortals who are far away simply can't make it. But on the day of the Jasper Banquet, the Lingxiao Hall of the Polar Domain is still filled with guests from various forces. Among these guests, the majority of them were young girls with lustful expressions. Each and every one of them is looking at the high and lofty throne. Even if it's still empty, it doesn't prevent them from fantasizing about how heroic and otherworldly the master of that throne is, how a monarch descending upon the world would make people look up to him. Leng Qingwan's gaze sweeps over the women present, and she proudly raises her head, letting out a disdainful snort. Ziwan immediately says with disdain, these women should take a piss and take a look at themselves. How dare they think of Dijun, they aren't even fit to carry Miss shoes. Because the Jasper Banquet was held in a hurry, Dimingju didn't even send people to inform many places. Therefore, those who came this time were all small sects and schools in the periphery, or forces attached to the Polar Domain. The status of the women sent over by these sects and forces naturally couldn't be compared to Leng Qingwan, the young mistress of the Tianyi men. Sure enough, after those women found out Leng Qingwan's identity, each and every one of them revealed an envious expression. Some whispers even reached Leng Qingwan's ears. That is Tianyi men's young master, one of Xianxia continent's 3 great beauties, Qingwan Fairy. For the Polar Domain to hold the exquisite pearl banquet this time in such a hurry, presumably they had already decided on the candidate for the divine empress. The rest is just a formality. The candidate for the Divine Empress must be Fairy Qingwan. It's really enviable. I heard that the Polar Domain and the Tianyi men already had an engagement long ago. I'll be satisfied as long as I can become the Emperor's concubine. I don't dare to compete with Fairy Qingwan for the position of Divine Empress. The corners of Ling Qingwan's mouth behind the veil hooked up into a haughty smile. Her pair of eyes stared fixedly at the throne. Imagining herself nestled in the Emperor's embrace and receiving the attention of tens of thousands of people, she felt indescribably carefree. The Emperor has arrived. The announcement silenced the entire hall. Then, a tall figure slowly walked over and casually sat on the throne. Everyone's gazes were focused on that person. Following that, the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air could be heard in the hall. Everyone knew the name of the Polar Domain Empyrean, but only a few people had seen the real Empyrean. At this moment, many young girls' hearts were beating crazily, as if they were about to jump out of their mouths. How could there be such a handsome man in this world? Originally, he thought that the high and mighty emperor only had monstrous power, but it turned out that even his appearance was unparalleled in the world. If she could gain his favor and be by his side, she would be willing to die. Originally, these girls were only a little jealous of Ling Qingwan. But now, when he thought that Ling Qingwan could become the wife of such a deity, he simply went crazy with jealousy. Ling Qingwan foolishly looks at Di Mingju sitting in the seat of honor, her eyes are filled with infatuation. After a long while, she finally stood up, took a few steps forward, and slowly bowed. "Greetings, Emperor." After bowing, she raised her head and revealed a smile that was just right, gentle and worried. "I haven't seen you for a few days. Emperor seems to have lost a lot of weight. Qingwan has refined some elixirs that can replenish blood and nourish qi. Emperor, please accept them." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of pills. When the people around her saw the elixir in her hand, their eyes were filled with excitement. Everyone knew that the medicinal pills refined by the Heaven's Physician sect were priceless and the best. What's more, it was personally refined by the Tianyi men's young master. Ling Qingwan maintains a proper smile on her face, waiting for the person next to Di Mingju to take the elixir from her hand. However, 1 breath passed, 2 breaths passed, 3 breaths passed, Ling Qingwan's hands were sore, but no one came over to receive the medicine. Old Ji, who had always flattered and fawned over her, was not even in the main hall. The smile on Ling Qingwan's face finally froze. She didn't know whether she should hand out the pill or take it back. Many people in the hall had already started to point at her and whisper among themselves. At this moment, Di Mingju slowly opens his mouth. This monarch heard that the Polar Domain and the Heaven Physician sect had once set up an engagement. "Is that true?" Elder Cheng hurriedly said, replying to the emperor. This marriage agreement was set verbally between the previous emperor of the Polar Domain and sect master Lin of the Tianyi men. Di Mingju nods, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Ben Jun has convened the Jasper banquet today precisely for this matter. The stiff smile on Ling Qingwan's face slowly returned to normal. His eyes lit up with a resplendent light. Sure enough, the reason why Jun Sheng is holding the Jasper banquet is to fulfill the engagement and announce her as the Extreme Domain's Divine Empress. She discreetly took back the bottle of medicinal pills, then revealed a shy smile and said softly, "Marriage is the order of parents and the words of a matchmaker. Since this engagement was set by Master for Qingwan, Qingwan naturally is willing. Moreover, Qingwan's admiration for the Emperor has never changed." Everyone's envious gazes fall on Ling Qingwan. Although the Tianyi men is powerful, and can be compared to the Polar Domain that rules over half of the Xianxia continent, it's still far from enough. Di Mingju slightly narrows his eyes, the corner of his mouth hooks up into a sneer of ridicule. His gaze seems to sweep past Ling Qingwan with disgust, looking at everyone present. Everyone, witness, Ben Jun declares that the engagement between Ji Domain and Tianyi men is cancelled. Ling Qingwan has never been Ben Jun's fiancé. From now on, whoever dares to spread such rumors will be severely punished. Whoosh! Di Mingju's words are like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, setting off great waves in a split second. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Qingwan Fairy was going to be announced as the Divine Empress at the Jade Banquet? How could it be called off the engagement? I also heard that Di Jun is deeply in love with Qingwan Fairy. and doesn't let any woman get close to him, but only gets close to Qingyuan Fairy? So all of this was just a rumor? Could it be that these rumors were spread by Qingyuan Fairy? This is too shameless. The chattering sounds of discussion reach Lim Qingwan's ears, but she only feels like her brain is roaring, and she can't hear anything clearly. Her face is deathly pale, and her body is on the verge of collapse. Especially when those young girls who were just jealous of her are now pointing at her with ridiculing expressions. It makes her wish that she could find a hole to crawl into. Dijun, why? How can you treat me like this? Lung Qingwan finally can't bear it, and shouts loudly. She rushes forward, wanting to grab Di Mingju's hand, but he ruthlessly shakes it off in disgust. Lung Qingwan awkwardly falls to the ground, and the gauze covering her face is lifted, revealing her pale and distorted face. The surrounding young girls let out waves of disdainful ridicule. Oh, I originally heard that Qingyuan Fairy is one of the 3 great beauties of Xianxia continent, and I thought she was very good-looking, but it turns out that she's nothing more than this? That's right, she's not as beautiful as Sister Qinglian, no wonder Dijun doesn't like her. With this kind of appearance, she still has the nerve to call herself one of the 3 great beauties? If she wasn't Dijun's fiancé, do you think she would have a place in the 3 great beauties? Everyone's ridiculing laughter, pointing and humiliating fingers, makes Lung Qingwan feel like the world is spinning. She had been at the top all her life and was sought after and envied by others. When had she ever suffered such public humiliation? This kind of humiliation was even more unbearable than losing half of her cultivation. It was even more unbearable than death. Di Mingju. Lung Qingwan screams hysterically, how can you do this to me? The engagement was set by your father and my master. You can't cancel it. You must marry me. Di Mingju stands up and condescendingly looks at her. What if Benjun doesn't marry? Why? What's wrong with me? I'm the young lord of Tianyi Men. I know how to refine medicine, and my talent is top-notch. How am I not worthy of you? Why are you doing this to me? Di Mingju slightly narrows his eyes, his exceptionally handsome face slowly hooking up into an evil and callous smile. Benjun feels disgusted just by looking at you. Marrying you is worse than marrying a sow. Are you satisfied with this reason? Lung Qingwan's eyes suddenly widened, her chest heaved up and down violently, and her eyes turned white. The wound that she had already suppressed erupted again. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, almost at her last gasp. Finished speaking, Di Mingju doesn't stay any longer, and turns to leave. Elder Chang watches as Di Mingju's figure disappears. His line of sight falls on the shocked and excited crowd, as well as Lung Qingwan, who is lying on the ground, looking as if she could faint and die at any moment. He curls his lips and sneers. Were the people of Tianyi Men really a bunch of idiots? Because of the kindness of those years, Dijun had always been courteous to the people of Tianyi Men. Even if Lung Qingwan was spreading rumors outside, she had never thought of punishing him to clear his name. However, he didn't expect that Lung Qingwan would unexpectedly reach for a yard after being given an inch. She was so audacious that she dared to interfere in the internal affairs of the polar domain. Did they really think that the emperor was a gentle and harmless person that they could manipulate and slaughter at will? Little did they know that sometimes, the emperor was the most ruthless and narrow-minded person. Especially when someone touched his reverse scale, touched the person he cared about the most. After today, the news that Di Mingju despises Lin Qingwan for being disgusting and inferior to a sow will spread throughout the entire Xianxia continent. From then on, when people talked about Lin Qingwan, she was no longer a cold and aloof fairy that people envied. Instead, she was a scheming and shameless woman whom the god monarch despised. For Lung Qingwan, who cared about face and vanity the most, this was 100 times more painful than killing her. Sure enough, no matter who you offend, you can't offend an emperor. Elder Chang shook his head with a smile and announced loudly, the exquisite dragon banquet has come to an end. Everyone, please return. One day, the polar domain would hold the real Jasper banquet. Wait until the moment when their true mistress, their holy queen, descends. The people in the Lingxiao hall gradually dispersed. Although the immortal jade banquet had started and ended abruptly, although the dreams of these young girls and their sex to soar into the sky had not come true. However, not many people felt regretful. Instead, they were all excited. She couldn't wait to immediately spread the news that Ling Qingwan and Tiani men had been abandoned by Polar Domain's monarch in public. In the soul-nurturing house, Di Mingju's body, lying on the stone bed, suddenly opens his eyes. His complexion was a bit pale. This time, forcefully separating his primordial spirit to leave the soul-nurturing house made his injuries even worse. The time needed to recuperate would also be longer. But he did not regret it. If it weren't for Ling Qingwan and Elder Ji, Mo Ruffing wouldn't have been forced to separate from Mu Yan. Now he was unable to leave the soul cultivation house and was unable to obliterate the Tiani men. At the very least, he would make Ling Qingwan pay a painful price. Di Mingju spreads out his hand and gently kisses the lines on his palm. In a split second, he changes from being full of hostility to being as gentle as water. Yen Yen, Xiaobao, wait for me, he repeated it again and again, as if it were the most devout vow. Yen Yen, wait for me, Yen Yen, wait for me, Yen Yen, I will definitely return to your side, Yen Yen. Yen Yen, Mu Yan suddenly opened his eyes, but he only felt pain all over his body, as if it was about to fall apart. She sucked in a breath of cold air and let out a low moan. But then, she felt that something was wrong. As he breathed, cool spiritual energy flowed into his meridians. It felt like she was cultivating next to the spirit vein in the space, but the spirit chi here was much thicker than in the space, just not as pure as in the space. Where was she? What happened? That's right, thunder tribulation. God-slaying thunder tribulation, Mu Yan abruptly sat up from the ground and looked all around, Xiaobao. However, what she saw was a messy house, not the thunderous Wuwang Mountains. Hearing Mayan's shouts, an angry curse comes from beside her, so noisy, do you want to make me deaf? Mayan turns her head to take a look. She sees a beautiful woman sitting not far from her, but her hair is disheveled, her clothes are covered in dust, and there's a trace of panic and fear in her eyes. Where is this place? Mayan asks in a daze. Unfortunately, no one pays attention to her. Those young girls only care about crying. Mayan presses her aching and swollen temples, and her divine sense sinks into the space. She thinks she'll see Xiaobao in the space, but she's disappointed. Looking at the empty space, Mayan's heart sinks a little. Qi Huang. Get the hell out here. However, the space is still deathly silent, and there's not even the slightest response. Xiaobao. Thinking that something might have happened to Xiaobao, Mayan's eyes redden. Just then, a timid voice reaches her ear. Beautiful sister, don't worry, little brother is fine. Mayan's divine sense turns, and soon finds a red fireball lying in the space tower. It's Qiuqiu, just that Qiuqiu used to be in the fire phoenix form. Now, it's turned back into a ball. Qiuqiu was touched by the god-slaying thunder tribulation a little, so it can't return to its phoenix form for a while. Boo-hoo-hoo, beautiful sister, don't dislike Qiuqiu. Mayan promptly touches her with her mental power. Good Qiuqiu, tell me, why are you here? Where's Xiaobao? Qiuqiu doesn't know where little brother is, but Qiuqiu's fire phoenix doppelganger can sense that it's in a very, very comfortable place. Not only is little brother fine, but he's also getting stronger. Qiuqiu is little brother's contracted beast. Little brother's power is pouring into Qiuqiu, and Qiuqiu will soon become a beautiful phoenix. Fireball excitedly twirls around as it speaks. The little phoenix's words were incoherent, but Mayan finally understood. When the god-slaying thunder tribulation finally fell, she and Xiaobao don't know why, but powerful energy erupted from them. It miraculously allowed them to successfully cross the tribulation and ascend. Therefore, she's no longer in the Yanwu continent, but in the Xiuzhen continent. It was no wonder that when she operated her dantian and even when she breathed casually, she could feel the presence of spiritual energy. This was because this wasn't a desolate continent devoid of spiritual energy, but a paradise that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams, the Cultivation continent. However, in the process of ascension, due to the time difference when passing through the spatial barrier, she and Xiaobao were separated. At that time, Little Phoenix just happened to be by Mu Yan's side. It was too late to return to Xiaobao's body, so it could only send its fire phoenix clone to Xiaobao's body. Beautiful sister, don't worry. Qiuqiu knows very well whether little brother is good or not. It's just that little big bro is very far away from us right now. Xiaoqiu's cultivation base is not high enough, so he cannot sense little big bro's location. Mu Yan gently touches the ball, looking grateful. Xiaoqiu, you've already done very well. Thank you. If it wasn't for little Phoenix, she wouldn't know about Xiaobao's safety and would probably go crazy from worry. Now, at least he knew that his darling was safe and sound. The only thing she had to do was to find her baby. Oh, pretty sister is praising Xiaoqiu, he, I'm so happy. The fiery ball spins around in the air, giggling foolishly. Mu Yan watches for a while, then withdraws her mental power from the space. Almost at the same time, she hears a woman scream. Ah! Where is this? Big sister, little sister, why are we locked up here? Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm scared, I don't want to stay here. Big sister, little sister, save me. Cry, 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 you only know how to cry. If you hadn't controlled your temper and clashed with others, would we have been plotted against? Would we have been locked up here? If we can't make it to the sect selection because of you, see if I don't peel off your skin. Mu Yan looks sideways and finds that the one speaking is the woman who just cursed her. The two unconscious girls lying beside her had woken up, which was why they were making such a ruckus. From their conversation, Mu Yan learns that these three girls are apprentice sisters. The big sister is called Wu Fengyi, the woman who just cursed Mu Yan. The crying one is the second sister, Qin Xiuxiu. And the youngest girl, who looks like a clear white lotus, is called Lu Ruoxuan. The three of them had a conflict with someone on the street. Qin Xiuxiu was unruly and headstrong, and couldn't bear the loss, so she taught someone a lesson. She didn't expect that they would turn around and be drugged. When they wake up again, they are already in this dilapidated house. Lu Ruoxuan gently comforts the collapsed Qin Xiuxiu, second sister, don't cry, I believe that big brother and the others will definitely come to save us. But I don't want to stay here for even a moment. Why are we locked up here? Qin Xiuxiu cries, let me out. Let me out. I don't want to stay here. Boo-hoo-hoo. Don't cry, you're already in here and you still want to leave, stop dreaming. A haggard woman on the side can't help but say. Qin Xiuxiu glares at her, what is this place? Why did you catch us? The woman looks at her with pity, and after a long while, she slowly says, this is Heavenly Fragrance Building. What is Heavenly Fragrance Building? Qin Xiuxiu is just about to ask where Heavenly Fragrance Building is when she sees Wu Fengyi and Lu Ruoxuan's faces change. At this time, Qin Xiuxiu also remembers, and the expression on her face instantly turns into horror. Heavenly Fragrance Building, isn't that a brothel? Why did you lock us up here? Qin Xiuxiu rushed over and slammed on the door. Let me out. Let me out. I don't want to become a lowly prostitute. I want to leave this place. Someone, let me out. Woo. Mu Yan wrinkles her brows. She didn't expect that the moment she arrived at the cultivation continent, she would be caught and brought to a brothel. It was probably because she had passed out from the god-slaying thunder tribulation that someone had picked her up. Recalling the god-slaying thunder tribulation, Mu Yan hurriedly examined her body. Soon after, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her cultivation had actually broken through the Enidia realm. As early as when she was in the Yanwu continent, she already knew that the levels in the Xiozhen continent are divided into forging body, Enidia, Jingdan, nascent soul, astral projection, crossing tribulation. Every major realm was further divided into 9 minor realms, from the 1st to the 9th level. Currently, Mayan's cultivation is just at the 1st level of fasting. The strangest thing was that when ordinary people ascended, their sea of qi would disappear and turn into their dantian. But when she was in Yanwu continent, her dantian had already coexisted with her qi sea. It's just that there's very little internal force on the Xiozhen continent, so when she revolves her qi sea, she can only condense a little bit of internal force. But when she revolves her dantian, pure spiritual power surges into her meridians like a tide, making her feel so comfortable that she wants to sigh. It seems that this time, she really profited from a disaster. The god-slaying thunder tribulation has made her body and talent even more perfect. We're about to be defiled, and you can still laugh. Slut, are you born to like being played with by men? Looking at your foxy appearance, I know that you're that smelly, shameless whore. Mayan is immersed in the carefree feeling of spiritual power cleansing her meridians. Suddenly, she feels a swift and fierce attack coming towards her. She suddenly opens her eyes and sees Xianxia ruthlessly kicking her. Mayan doesn't even think about it as she grabs her ankle and ruthlessly flings it. Ah! Xianxia howls like a pig being butchered. She falls to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. She cries and points at Mayan, roaring, You actually dare to attack me. Mayan sneers, If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. You can't control those feet of yours, do you want me to chop them off for you and properly discipline them? Xianxia's entire person is stunned from the fall. After a long while, she comes back to her senses and lets out a painful groan. Seeing this, Wu Fangyi and Lu Ruoxuan quickly rush over to help her up. Second sister, are you okay? Lu Ruoxuan's face is full of worry. Xianxia slowly comes back to her senses and pushes Lu Ruoxuan away. She viciously pounces towards Mayan, What are you? You actually dare to hit me. Look at your foxy and shameless appearance, you're clearly the stuff that seduces men, where did this ant say anything wrong? This time, she revolves the spiritual power in her body ahead of time, and her hands are instantly covered with a layer of frost. However, when that fierce attack arrives in front of Mayan, she casually catches it. Then, Mayan raises her hands and ruthlessly slaps her face. The next moment, an ice-cold dagger is pressed against Xianxia's neck. Muyan's beautiful peach blossom eyes were very close, but what rippled within them was not a bright and beautiful wave of light, but a bone-chilling killing intent. It seems that what you don't want is not your feet, but your head. Since that's the case, how about I cut it off for you right now? Xianxia's body froze, and the anger on her face instantly turned into fear. His body trembled slightly, but he did not dare to move. You, don't mess around. I'm a disciple of the Bright Moon sect. If you kill me, my senior brother won't let you off. Lu Ruoxuan also quickly rushes over, bowing and apologizing to Mu Yan, Miss, I'm sorry. My senior sister has a bad temper, but she doesn't have any bad intentions. Please forgive her. Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes, and with a casual fling, Xianxia is directly thrown out. Lu Ruoxuan was pleasantly surprised and repeatedly thanked her. He couldn't help but glance at her, seemingly curious and probing. A timid expression appeared on her lotus-like face. Miss, may I know where you are from? How did you get caught by the people of the Heavenly Fragrance Building? Mu Yan coldly glanced at her, but didn't pay attention to her. Without saying anything, she walked to a corner and continued her cultivation. This time, Xianxia is confused, the handprint on her face is even more swollen. Her eyes are filled with resentment, like she couldn't wait to dismember Mayan. But thinking of the strength that Mayan had just displayed, she doesn't dare to act rashly again. She can only cry and curse. Just then, the door to the room is suddenly pushed open. Several men with big, stocky waists and bare upper bodies walk in. The man in the lead has a knife scar on his face, and he holds a black whip in his hand. His cold and evil eyes sweep over everyone present. Soon after, a cackle is heard, accompanied by a sticky and disgusting sound. It seems that the quality of the goods that have been delivered this time is pretty good. Xianxia couldn't help but rush over and shout, Do you still have the law? I'm the daughter of an elder of the Bright Moon sect, if you dare to touch me, my father won't let you off. Let me out, quickly let me out. Seeing Xianxia rush over, the corner of the knife-scarred man's mouth hooks up into a sneer. He suddenly raises the whip in his hand and ruthlessly lashes at Xianxia. Xianxia immediately screams and falls to the ground. She groans incessantly, unable to get up for a long time. The knife-scarred man's sinister gaze sweeps over everyone present. Is there anyone else who dares to make a ruckus? Everyone in the room goes silent out of fear. Just then, a manservant runs in from outside and says a few words in the knife-scarred man's ear. The knife-scarred man narrows his eyes and immediately looks at the girls in the room with ill intentions. That's great, I didn't expect that there would be customers who want goods just after you were delivered. Among you, is there anyone with a water spirit root, and the quality is 3rd grade or higher? The room is silent. The girls are in fear and trepidation, no one dares to speak. The knife-scarred man sneers, Don't want to say? Then don't blame this uncle for being impolite. He swings the whip in his hand, and a delicate and pretty girl is caught. The knife-scarred man's hand ruthlessly grabs her dantian. The girl lets out a mournful scream, her whole body bending into a bow. The knife-scarred man disinterestedly curls his lips, tch, just a waste with a 5th-grade spirit root. As he spoke, he waved his hand and tossed it to one of his subordinates beside him. He said nonchalantly, "It's yours. You can play with it however you want as long as you don't kill it and can still receive customers." The subordinate took the young girl and glanced at her delicate and pretty appearance. His face was filled with greed and excitement. He thanked the knife-scarred man and immediately dragged him into the small house. "No, let me go. Let me go. Woo woo woo. Slut." It was the sound of a slap. "You still want to maintain your innocence after entering the heavenly fragrance restaurant? I will take your virginity now, ha ha ha. This skin is really smooth and tender, much better than the last one. Help. Help." The young girl screams for mercy and the man's vulgar curses and panting seemed to fade away bit by bit. The faces of all the girls in the rundown house were deathly pale, and their bodies were shivering. Some of the more timid ones were already crying out loud. Even Xianxia curled up into a ball, not daring to say another word. The knife-scarred man looks at their performance with satisfaction, and says with a sinister smile, "All right, now can you tell me, who has a 3rd grade or higher water spirit root? If after the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, there is still no one with a 3rd grade water spirit root to step out, then don't blame me for testing them one by one." At that time, those who are found to have poor spirit roots. The knife-scarred man did not finish his words, but looked meaningfully at his subordinate beside him. His subordinate immediately revealed a wretched smile, and even licked his lips, looking like he was eager to enjoy it. But the girls in the house were filled with despair, so scared that they were about to cry. The knife-scarred man laughed cruelly. Every time new goods came, he loved to play with these fresh and delicious girls like a cat catching mice. He would crush their dignity, conscience, desire, bit by bit. In the end, after their bodies were destroyed, they would become prostitutes in heavenly fragrance brothel who put on makeup and sold their bodies. One must know, the reason why heavenly fragrance brothel's business was so good these few years, other than having a powerful backing, the most important reason was that they could find good goods, and train these women to be obedient. The door of the house was closed again. The inside fell into a dead silence. Despair, fear and hope, accompanied by crying, lingered in the air. Finally, someone could not help but break the silence. Who has a water spirit root? Come out yourself, okay? I don't want to be defiled, I already have a fiancé. If I am to be defiled by those beasts, I might as well die, sob sob sob. I also don't want to be defiled, I have an earth spirit root. Who has a water spirit root? Save us please. We don't want to all end up like that. Yes. 2 people being defiled is better than all of us being defiled, right? My father found out that I am missing, he will definitely come to save me, as long as we can survive these few days, all of us will be saved. Yes, my senior brother and master will definitely come to save me, I definitely do not want to become the lowest of prostitutes, sob sob sob. The voices of the girls in the house changed from the begging and fear at the beginning, to full of hope. They all felt that as long as they survived this time, their loved ones would definitely come to save them. But the prerequisite was that they had to hand over 2 people with water spirit root, to be the customers' cauldrons. Wei Z, I know you have a water spirit root, right? Suddenly, a young girl's voice rang out, interrupting everyone's conversation. Everyone's gazes immediately followed the direction of the man's finger and landed on a girl. The girl's appearance could only be considered delicate and pretty. She was very young, looking to be only 15 or 16 years old. When everyone's gaze landed on her, her entire face instantly turned snow white. His body trembled like a sieve. No. I'm not, the quality of my water spirit root is not good. Senior Sister Xianxia, you clearly know my cultivation. The woman who had just spoken hurriedly interrupted her. Wei Z, don't lie anymore. Even Master said that you are extraordinarily talented. Your water spirit root's quality is definitely above 3rd grade. Can you not be so selfish? As long as you sacrifice yourself, you can save all of us. Are you going to leave us to die? That's great. The other girls immediately beamed with joy. We finally found a water spirit root. No, no. I don't want to become a cauldron. Weizi cried out in fear. Seeing these women approaching, she screamed and tried to escape. When the woman called Xianxia saw that Weizi was tied up and couldn't even bite her tongue to commit suicide, she rubbed Weizi's head and said with a face full of pity, Weizi, don't hate me. This is your fate. We are tying you up now because we don't want you to hurt yourself. Think about it, if you don't listen, all of us will die. Even if you become a prostitute, it's still better than death. Weizi looked at everyone with a face full of despair, but all she got in return was those people turning around mercilessly. Now that we have found a person with a water spirit root, but that person wants to, what do we do? Someone raised this question. Everyone's gaze swept across the surrounding people one by one. Suddenly, Yunxiang's gaze landed on Xianxia. Just now, I seemed to feel that she used her spirit energy. There was a water spirit energy fluctuation. Xianxia's face immediately turned pale. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't even have a water spirit root. Whether you have a water spirit root or not, you'll know once you try. Yunxiang sneered, my wind fire sect sacrificed a junior sister for everyone. Since your bright moon sect has a person with a water spirit root, do you want to selfishly stand by the side and watch? Do you want everyone to die with you? That's right. As long as you sacrifice yourself, you can save everyone. How can you be so selfish? You actually want everyone to die together. Xianxia shook her head desperately. No, I don't have a water spirit root. You guys are talking nonsense. I don't want to be defiled. I don't want to become a prostitute. My senior brother is about to come and save me. I am the daughter of a bright moon sect elder. But how could these women let her go for their own safety? A group of people rushed up and wanted to tie her up like Weizi. Xianxia was almost scared to the point of going crazy. She grabbed Wu Fani and Lu Ruoxuan's hands and hysterically shouted, I don't want to become a furnace, I don't want to be defiled, senior sister, junior sister, save me, sob. As long as you guys are willing to help me, I promise that after we get out, I will give the intersect competition spot to you guys, please save me, sob. Lu Ruoxuan's hand was tightly gripped by Xianxia. Her nails were embedded into her flesh. The pain almost made her cry. She couldn't help but say, don't be like this, my senior sister, she is pure as ice and as clean as jade, how can you let her be defiled by others? How can you be so heartless? If she doesn't want to be defiled, do you want to be defiled? Do you want us to be defiled? Someone scolded her sarcastically. Why don't you replace her yourself? Lu Ruoxuan recalled the screams of the girl who was dragged away. Her body trembled and her face turned pale. She shook her head as if she was frightened. No, I don't have a water spirit root, then what the hell are you talking about? After that, he dragged Xianxia away and tied her up. Junior sister, save me. Help me. You're the kindest, you can't do this to me, junior sister. Lu Ruoxuan's face was full of panic and tears. At this time, she finally could not help but cry out, my senior sister is not the only one with a water spiritual root. That girl also has a pure water spiritual root aura. I beg you, can you let my senior sister go? Sob. In a split second, everyone's line of sight followed the direction of Lu Ruoxuan's finger and looked towards Mayan, who was sitting in the corner. Therefore, no one even noticed her existence in the beginning. And when she was fighting with Xianxia, her back was facing the other people except for Lu Ruoxuan and the other two, so these girls did not even see her face clearly. Even the knife-scarred man did not put the girl in his eyes. But now, when Lu Ruoxuan speaks and points, everyone's eyes are focused on Mayan's face. Immediately, several people sucked in a breath of cold air. It was only at this moment that these people realized that the young girl sitting in the corner possessed a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Her appearance was 100 times more beautiful than the bright and beautiful Xianxia and the delicate and pitiful Lu Ruoxuan. Especially that pair of bottomless peach blossom eyes. The corners of his eyes seemed to be curved but not curved, and his gaze seemed to be cold but not cold. However, with just a slight movement, he could steal away a person's soul. After the amazement, several girls revealed looks of jealousy on their faces. There wasn't a girl who didn't desire a beautiful face. Therefore, when they saw someone prettier than them, they would naturally feel envious and even jealous. You also have the water spiritual root? Mu Yan slowly opens her eyes, not saying anything. She had just experienced the god-slaying lightning tribulation, and her internal organs, tendons, and veins were all injured. Although it was not fatal, it was still very uncomfortable. That was why she had been hiding in the corner and circulating her spiritual power to heal the injuries in her body. As a result, she didn't even pay attention to what was happening outside. Even when the knife-scarred man came in, she only vaguely checked on him. After confirming that he was not a threat to her, she no longer cared about him. But she didn't expect that she would become the target of public criticism when she opened her eyes again after she had mostly recovered from her injuries. Yes, she has the water spiritual root, I can testify. She has a water spirit root. If you want to catch her, then catch her. Xianxia was afraid that everyone would grab her again. At this time, when she heard Lu Ruoxuan say that Mu Yan has a water spiritual root, it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. She immediately shouted, "Moreover, our junior sister apprentice is gifted, she can see through a person's cultivation and spiritual root attribute. If she said that this woman has a water spiritual root, then she definitely has a water spiritual root. Hurry up and tie her up so that we can be saved." Mu Yan's line of sight turns to look at Lu Ruoxuan meaningfully. This young girl seemed to have some ability. She was actually able to tell the attribute of her spirit root. In fact, Mu Yan's spirit root isn't the water spirit root, nor is it any of the 5 elements spirit roots, nor is it a variant spirit root. Instead, it was the one and only moon spiritual root. However, according to Di Mingju's words, the moon spirit root is still one of the 5 elements spirit roots in the beginning. As her cultivation increased, the number of spiritual roots in her body would increase. In the end, he even possessed a variant spiritual root and a chaotic spiritual root. Only when all the spirit roots fused together would it be the true moon spirit root. Now that her cultivation was too low, she only possessed one of the 5 elemental spiritual roots, which was the water spiritual root. However, logically speaking, ordinary people would not be able to tell the attribute of her spirit root from the circulation of her spirit power. He didn't expect Lu Ruoxuan to be able to sense it. Lu Ruoxuan comes into contact with Mayan's line of sight, and her whole body trembles. Xianxia immediately pulls her back and intimately hugs her hand, saying, "This kind of woman is selfish, she doesn't even have the spirit of self-sacrifice, what are you begging her for? Jin, you didn't do anything wrong. Find the person with the water spiritual root, you saved all of our lives." Lu Ruoxuan is still crying, shaking her head and stammering to apologize, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it." The other girls are already too lazy to care about Lu Ruoxuan, and they all surround Mayan. "Do you really have the water spiritual root?" Yunxiang asks aggressively. Mayan raises her brows, "So what if I do?" She has already used her divine sense to ask Qiu what just happened. At this time, she sees the little girl tied to the side with tears of despair on her face, and then looks at these seemingly righteous, but actually disgustingly selfish women. She can't help but smile mockingly. "Since you have the water spiritual root, why didn't you stand up just now? Didn't you hear us just ask who has the water spiritual root? That's right, how could you be so vicious? Selfishly hiding in the corner and not making a sound, did you want to see us all fall into miserable ends?" Mayan slowly stands up, arms crossed over her chest, and looks at them with a smile that isn't a smile. "What does it have to do with me if you all fall into miserable ends? Why should I make a sound?" How can you speak like that? Which sect are you from? Didn't your master teach you etiquette, justice, honor, and shame?" Mayan is about to laugh out loud. Etiquette, justice, honor and shame? What kind of etiquette, justice, honor, and shame? Is it the etiquette, justice, honor, and shame of being greedy for life and afraid of death, pushing others to sacrifice themselves? These words are like poking all the girls' Achilles' heel at once. In fact, in the beginning, they also felt guilty and uneasy. However, when they tied up Wei Zi, they thought that as long as 2 people were sacrificed, they could exchange for their own lives. Their hearts hardened little by little, turning ugly. Especially when there are other people accompanying them when they do bad things. They slowly start to convince themselves that they are right, and even convince themselves that doing this is for the sake of morality and justice. This is also something that can't be helped. Wu Fangyi said loudly, now that we've fallen to such a state, we should help each other and look for an opportunity to escape. The two of you were just a little bit. It's not like you'll really die, but in exchange, all of us will be able to live. Wait for our senior brother to find us. He'll naturally rescue the two of you. At that time, the two of you won't suffer too much of a loss. That's right, that's it. Wu Fangyi's words immediately made the others excited. Looking at your ragged clothes, I can tell that your sect is not very powerful. If you are really trapped here, you can only be a lowly prostitute forever. But if we ignore it, our sect will naturally be able to rescue you as well. Between a moment of innocence and eternal depravity, don't you know what to choose? This time, Mu Yan really laughed out loud, so, I have to thank you. Before her laughter died away, her eyes suddenly darkened. It's said that shameless people are invincible. Today, I've finally seen this ugly face. Using the suffering and pain of others in exchange for his own safety. However, they still had to make it sound so dignified, and even wanted the victim to thank them. Everyone's faces suddenly became extremely ugly. There was the resentment of having their thoughts exposed, and there was also the shame of trying to cover it up. Don't talk nonsense with her. Just tie her up and hand her over. Before he could finish, the door of the room was pushed open with a bang. The knife-scarred man and his underling strode in. 15 minutes have passed. Have you chosen the person with the water spirit root? He's chosen. Qin Xiaoxiao immediately shouted, it's these two people, you quickly take them away. The knife-scarred man looked at Wei Zi who was tied up. He narrowed his eyes, took a few steps forward, and lifted Wei Zi up. Tears streamed down Wei Zi's face. She wanted to struggle, but she couldn't even speak. The knife-scarred man grabbed the position of her dantian and suddenly grabbed it, circulating his spiritual energy. Wei Zi screamed and groaned in pain. The knife-scarred man laughed out loud, not bad. A third-grade water spiritual root is considered to be quite good. I'm sure that Lord will be satisfied. As he spoke, he threw Wei Zi to one of his subordinates. He rolled his eyes. What about the other one? Following Qin Xiaoxiao's finger, the knife-scarred man's line of sight falls on Mu Yan, and his pupils suddenly widen. His mouth slightly opened, and after a long while, he excitedly murmured, top quality, it's really top quality. If I offer this top quality to him, young Master Ning will definitely be satisfied. As he spoke, he walked towards Mu Yan. He reached out to check her dantian and spirit root. However, before his hand could touch Mayan's body, it was caught. The knife-scarred man raised his head and met a pair of bottomless black eyes. His mind suddenly shivered as he subconsciously sensed danger and took a step back. You. Mu Yan casually pats off the grass on her body and carelessly says, aren't you going to meet the guest? Let's go. Without waiting for the knife-scarred man to react, he walked straight to the door. She didn't look like someone who was going to be defiled as a cauldron, but someone who was going to be a queen. The knife-scarred man has trained so many women who have been forced into prostitution, but he has never seen one like Mayan. For a moment, he was dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally followed up with a serious expression. His gaze landed on Mu Yan without blinking, filled with vigilance. He was a veteran of hundreds of battles and had killed countless people, but the instant he met the young girl's eyes, an invisible fear surged into his heart. Boss, what's wrong? Seeing his serious expression, the subordinate couldn't help but approach and ask. There's something wrong with that woman. Have you ever seen a woman become a furnace so calm? Haha, maybe she knows that the person she needs to serve is young Master Ning and is eager to hook up with young Master Ning? You should know that even if it's just being a cultivation furnace, becoming young Master Ning's concubine is something that many people dream of. After listening to his subordinate's explanation, the knife-scarred man's heart calmed down. That's right, that was young Master Ning, the person that many people in Minlu Jiao wanted to curry favor with. This kind of lowly woman, even if she was to be his cultivation furnace, he would probably be more than happy to have her. The knife-scarred man thinks of Mu Yan's stunning appearance and her water spiritual root, young Master Ning would certainly be very satisfied. If young Master Ning was satisfied, then his own benefits would naturally not be lacking. Thinking to this point, the knife-scarred man no longer hesitated and laughed. Mu Yan and Wei Zi were quickly taken to a room. There were many beautiful dresses arranged in the room. The knife-scarred man has someone untie the ropes on Wei Zi. His eyes wander back and forth between the two, then he unhurriedly says, "If you know what's appropriate, then clean yourselves up and find some beautiful clothes to change into. After an hour, I'll come to pick you up to meet Ningxiao. If you have the ability to gain Ningxiao's favor, even if you're just a furnace, there will certainly be benefits for you. But if you dare to play tricks and make trouble for me, I'll have someone strip you naked, tie you up outside, and let all the men humiliate and trample on you. You'd better think clearly about whether you can bear the price of rebelling against our Tian Xiang Lu." Jia jia jia. The door is slammed shut, leaving only Mu Yan and Wei Zi in the room. Wei Zi couldn't bear it anymore, collapsing on the ground and wailing. Mu Yan, on the other hand, is very satisfied. She directly enters the wing room and happily uses the bath water prepared by Tian Xiang Lu to wash herself clean. Then, she finds some clothes that won't get in the way and puts them on. When she comes out, she finds that the little girl is still lying on the ground, crying so hard that she can't catch her breath. Mu Yan casually takes an apple from the coffee table and takes a bite. Then, she sits down in a languid manner. Her gaze falls on Wei Zi, who is crying in sorrow and despair. "Little girl, haven't you cried enough?" Wei Zi raises her head, revealing two eyes that are swollen like walnuts. Sobbing and sniffling, she says, "I don't want to become someone else's furnace, boo-hoo. I don't want to be defiled. I don't want to become a prostitute, boo-hoo, kacha, kacha, kacha." Wei Zi is crying her heart out, but Mu Yan is happily nibbling on the apple. Her posture as she sits on the chair is weak and boneless, but there's an indescribable magnificence that captivates people's hearts and souls. Wei Zi finally can't cry anymore. Her red and swollen eyes look at Mu Yan with confusion, and she asks in a small voice, "Sister, aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" We were caught to receive guests." Wei Zi thinks of her own experience, and she can't help but burst into tears again. "We'll still become someone else's furnace," Mu Yan sneers, her face carrying a disdainful arrogance. "In this world, the person who can force me to do things that I don't want to do hasn't been born yet." After her rebirth, she had always been a person who would destroy everything indiscriminately. Even in the Shin musician trial space, when the Tian Mochin wanted to control her, she would rather die than compromise. Even if Di Mingju was that strong in the beginning, he never thought of forcing her. In this world, who could force her to do something she did not want to do? Worst comes to worst, we'll all perish together. When Wei Zi heard her bold words, she was dumbfounded. While he was shocked, he also felt a hint of envy. After a while, he murmured, but this is the famous Heavenly Fragrance restaurant of Min Lu Domain." Hearing this, Mu Yan was a little interested. He casually threw the fruit core away and asked, "What is the background of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant? Why are you all so afraid when you hear about this Heavenly Fragrance restaurant?" "The Heavenly Fragrance restaurant is the property of the Ning family. It was opened by the Ning family's eldest young master. The Ning family is the most powerful family in the Min Lu domain. No sect or faction can contend with them. Young Master Ning. Heavenly Fragrance building." Mayan mutters, the corners of her mouth curling up into a cold arc, and her eyes are as dark as water. "You guys are out of luck." When she first arrived at the Xiaoxian continent, Mayan could be said to be clueless. Plus, Xiaobao is missing, and Di Mingju is uncontactable, so she's in a bad mood. This young Master Ning actually bumps into her. He dares to make her, Mayan, a furnace? If she doesn't peel off a layer of this young Master Ning's skin, her name, Mayan, will be written upside down. Mayan still wants to get more information about the Xiaoxian continent from Wei Zi's mouth, but the door is suddenly knocked open. The knife-scarred man and his men enter in a line. Seeing that Mayan has already tidied herself up, he shows a satisfied expression. Sure enough, this slut wants to take the initiative to seduce young Master Ning. But when he looks at Wei Zi, he immediately frowns in dissatisfaction. "Slut, didn't I tell you to tidy yourself up? What are you doing? You really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Come, take off this little slut's clothes for me." "Don't." Wei Zi screams, desperately hiding behind Mayan, her mouth begging incessantly, "I'm begging you to spare me. I'm willing to exchange. I'm willing to exchange." Woo-woo. The knife-scarred man's men are about to grab her, but Mayan stops them. She says unhurriedly, "Didn't she say she would exchange?" Still not getting out and waiting. "Who do you think you are, you slut, to dare talk to Lousy like that?" The knife-scarred man's men fly into a rage, slapping Mayan. However, before his hand could touch Mayan's body, he suddenly feels a huge force that flips him over. His whole body heavily hits the stone pillar, and his body twitches in pain. Mayan casually claps her hands, and looks at the knife-scarred man. "Didn't I say that we can't let young Master Ning wait for too long? Still not getting out? You slut, you dare to be so arrogant." The knife-scarred man grabs the man who was about to rush over, takes a deep look at Mayan, and turns to leave. Weizi was a little dumbfounded. She looked at Mu Yan, then looked at the knife-scarred man and the others who were leaving. She revealed an expression of admiration. "Sister, you're so amazing." Mu Yan grabs her collar and throws her directly into the water. "You stink, wash yourself clean." Sure enough, she still preferred those fragrant, pretty, and gossipy girls in the Netherflame Valley. Weizi was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. These people were captured and locked in a broken house. The house was full of dust and bugs, and the smell was terrible. On top of that, the girls were crying, throwing a tantrum, and being frightened. Naturally, none of them were clean. However, Weizi still felt extremely embarrassed to be despised by her beautiful sister. She even forgot about her current situation and hurriedly rubbed off the dirt on her body before putting on her clothes and walking out. Outside the house, the knife-scarred man held his waist and whispered in his ear, "Boss, this girl is too hot. Should we add something to her? To avoid accidentally injuring young Master Ning. What's more, our young Master Ning doesn't like docile and obedient women, but like spicy ones. I'm really afraid that this woman isn't spicy enough, and will grovel in front of young Master Ning. Things that are delivered to your doorstep are always worthless." Hearing this, the knife-scarred man's subordinates immediately understood and let out wretched laughter. They immediately remembered the chaste women that they had sent to young Master Ning several times. It was as if they were about to kill someone. After that, the scene in the room was even more bloody and tragic. But young Master Ning was very satisfied, and instead rewarded them with many good things. Just as they were imagining the scene of young Master Ning rewarding them with treasures, the door to the room was opened. Mu Yan swaggered out of the room. Weizi timidly followed behind her. The knife-scarred man's gaze swept over Mu Yan's exquisite and flawless face, his eyes once again revealing a touch of amazement. Then he turned around and led them to the east end of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant. Soon, the group stopped in front of the door. "Young Master Ning, the furnace you wanted is here. Send it in." The door creaked open, and Mu Yan and Weizi were directly pushed in. The incense in the room was so strong that it was suffocating, with a faint hint of sweetness. Mu Yan looked up and saw two men sitting in the room. One of them was slightly plump, with a kind face, about 30 years old. At first glance, he looked like a simple and honest young man. But as long as one saw the evil and tyrannical flash in his eyes, they would know that this person was not a good person. The other man was skinny, with a wretched appearance. Although they were also sitting, they kept nodding and bowing to the slightly plump man, trying to please him in every way possible. When they saw Mu Yan and Weizi coming in, the two of them looked over. When he saw Mu Yan's face, the skinny man sucked in a breath of cold air, and almost blurted out, "There's actually such a stunner in this world." The amazement and greed in his eyes almost overflowed. But very quickly, the skinny man realized something, and immediately turned to the slightly plump man with a flattering smile. "Young Master Ning is really lucky. Such a stunning beauty was actually found by your subordinates." It turned out that this slightly plump man was the young master of the Ning family, Ning Yuqing. Ning Yuqing's gaze landed on Mu Yan, his face twitching uncontrollably. That gaze made Mu Yan extremely uncomfortable. This man's gaze was too presumptuous and sinister, as if he was using his gaze to strip off her naked clothes. "Tell this young master, what is your name?" Ning Yuqing asked in a rare moment of condescension. He originally thought that Mayan would be overwhelmed by the favor, or perhaps in fear and trepidation. Unexpectedly, Mu Yan casually walked in, found a chair, and sat down as if she was strolling in her own back garden. Her sitting posture was languid and wanton, but for some reason, her entire body exuded a luxurious aura. Then, she looked at Ning Yuqing and said nonchalantly, "Who the hell are you? Do you think you deserve to know my name?" Ning Yuqing's first reaction was not anger, but shock and disbelief. He was the young master of the Ning family and had played with countless women. Even the most chaste women would cry and beg for mercy when they were presented to him. They were terrified and desperate. Impudent. The skinny man on the side couldn't sit still anymore. He roared angrily, "Do you know who this young Master Ning is? How dare you speak to young Master Ning like that, you slut, are you tired of living?" Saying that, the skinny man raised his hand, about to slap Mayan. Just as the skinny man approached Mayan, his hand about to fall on the young girl's fair, flawless face. Mayan slowly raised her head, a pair of deep peach blossom eyes met the skinny man's eyes. In a split second, the skinny man couldn't help but shiver, he stiffly froze in place. Those are clearly a pair of very beautiful eyes, but he seems to see an abyss of hell, a sea of white bones and blood. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his forehead, his hands and feet seemed to be frozen, unable to move. At this time, Ning Yuqing's voice came, "Enough, Tianlei, don't shout about killing, what if you scare the little beauty, come back." Fang Tianlei's body stiffened for a moment, in the end he didn't say anything, he took a few steps back and stood behind Ning Yuqing. Looking at Mayan, his eyes were full of seriousness and wariness. Ning Yuqing didn't notice anything wrong. He slightly narrowed his eyes, reaching out to touch Mayan's face, "Little beauty, your character is hot enough, this young master likes it. This young master is in a good mood today, why don't you follow this young master back to the Ning family, you don't need to receive guests in this heavenly fragrance brothel anymore. How about it?" Mayan slapped his hand away, her face full of disgust, she said, "You like it, it's a pity I don't. Who would like a stinky and disgusting pig?" Ning Yuqing's confident smile froze in an instant. The fat on his face trembled, then twisted into a sinister anger, "Slut, don't be so shameless." Saying that, he ruthlessly slapped her. Mayan suddenly felt a gust of wind, accompanied by a scorching heat wave, blowing towards her. She didn't even think about it, her feet tapped, the chair scraped the ground, making a squeaking sound, and flew far away. She barely dodged Ning Yuqing's attack. Ning Yuqing's face darkened when he saw that his attack had failed, but he didn't continue his attack. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a cruel smile. "Looks like you don't know how to be a furnace, or how to be a good pet of this young master. Tianlei, go teach her well. Let her see with her own eyes what the consequences of going against this young master are." When Fang Tianlei heard that, his gaze immediately fell on Wei Zi. Then, he revealed a sinister smile, bowed to Ning Yuqing and said, "Young Master Ning, rest assured. Tianlei will definitely let this bitch know what's good for her. Defying young Master Ning will bring her a miserable end. Young Master Ning, just wait and see. In a while, this woman will obediently crawl in front of you and beg you to pamper her." Fang Tianlei was the bastard son of a small subsidiary family of the Ning family. Because he managed to curry favor with Ning Yuqing, his status skyrocketed. Today, he had come to the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant to enjoy the water spiritual root, which was a gift from Ning Yuqing. Ning Yuqing was one of the best of the Ning family's younger generation. At such a young age, he had already reached the 7th stage of fasting. In order to prepare for the Xiaozhen continent's grand event, the sect selection, the Ning family had been working hard to provide him with all kinds of cultivation resources, just so that he could reach the 8th stage of fasting as soon as possible. In order to speed up his cultivation, he has been taking a lot of fire elixirs. But no matter how good the elixirs are, they all have side effects. Taking too many in a short period of time will cause damage to his meridians and dantian. In order to better absorb the fire elixirs, Ning Yuqing came up with a different method. It was to defile those talented female cultivators with water spiritual roots, using them as cultivation cauldrons to replenish yang energy. At the same time, the fire poison in his body will be transferred to these female cultivators. It was not hard to imagine how miserable the fate of these female cultivators with water spiritual roots who were defiled by Ning Yuqing would be. In this period of time, the number of female cultivators that Ning Yuqing has defiled can be said to be countless. The fire poison in his body is also almost completely removed. So this time, when he came to Heavenly Fragrance Brothel to choose female cultivators, he brought Fang Tianlei along. To put it nicely, he wanted to let him enjoy it together. But Ning Yuqing did not expect that he would meet such a stunning beauty like Mu Yan, so much that he could not bear to waste her. When Wei Zi saw Fang Tianlei coming over, she was scared out of her wits. She wanted to run towards Mu Yan, but her knees gave way and she fell to the ground. "No, don't come over." "Woo woo woo." No, Fang Tianlei did not care about her begging and crying. He rushed over and grabbed her clothes, and tore them. With a ripping sound, the outer clothes were torn, revealing the smooth skin underneath. Fang Tianlei swallowed, his eyes filled with violence and greed. Although he also wanted to taste that stunning beauty, it was obvious that eldest young Master Ning had his eyes on her. He could not eat meat, but drinking some soup was not bad. What's more, although this little girl looked young and immature, her skin was as smooth as ice, and as smooth as jade, making people drool. If he could leave green and purple marks on her skin, when Fang Tianlei thought of that scene, he felt his lower abdomen tighten, and with a roar, he threw Wei Zi to the ground. "No! Don't touch me! Save me, sister, save me!" Fang Tianlei laughed sinisterly. "Haha, scream all you want, the louder you scream, the more fun I will have. Later, when you are under me, make sure to scream even more." Saying that, his evil claws reached for Wei Zi's underwear. Seeing that her clothes were about to be ripped off, her chastity would be lost. Wei Zi shed tears of despair. However, in the next moment, Fang Tianlei's blood-curdling scream suddenly rang in his ears. Then, Wei Zi felt her body lighten, and the demon that was pressing down on her disappeared. She was pulled up from the ground and a robe was gently draped over her shoulders. Wei Zi raised her head in a daze and looked at the beautiful girl standing beside her with teary eyes. Realizing that she was saved, Wei Zi could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. "What's the use of crying?" Mu Yan presses on the top of her head. Her tone is unkind, but her movements are very gentle. "To deal with this kind of scum who is worse than pigs and dogs, you should directly cripple her." Fang Tianlei cuts a sorry figure as he climbs up from the ground. His chin is still aching from Mayan's kick. He glanced at Ning Yuqing and saw that Ning Yuqing was calmly watching from the side, as if he had no intention of interfering. His face instantly turned ferocious and he sneered, "Little whore, do you really think I can't beat you? Just now, I was just showing mercy to the fairer sex. Since you don't know what's good for you time and time again, don't blame me." Fang Tianlei is startled, but he doesn't have time to react. There's a sudden flash in front of him, followed by a cracking sound in his ears, followed by an indescribable heart-tearing pain in his lower body. "Ah ah ah!" Fang Tianlei screams, clutching his crotch and collapsing. The intense pain causes him to roll on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. You. He roars like a trapped beast, all the spiritual power in his body surging. He's going to give Mu Yan a fatal blow. However, without waiting for him to launch his attack, Mu Yan has already lifted her foot, casually stepping on Fang Tianlei's lower body. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking one after another makes Fang Tianlei's whole body seem to stop. His body keeps twitching, the hand that was originally covering his crotch hangs down, from the wrist down, including the bones of his fingers and palms, they're all shattered. Not to mention his descendant root, this time, it's really and truly become a waste. Fang Tianlei's eyes are wide open, his mouth is wide open, as if he wants to scream, but not a single sound comes out. Like a stranded fish on the verge of death, he can't even breathe. Mu Yan looks down at Fang Tianlei's frightened expression, slowly smiling. Is it fun to trample on women? Is it fun to listen to women scream and beg for mercy? Fang Tianlei trembles, his throat making a cracking sound. Spare my life. Heh, since it's so fun, then go to hell and play with those female ghosts that died because of you. As soon as she says that, a long sword appears in Mu Yan's hand. The sword flashes, piercing Fang Tianlei's heart without hesitation. Fang Tianlei doesn't even have a chance to make a sound, his eyes roll back, and he dies. The room falls into a deathly silence. Wei Zi even forgets to cry, her red and swollen eyes look at Mu Yan, then at the breathless Feng Tianlei, her mouth gaping, unable to make a sound. Clap clap clap, the room suddenly resounds with a rhythmic applause. Mu Yan turns to look, only to see that Ning Yuqing isn't angry, instead he's applauding with an appreciative smile. But those squinting eyes reveal a greedy and evil light. He's actually at the 9th stage of the body refining realm. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Ning Yuqing walked towards Mu Yan step by step, his eyes moving from her picturesque face, to her slender neck, to her curvaceous body. The lust in his eyes was overflowing. Very good, very good. This young master is getting more and more satisfied with you. As Ning Yuqing spoke, he made a grabbing motion in the air, and the wine on the table appeared in his hand. He smiles in a cultured and refined manner, handing the glass of wine to Mu Yan. This young master will give you another chance. Drink this glass of wine and obediently crawl over to serve this young master. This young master guarantees that even if you become a human cauldron, I will spare your life. Moreover, from now on, I will let you enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. This cup of wine was the specialty of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. It had an aphrodisiac effect, which could make a chastity girl obedient. However, Ning Yuqing was usually unwilling to use it. This was because he enjoyed the sight of those women screaming miserably and begging for mercy under his abuse. However, seeing Mayan today, it makes all the blood in his body boil. Not only did this girl have a stunning appearance, but she was also extremely talented. Ning Yuqing felt that if he had a taste of such a beauty, he would not be interested in those ordinary women anymore. It would be a pity if he accidentally spoiled her. A low laugh came out from Mu Yan's mouth. Following that, a pair of slender, smooth, and well-defined hands grasped the blue and white porcelain cup and took the wine cup. Ning Yuqing looked at the pair of beautiful eyes that looked like they were carved by the gods. He could not help but swallow his saliva, his chest felt like it was on fire. He could not wait to pounce on her and ravage her. But at the same time, he felt an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. As expected, no matter how ruthless this woman was, in front of him, young Master Ning, she would obediently listen to him. Mu Yan took the wine cup and twirled it in her hand, a bright smile appeared on her face. Young Master Ning, how many women have you given this wine to? Those ordinary women are not worthy of this young master's wine. Ning Yuqing showed a disdainful smile. Step by step he walked closer to Mu Yan. Towards other women, this young master would casually play with them and throw them away, or give them to those lowly servants or customers of Heavenly Fragrance brothel. But beauty, you are different. This young master cannot bear to hurt you, so I gave you this cup of wine. That is to say, you have defiled a lot of women? Heh. In this Min Lu Jia, as long as it is a woman this young master wants to play with, there is no woman I can't get. Mu Yan slowly raised her head, her gaze from the wine cup to Ning Yuqing's face. Looks like, from the beginning, I decided to take your dog lives. It was not a bad decision. Ning Yuqing was startled, he did not react. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and felt a sharp pain in his tongue and teeth. A huge wine cup, along with the mixed wine inside, was sent into his mouth. Then, Mu Yan raised her leg and kicked his lower abdomen. Ning Yuqing's entire body was sent flying, crashing heavily into a pillar. The violent impact caused the wine cup in his mouth to shatter, cutting his tongue and oral cavity. All of a sudden, Ning Yuqing let out a painful howl, and blood flowed out from his mouth and teeth. Outside the room, the knife-scarred man and his men heard the commotion inside. They could not help but be speechless. I did not expect this girl to be so ruthless. This commotion is even louder than that chaste woman who was played to death last time. The louder the commotion, the more suffering she will suffer. Young Master Ning loves to abuse these kinds of girls. Later when we go in, that woman might already be in a terrible state. Such a beauty, it is such a pity, haha, who asked her to have such bad luck? Inside the room, Ning Yuqing crawled up from the ground with difficulty. This time, there was no smile on his face, only shock and malevolent resentment remained. You slut, how dare you attack this young master? As he spoke, blood continued to gush out of his mouth, causing his voice to become unclear. Ning Yuqing spat out the blood in his mouth and stared fixedly at Mu Yan. In the next moment, a powerful spiritual energy surged out from his body. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you really think that you can be arrogant in front of this young master just because you're at the 9th stage of body refining? He clenched his right hand into a fist and channeled his spiritual power. Immediately, a blazing flame appeared on his fist. This young master will let you know the consequences of resisting me. The air in the room seemed to be boiling hot in an instant. The rolling waves of air have already rushed towards Mayan, blowing her clothes and hair up. Mu Yan's eyes narrow, she raises her hand, and a grayish-black zither appears in her hand. She plucks the strings lightly, and a melodious melody immediately comes out. Ning Yuqing sneers, "What? Are you afraid now? You want to flirt with this young master and enjoy yourself? But it's too late." Mu Yan holds the zither with one hand, casually plucking the strings as if playing a pipa. Hearing this, she chuckles, "Young Master Ning doesn't want to hear it? This young master wants to hear a slut like you crying and begging for mercy under me." As soon as his voice falls, Ning Yuqing's fist suddenly explodes. The turbulent air waves cause the furniture in the room to crash to the ground. Wei Zi, who is hiding in the corner, is almost blown away. She clings to a nearby pillar to stabilize herself. Even so, her hair and clothes still felt like they were being roasted by the flames. Her skin is burning, and she can't help but let out a low moan. Wei Zi, who was just swept away by the air waves, is already like this, not to mention Mu Yan, who was directly hit by the raging flame fist. Ning Yuqing slowly withdraws his fist, his face showing a proud and cruel expression. However, the scene in front of him makes him dumbfounded. The girl in front of him is still standing, her hands lightly plucking the strings of the zither. That expression, that posture, even that movement, there is not the slightest change. Languid, carefree, as if she doesn't care about anything. This is impossible. Ning Yuqing can't help but roar. Even his grandfather praised his raging flame fist to be powerful. Among the cultivators of the same cultivation level in Minlu Jia, which one of them is not prepared to face his raging flame fist with great difficulty? But this woman is only at the 9th stage of body refining. How could she so easily deal with it? Ning Yuqing's gaze suddenly falls on the zither. Following the sound of the zither, there is a faint white light emitting from the zither. It envelopes Mu Yan and the zither together. Divine hands weave, which could even barely block a blow from the god-slaying tribulation. How could it be unable to block a mere level 7 fasting, roaring flame fist? It was that ancient zither. There was something strange about that zither. Ning Yuqing's eyes lit up. His mind turns at lightning speed, pretending to be shocked and in disbelief to divert Mayan's attention. Just as Mu Yan was about to speak, he suddenly roared and pounced over, snatching the zither from Mu Yan's hands. "Ha ha ha, little bitch, you can be so arrogant because of this zither of yours, right? Now that you don't have this zither, what are you going to do?" Mu Yan is really surprised for a moment. Because Ning Yuqing's action just now was very fast, she didn't expect that Ning Yuqing would actually snatch the Tian Emochin, so she didn't have time to react. Ning Yuqing looked at the Tian Emochin in his hand. He had just witnessed how powerful the Tian Emochin was. If it could even block his raging flame fist, then it would be a rare treasure. It might even be a 4th-grade spirit artifact or above. In the cultivation continent, spiritual tools are divided into 9 grades. Above spirit artifacts were divine artifacts. However, in the cultivation continent, divine artifacts were treasures that one could only dream of but not obtain. Above the divine artifacts were the heavenly divine artifacts, the divine king artifacts, the sacred ancestral artifacts, and even the heavenly divine artifacts. Minlu Jia is the weakest region in the Shozhen continent. Here, 3rd grade and above spirit tools are priceless, enough to help a family move unhindered. So when he thinks that the zither in his hand might be a 4th-grade spirit tool, Ning Yuqing's eyes shine with greed. With a 4th-grade spirit tool, his chances of getting a good result in the sect selection will be even higher. However, when he tries to pluck the strings, he only hears an ear-piercing noise, nothing else. Ning Yuqing doesn't believe it, he even infuses his spiritual power into it. But a broken zither is a broken zither, there is no change, only that ear-piercing noise, as if mocking his stupidity. "How is it? Have you played enough? Do you need me to teach you?" He doesn't know when, but the girl's clear laughter comes close. Ning Yuqing is startled, and immediately becomes furious, what's so strange about this spirit tool? If you obediently tell me, this young master may spare your life. Mu Yan's mouth slowly curls up, a bright smile blooming on her snow-white face. You want to know? Then I'll show you now. As soon as she says that, Mu Yan crooks her finger. The zither in Ning Yuqing's arms moves up and down on its own, producing a melodious music. Along with the music, sharp air blades scatter in all directions. Zither sound blade, level 4 skill, activate. Ah! Ning Yuqing is so close, how can he avoid it? In a split second, he feels a sharp pain in his face, chest and abdomen. The Tian Mo Qin in his arms has already flown up to the sky, returning to Mu Yan's hand. Mu Yan has just received the Tian Mo Qin when she hears Qi Huang's annoying voice. Heh, even the most precious treasures in the Shoshan continent are not worthy to carry this sage's shoes. This idiot, he thinks that the Tian Mo Qin is only a 4th grade spirit tool, he should just die. Mu Yan's expression stiffens, she stops her attack on Ning Yuqing. Qi Huang, you're awake? Yes. This sage consumed his primordial spirit to activate, Divine weaves the heavens, high-level defense, allowing you to escape the fatal blow of the god-slaying tribulation. Don't forget this sovereign's kindness. The youngster's voice carries an arrogance that's as it should be, and it's asking for a beating as it rings in Mayan's ears. Mu Yan, however, chuckles in a low voice, temporarily breaching the contract on the battlefield, and even releasing my Xiaobao in a moment of life and death crisis. Qi Huang, you actually want me to not forget your kindness? In the space, Qi Huang raises his eyes and looks at the phantom formed by Mu Yan's spiritual form. Meeting that pair of smiling yet not smiling peach blossom eyes, he suddenly feels his scalp tighten, and he unconsciously takes a step back. June Mayan, I'm telling you, Ben Zun did that in order to save you. You better not act recklessly. Before Qi Huang could finish speaking, Mayan's hand has already stroked one of the strings. At the very end of the string, there's a sudden pluck. Ouch! Qi Huang screams miserably, and his primordial spirit tumbles to the ground, rolling around. Ha 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 ha. Jun Mayan, you bastard. Ha 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 ha. You actually dare to do this to me. Ha 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 ha. I won't let you go. Ha 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 ha. I won't let you off. Ha 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 ha. The youth on the grass laughs until his clothes and hair are disheveled, beads of water seeping out of his flowing phoenix eyes. His whole person looks like he's just been ravaged, beautiful and alluring, making people feel pity for him. Mayan's hand finally stops plucking the strings, slowly moving in front of Qi Huang. Qi Huang's eyes are red, his whole person appearing delicate and pitiful. Seeing her approach, he glares at her with grief and indignation. Jun Mayan, you bastard, this hatred, Ben Zun will definitely take revenge. Mayan has a smile that isn't a smile, her fingers pressing on the end of the strings. Are you sure? Qi Huang instantly wilts. He shrinks his body, purses his lips, and angrily stops talking. Just then, the melodious sound of the zither rings out again. Qi Huang only feels a shiver run through his body. But this time, it's not a laughter that wants to take his life. Instead, an indescribable refreshment and strength circulates through his whole body, making him feel so comfortable that he almost sighs. The next moment, the girl's soft voice rings in his ears, but in any case, thank you this time, Qi Huang. Thank you for letting me live, and thank you for not letting me and Xiaobao be separated by life and death. Qi Huang stares blankly. He jerks his head up, only to find that Mayan's figure is no longer in the space. He stretches out his hand and looks at his palm. The palm that was originally so transparent that it was almost invisible has solidified quite a bit at this time. His whole body is surging with a power that doesn't belong to him, but it's so warm, so gentle. Qi Huang blankly stares at his palm for a while. Suddenly, he flips over and throws himself on the grass. He rolls several times on the grass before burying his face in the ground. In a muffled voice, he says to himself, "Don't think that Ben Zun won't retaliate like this, humph." Mayan's divine sense leaves the space, and her 5 fingers play on the strings, her heart very satisfied. Although the Tian Mo Qin hasn't been repaired or upgraded after going through the god-slaying calamity this time, the connection between her and the Tian Mo Qin has deepened a bit. Now, she can already control Qi Huang's senses with the strings. She can also shield Qi Huang's senses during battle. In other words, even if Qi Huang's soul leaves the Tian Mo Qin, he will no longer be affected by her stroking the strings. But if she wants to punish or help Qi Huang, she can achieve it through different spiritual power control and playing. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth hooks up into a wicked smile. Little guy, let's see if you still dare to break the contract and act recklessly in the future. But as soon as he raised his head, the smile on his face disappeared. Because she discovered that in the instant that she was punishing Qi Huang, that grandson Ning Yuqing had actually escaped. The fact that Ning Yuqing had run away meant that he had alerted the entire Heavenly Fragrance restaurant. Sure enough, a moment later, she heard Ning Yuqing screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Help! Help! Someone wants to kill this young master. Mu Yan sneered. Her figure flashed and appeared outside the door. Trying to escape? Calling for help? Then this young lady will clean up this filthy Heavenly Fragrance restaurant in one go. The knife-scarred man and his subordinates were standing guard not far from the house. It wasn't that they didn't notice the commotion inside, as well as the scorching heat waves. But he just looks at each other and smiles wretchedly, his face filled with sympathy and pity for Mayan. It seemed that this hot chick did have some ability. She actually made young Master Ning use his raging flame fist. It's just a pity that her ice skin and jade bones have already been burnt by young Master Ning's raging flame fist. Young Master Ning really doesn't know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. He vaguely shouts, "Help, help, that crazy woman wants to kill me, quickly, quickly inform the guards of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant." When they see clearly who this bloodied person is, the knife-scarred man and his men are completely dumbfounded. Young Ning, eldest young master? How could he be injured like this? The sound of movement comes from inside the room. Ning Yuqing is so scared that he pisses his pants. He frantically pushes away the knife-scarred man and his men to escape. Stop her for this young master. Aha, help. Before the knife-scarred man can react, he sees a slender and pretty figure slowly walking out of the room. She is holding an old zither in her hands, her small picturesque face has a lazy and faint smile. She slowly walks over, the wind ruffling her clothes, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. The knife-scarred man and his men are simply dumbfounded. What is going on? You, what are you? Before the knife-scarred man can finish his words, Mayan's fingers are already plucking the zither strings. The airflow fluctuates, and an invisible blade breaks through the air. The knife-scarred man only feels a pain in his chest, his body swaying, and he has already softly fallen down. Mayan says with a smile that isn't a smile, "Just now, didn't you say that you want me to be obedient? What are you going to do to me if I'm not obedient? You, who are you?" The knife-scarred man's men look at the dead body of their boss. Then they look at the girl's beautiful face, her bright smile, and there is no longer a trace of charming and gentle desire in their hearts, only full of fear. "You, do you know that this is the Ning family's property? You?" The men's stammering voice is filled with infinite fear, unable to complete their story. Mayan can't listen anymore, her hands suddenly pluck the zither strings. This time, it's not just one or two swords that fly out, but hundreds and thousands. These scum who were just fiercely abusing and defiling young girls, at this moment, don't even have the chance to make a sound, as the sound blades penetrate them, turning them into a hornet's nest. Mayan turns her wrist, the Tian Mo Qin that she was originally holding turns around, turning into 7 colored long swords, and then combine into one, becoming the crystal clear, 7 absolute swords, falling into her palm. The tip of her sword was pointed to the ground, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a faint smile. Step by step, she chased after Ning Yuqing. If the people of Hellflame Valley were here and saw Mayan's expression, they would know that everyone in Heavenly Fragrance House is going to be out of luck. However, who told them to be so blind as to bump into Mu Yan when she was in a bad mood? They deserved to be annihilated. In the house behind her, Wei Zi hid in the doorway, looking at the direction Mu Yan left in a daze, her eyes full of awe and worship. How could there be such a handsome and powerful woman in this world? If one day, she could be half as powerful as this little sister, how great would that be? The Heavenly Fragrant restaurant had been in business for several decades, but there had never been a day where it was in such a mess and in such a miserable state. The guests who had been intimate and having fun inside had long since been scared out of their wits and had disappeared without a trace. On the walkway outside the room, there were dead, injured, and dying bodies lying everywhere. These corpses were basically the heavenly fragrant restaurant's guards, pimps, and even Ning Yuqing's personal guards. The innocent prostitutes were frightened when they saw such a bloody massacre. Ning Yuqing's body was covered in blood, his hair was a mess, and he was in a sorry state. He was protected by the guards of Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant and his own guards, but there was not a shred of peace on his face, only fear. Trash. Trash. There were so many of them, but they couldn't even stop a woman. There were more than 100 people in Heavenly Fragrance Restaurant, but they couldn't stop a mere girl. But when he thought of the terrifying zither in that woman's hands, all of Ning Yuqing's anger and hatred were replaced by fear. That madwoman, she doesn't want to live. Ning Yuqing gritted his teeth and cursed, "Is there still no news from the people we sent to inform the Ning family?" The guard next to him was about to answer, when a slender figure suddenly appeared from a corner not far away. The girl was wearing a lake blue long dress, her eyebrows were like snow, and her face was beautiful. When she slowly walked over, it was like a tranquil and beautiful ancient painting. However, none of the people present were shaken when they saw this painting. Instead, they were filled with terror. When Ning Yuqing saw the person, his legs uncontrollably trembled, extreme fear caused the fat on his face to tremble. "Slut, you, don't go too far, I am the young master of the Ning family. If you kill me, the Ning family will not let you off." Ning Yuqing shouted fiercely, but in the end, he couldn't help but beg for mercy. If you are willing to let me go, I promise not to pursue the matter, and I will make the Ning family send compensation." The girl in front of him tilted her head, as if she was considering, send compensation? Ning Yuqing's heart was in his throat. I promise that the compensation will be to your satisfaction." Mu Yan slowly blooms into a smile. "What a pity, compared to an apology, I want more, your life." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, the cold tip of the sword pointed straight at Ning Yuqing. The wind howled, killing intent filled the sky. "Ah!" Ning Yuqing screamed, desperately grabbing a guard beside him to block in front of him. The long sword pierced through the guard's flesh, killing him instantly. But the tip of the sword still cut through Ning Yuqing's clothes, and cut through his flesh. The bone-chilling cold seeped into his blood vessels, scaring him out of his wits. Mu Yan flew back to where she was standing and looked at Ning Yuqing, who was unharmed. She said regretfully, "He is still alive, young Master Ning is really lucky." Ning Yuqing was trembling all over, and at this moment, he saw Wei Zi hiding in a corner. He immediately shouted excitedly, "Take that woman, quick, take that woman as a hostage." "Wei Zi," the guard beside him shouted, "Wei Zi." Wei Zi screamed, screaming, "Wei Zi, Wei Zi." Wei Zi was shocked. The guard was moved, but Wei Zi was shocked. The long sword in his hand changes back into the Tian Mo Qin in a flash. The sound of the zither resounds, and the blade of the sword flies. The guard was in midair and couldn't even dodge. In an instant, he was riddled with holes. Mu Yan leaps up, grabs Wei Zi's collar, and pulls her to her side. "Wei Zi Wei, and Mu, of Mu, yes SS Qing, Mu, of, Yut." Mu Yan didn't care about her, and looked at Ning Yuqing coldly. Ning Yuqing almost fainted in fright when he saw her piercing glare. This time everyone's eyes were attracted. They saw a few girls in ragged clothes, trying to escape from the corridor behind Ning Yuqing. But one of them accidentally tripped and made a sound, which was noticed by Ning Yuqing. These people, coincidentally, were Lu Ruoxuan and the others who were locked up in the house with Mu Yan. The commotion in Heavenly Fragrance Brothel was so loud that even Lu Ruoxuan and the others who were locked up in the house heard it. In order to deal with Mu Yan, the people guarding them also left. So Lu Ruoxuan and the others secretly broke the door lock, wanting to escape. But they did not expect that they would be discovered by Ning Yuqing just as they were about to escape. And the one who accidentally tripped and made a sound was Jin Xiaoxiao, the one who caused the most trouble. When the Madam of Heavenly Fragrance Brothel next to Ning Yuqing saw this group of people, her originally panicked face turned into a look of joy. "Young Master Ning, these people were captured together with that demoness." Ning Yuqing's eyes lit up, and immediately waved his hand to get the group of people arrested. His face finally revealed a look of relief. This crazy woman would care about the life and death of that little girl, Naturally she would not leave these women to die, and he only needed to delay until the Ning family arrived, then this crazy woman would be at his mercy. That powerful zither would naturally belong to him. Until now, Ning Yuqing still believed that the reason why Mu Yan was so powerful was because of the zither in her hands. But the secret of the zither must be dug out from this crazy woman's mouth. Don't move. Ning Yuqing suddenly grabbed Qin Xiuxiu's neck and roared at Mu Yan, if you move again, I will kill these women. Mu Yan's footsteps really stopped. But it was different from the anger and unwillingness that Ning Yuqing had imagined. The girl who was standing not far away just crossed her arms, looking at them with a smile that was not a smile. If you want to kill them, just kill them. What does it have to do with me? Ning Yuqing's face suddenly froze. She actually did not care about the life and death of these women? Qin Xiuxiu was so scared that her face turned pale, and she screamed, how can you do this? Quickly save me, save me. I don't want to die. Ning Yuqing's guards also placed their weapons on the necks of the other women, and looked at Mu Yan threateningly. These women felt the pain and fear of the blades cutting through the skin on their necks. They were scared out of their wits. Lu Ruoxuan cried, Miss, please save us. Are you really going to watch us die? Mayan sneers, save you? Why? Do I know you? What do you mean? In any case, we were captured together and have gone through thick and thin together. How can you be so heartless and selfish and leave us in the lurch? Miss, we are in the same boat. Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. I beg you to be kind. My parents and brothers are still waiting for me to go back. Sob sob sob. I don't want to die. I'm only 17. Please spare me. The girls who were caught began to cry. Most of them were only in their teens or 20s. They looked young and pitiful, and their cries were even more pitiful. Even those stone-hearted guards would feel a bit of pity when they saw such a young girl crying. Of course, they wouldn't show any mercy when it was time to act. Ning Yuqing shouted, Miss, I don't know who you are, but I have offended you today. I, young Master Ning, have eyes but failed to see. I am willing to apologize to you. As long as you are willing to let bygones be bygones, I promise that I will personally escort you out of Heavenly Fragrance Brothel. From now on, the Ning family and Heavenly Fragrance Brothel will not pursue this matter. Saying that, he bowed very sincerely, even if I have offended you, I did not do anything to you. Please be magnanimous and spare me and Heavenly Fragrance Brothel. Qin Xiuxiu and the others' eyes lit up at his words. If young Master Ning really could escort them out of Heavenly Fragrance Brothel and let bygones be bygones, then they wouldn't have to worry about being defiled and humiliated in the future. Qin Xiuxiu said agitatedly, did you hear that? Young Master Ning has already apologized to you, can't you be magnanimous and magnanimous? Mayan's mouth hooked up in a mocking smile, no. Today, I will take young Master Ning's life. If she hadn't seen Ning Yuqing's true face with her own eyes, she would have thought that there was only a small conflict between them. Ning Yuqing's face twisted, he was driven mad with anger. He had already lowered himself to this extent, but this woman still wouldn't let him go. You. Qin Xiuxiu and the others almost fainted from anger. Yunxiang couldn't help but say agitatedly, how can you be so vicious? Do you really want to see us all die? We are in the same boat, we should help each other, but you are going to leave us in the lurch? Aren't you afraid of retribution in the future? Suddenly, her eyes fell on Wei Zi, who was not far away. Seeing Wei Zi hiding behind Mu Yan, she immediately became excited. Wei Zi, junior sister, quickly ask this woman to save us. We are both pitiful women who share the same fate. I'm also your senior sister. Are you going to watch me die? Wei Zi instinctively shrank back, but her usually obedient and timid face slowly showed intense anger. She took a few deep breaths, then suddenly shouted, You are too shameless. Back then, for the sake of your own survival, you sent me and this big sister out to be defiled by others. You have the face to say that you are in the same boat. What right do you have to ask big sister to save you? You are the most selfish and shameless. You want me to save you now, but when you tie me up and push me out to be violated by others, to be used as a cultivation vessel, have you ever thought about the fact that I'm your junior apprentice sister? I don't have a heartless senior sister like you. Even if you die today, you deserve it. You deserve it. None of you have the right to blame little Missy. Woo 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 woo. After Wei finished shouting, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Her tears were heart-wrenching. It was as if all the fear, grievance, and despair he had suffered for so long had finally erupted at this moment. Mu Yan couldn't help but shake her head. This little girl was too good at crying. It was as if she was made of water. But Yunxiang was scolded by Wei Zi's words until her face turned red to her ears, unable to say a word for a long time. The prostitutes of the Heavenly Fragrance building, who were watching the fight from the sidelines, originally thought that these girls were pitiful and that Mayan had a heart of stone. When they heard Wei Zi's complaint, all of them revealed expressions of indignation and sympathy. You clearly pushed her out as a scapegoat, and now you still have the face to ask for help. Even if I'm a shameless whore, I wouldn't do such a disgusting thing. Hee hee, these righteous women look down on us prostitutes, but under their sanctimonious faces, they are actually dirtier than us. If this girl really can destroy Heavenly Fragrance brothel, we can be saved. The words of Heavenly Fragrance brothel's prostitutes reach Lu Ruoxuan's ears, her pretty face flushes red. Her face is filled with guilt, panic and grievance. Girl, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it at that time. I was just too afraid that senior sister would be hurt, so I blurted out that you have water spiritual roots. I'm sorry, if you want to hate someone, just hate me, okay? I beg you to save my senior sister, and these innocent people. That's right, girl, at that time we were sorry, but we only wanted to save ourselves. In a moment, we are willing to personally kowtow to you to apologize, and give you generous gifts, we only beg you to save us. Boo-hoo, big sister, I really know that I was wrong, I don't want to die. I beg you to save us. Lu Ruoxuan's words are lovely and touching, and full of sincerity. The others are even more heartbroken, they would be very pitiful. But Mayan sneers inwardly. What she hates the most in her life is being threatened, especially by moral coercion. Ning Yuqing sees that her face is as calm as water, and thinks that she has finally softened. He grins and says, Girl, I think this matter should end here, let's write it off. He hasn't even finished the last word. What? Mayan's figure suddenly disappears. The next moment, Ning Yuqing feels a stream of water hitting his face, covering his head. Followed by a bone-chilling cold. Ning Yuqing quickly revolves the spiritual power in his body to resist, a flame erupts from his hand. Qin Shouxiu, who is being choked by his throat, screams. But it's still a step too late, the water ball covering his head instantly turns into ice. Mayan's figure descends from the sky, the long sword in her hand lightly slashes at the frozen head. A crisp sound is heard. Ning Yuqing's head falls from his neck, rolling to the ground and smashing into pieces. Yes, his entire head was smashed into pieces. After a while, the ice crystals melted, and a sticky liquid spread on the ground. Ning Yuqing's headless body swayed, and finally fell to the ground with a thud. Aha! The girls who were caught screamed in terror. You killed young Master Ning. You actually killed young Master Ning. The guards of the Heavenly Fragrance restaurant and the Ning family roared in anger. Some of them fled, while others attacked. Mu Yan doesn't care about the people who are running away. However, those who attacked her were all killed by her at the fastest speed. In just a few short breaths of time, the noisy Heavenly Fragrance restaurant turned silent. However, this silence was mixed with countless fresh blood, corpses, and terror. Mu Yan flips her wrist and the 7 absolute sword dissipates in the air. She couldn't be bothered to take another look at this damned place and turned around to leave. Wait a minute. An angry voice called out to Mu Yan, who was about to leave. Mu Yan turns around and sees Lu Ruoxuan glaring at her, her small face flushed red. Mu Yan looks down at Qin Shouxiu. She sees that her throat and chin are burned, but it's not life-threatening. It's just that she can't speak for a while. Seeing Mu Yan looking at her, Qin Shouxiu fiercely glares at her. Her eyes are filled with extreme resentment, as if she wants to tear her apart. Mu Yan sneers, what does it have to do with me whether she dies or not? You, how can you say that? Lu Ruoxuan trembles with anger, even if we really let you down before, we've already apologized to you. Why are you still so heartless, why can't you save us? What's more, young Master Ning only offended you, he didn't really do anything to you. He simply doesn't deserve to die. Why are you so aggressive, insisting on killing him? You're really too vicious. Lu Ruoxuan's words aroused the resentment of the other girls in a split second. Each and every one of them excitedly point at Mu Yan and curse. They scold her for being heartless and vicious, scold her for having no morality, scold her for not saving others, and some even scold her for being ungrateful. That's because after they escaped from Tianxiang, they planned to come back to save her and Wei Zi. They have morality in their hearts, but Mu Yan watches them die without saving them. Mu Yan is simply amused by this group of shameless women. But she has always followed the principle of not speaking if she can beat them, and not letting them live if she can kill them. So, seeing these selfish women denouncing her after taking an inch, Mu Yan turns her wrist to take out the Tian Mo Qin. But before she can move, a woman suddenly rushes out from the corner, and shouts at Lu Ruoxuan and the others, "You sanctimonious people know nothing. You actually say that Ning Yuqing doesn't deserve to die? Have you ever been defiled by him? Have you ever had your dantian and meridians broken by him as a human furnace? Have you ever been thrown to a group of men to be humiliated, unable to live and unable to die? You don't know anything, you haven't experienced anything, and you actually have the nerve to say that he doesn't deserve to die. He doesn't deserve to die, and the ones who deserve to die are you." Then, 2, 3, 4, most of the prostitutes of Tianxianglu rush out. Tianxianglu's business has always been excellent, and the biggest reason is that the quality of the women here is particularly high. Not only did it refer to one's appearance and figure, but it also referred to one's talent, cultivation, upbringing, and manner of speaking. But who would be willing to be a prostitute who was loved by thousands and praised by tens of thousands of people if she was truly talented and cultured? Therefore, most of these women were pitiful people who had been forced into prostitution. There were even many who had resisted with all their might, only to end up with a fate worse than death. Day after day, they were locked up in the heavenly fragrant restaurant to receive customers. They were humiliated, spurned, and humiliated. He could no longer return to his previous life. He had long since despaired of the future and submitted to the heavenly fragrance pavilion. However, under the surface of submission, there was a deep hatred that seeped into his bones. Now, seeing Mu Yan killing the entire heavenly fragrant building and leaving corpses strewn all over the place, beating up that high and mighty scum young Master Ning until he pissed his pants in terror, and in the end, even dying without a complete corpse, their hearts were truly indescribably carefree. He felt that the grievances and hatred that he had suppressed in his heart for many years could finally be released at this moment. But at this time, Lu Ruoxuan and the others actually accused Mu Yan of being cruel, accusing Mu Yan of not killing young Master Ning. So much so that before Mu Yan could make a move, all the prostitutes rushed out with righteous indignation. At first, it was just cursing. Lu Ruoxuan and the others blushed and were at a loss. But Yun Xiang and the others still wanted to refute, and some even scolded them in disgust, "Shameless prostitutes. You've been slept with, you're no longer clean, and you don't deserve to live in this world." Finally, these prostitutes were completely enraged, and madly pounced on them, pulling their hair, tearing their clothes, and slapping their faces. Although Lu Ruoxuan and the others had high cultivation, how could they be compared to these prostitutes in terms of numbers? Moreover, the anger and despair that these prostitutes had accumulated for so long had already turned into a raging fire at this moment. Even if they burned themselves and the other party together, they didn't care. How could a few weak women resist? Mu Yan looked at the scene in front of her, shook her head, and turned to leave without any reluctance. Other people's lives, no matter the ups and downs, were not something that she could bear or control. Wei Zi looked at her back as she left, glanced at the fighting crowd, gritted her teeth, and trotted to catch up with Mu Yan. In the chaos of heavenly fragrance brothel, the first to arrive was not the Ning family's reinforcements sent by Ning Yuqing, but Lu Ruoxuan's senior brother Peng Yunfei. This? What the hell is going on? Junior sister, how did you get so badly injured? Seeing the chaotic and bloody heavenly fragrance brothel, and Lu Ruoxuan and the others with their faces full of injuries and clothes torn, Peng Feiyun's face was full of shock. He quickly took off his clothes and put them on Lu Ruoxuan. "Junior sister, what happened? How did heavenly fragrance brothel become like this?" Lu Ruoxuan burst into tears and threw herself into Peng Feiyun's arms, sobbing as she recounted what had just happened. Pang Feiyun's face was full of heartache as he hugged Lu Ruoxuan and comforted her. Qin Xiuxiu, whose neck and chin were burned, watched this scene, her eyes full of jealousy and unwillingness. After that, she, who was used to being overbearing and willful, immediately stepped forward and pulled the two apart. She even took the opportunity to push Lu Ruoxuan and said to Pang Feiyun, "Senior brother, you must find that bitch for me and avenge me." Her throat was burned, and her voice was hoarse and unpleasant to hear. As he spoke, his wounds were affected, and his entire face became distorted and ugly. Pang Feiyun turned his head away in disgust and said coldly, "Don't mess around. If it weren't for your willfulness this time, Ruoxuan and the others wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation and almost made us miss the sect selection. When you return this time, you better reflect on yourself. You absolutely cannot act recklessly in the future. No one is allowed to mention what happened today. If the Ning clan were to find out that they had something to do with young Master Ning's death, the entire Bright Moon sect would have to bear the consequences." After that, without looking at Qin Xiuxiu again, he turned around and hugged Lu Ruoxuan, comforting her in a soft voice. His expression was indescribably gentle. Seeing this, Qin Xiuxiu clenched her fists so tightly that the veins on the back of her hands bulged. Lu Ruoxuan snuggled in Pang Feiyun's arms and cried, "Senior brother, I really didn't mean it. At that time, I just wanted to save senior sister in a moment of desperation. Why won't that lady forgive me? Why did he have to be so cruel? Senior brother, did I do something wrong? That woman is so vicious and ruthless, her origin is unknown, and her cultivation is extremely high. Maybe she's a witch who practices some evil methods. You'd better not provoke her in the future. If you get hurt again, your senior brother will be distressed." Lu Ruoxuan nodded obediently and showed Pang Yunfei a timid smile like a little white flower. Pang Feiyun only felt that his whole heart was about to melt. Even if he had to go through fire and water for her, he would not hesitate. This little sister of his, although her cultivation was not the highest, her talent was not the highest, and even her appearance was not particularly beautiful. But there was a kind of pitiful, white lotus-like temperament that he couldn't help but want to take pity on. At the thought of that vicious woman leaving such a little sister to die, Pang Feiyun couldn't help but frown. If he had the chance to meet this woman, he must teach her a good lesson and avenge his little sister. After leaving the Heavenly Fragrance building, Mu Yan stood among the mountains, not knowing where to go for a while. She sank her consciousness into the space and asked Little Phoenix, "Qiuqiu, what kind of place is Xiaobao in? Can you describe it in more detail?" Little Phoenix tilted his head and flapped his wings, trying hard to sense. After a long while, he hesitantly said, It's a very comfortable place. There's a warm air circulating in little brother's body, and then little brother will quickly become powerful." Qiuqiu also saw an exit, but there's a barrier there. If little brother wants to go out, he will be bounced back by the barrier. That's right, Qiuqiu also smelled that there are a lot of fragrant spirit herbs in the cave. When little brother is hungry, he will eat red fruits. There are also broken swords and beautiful swords. Oh, there's also a painting hanging on the wall. But Qiuqiu can't see what's painted. Little Phoenix stuttered and talked for a long time. Mu Yan only knew that Xiaobao was safe now, and his cultivation was rapidly improving, but he was trapped and couldn't get out. But with these clues alone, she couldn't find Xiaobao's location. A cave with a barrier, where could it be? It must be some broken sect's secret territory. Qi Huang's cold voice suddenly came. Mu Yan quickly asked, "Sect's secret territory?" On the lawn not far away, a youth in red was lying lazily. Her jet black hair covered the ground like silk, and her long eyelashes were slightly lowered, covering her glass-like eyes. The light from the sky and space fell on the young man's jade-like skin and pink and bright red lips, making his face look even more like snow. His eyebrows were like a painting, but they also looked young and immature. Hearing Mu Yan's urgent question, the young man snorted and turned his head away, refusing to answer with its sunder face. "Qi Huang." Mu Yan called out again. Qi Huang raised his long eyelashes and glared at her. His cheeks were a little puffed up, and he looked very childish. However, the words that came out of his mouth weren't polite at all. Woman, you just offended me, and you still want me to tell you news? Dream on." Mu Yan takes a few steps forward and slaps the top of his head, messing up his silky smooth hair. Stop messing around, quickly tell me, where is Xiaobao? Qi Huang rolls away from Mayan's ravaging, his peerlessly handsome face flushing red. You woman, you're really shameless. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. You're not willing to copulate with Ben Zun, yet you actually dare to make a move on Ben Zun. Mayan suddenly unhurriedly says with a malicious look on her face, Qi Huang, you kept saying that you wanted to have intercourse with me and help me resolve the yin and yang sha. In fact, you don't even know what intercourse between a man and a woman is, right? Qi Huang's face stiffens all of a sudden, and then he explodes like thunder. You're talking nonsense. This sage is a tool spirit that has lived for tens of thousands of years. How could I not know about intercourse between a man and a woman? Believe it or not, this sage will do you on the spot right now. He looks like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, looking indescribably cute. Mayan scoffs and laughs. Alright, my pure tool spirit that has lived for tens of thousands of years, quickly tell me where that place is, okay? I'm really worried about Xiaobao. As she speaks, Mayan has already restrained all her smile, looking at Mayan with sincerity and pleading. The girl in front of him, when she's languid and casual, is already radiant. At this time, with rapt attention, those pair of peach blossom eyes are like a bottomless pool, capable of sucking in a person's soul. Being stared at by those eyes, Qi Huang's anger and arrogance completely disappear without a trace. He unconsciously opens his mouth. In this Xiozhen continent, there are a few broken sects that can be considered passable. They generally have their own secret realms, and in these secret realms, there will be forbidden areas that are shielded by a barrier, just like what Little Phoenix described. These kinds of forbidden areas usually store the sect's most supreme treasures. No one will open them for a long time, but it's also usually difficult for outsiders to enter. Mayan's brows slightly wrinkle. A sect's secret realm, but there are so many sects in this Xiozhen continent, how can she find them? As she ponders, Mayan's expression suddenly congeals, and she lightly shouts, who is it? Her divine sense has already withdrawn from the space. Looking at the direction in which the girl has disappeared, Qi Huang stares blankly for a good while, before angrily pounding the ground with his fists. Bastard, he clearly wanted to grab hold of Mayan's weakness and have her apologize to him. Why did he just say everything that he knew just now? Little Phoenix sees Qi Huang's murderous aura lingering around him, and whines, hiding far away. Boo-hoo-hoo, Lord Qi Huang is so scary. Cho doesn't want to be alone with Lord Qi Huang. Little big brother, Fat Bunny, when will you come back? Cho missed you guys so much. Mayan opens her eyes, and her sharp gaze suddenly turns towards an ancient tree not far away. Still not coming out? A moment later, a slender figure came out from behind the tree. Seeing the person, Mu Yan frowned slightly. It's you? Why are you following me? The person who came was the only girl that Mu Yan had saved in the Heavenly Fragrance building, Wei Zi. Wei Zi shuffles her small steps and approaches Mayan little by little. She cautiously says, Big sister benefactor, I want to follow you, serve you, and repay you for saving my life. Don't despise me, okay? Mu Yan frowns even tighter. To tell the truth, she disliked this little girl who could cry very much from the bottom of her heart. The Heavenly Fragrance restaurant has already been destroyed. Why don't you return to your sect? Hearing Mayan's question, Wei Zi's tears fell again. Senior sister is the sect master's niece. I've offended senior sister, so I can't go back to the sect anymore. Mu Yan originally wanted to refuse, but thinking that she really wasn't good at all kinds of trifles, and that she was completely clueless about this strange Xiozhen continent, she hesitated for a moment. It's fine if you want to follow me for a while. Mu Yan said slowly, but there's a condition, you're not allowed to cry in the future. Hearing this, Wei Zi knew that Mu Yan was willing to let her follow, and she immediately burst into a big smile. I know, I won't cry in the future. Although Wei Zi, this little girl's courage is only as big as a grain of rice, and she loves to cry. But because she naturally likes to listen to gossip, she can answer most of Mu Yan's questions. Through Wei Zi's answers, Mu Yan finally has a certain understanding of the entire Xiozhen continent. The Xiozhen continent is divided into 4 big realms, Min Lu Jia, Qing Tian Jia, Sun Lan Jia, and Ziyun Jia. Ziyun Jia has the highest status, and Min Lu Jia is the lowest. And Mu Yan and the others are now in Min Lu Jia. According to the little girl Wei Zi, The difference between Minlujia and Xianxia is equivalent to a magnificent palace and a shabby thatched hut. Minlujia is the worst among the four realms in terms of spiritual energy purity, growth of spirit grass, and production of spiritual tools. But similarly, the higher the level of the realm, the stronger the law of the jungle, and the more serious the power struggle. Therefore, many people who are not talented enough, and whose cultivation is not high enough, will stay in Minlujia to hone themselves. If one day they feel that they have enough strength, then they will go to the other three realms. Hearing the little girl compare Minlujia to a thatched hut, Mu Yan feels deeply speechless. On this land, she can feel spiritual power between her breaths. Using spells and Shin musician skills is no longer as constrained as it was in the Yenwu continent, fearing that her spiritual power would be exhausted in a short period of time. If such a place is called a thatched hut, then what is the Yenwu continent she used to live in, a pigsty? Do you know which sects have secret realms, or places that are very comfortable, can enhance strength, and are full of spirit grass? Mu Yan roughly describes the place that Qiuqiu said. Weizi frowns and says, Miss, places that are very comfortable, can enhance strength, and full of spirit grass, must have very rich and pure spiritual energy. Such places are generally only possible in some secret realms or the sect's cultivation tower. Mu Yan's eyes brighten. Tell me. Many sects usually recruit disciples with good innate spiritual roots. In order to nurture these disciples, they need a place for them to grow and train. Therefore, these sects build cultivation pagodas specifically for their inner court disciples to cultivate and improve their cultivation. The bigger sects, as well as those famous academies, have their own secret realms. The secret territory was several times better than the cultivation pagoda, and could cultivate the most powerful elites. Naturally, only the top of the sects to the secret realms can. 2. Mu Yan's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, if I want to enter these cultivation towers or secret realms, what should I do? Weizi was shocked and shook her head. That's impossible. There are no big sects in our Minlu boundary. The most tyrannical one is the Ning family. But even the Ning family doesn't have the qualifications to own the cultivation tower and the mystic realm. Mu Yan wasn't dismayed when she heard this. She said faintly, Minlu Jia doesn't have it, but Azure Heaven Jia, Azure Blue Jia, one of them will have it. But if we, the people of Minlu domain, go to the Azure Heaven domain, we will be looked down upon and bullied badly. Weizi said anxiously. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and her eyes lit up. Oh right, miss, if you want to go to a big sect, there's a great opportunity right in front of you. I heard that the Azure Heaven world will hold a sect selection competition next month. In it, even the Li Fire sect will send people to select disciples. The Li Fire sect was the most prestigious sect in the Azure Heaven world. There were countless disciples in the sect, so there was a cultivation tower in the sect for the inner disciples to gain experience. They even have the right to open a secret realm with a few large sects in the Azure Blue realm. How do I participate in the sect selection tournament? Mu Yan interrupted Weizi. It's at the Windless Plaza at the intersection of Minlu Domain and Blue Heaven Domain. Miss, I'll go to you. Weizi said excitedly. With your talent, the Li Fire sect will definitely choose you. If you perform well, you might even be able to become an inner disciple. Mu Yan did not immediately arrive at the Windless Square. Instead, he was stopped in a small city less than a dozen kilometers away from Windless Square. This city was called Cyan Green City, and its meaning was very simple. It was where the Cyan Green Domain and the Blue Sky Domain intersected. To enter the Blue Heaven realm from the common Green Domain, one had to obtain a travel permit from the city guard of the Turquoise City. Of course, there were naturally other ways to forcefully barge into the Blue Heaven realm. However, those who entered the Blue Heaven realm without a travel permit would be treated as unregistered residents. The practitioners of the Blue Heaven realm could kill these unregistered residents at any time and place, but they did not have to bear any responsibility. On the contrary, if they obtained the travel permit, even if they were bullied in the Blue Heaven realm, at least those cultivators would still have a sense of propriety and would not kill them. Miss, you can take a rest in this inn. Let me handle the travel permit. Weizi confidently patted her chest and left. Mu Yan, on the other hand, began to stroll around Verdant City with great interest. This is the first time she has seen a town in the cultivation continent, and it is the first time she has seen so many people. Although the Heavenly Fragrance brothel had a constant stream of customers, it wasn't opened in the downtown area because it was involved in human trafficking. Mu Yan was a little surprised to see the magnificent scenery of the turquoise city. Compared to the Yanwu continent, the cities and towns of the Xiaoxian continent aren't too different. Similar streets, similar shops, and similar pedestrians. However, there was still a difference. For example, the streets are filled with spirit beasts that are used as mounts, but they haven't even seen one in the Yanwu continent before. For example, the things sold in the shops are no longer the same as in the Yanwu continent, where they are only ordinary herbs and weapons. Instead, they are all spirit herbs and spirit tools that contain spiritual energy. Mu Yan casually walks into a restaurant and orders some food that contains spiritual power. She didn't have many crystal stones on hand, and they were all looted from the Heavenly Fragrant restaurant, but it was more than enough to eat a meal of spirit food. However, the resources in Minlu domain were too scarce. Therefore, the spirit food sold in restaurants was usually expensive, scarce, and tasteless. Mu Yan casually tasted a few mouthfuls and stopped. At this moment, he heard the discussion of a few men. End of chapter 874. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.